The Mass Line and the American Revolutionary Movement. Preface. 2 Wise Sayings. There are 2 wise sayings that are worth carefully considering and comparing. The first is something I once found in a fortune cookie and which expresses the essential democratic ideal: the will of the people is the best law. But here is a little different idea that is also very good: salus populi suprema est lex. The good, or welfare, of the people is the highest law. Marcus Tullius Cicero, De Legibus, 3:8. So which is it then? Should the highest law be the good of the people or the will of the people? Obviously there is a lot to be said for both views. But if we are forced to choose between them, the good, or welfare, of the people has to be the highest ethical and political principle, since after all, people do not always choose to do what is actually in their own best interests. On the other hand, Cicero's statement can be interpreted in a very paternalistic manner, and those who lead or rule paternalistically can easily start to promote their own self-interest rather than the interests of the people. For this reason, over the long run the safest place for important political decisions to be made is by the people themselves, even granting that they do not always choose the course that is actually in their own best interests. So our solution to this puzzle must be along these lines: to allow, and indeed insist upon, basic democracy among the masses, while at the same time finding a way for those among us who better understand the real and long-term interests of the people, and how those interests can best be satisfied, to educate the rest of the masses about this and help them to avoid working against their own true interests. In other words, the best approach in actual practice is not to choose between these 2 good principles, the good, or welfare, of the people and the will of the people, but rather to find a way to simultaneously implement them both. But is this really possible? Yes, it is. Fortunately, Marxism-Leninism Maoism has found a brilliant way to do just this. A political party to educate and lead the masses must be drawn from among the masses and must constantly refresh itself with the best new representatives from the masses, that is, especially from among those who have proven in mass struggle that they have both the short-term and long-term interests of the masses at heart. Such a party must continually study society scientifically and carefully investigate the changing objective situation. And such a party must be organized in a way that allows the masses to supervise it, to always be open to criticism from the masses, and always be willing to purge elements in the party who start to think only of their own personal welfare and interests, even if it is only their own personal aggrandizement. And most importantly of all, such a party must lead the masses in the struggle for their own interests via the democratic method of from the masses, to the masses. The leadership method of from the masses, to the masses, which is also known as the mass line method of leadership, is our way of combining democracy and the wisdom that comes from all the previous experience and social investigations of the people through the course of history. The great revolutionary, Mao Zedong, summed this up as follows: to link oneself with the masses, one must act in accordance with the needs and wishes of the masses. All work done for the masses must start from their needs and not from the desire of any individual, however well-intentioned. It often happens that objectively the masses need a certain change, but subjectively they are not yet conscious of the need, not yet willing or determined to make the change. In such cases, we should wait patiently. We should not make the change until, through our work, most of the masses have become conscious of the need and are willing and determined to carry it out. Otherwise we shall isolate ourselves from the masses. Unless they are conscious and willing, any kind of work that requires their participation will turn out to be a mere formality and will fail. There are 2 principles here: one is the actual needs of the masses rather than what we fancy they need, and the other is the wishes of the masses, who must make up their own minds instead of our making up their minds for them. Mao, quotations, ch. 11, originally from the United Front in Cultural Work, October 30, 1944, SW 3:236-7. This book is devoted to a thorough explication of this great revolutionary theory of mass leadership, the method of from the masses, to the masses, which experience has shown to be quite different from, and opposed to, all the methods of leadership commonly seen and practiced by the ruling class in capitalist society. It is the core idea of a genuine revolutionary democracy. About this book. This is an essay on the mass line method of revolutionary leadership, and its associated mass perspective. It is an attempt to give a careful, all-sided, book-length description and analysis of the theory of the mass line from the point of view of Marxism-Leninism-Maoism. It is, as far as I know, the first such attempt and no doubt has its shortcomings. But because it is first, it may also have some strengths. My motive in writing is expressed in these words of Lenin's: it is a good Marxist custom to give a coherent and complete exposition of the principles underlying one's views and tactics. It seemed to me that with respect to the mass line this had not yet been thoroughly done and therefore wanted doing. The point behind this fine Marxist custom is of course to enable practice to be more fully summed up in theory so that as theory it may in turn better serve to guide new revolutionary practice. Specifically, it is my goal to defend Mao's theory of the mass line against distortions from both the right and the left. From first-hand experience I know that various incompatible interpretations of the mass line do exist among communists and within the revolutionary movement. Who I am. In late 1977 I was expelled from the Revolutionary Communist Party, USA because I championed the view of the mass line put forth in these pages, or at least an earlier, much less elaborated version of it. The irony in this is that I was sure then, and am still sure, that I was in agreement with the official written interpretations of the mass line consistently defended by the leadership of the RCP in both public and internal documents, that I saw, at least up to that time. But the local party organization understood something that I didn't, namely that the real position of the RCP even back then was actually hostile to the whole idea of Mao's mass line theory, despite their verbal support of it. I'll explain how this was possible in one of the later chapters of the book. I was quite willing to follow democratic centralism and try to carry out even the aspects of the political line of the organization which I disagreed with. But the RCP has always refused to allow anybody to continue as a member once they realize that member actually disagrees with them on any important point. So they booted me out. I submitted an appeal to the Central Committee but I never even received a reply. However, this may have been due to the disruption caused by a faction of revisionists who split off from the RCP in early 1978. I mention these autobiographical details because in this book a lot of attention is paid to the views and evolving political line of the RCP and its leadership, especially Bob Avakian, its chairman. Mostly I will be strongly criticizing the RCP, though on occasion I will speak positively of some of their views and activities. At first this considerable focus on the RCP was simply for the reason that I hoped to convince them about the validity and importance of Mao's conception of the mass line which seems so difficult for them to even understand. After many years of abject failure in attempting to do this, some of my friends have suggested that it's time that I cut out all this criticism of the RCP entirely, as a hopeless attempt to change the views of those who are notorious for not even listening to others. However, I continue to agree with Lenin and Mao that very often the best way to put forward correct ideas is to contrast them with the existing incorrect attitudes and notions, from whatever source. So most of my sometimes appropriately harsh criticisms of the RCP and their views are still in here for that primary purpose. Who you are. When I first started working on this book many decades ago, my primary intended audience included first of all the members of the RCP itself, along with all the other revolutionary-minded groups and individuals in America and around the world. I have long since learned that the RCP and members of other sectarian revolutionary groups are simply not interested. They are incapable of even considering views which disagree in any way with their guru leaders. So, now I would characterize my intended audience as all those revolutionary-minded groups and individuals, all those people who want to bring about proletarian revolution in the US and around the world, and who want to study and seriously consider theories about how the people, or the masses, may be mobilized and led in making revolution. Since I am writing for revolutionaries and serious revolutionary-minded people, I make many assumptions of the reader. I simply assume that revolution is desperately needed, and don't spend any space trying to prove that here. I assume that the reader has at least some familiarity with Marxism, the science of revolution, and at least some appreciation of its importance. For the most part, I assume that the basic Marxist-Leninist-Maoist vocabulary and concepts are familiar to you. People with no desire for revolution, or no acquaintance with Marxism, may well find this book incomprehensible or valueless. All I can say is that this book was not written for such folks. Come back later if events change your perspective. The genesis of this book. This essay is the outgrowth of an on and off study of the mass line which I have been engaged in for more than half a century now. Almost from the day I first heard about Mao's mass line, I felt that here is something very important, something we've got to learn and use. But often when I tried to argue for mass line methods with my fellow revolutionaries in the 1970s, I found either a lack of appreciation for the mass line, or very different interpretations of it. This spurred me into more serious study. As part of this study, I began to collect quotations from Mao and anybody else on the mass line. This collection has now grown to hundreds of quotes, and over 230 typed pages. I systematically read through everything by Mao which was available in English, searching for connections to the mass line. I've also done extensive investigations of Lenin on the topic, and to lesser extents Marx, Engels, Stalin, and other Marxists. I've read lots of books about Mao and China by friends and foes of the Chinese Revolution, and schemed many more for any mention of the mass line. And I've followed developments within the US and world revolutionary movements with the mass line especially in mind. So I think I can say that I've done a lot of investigation on the mass line. Do I claim to be a master of the mass line? Hardly. For one thing, a real master of the mass line would be someone, or a party, who actually uses the mass line in important and large-scale leadership of the masses. Just studying it and writing about it will never make anybody a master. Moreover, even after all this time, I still continue to find new aspects to the theory of the mass line and its associated mass perspective, that never occurred to me before. My view of the mass line and its connections with broader issues of mass revolutionary politics is always developing to some degree. Nevertheless, my basic point of view on the mass line has remained pretty consistent over the past many decades. Consistently Maoist, it seems to me. My original plan was to publish a small book of materials for the study of the mass line, which would be in two main parts: my collection of mass line quotations, preceded by a small interpretive essay of my own, and possibly a few short articles on the mass line by Mao and the RCP. Several things went wrong with this plan. The collection of quotes got too big, and even separating it into 39 sections still left it too disorganized and intimidating to be conducive to systematic study. Bob Avakian and the RCP have apparently disowned their pamphlet on the mass line that I was thinking about including too, and would probably not agree to me including it anyway. And, most of all, my own essay got too big, started to expand into a number of peripheral questions related to having a mass perspective, etc. So, in the end, I decided to just go with my extended essay, which now includes many of the best quotations I've found interspersed in a coherent and orderly sequence, I hope. Why do we Marxist writers always use so many quotes? Well, two reasons I guess. First, other Marxist writers have already expressed many points that need to be repeated, and when they have expressed these points eloquently, it seems the best thing to do is just to quote them. I quote others only the better to express myself. Montaigne, and second, to lend authority to what we say. It is a fact of life that what some individuals say carries more weight than what others say, in politics as anywhere else. To lend more weight to my words, I think it only natural to show where great individuals like Mao and Lenin agree with me. I am convinced that the theory of the mass line I present in this book is Mao's theory, and I would like you to see that too. Organization of the book. The essay is divided into 43 chapters, each focusing on a different aspect of the mass line, or coming at it from a different angle. Many of these chapters are semi-independent of the rest, and form semi-independent essays of their own. But because my goal was to write an all-sided book on the mass line which adequately explores its many conceptual interconnections, most topics are discussed in more than one place. It is in the nature of the thorough exploration of any complex terrain that this be so. While it is possible to skip around in the book, the essay as a whole is most coherent if read in the order presented. It is especially important to read the first 4 chapters before jumping to any of the others. The reason for this is that I have tried to use the dialectical mode of presentation of the material. To suggest what I mean by this, I would like to quote a description by the writer Ilya Ehrenberg of the method used by Lenin. His speeches were like a spiral. Afraid that people wouldn't understand him, he returned to a thought he had already expressed, never repeating it but adding something new. Some of those who copied his manner of speaking used to forget that a spiral is like a circle and yet unlike. A spiral progresses. 3. I would add that the dialectical mode of presentation requires the use of relatively short and simple introductions or initial overviews, followed by spirals which elaborate on points in much greater detail. The first 4 chapters of this book comprise the initial overview. I only hope that most of the revisitations of ideas in later chapters truly take the form of developing spirals and not mere repetitive circles. Many aspects of dialectics, of course, including what I am calling dialectical presentation, go back to ancient Greece. Although the concept of dialectical presentation no doubt existed before him, Plato was apparently the first to use the word dialectic, dialectique, to describe this method, for instance in his Socratic dialogues Phaedo and the Republic. As F. E. Peters puts it, in these dialogues Plato envisions the dialectic as a progressively more synoptic ascent, via a series of positions, until an ultimate is reached. See his book Greek Philosophical Terms, A Historical Lexicon, New York, New York University Press, 1967, p. 36. We Marxists, however, recognize that a dialectical presentation may not always result in an ultimate explanation, but more often just in an ever more sophisticated explanation, one that is progressively closer to the complete truth. And indeed we recognize that in some spheres at least, example particle physics, there may not even be such a thing as an ultimate explanation. Elsewhere Plato, and other ancient Greek writers, often used the word dialectic in different senses, usually idealistic, metaphysical senses we would reject. There are other things besides using spirals which can also be properly considered to enter into a fully dialectical presentation. For example, a historical approach to the material, which shows the dialectical development of ideas in their social context. I don't dispute the importance of this, and of yet other aspects of dialectical presentation, but it should be noticed that to some degree there are conflicts between using the spiral approach and using these other dialectical methods, such as a historical approach. In my view, spirals of presentation are the main thing, and the other features of dialectical presentation are secondary. The length of this book. Writers, like teeth, are divided into incisors and grinders. For the length of this book, together with its attempt to be comprehensive and all-sided, clearly places me into the camp of grinders. I wish it could be otherwise. I admire the incisors, those who with deft slashes can quickly make their point. I myself learned the mass line primarily from an author who fits that mold, Mao Zedong. But it seems to me that not many others have done so. They seem instead to have missed the whole idea. My own previous attempts to convey the central ideas of the mass line in a concise fashion have proved quite unsuccessful. The only thing left to do has been to start grinding away. A self-criticism. I have a major self-criticism to make regarding the lack of timeliness of this book. Suggestions, critiques, and criticisms of all kinds should not only be careful, thoughtful, and complete, they should also be timely. To some degree there is always a contradiction between these goals. The longer you work on making a criticism as complete and correct as possible, the more time goes by, and the less timely the criticism is when you finally submit it. Deciding on the most appropriate compromise here is usually difficult. But it is clear that I have grossly erred by spending way too much time in writing this book. It is now at least many decades late. And as I revise this preface, the book is still not completed. Ideally, a book like this on the mass line should have made its appearance in the early 1970s, when the reborn American revolutionary movement was first learning about something called the mass line and floundering in its attempts to relate it to the basic questions of revolutionary strategy and technique. But with our lack of both theory and experience at the time, nobody was in a position to write such a book, certainly not me. But by the late 1970s I had completed the basic research for this book, including the study of Mao's writings and the investigation of the relevant aspects of the Chinese Revolution. Since then it has been mostly a matter of getting down all the ideas and quotes on paper in a coherent fashion. Of course that's a big task, but it shouldn't have taken all these years, even given the necessity of holding down a job and some problems with illness. If the book is so late, can there possibly be any value to it anymore? Well, nobody else, as far as I know, wrote a book on the mass line in the meanwhile. 5. The mass line is just as important and indispensable as it ever was. I would like to think that if the book had come out earlier, it might have helped make our revolutionary practice more effective. But there is still the enormous amount of revolutionary activity that lies before us, which for a while loomed even more difficult during the 1990s when Soviet revisionism finally collapsed and temporarily tarnished the whole idea of revolution in the eyes of many. Sooner or later, we have got to get clear on the important topic of the mass line. It is always a shame if any kind of revolutionary work is not done in a timely fashion, but that is never an excuse for not finally getting it done. As a further explanation, though not actually a good excuse, for my slowness in finishing this book, which has turned out to be a lifelong project, I'll quote a few paragraphs from a letter I wrote to my sisters in April 2017. So why haven't I finished this book long ago? That's a complicated question. As with my other writings, I see plenty of shortcomings in this manuscript that really should be improved on. One of my friends reminded me many years ago that the perfect is the enemy of the good. In other words, better to get the book finished even with some shortcomings rather than to never get it done by forever trying to make it perfect. I see the logic in that, but there are other problems too. One really serious matter is that many of those who have read at least some of what I have posted so far don't seem to get the fundamental point of it at all. Not only don't they seem to understand what the mass line is after reading my manuscript, very few people who read Mao's own writings on the mass line really grasp the main idea. This has puzzled me for decades, though I think I have finally figured out the basic explanation. A lot of the problem comes in the name of this leadership method itself, the mass line. That sounds like we are talking about a line, a political line in the Marxist sense, rather than a method of leadership. The name that Mao himself used for this was the method of from the masses, to the masses, which is vastly better. Zhou Enlai is said to have come up with the name mass line, which presumably originally meant something like a political line derived from the masses themselves. But the problem soon came to be that those even in the leadership of the Communist Party of China, other than Mao, who talked about the mass line were not at all focusing on any method of leadership. Instead, for many of these people, who were later identified as capitalistroders, it became a mere platitude to cover the policies they were implementing in contradiction to the method of from the masses, to the masses. Deng Xiaoping, for example, discussed the mass line at considerable length in his presentation at the 8th Party Congress in 1956, but there was only one short paragraph in all that verbiage which referred to the central idea of from the masses, to the masses. Things got even worse when Lin Biao and his PLA associates issued the quotations of Mao Zedong in 1966. Although there is much wisdom in this collection, in the section of the Little Red Book on the mass line the bulk of the quotations are on more general principles of Marxism, such as that the masses are the makers of history. Those things are very true, but once again the thrust of this section on the mass line was to strongly downplay the central notion of leadership as being from the masses, to the masses. Most people who call themselves Maoists in the US and around the world get their initial education in Maoist theory by reading the Little Red Book, or from comrades who started there, and therefore their basic conception of what the mass line is all about is instilled in them from the start in that distorted way. And I have found that no matter how much you emphasize that the mass line is a method of leadership, people just cannot change that initial misconception they get from the Little Red Book and from their comrades. What this all means is that, if you really want to get people to focus on the leadership method of from the masses, to the masses, you've got to call it that and stop calling it the mass line. And this in turn means that my whole mass line book really needs to be revised or rewritten. Even the title needs to be changed to something like, From the Masses, to the Masses, the Mass Line Method of Democratic Revolutionary Leadership. I've often thought to myself that in order to write a good and worthwhile book on the method of revolutionary leadership that Mao theorized and championed, I first had to write a not-so-good book and learn a lot more about the topic myself as I proceeded. Writing what I've got so far has been a lifelong educational process for me. But now I should ideally sort of start over. At the very least, finishing the remaining chapters should be done from that revised perspective, and at least some revisions should be made in the existing chapters. In this current posted version, at least some of those appropriate revisions have now been made. I want your criticisms. If you read this book, I am sure that with your fresh eyes things will occur to you about the mass line that have not occurred to me. You will probably see flaws in my stand on this or that point, maybe on major points. I will sincerely appreciate any criticisms, big or small, that anyone may care to send me. My email address is at the bottom of this page. Although I have written this book to champion a particular interpretation of the mass line, I feel sure that my efforts will have been of some value even for those who end up disagreeing with me on many points. At least I will have led my readers to consider the theory of the mass line in depth. I generally use the pinyin romanizations for Chinese names, which became the international standard around 1979. A chart comparing the new and old spellings of the names of some of the major individuals referred to is included as an appendix. The Mass Line and the American Revolutionary Movement. 1. Introduction. When I first started talking about the mass line with my fellow fledgling revolutionaries half a century ago, I was shocked by their responses. So superficial. So uniformed. So wildly mistaken in interpretation. As if I myself knew so much. Most 60s revolutionaries really did not take revolutionary theory seriously. There was an element of anti-intellectualism in the air in those days, which was probably understandable since there were few, if any, revolutionary intellectuals in this country who we could respect. Consequently, there were Marxists who did not read Marx, Leninists who did not read Lenin, and Maoists who did not read Mao. Or at least not very much of them. Lin Biao was spouting his nonsense in China that it was only necessary for revolutionary students and workers to read a few short articles by Mao and memorize some quotes. Everything you needed to know was in the Little Red Book. 1. I love the Little Red Book myself and think it is well worthy of repeated study. But it is not the sum total of Marxism. It is not even remotely close to being the sum total of Mao's thought. All the 1960s radicals had heard about the mass line, phrases like that were bandied about constantly in those days. But very few people seriously investigated the subject. The mass line scholars of the day were those who had read section 11 of the Little Red Book. So we had a situation where nobody had done much investigation of the subject, but everybody thought they knew what it was all about. Dangerous. The Red Book, quotations from Chairman Mao Zedong. Open to the section on the mass line. What most radicals of the 1960s and early 1970s thought the mass line was all about was what I would call populism, that the role of revolutionaries was to merge with the masses, learn from them, and join up with their struggles, and that's all. Then in the mid and late 1970s there was a reaction against this view by those who took their Marxism more seriously, but unfortunately the baby seems to have been thrown out with the bathwater. It was not only American revolutionaries who were talking about the mass line, so were many bourgeois experts on China, the sinologists. In my investigation of the mass line I looked through many dozens of books, pamphlets, and articles on China, Chinese communism and Mao Zedong to see what various authors have written about it. I found that nearly everyone mentions the subject and has at least a few words to say about it. But I also found that there exist very few discussions of the mass line that are at all extensive or thorough. Most authors evidently assume that the concept is simple and requires no long explication. At the same time, I was struck by the diversity of interpretations of the mass line even among those who are sympathetic to the Chinese Revolution, on the one hand, or among those who are antagonistic, on the other hand. This diversity of interpretation reinforced my view that the matter is not quite so simple as all these writers seem to think. What apparently happens most frequently is that an author seizes on only a single aspect of the mass line and fails to recognize the existence of the other aspects. Among bourgeois scholars hostile to Mao and the Chinese Revolution, for example, there are two main trends: 1. Those who see the mass line as a populist sort of concession to the wishes of the masses of people, and 2. Those who see the mass line as a big hoax, intended to fool the people into believing that the Communist Party and People's Government take the opinions of the masses into consideration when in fact they never deviate from their communist dogma. Neither of these views is even close to the truth. But the first view does correctly recognize that the mass line is not just window dressing, that the views of the masses are really listened to and made the basis for action at least sometimes. On the other hand, there is something to the second view too. It correctly recognizes that communist ideology is not sacrificed even in the face of opposition among the masses. But how both of these things could possibly be true is completely beyond the comprehension of bourgeois thinkers. More or less the same divergence of interpretation of the mass line exists among those sympathetic to Mao's China, and even within the communist movement itself. Revisionists and those who tend to make right opportunist errors usually see the mass line as an excuse for tailing after the spontaneous tendencies of the masses, while dogmatists and those who tend more often to make left sectarian errors either ignore the mass line or treat it as a kind of gimmick or cover for the propagation of what communists already know to be the way forward. These opposite misconceptions will be explored in detail in the course of this essay. It is in fact primarily for the purpose of exposing and attacking these two opposite distortions of the mass line within the revolutionary communist movement that this work has been written. The mass line and the American Revolutionary Movement. 2. From the masses, to the masses. On June 1, 1943, the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China adopted a resolution on methods of leadership written by Mao Zedong. This document is included in Volume 3 of the selected works of Mao Zedong under the title Some Questions Concerning Methods of Leadership. It marks the formal beginning of the theory of the mass line, and the advent of its conscious practice in the world communist movement. For more on the origin and development of the mass line method, see Chapter 32. In this resolution, two particular methods of leadership are urged upon party members. There are two methods which we communists must employ in whatever work we do. One is to combine the general with the particular, the other is to combine the leadership with the masses. 1. These two methods of leadership are both important and are interrelated, but of the two the method of combining leadership with the masses is the most fundamental. Take the ideas of the masses and concentrate them, then go to the masses, persevere in the ideas and carry them through, so as to form correct ideas of leadership. Such is the basic method of leadership. In the process of concentrating ideas and persevering in them, it is necessary to use the method of combining the general call with particular guidance, and this is a component part of the basic method. 2. We will defer further discussion of the subsidiary method, that of combining the general with the particular, until Chapter 13 and concentrate our full attention for now on the basic method. The classic formulation of this basic method is given in the same resolution. In all the practical work of our party, all correct leadership is necessarily from the masses, to the masses. This means, take the ideas of the masses, scattered and unsystematic ideas, and concentrate them, through study turn them into concentrated and systematic ideas, then go to the masses and propagate and explain these ideas until the masses embrace them as their own, hold fast to them and translate them into action, and test the correctness of these ideas in such action. Then once again concentrate ideas from the masses and once again go to the masses so that the ideas are persevered in and carried through. And so on, over and over again in an endless spiral, with the ideas becoming more correct, more vital, and richer each time. Such is the Marxist theory of knowledge. 3. Although the term was not used in this resolution, this basic method of leadership, the method of from the masses, to the masses, is now also known as the mass line. Painting of Mao on a tea break with peasants in Yan'an. Any one paragraph summation of something important enough to be called the basic method of leadership is bound to be highly concentrated. It necessarily calls for elaboration and explication. It raises a lot of questions. For example, 1. Just who are the masses anyway? 2. What does it mean to take the ideas of the masses? All their ideas on every subject? 3. What exactly does it mean to concentrate or systematize the ideas of the masses? How do you go about concentrating opposed, inconsistent, or erroneous ideas that different people are bound to have? 4. Why should you have to propagate and explain these ideas to the masses even when concentrated if they came from the masses in the first place? 5. Why should the ideas of the masses be so important anyway? What makes anybody think these ideas are important for correct leadership? 6. What about Marxism, Leninism, Maoism and the facts of the objective situation, aren't these things important for correct leadership too? But where do they fit into the mass line method? 7. Why do the masses even need leadership, especially if they already have all these good ideas themselves? 8. And anyway, what is the purpose of all this? What goal is being aimed at? It would be easy to add to this list, but the point is clear enough: there is much in the mass line method of leadership which requires explication. Many points are simply taken for granted by Mao in his original formulation of the mass line. Other points were yet to be brought to the fore through practice, that is, through attempts to apply the mass line and through struggle against erroneous interpretations of the mass line that have been championed by some, either out of ignorance or conscious opportunism. Thus over the years Mao himself, as well as other Marxist-Leninists, have commented on the theory of the mass line on numerous occasions. It has been elaborated and clarified. The task before us is to bring all these comments together into a systematic account. 3. A quick overview of the mass line. There are lots of questions that come to mind concerning the mass line. We need to explore each of them in turn, and in some depth. But if we plunge right in on this task, we run the risk of getting lost in detail, of missing the interconnections between the various aspects of the mass line. Therefore, to set the stage, to lay a foundation for the more detailed discussion to follow, it is necessary first to give a brief overview of the mass line. Historical materialism. The most basic assumptions underlying the mass line are the principles of historical materialism, the fundamental theory of society and its development discovered by Karl Marx. The principles of historical materialism include the following points. 1. That human society and history can be understood scientifically. 2. That, however, material production is the basis of social life, and social consciousness is the result of social being. 3. That society and history are made by the people, by the masses of human beings. 4. That, however, the prevailing mode of production conditions and sets limits to the changes which can be made in society. 5. That social classes exist through people's relationship to the means of production. 6. That the history of society, since classes first developed in ancient times, is the history of class struggle. 7. That at a certain stage of their development, the material productive forces of society come into conflict with the existing relations of production. From forms of development of the productive forces, these relations turn into fetters. 1. 8. That at that point an era of social revolution begins. 2. 9. That society must ultimately progress to the stage of communism where classes have ceased to exist. 10. That between capitalism and communism there must be an intervening transition period, socialism, which can only be the revolutionary dictatorship of the proletariat, etc. These 10 points barely scratch the surface of the marvelously profound scientific theory of historical materialism. All of these points, and indeed the whole doctrine of historical materialism, are presupposed by the theory Mao referred to as from the masses, to the masses, which we now also call the theory of the mass line. Properly speaking, the mass line is itself an outgrowth and extension of historical materialism. The role of the masses. Let's dwell for a moment on the third point listed above, that society and history are made by the people by the masses of the people. This, of course, along with the rest of historical materialism, goes against the received wisdom of the bourgeoisie. History is presented by them as the actions of a succession of great individuals, kings, popes, presidents, generals, millionaires, geniuses, and yes, even an occasional revolutionary leader thrown in. The living conditions and mode of existence of the mass of humanity is treated in the most cursory fashion, and if the life of the masses is seldom mentioned, how much rarer is any mention of the historical action of the masses. Young Alexander conquered India. He alone? Caesar beat the Gauls. Was there not even a cook in his army? Philip of Spain wept as his fleet was sunk and destroyed. Were there no other tears? Frederick the Great triumphed in the 7 Years' War. Who triumphed with him? Bertolt Brecht, a worker, reads History 3. For Marxists, the masses are not only the subject of history, but the makers of history. Almost any significant historical event, and certainly all the large, really important ones such as the development of an ancient civilization like Greece, the collapse of an empire like Rome, a radical change in society like the French Revolution, were the work of huge numbers of people, not a handful of geniuses or great men, though of course numerous prominent individuals were involved in each case. What the world is today is the product of millions upon millions of people, the sweat, energy, wisdom, and the shortcomings of the broad masses. Just who are the masses? Words modify their meaning with their context, and words like people and masses are no exception. But in talking of the sweep of world history, the masses are the great majority of the population. If it were not for the existence of social classes, we could say that the masses are the totality of the population. But because of the objective existence of classes and class struggle, it is more analytically useful to divide the population as a whole into two sections: the people, or the masses, who constitute the overwhelming majority in any society and who do all the work, and their enemies, the few percent of the total population who constitute the ruling class and who live off the labor of the masses. A further dichotomy, of a different kind, between the masses and their leaders can also be drawn, as we will see shortly. A method of leadership. The method of from the masses, to the masses, or in other words, the mass line, as we saw in the last chapter, is a method of leadership. It is in particular a method of leading the masses. This already implies a number of things. First, it implies that the masses need leadership for some purpose or other. This purpose is of course to wage the class struggle and carry out the social revolution. The mass line can only be understood as the basic method of leading the masses in carrying out their historical task of advancing from capitalism, and semi-feudal society in some parts of the world, through socialism, to communist society. Second, the mass line as a method of leading the masses implies a distinction between the masses and those who lead the masses, a dichotomy between the leadership and the led. Third, it implies that there are methods by which the masses can be led, and that these methods can be studied and learned. A method of leadership is necessary because leadership itself is necessary. The masses are indeed the makers of history. But if the masses were to spontaneously develop a scientific understanding of society and their role in changing it, and spontaneously organize themselves to carry out their historic task, capitalism would immediately and automatically collapse. Such idealistic spontaneity does not, of course, exist. While the basis does exist for the proletariat, because of its class position, the exploitation and oppression it suffers, to become conscious of itself and its historical role, and to organize itself and the broad masses to overthrow capitalism, these things can only happen if the correct leadership is developed and if the scientific theory of society and revolution, Marxism, Leninism, Maoism, is brought to the masses by that leadership. The masses must therefore bring forth leaders, a section of the masses must constitute itself into a vanguard which leads the whole body forward. The mass line therefore requires the existence of a center of revolutionary leadership, namely the party of the proletariat. The 3 steps in the mass line method. The tenets of historical materialism and the leadership of the proletarian party towards the revolutionary goal are the basic presuppositions of the mass line. But what exactly is the mass line itself? As we saw in the last chapter, it is the method of from the masses, to the masses. From Mao's original description of the mass line, it is apparent that it can be divided into 3 components. 1. Gathering the scattered and unsystematic ideas of the masses. 2. Concentrating these ideas into a correct line capable of advancing the revolutionary struggle. 3. Taking this line back to the masses, propagating it broadly and persistently and leading the struggle on this basis. All 3 of these steps are indispensable. Without any one of them the mass line ceases to exist and the remnant which remains is useless or even counterproductive. To understand the method of the mass line, it is therefore necessary to look into each of these 3 component parts carefully. Step 1. Gathering ideas. Step 1 is gathering the ideas of the masses. That this should be the starting point in the process is very significant. It means that among the masses are some very valuable ideas which revolutionary leaders need to learn. To recognize this is a large part of what it means to have faith in the masses. Of course, it follows from a fundamental proposition of historical materialism that we also have faith in the masses as the makers of world history and as the motive force in the revolutionary process. And of course we have faith in the ability of the masses to learn from their experiences and to grasp proletarian ideology when it is properly presented to them. But from the point of view of the mass line method, what is key is that we must first believe that the masses do have many crucially important, even indispensable ideas, which we as would-be revolutionary leaders do not yet have. We must first genuinely believe in the wisdom of the masses. But why should we believe in the wisdom of the masses? Why should we have this faith in them? Is it just some arbitrary requirement for communists similar to the doctrinal requirement for Christians that they have faith in Jesus, in the Bible, in the hereafter and in God? No, it is not an unsubstantiated point of dogma. It is based upon both concrete experience and Marxist theory, which itself is the result of practice in making revolution. Experience does in fact show that using the mass line and therefore the ideas of the masses as a starting point allows the party to advance the revolutionary struggle. There is a wealth of historical experience in the Chinese Revolution under Mao's leadership, for example, to back this up empirically. Considered from a theoretical point of view, the masses can be seen to have tremendous knowledge because it is the masses who engage in the great bulk of the human activity which results in knowledge. What is this activity? In a famous quotation, Mao rhetorically asks, "Where do correct ideas come from? Do they drop from the skies? No. Are they innate in the mind? No. They come from social practice, and from it alone. They come from 3 kinds of social practice: the struggle for production, the class struggle, and scientific experiment. It is man's social being that determines his thinking. In their social practice, men engage in various kinds of struggle and gain rich experience, both from their successes and from their failures. 4. The masses are a vast repository of correct ideas, of knowledge and wisdom, especially as concerns immediate questions of the day, precisely because the overwhelming proportion of all social practice is carried out by the masses. This is true in general, and it is also true in the revolutionary struggle in particular. But having recognized this, we must move to the other aspect of the dialectic involved here. The knowledge and wisdom of the masses, while great, is scattered and unsystematic. While it is true that among the masses there are many correct ideas, including some which are crucial to advancing the revolutionary struggle at any given time and place, it is also true that there are many incorrect ideas among the masses, including false hopes and fantasies which if followed would lead the revolutionary struggle into dead ends and disastrous defeats. Why is the knowledge of the masses so scattered, partial and unsystematic? We need mention here only a few of the reasons, such as that workers are kept chained to the job for long hours, and what free time they do have is often necessary to recoup their physical and emotional strength for the next day's work, that in addition every effort is made by the bourgeoisie to keep the training and education necessary for the scientific investigation of society out of the hands of the oppressed, and that there is an all-pervading barrage of bourgeois ideology in all its myriad forms which constantly comes down on the heads of the masses and which has a considerable effect on their thinking. It is for these reasons that the theory of scientific socialism is largely the creation of the radicalized bourgeois intelligentsia and not of the workers themselves. Neither Marx nor Lenin was a worker. All of these difficulties can be overcome because the basis exists in the material life of the proletariat to grasp and utilize a scientific understanding of its overall situation and tasks, but they can only be overcome under the organized leadership of the most far-seeing and conscious representatives of the proletariat, namely the Proletarian Party. In addition to all this, the masses do not, obviously, comprise an homogeneous group, each identical to any other. Instead, the masses are composed of different classes, in the US principally the proletariat, of course, or parts of classes, different strata and groups within classes, and many diverse individuals within the groups and strata. Social being determines consciousness, but the social being of two different people is seldom if ever completely identical. There are wide differences in education and experience. All these things contribute to differences in people's ideas and outlook, even among members of a single class, in a single area, in a single workplace, even in a single family. This is why the masses at any time and place can be viewed as being composed of three parts: the advanced, the intermediate and the backward. Furthermore, this three-way division varies from issue to issue, event to event. Someone who is generally speaking advanced may hold a backward point of view on one specific issue. It is only because a few issues are preeminent at any one time that the general divisions can be made. Every individual has his or her strengths and weaknesses, and the masses too have their shortcomings, both as a totality and dispersed among them. The masses are, as I said before, a vast repository of correct ideas, of wisdom and knowledge. But they are also a vast repository of incorrect ideas and false knowledge, whose source is primarily the bourgeoisie, their system, and the conditions of life they force on the masses. To gather the ideas of the masses is therefore to gather useful ideas and dangerous ideas, the true and the false, the relevant and the irrelevant, the correct and the erroneous. Step 2. Processing ideas. This leads us to step 2 of the mass line, concentrating the ideas of the masses into a correct line capable of advancing the revolutionary struggle. This obviously must mean picking out from all the gathered ideas of the masses those which are true, valuable, and correct, and discarding those ideas which are incorrect or irrelevant. Mao likened this to a factory processing raw materials. The factory is the revolutionary leadership, the raw materials are the ideas of the masses. Without democracy, it is impossible to sum up experience correctly. Without democracy, without ideas coming from the masses, it is impossible to formulate good lines, principles, policies, or methods. As far as the formulation of lines, principles, policies, and methods is concerned, our leading organs merely play the role of a processing plant. Everyone knows that a factory cannot do any processing without raw material. It cannot produce good finished products unless the raw material is sufficient in quantity and suitable in quality. 5. Just how is this processing done? How does the revolutionary leadership sort through the vast and contradictory views of the masses, discard the erroneous and irrelevant, and concentrate the correct and vital wisdom of the masses into a correct line capable of genuinely advancing the revolutionary struggle? This can only be done by applying the science of society and revolution, which is Marxism-Leninism-Maoism. But what can it mean to apply Marxism-Leninism-Maoism to the ideas of the masses, or to process their ideas by means of it? Does it really all boil down to replacing the ideas of the masses with the ideas of the revolutionary leaders? Or does the mass line simply amount to looking for what communists want to hear among the masses and, when we find it, seizing upon this to justify what we already want to do? Not at all. As the 1976 RCP pamphlet on the mass line says, the mass line is not a gimmick. It is not a question of taking the positive and getting rid of the negative, or building up what the communists like and knocking down the ideas they don't like. 6. The mass line is genuinely based on the correct ideas of the masses, which revolutionary leaders must learn from the masses. They do not, in general, already know them. These correct ideas are concentrated from the total accumulation of all the ideas of the masses, both those which are correct and those which are incorrect, by determining with the aid of Marxist theory, and a careful study of the objective conditions, what results these various ideas will lead to if used as the basis for action by the masses. This is the very heart of the mass line method. Since it is necessary to determine the actual results which would follow from any suggested course of action, it is necessary for the party to have a firm grasp of the actual situation the masses find themselves in. All the objective factors must be known, the relative strengths of the different class forces, the various forms of struggle which are possible in the situation, the arenas of struggle where the strength of the masses can best be brought to bear, the mood and resolve of the masses, etc. Learning these things requires, on the one hand, the closest contact with the masses, and on the other hand, an objective, scientific analysis of the situation. They require leadership experience and a knowledge of history, of similar situations in the past. They require, in short, the summation of all past revolutionary practice. The place to find this summation is precisely in Marxist theory. Genuine Marxists have always viewed Marxism as above all a guide to action and not a sterile dogma. This guidance follows from its most general precepts as well as from its more specific conclusions. As examples of the general precepts we might mention such principles as, 1. The long-term interests of the proletariat and the broad masses must take precedence over their short-term interests. 2. The interests of the proletarian movement as a whole must take precedence over the interests of any of its parts. 3. The proletariat must conquer political power through force of arms. 4. Communists must be willing to make compromises, to maneuver, and to form alliances with even unstable allies if these things promise to weaken the enemy and advance the struggle toward the revolutionary goal. And 5. Communists must unite with the relatively small number of advanced workers and rely on them to help win over the intermediate and backward workers. These are just a few principles chosen at random. There are literally hundreds of such principles which have been summarized from revolutionary practice over the decades and which are preserved in the writings of the great Marxist leaders for us to study and master. No one can possibly be worthy of revolutionary leadership without ongoing, conscientious study of such principles which the proletariat has learned through bitter struggle and paid for in blood. In addition to these general principles, there are numerous specific conclusions which Marxists have arrived at in particular circumstances. Tactics and methods that correspond to a definite time and place must also be studied as potential options for leadership in the future. But Marxist leadership is not simply a question of mastering the particular conclusions drawn from past practice. No two situations are absolutely identical, conditions change and new situations arise. Specific conclusions drawn from earlier practice may become outmoded or come into conflict with each other. People who have merely memorized the older conclusions will be at a loss as to how to proceed in the new circumstances or will lead the movement astray. This is why Marxism must be viewed as a method as well as a body of principles drawn from past practice. In analyzing a new situation, tactics used in the past must naturally be considered, but it is even more important to apply the Marxist method. This means such things as seeking truth from facts, concretely analyzing the factual conditions, and considering the various ideas of the masses in light of the general principles of Marxism. Because of the distortion of the concept by the revisionist Deng Xiaoping, a few words must be said about seeking truth from facts. Jeremy R. Barm comments that to seek truth from facts, shi shi qiu shi, a classical Chinese expression, was reinterpreted for the communist cause by Mao in his May 1941 speech Gezao Women's Swexi Reform Our Study, SW 322, in which he said, "Seek truth from facts. Facts are all the things that exist objectively, truth means their internal relations, that is, the laws governing them, and to seek means to study. Mao wrote the 4 characters Shi Shi Qiu Shi as an inscription for Qinghai Daily, Qinghai Raibao, and it was published on July 17, 1961. After the Cultural Revolution, Deng Xiaoping claimed that seeking truth from facts was the central element of Mao thought, and he used it as the philosophical basis for his own pragmatic approach to China's problems. 7. Barm neglects to note, however, that Mao's comments came in the context of urging a scientific approach to the study of Marxism-Leninism and an integration of Marxist-Leninist theory with the concrete reality of the Chinese Revolution. Mao was telling the CPC to apply Marxism-Leninism to the actual conditions the party faced in China. This is certainly not pragmatism, no matter what Deng thought. Interpreted properly, however, seeking truth from facts may well be considered a central element of Mao Zedong's thought, and even in generalized form a central element of Marxism as a whole. Cf. Lenin's comment that the living soul of Marxism is the concrete analysis of concrete conditions. See Chapter 20. Step 3, Returning Ideas to the Masses. With the aid of Marxist theory and a study of objective conditions, revolutionary leaders concentrate and systematize the correct and vital ideas of the masses. Step 3 in the mass line method is to return the concentrated ideas of the masses back to the masses in the form of political line, policies, and methods of work, propagating them broadly and persistently and leading the struggle on this basis. Why is this important? Because returning to one of the fundamental principles of historical materialism, it is the masses who are the makers of world history. It is of no use whatever for ideas, however concentrated and correct they may be, to remain in the heads of a few individuals when only the masses can make use of them to change society. Ideas are just ideas, but once they are grasped by the masses they become a material force in the form of mass action, as Marx and all Marxists since have stressed. 8. The further purpose of returning the concentrated line to the masses is to test it, to see if it actually does advance the revolutionary struggle and to what extent. If a mistake was made somewhere in the process or for some other reason the line does not lead to any advances, or if it does lead to advances for a while but then no longer, it is necessary to start the whole process over from the beginning, collecting the ideas of the masses, concentrating them with the aid of Marxist theory and returning them to the masses. The mass line is not a one-time thing, but a continuous method of advancing the revolutionary struggle step by step. Such, in brief, is what Mao called the leadership method of from the masses, to the masses, which is now also known as the mass line method of revolutionary leadership. But for anyone who actually tried to apply the mass line, this overview probably raises more questions than it answers. We must examine the subject further. 4 misconceptions and distortions of the mass line method of leadership. Another preliminary task is to briefly characterize the most common misconceptions of the mass line, since the best way to fully understand something is to contrast it with potential misunderstandings. When later we further explore various questions related to the mass line, it will be easier to see how differences over these questions can lead to fundamental error. There are lots of political errors which can appropriately be viewed as being based, at least in part, on misconceptions of the mass line. These include commandism, tailism, adventurism, sectarianism, bureaucratism, dogmatism, empiricism, pragmatism, syndicalism, etc. Of course, many of these trends involve other mistakes in addition to an incorrect understanding of the mass line, but in this essay only their relationship to the mass line will be gone into. Internal errors in applying the mass line. As an aid in sorting out all these erroneous trends and their various relationships to the mass line, I would like to first draw a distinction between 1. Errors which are primarily internal to the mass line method itself, and 2. Those which are primarily external, but still related to it. However, some people have found this section a little confusing. If so, you may wish to just jump to the chart at the end of this chapter which summarizes the 2 main ways of misinterpreting the mass line, as compared with Mao's understanding of it. To see what I am getting at here by internal errors, it is helpful to recall the remark made in Chapter 1 that quite often commentators seize upon only a single aspect of the mass line and fail to recognize its other aspects. In the last chapter, 3 basic steps in the mass line method were listed: 1. Gathering the ideas of the masses, 2. Concentrating the ideas of the masses with the aid of Marxist theory and an evaluation of the objective situation, and 3. Returning the concentrated ideas to the masses. It would be an example of an internal error in understanding, or applying, the mass line to seize upon just one or two of these steps and ignore the others, or to give undue emphasis to one step at the expense of the others. Of course, of these 3 steps, the third is least likely to be ignored by anyone consciously seeking to apply a method of leadership to lead. Some kind of line must be put out to the masses, and therefore the most common errors here are to seize upon the first step and ignore the second, or vice versa. Rightist internal errors. It is a rightist error to recognize the first step in the mass line method but not the second. Someone holding this view of the mass line understands the importance of gathering the ideas of the masses but fails to recognize the necessity of processing these ideas with the aid of Marxist theory. Of course, there must still be some method of choosing between the various contradictory views of the masses which have been gathered. Since for these rightists the choice is not made on the basis of Marxist theory, it has to be made on some other basis, which often means choosing whichever view the majority of the masses support. This conception of the mass line, which I will call the bourgeois populist conception, can be characterized by the slogan "Whatever the masses already understand and want to do is right." This idealizes the masses and as much as views the majority as infallible. The Marxist view, in contrast, is that while among the masses there exist many important correct ideas, these are by no means always shared by the majority. In general, such vital ideas are first held only by a few people, and only after the full application of the mass line, including wide and persistent propagation of these concentrated correct ideas among the masses, will the majority come to share these ideas. A concomitant rightist view is that the mass line is simply a set of techniques for mobilizing the masses. Such a characterization makes it sound like anybody, even the bourgeoisie, could use the mass line. This is akin to bourgeois populism in that it also leaves out step 2 of the 3-part mass line method, processing the ideas of the masses with the aid of Marxist theory. The bourgeoisie is obviously not going to be able to do this, nor will they want to. It is important to recognize that there is a technique to the mass line, a technique which has to be mastered. But part of this technique involves the application of Marxist theory to process the ideas of the masses. To speak of the technique of the mass line in opposition to employing Marxist theory is absurd. See Chapter 35. The bourgeois populist conception of the mass line is clearly tailist, since it follows after the majority of the masses instead of leading them. It turns the notion of a vanguard party into a joke. It likewise is guilty of empiricism and pragmatism in that it denies that Marxist scientific knowledge exists which is higher than mere mass opinion. It reduces the mass line to an opinion poll, and the role of the communist to that of George Gallup. Leftist internal errors. The opposite of this is the leftist error of recognizing the second step in the mass line method but not the first. As with the bourgeois populist conception, this really means distorting the step it recognizes as well, since you can't very well process the gathered ideas of the masses if you haven't gathered any. This view does, however, recognize the centrality and importance of Marxist theory, and it may also recognize the importance of objective conditions in determining a correct line and course of action. But it fails to recognize that it is the ideas of the masses which form the raw material and starting place for the mass line method, and that the role of Marxist theory and the analysis of objective conditions in the mass line is to process these ideas. The core of this misconception of the mass line, which I will call the sectarian dogmatist conception, is the notion that correct ideas do not come from the masses but exclusively from the vanguard party itself. According to this view, the workers are not capable of originating ideas which can advance the struggle, except possibly on minor questions of tactics, etc., but only of grasping ideas put forward by communists. And thus the first step of the mass line insofar as it is recognized at all is reduced to merely checking with the masses to see how well they have grasped the ideas which communists have been presenting to them. This sectarian dogmatist conception might be characterized by the slogan, "Follow us, we have all the answers." Besides the obvious arrogance and dogmatism, this leads to bureaucratism and commandism. This in turn alienates the masses and leads to isolation and sectarianism. In socialist society it leads to the oppression of the masses and fosters the development of a new state bourgeoisie. Philosophically it represents the sin of rationalism, which here takes form as the view that the proletarian party somehow, spontaneously, develops every necessary correct idea, or even the view that all such ideas are already known by the party. External errors in applying the mass line. I have characterized the bourgeois populist and sectarian dogmatist conceptions as errors which are primarily internal to the mass line method, which result from undue emphasis on one of its aspects at the expense of another. By external errors I mean conceptions of the mass line which result from an inadequate appreciation of the place of the mass line method in the overall revolutionary process, that is, an incorrect understanding of the relations between the mass line and other important revolutionary activities. Rightist external errors. As with the internal errors, the rightist external errors are the most common and hence the most pernicious. Perhaps the most widespread example of this is the failure to understand the proper relationship between the mass line and Marxist agitation and propaganda. The starting place for the mass line method itself is the various ideas of the masses, and through the application of the mass line the revolutionary leadership seeks to change the prevailing ideas among the masses as a whole, to bring them into line with the concentrated views of what is originally the minority about how to advance the struggle. But all this is only one aspect of revolutionary work. Another aspect is constant agitation and propaganda, the constant education of the masses in the revolutionary outlook of Marxism-Leninism-Maoism. The goal of Marxist agitation and propaganda in its most general sense, as contrasted to its more limited goal in step 3 of the mass line method, is to bring the ideas of the masses into line with the whole of scientific revolutionary theory, Marxism, and not simply into line with what part of the masses already correctly understand to be a step forward in the revolutionary struggle. It may be helpful at this point to note that there are two different relations between Marxist theory and the mass line method. One of these relations is as an integral part of the mass line method itself, namely in step 2 of the three-step procedure outlined above, the processing of the ideas of the masses by means of Marxist theory. The other relation is external to the mass line process, though central to revolutionary work as a whole. Mao remarked that to overthrow a political power, it is always necessary first of all to create public opinion, to do work in the ideological sphere. How is public opinion created? Through agitation and propaganda, of course. The importance of this is stressed by Lenin. The principal content of the activity of our party organization, the focus of this activity, should be work that is both possible and essential in the period of a most powerful revolutionary outbreak as well as in the period of complete calm, namely, work of political agitation, connected throughout Russia, illuminating all aspects of life, and conducted among the broadest possible strata of the masses. 2. Marxist theory must guide this agitation and propaganda, and this is in fact the most important role of Marxist theory in revolutionary work, though by no means its only role. The relation of Marxist theory to agitation and propaganda is a relation which is external to the mass line method itself, though as just mentioned there is also an internal relation between Marxist theory and the mass line. In saying that agitation, and propaganda, bear an external relation to the mass line, I am not denying the close connection which should always exist between the mass line and Marxist agitation. But the point is to conceptually differentiate the two so that neither gets ignored. The most common rightist external error in connection with the mass line is in fact to downplay or forget agitation and to consider that since Marxist theory is employed in the mass line method itself there is no need for its independent employment in agitation and propaganda. Marxist agitation is thus reduced to, and identified with, the third step of the mass line method itself, broadly propagating the concentrated ideas of the masses to the masses. This is to confuse the educational role of Marxist theory with its role in political leadership. It is, in Lenin's phrase, to confound politics with pedagogics. 3. This is also a kind of tailism and empiricism, and of a much more profound sort than is exemplified by rightist errors internal to the mass line method. Leftist external errors. There are also external errors in the opposite direction. Sometimes even those who genuinely favor Marxist agitation and propaganda view such work as being the same thing as applying the mass line. In effect, this is to abandon the mass line method of leadership, since it is not seen as adding anything to the work already encompassed under agitation and propaganda. This leftist error also amounts to confounding politics with pedagogics, of viewing political leadership as nothing more than Marxist education. In fact, revolutionary leadership is a lot more than this, though to be sure, agitation and propaganda form the indispensable foundation for correct leadership. Both the left and right error here come from not recognizing that while political education and political leadership are obviously intimately connected, they are distinct processes, neither of which can replace the other. They both identify Marxist agitation and propaganda with the mass line method of leadership, one resulting in the emasculation of Marxist agitation, the other resulting in the emasculation of the mass line and leadership in general. The relation between internal and external errors. The purpose of distinguishing internal and external errors in applying the mass line is to help clarify the different ways in which it is possible to go wrong. But in real life, internal and external errors are most often combined and intermingled. Someone who makes a serious rightist error, for example, is probably not simply showing a momentary aberration but an underlying rightist outlook which will lead to other kinds of rightist errors as well. This is why rooting out an error is apt to be a much more difficult job than merely addressing the one concrete point of disagreement. Erroneous outlooks, like icebergs, are mostly below the surface. This is true even when those making the error attempt to be open and above board with their views. It is why political disagreements among revolutionaries should always be hashed out in depth, and why it is wrong to abandon the line struggle at the moment when those holding the erroneous outlook first change their minds about the specific point which gave rise to the discussion. The discussion should always be pursued further in order to discover what underlying outlook gave rise to the specific disagreement in the first place. In this connection, I might mention my law of dribbling corrections, which seems at least as valid in politics and social science as it is in natural science. If any false theory is finally recognized as completely erroneous by those who have upheld it, this will only be done gradually, one small point at a time. Corollary, the public confession of such errors will be even more gradual. The bourgeois populist distortion of the mass line typically involves downplaying Marxist agitation and propaganda, as well as failing to process the ideas of the masses with the aid of Marxist theory. Similarly, the sectarian dogmatist distortion of the mass line involves more than just failing to base the mass line on the ideas of the masses. By concentrating exclusively on Marxist education, it means in effect giving up Marxist leadership of the masses altogether. Thus, by and large, the main errors associated with attempting to apply the mass line are encompassed by one or the other of these two opposite distortions, bourgeois populism and sectarian dogmatism. 3. Interpretations of the mass line. Interpretation I. Sectarian dogmatist. Interpretation 2. Maoist interpretation 3. Bourgeois populist. Interpretation. Procedure. Gather and sum up the scattered and unsystematic ideas of the masses to determine what various sections understand and what various actions they want to take. Gather and sum up the scattered and unsystematic ideas of the masses to determine what most of them understand and what action, if any, most of them want to take. Formulate a program of action based, supposedly, on the theory of MLM, the worldwide experience of the proletariat, and an analysis of the objective conditions. Actually, in practice, this amounts to basing such action only on the ideas in the minds of the formulators. Concentrate these ideas with the aid of MLM and an analysis of the objective conditions into a correct line capable of advancing the revolutionary struggle, by analyzing concretely what the various ideas of the masses would result in if made the basis for action. Leave these ideas as they are. Take this line to the masses, propagate it broadly, and lead the struggle on this basis. Take this line back to the masses, propagate it broadly, and lead the struggle on this basis. Take this line back to the masses, propagate it broadly, and lead the struggle on this basis. Compatibility with MLM, propaganda, and agitation compatible, but in practice MLM propaganda and agitation are often toned down in a futile attempt to avoid the inevitable results of this method. Fully compatible and based on the assumption that MLM propaganda and agitation are always vigorously carried on. Compatible, presumably, but likely to be minimal or absent in practice. Slogan: we have all the answers, follow us. From the masses, to the masses. Whatever the masses already understand and want is right. Political characterization: left deviation. Correct line. Right deviation, revisionism. Leadership characterization: adventurism, arrogance, commandism. Marxist-Leninist Maoist leadership. Tailism. Underlying. Philosophical theory: rationalism, dogmatism. Dialectical materialism and the Marxist theory of knowledge. Empiricism, pragmatism. Result: isolation and alienation from the masses. Defeat. Revolutionary movement generally growing and developing. Victory. Aimless drift, masses led into ambushes and dead ends. Defeat. 5. Who are the masses? We cannot speak intelligently of the mass line unless we have some idea of who the masses are. You can look up the word masses in a dictionary where you will find definitions such as, the whole people, ordinary people, the great body of people as contrasted with the upper classes, the working classes, the proletariat and the lower social orders. But of course these definitions differ somewhat among themselves, which merely shows that the word masses, like most words, is used in various different ways in ordinary speech. However, just as the word mass receives a single definite meaning in physics, a meaning which is in fact dependent upon overall physical theory, so in genuine social science historical materialism does the word masses receive a definite meaning which is dependent upon the overall scientific theory of Marxism. The masses are composed of classes and strata. The predominant level of social analysis in Marxist theory is that of social classes, which are, approximately, groups of people having a common relationship to the means of production. 1. Thus, not only is society as a whole analyzed in terms of classes, but so are subsections of the population such as the masses. Specifically, Marxism divides all of society into various social classes in accordance with the level of development of the class society in question, and then separates these various classes into two groups, the masses, or, the people, and the enemy. The masses are the social classes which represent progress and social development in accordance with the Marxist theory of historical materialism, while the enemy is the class, or classes, whose vested interests lie in the preservation of the given stage of society and who oppose any further social development. It is in the interests of the masses to make revolution, while it is in the interests of the enemy class, e.s., to oppose revolution. In capitalist society it is the proletariat which is the most revolutionary class, the staunchest and most resolute, the only class which has nothing to lose and everything to gain by advancing society to socialism and then communism. For this reason it is the proletariat which forms the core of the masses, its central and leading component. Similarly it is the capitalist class, the bourgeoisie, which has the most to lose by the destruction of capitalist society and its replacement by communism, and therefore it is the bourgeoisie which forms the core of the enemy camp. All other classes are faced with the choice of adhering to one or the other of these two poles, and generally show ambivalence and vacillation in doing so. Consequently the masses/enemy dichotomy is not quite so clean as implied above, since in the case of the intermediate classes some sections will belong to the masses and other sections will form part of the enemy camp. In the US, for example, the large petty bourgeoisie is split, with some sections and individuals siding, at least potentially, with the proletariat thus counting as part of the masses and other sections and individuals siding with the bourgeoisie and thus counting as part of the enemy. Even the proletariat and bourgeoisie themselves have individual traitors and defectors from their ranks to the other side. Nevertheless, the overall picture can only be comprehended when the masses are understood in terms of classes and strata, sections of classes, namely, in the US today, the proletariat and its allies from other classes, and when the enemy is understood as the bourgeoisie and its allies from other classes. The masses and the enemy are therefore strategic concepts. It is irrelevant that the masses, including most of the proletariat, are for long periods unconscious of their revolutionary interests and historical role. What matters is that when the masses do become conscious of these things, society will be changed. Thus the conscious revolutionary forces at the present time amount to only a tiny part of the masses, but from a strategic point of view it is nevertheless the broad masses that are the indispensable force which will make the revolution. The masses will be able to make revolution because of their strength of numbers. They comprise the great majority of the population and because they are the ones who actually make society function, since it is the masses who do all the work, produce all the goods and provide all the services. The bourgeoisie amounts to only a couple % of the population, and even adding in its probable allies from the petty bourgeoisie doesn't change the fact that the enemy is a tiny minority. In a mother imperialist country, the enemy is a relatively larger percentage of the population than in the Third World. This is because of the extra riches sucked into the imperialist center from around the world, and the greater success the bourgeoisie has in buying off or otherwise winning over sections of other classes. But even so, the enemy is still a small part of the population. But for a contrasting diachronic view of the situation, see below. Its rule is maintained through ideological domination on the one hand and through armed force on the other. As Lenin put it, the bourgeoisie rules by means of the priest and the gendarme. But the ultimate armed force, the army, is comprised predominantly of working-class soldiers. Thus, no matter how solid their rule may appear at any particular time, historically speaking it is extremely precarious. When in a time of severe economic crisis and or war the bourgeoisie loses its ideological grip on the masses, and a revolutionary party, which has already made some headway among them, steps forward to lead the masses in revolt, their army will split and crumble, insurrection and civil war will defeat the bourgeoisie and their allies and lackeys. A diachronic view of the masses. So far I have been speaking of the masses as if it were a concept that remains unchanged through time, at least within a given historical period. This synchronic view of masses is in fact its basic meaning, its meaning in the strategic sense already discussed. But the concept masses can also be viewed diachronically, as a category which changes through time. This is most obvious when we consider who the masses are in a completely different historical situation than our own, say in slave society in ancient times, or in the period of the new democratic revolution in China which Mao led to victory in 1949. In the later case the masses had a different composition, even definition, than in an advanced capitalist country such as the US. The main difference there was that the peasantry made up the great bulk of the masses, even though the proletariat was still its leading core in the ideological sense. In the former case, ancient slave society, no proletariat, properly speaking, even existed, nor bourgeoisie either. The masses were made up of the slaves and a section of the class of free men who formed their allies, while the enemy was the class of aristocratic slave owners together with the other section of free men who aspired to the aristocracy or at least feared slave uprisings. In speaking of the masses in ancient society we are of course applying a modern analytical concept which did not exist at that time. Whether there was an analogous concept in Greek or Latin, for example, I don't know, though I doubt it very much. Slaves were not generally considered as part of the people at all. 3. Less obvious perhaps is the diachronic use of the category the masses within a single historical period. Lenin explains that the concept of masses is one that changes in accordance with the changes in the nature of the struggle. At the beginning of the struggle it took only a few thousand genuinely revolutionary workers to warrant talk of the masses. In the history of our movement, and of our struggle against the Mensheviks, you will find many examples where several thousand workers in a town were enough to give a clearly mass character to the movement. When the revolution has been sufficiently prepared, the concept masses becomes different. Several thousand workers no longer constitute the masses. The concept of masses undergoes a change so that it implies the majority, and not simply a majority of the workers alone, but a majority of all the exploited. 4. The issue of whether a majority of the masses must invariably be won to the side of the revolution before the seizure of power will be discussed later in the book. Whichever way we finally decide on that issue, it remains true that the strategic concept of the masses includes the great majority of the population, even though at any point in the struggle a portion of the masses, and sometimes quite a large portion, will be temporarily siding with the enemy. If that much were not true, the whole class struggle would be over immediately. Lenin is arguing in the above quote that it is certainly correct to speak of demonstrations and actions by the masses in the early stages of the revolutionary struggle, even though only a few thousand non-party people take part in them. It is correct because the actions of these thousands represent what is arising and developing, because they are the early movement of a small part of the masses which foreshadows the movement of the majority, because it shows that some of the masses have already been won to conscious revolutionary action, and because they are actions which go beyond the activity of the party, a highly organized but handful of people, relatively speaking. But Lenin is also insisting that strategically the masses can only be viewed as the overwhelming majority of the exploited, and that in speaking of revolution by the masses we are speaking of the action of millions, not thousands. One can say either, 1. That the word masses has two senses: first, a fundamental, strategic sense in which it refers to 90% of the population, and second, a derivative sense in which it refers to a part of this 90% which represents the potential and future of the whole, or 2, that the word masses always means the same 90% of the population, in a given historical epoch, and that a phrase such as a demonstration by the masses totaling 3,000 people, is elliptical for a more precise formulation such as a demonstration by a part of the masses, representing the interests of the masses as a whole, totaling 3,000 people. I prefer the second formulation, but either way it amounts to the same thing and should not be allowed to lead to the kind of confusion and error which Lenin found necessary to expose and attack. Class analysis. In order to make revolution, a much more careful and detailed class analysis must be made than I am attempting here. It is not enough to say, for example, who the masses are in an overall strategic sense. Further analysis must determine which sections of the masses, and even which sections of the proletariat, are most open to revolutionary ideas, and where the proletarian party should concentrate its forces. A start towards such an analysis was made by the Revolutionary Communist Party for the period around 1981. 5. However, since then the RCP has degenerated, as we will discuss later in the book, and in addition over the decades there have been substantial changes in the makeup and precise characteristics of the class structure of the United States. For reasons such as these, a good Marxist-Leninist Maoist class analysis should not be viewed as something that only needs to be done once. Instead, as social conditions change, the question of the appropriate class analysis for a given society needs to be periodically revisited and reinvestigated. One of the essential points to grasp is that in the imperialist countries, and the US in particular, a section of the workers themselves has been embourgeoised, granted some major concessions by the bourgeoisie so that they also have something of a stake in the current system. Not only is there a labor aristocracy, but large sections of the unionized industrial proletariat and other workers in certain service industries, example computer programmers, are distinctly better off than the lower-level basic proletarians. Because the economic situation of these various strata of the workers differs so greatly, their ideology also differs. The basic proletariat, made up of those who truly have nothing to lose but their chains, is of course the most fertile ground for revolutionary ideas and consequently for the application of the mass line method of revolutionary leadership. The reason why the bourgeoisie has been able to partially buy off a section of the masses is that capitalism has become a world economic system. With the advent of capitalist imperialism, the struggle between the workers and the capitalists has become more international than ever. To a major extent, even a proper class analysis can only be made on a world scale. The masses in the third world countries have become more oppressed and exploited, partly in order that the imperialists may grant more concessions to their workers in the mother countries and thus keep things more stable at home. This makes revolution in the imperialist countries more difficult, but it accelerates the development of the objective conditions for revolution in the imperialist-dominated third world countries. Increased stability at home means decreased stability in the empire. All this does not mean, however, that revolution is impossible in the imperialist countries until it has completely triumphed in the third world. For one thing, the imperialists will have to constantly be fighting neocolonial wars, and the struggle against imperialist war can become a revolutionary issue at home, as it did with the Vietnam War. In addition to this, there is still the possibility of an inter-imperialist world war, despite the temporary easing of tensions with the collapse of the Soviet brand of state capitalism, and major economic collapse. Since about 1970, the economy has been kept afloat by mushrooming debt, on the one hand, and by pushing down large sections of the workers, on the other hand. Neither of these can continue indefinitely without leading to an explosion. It is particularly ironic that the imperialists should have come to the point that they must start taking back the crumbs they have been using to buy off a section of the workers. We have entered a period where the embourgeoised proletariat is beginning to be reproletarianized. While it is reasonable to expect that revolution in the third world in the immediate future is more probable than revolution in the Western imperialist countries, no one can be certain of exactly how events will unfold. It is the duty of revolutionaries everywhere to constantly work for revolution, and try to be ready for the opportunity if it should suddenly materialize. The advanced, intermediate and backward masses. The masses, encompassing as they do the greatest part of the population, and diverse classes and strata such as the proletariat, part of the petty bourgeoisie, and part of the lumpenproletariat, and coming from widely scattered localities, having vast differences in background, experience, education, etc., are bound to show many different levels of political consciousness. As many divisions can be made here as suits your purpose, the advanced and the backward, or the very active, those just beginning to move, and the inactive, and so forth. 6. One could list 10 or 20 levels of consciousness, experience, and or activity if one chose. Generally, however, it has proven most useful to conceptually divide the masses into three parts: the relatively advanced, the intermediate, and the relatively backward. 7. This can be done either with respect to a specific social question or issue, such as people's varying attitudes toward the oppression of women, or in general, that is, with respect to their understanding of their overall situation and class interests and their general revolutionary consciousness. Of course, the consciousness of individuals and also of the masses as a whole changes with time as a result of their experiences and the ideological class struggle. Likewise, who we consider to be advanced or backward will also change with the situation. The fact that the masses are never a uniform, homogeneous mass 8 has extremely important implications. It explains both why the mass line is possible and why it is necessary. The mass line is possible because among the masses there are individuals with correct ideas about how to move the revolutionary struggle forward in a given situation. The mass line is necessary, because most commonly at first, only a few people hold correct ideas, and these ideas must be collected, identified as correct, and then popularized among the masses as a whole before they can be made effective use of. If the masses were uniformly advanced, the mass line and leadership in general would be unnecessary. If the masses were uniformly backward, the mass line would be impossible, and so would revolution. The mass line is based on actual reality, neither idealizing the masses nor belittling them. It recognizes their differences both in overall consciousness and with respect to specific ideas about how to advance the revolutionary struggle, and makes use of the advanced ideas of some of the masses to help educate and lead the masses as a whole. The masses and the party. The fundamental division in society is between the masses and the enemy. Looking at things from this overall point of view, the proletarian party is part of the masses. However, as we have seen, the masses are by no means homogeneous, being composed of some more advanced and more active people, some intermediate, and some relatively backward or inactive. The very most advanced and active will organize themselves into a leading body, the proletarian party. This party plays such an important role in the revolutionary process, and its relationship to the rest of the masses is of such a crucial nature, that it is customary to distinguish the two and reserve the term the masses for the rest of the masses other than the proletarian party. In other words, in addition to the fundamental dichotomy between the masses and the enemy, there is a second dichotomy between the masses and the party. This subsidiary distinction is of course of a completely different character. Instead of two irreconcilable, antagonistic poles, it is a distinction within a single political pole between the most advanced detachment and the rest, between the leadership and the led. 6. Have faith in the masses. I am the people, the mob, the crowd, the mass. Do you know that all the great work of the world is done through me? Carl Sandburg, 1. One of Mao's frequent exhortations to the members of the Communist Party of China, back when it really was a communist party, was to have faith in the masses. He expressed this in the strongest terms. Firm faith in the majority of the masses, and first and foremost in the majority of the basic masses, the workers and peasants. This is our fundamental point of departure. 2. Mao not only expressed this view constantly but consistently demonstrated it in practice over the course of his lifelong revolutionary activity. But what exactly does this phrase faith in the masses mean? Faith is a word with several ordinary meanings. In religious discourse it generally refers to the acceptance of various points of dogma, such as the existence of God or the authority of the Bible as God's word, despite the absence of rational reasons for doing so, or even in the face of rational reasons to the contrary. As Martin Luther insisted, faith must trample underfoot all reason, sense, and understanding. 3. However, in many other contexts faith is by no means an irrational concept. If you have a close buddy who has repeatedly come to your aid when you needed help, it makes perfectly good, rational sense to have faith in such a friend. Indeed, it would be irrational not to have this kind of faith. It is this rational faith we are speaking of in reference to the masses. As the RCP expressed it, back in 1976 when it claimed to support the idea of the mass line. The mass line means, first of all, relying on the masses of people in the struggle, or as is sometimes said, having faith in the masses. But this is not the same thing as religious faith, which amounts to a false leap away from rational scientific knowledge to a realm which, by definition, is unknown and unknowable to man and which, in reality, does not exist. The communist principle of relying on, having faith in the masses is the exact opposite of this. It is based on an analysis of the real world as it actually is, materialism, and as it develops through the struggle of opposing forces and basically through the internal contradictions within things, in nature and society dialectics. 4. In what respects is it rational to have faith in the masses? As infallible? As omniscient? As inevitably triumphant in every battle? No, none of these. But we can identify several respects in which communists have fully justified rational faith in the masses. 1. We have faith in the masses as the makers of history. The struggles of the masses may be successful or unsuccessful in this or that battle. But history shows that the masses of people have the power to fundamentally change society and that only the masses have this power. It was the power of the masses under bourgeois leadership, to be sure, which destroyed Western feudalism and gave rise to capitalism. And the Bolshevik Revolution, the Chinese Revolution and other 20th-century proletarian upsurges demonstrated, even if these advances were later temporarily reversed, that it is the masses this time under proletarian leadership who will destroy bourgeois society and institute communism. 2. We have faith in the ability of the masses to grasp proletarian revolutionary ideas and to organize themselves with the help of communist leadership. We don't view the masses as all-knowing and already possessing all truth. but we have faith that the combination of their experience and our hard work in agitation and education, if we do it correctly, will result in great changes in the ideas and organization of the masses. 3. And we have faith in the wisdom of the masses, in their ability to create and discover means to advance the class struggle as well as the struggle for production and for scientific knowledge. The masses originate a constant stream of ideas about what to do, some good, some not so good. Communists have faith in the masses as by far the greatest source of the raw material of ideas which, when processed with the aid of Marxism-Leninism-Maoism, results in the most rational program of action. The rational basis for this faith is the same as the two previous elements of faith, namely actual real-life experience. The masses have over and over proved they have this wisdom and creative ability whenever revolutionary leaders were themselves wise enough to seek it out and utilize it. It is of course possible to have various kinds of irrational faith in the masses, which is completely akin to religious faith. Anarchists have faith that the masses can wage victorious struggle without organizing themselves and without the leadership of a proletarian party despite a wealth of disastrous experience to the contrary. Bourgeois populists have faith in whatever ideas happen to prevail among the masses at a given time again despite any number of cases which show that at times the majority can be very badly mistaken. On the other hand, there are also revolutionaries who lack the rational faith in the masses which they should have. Many terrorists lack faith in the ability of the masses to make revolution and therefore step forward in a vainglorious and foolhardy attempt to make revolution for them. But it is the third element of rational faith mentioned above, faith in the wisdom and ideas of the masses, which is most often lacking among revolutionaries, and which when lacking prevents any real appreciation and application of the mass line method of leadership on their part. Sectarian dogmatists don't have faith in the wisdom of the masses, don't recognize that the masses do have some very important ideas about how to advance the struggle, and are therefore completely unable to discover and make use of those ideas. Anybody who lacks faith in the wisdom of the masses will never be able to understand, much less use, the mass line. 7. The initiative, creativity, and ideas of the masses. Marxists going back to Marx and Engels themselves have always had tremendous respect for the wisdom of the masses, for their creativity and abilities, for the initiative of which they are capable, and for the important ideas they originate. For example, Engels commented in a letter, "You speak of an absence of uniform insight. This exists but on the part of the intellectuals who stem from the aristocracy and the bourgeoisie and who do not suspect how much they still have to learn from the workers." 1. Of course it is true that unanimity among the masses on an important current issue is always an illusion, and generally an illusion brought about either by the lack of sufficient investigation or the suppression of contrary views. True mass unanimity is found only on historical matters, questions that have long since been settled. But the main thrust of Engels' statement above is completely correct. Revolutionary intellectuals tend to be ignorant of how much they still have to learn from the workers. Initiative, creativity, ideas of the masses, there are several related, but slightly different, attributes here, each of which should be discussed individually. First, Marx himself and other great Marxist leaders frequently refer to the historical initiative of the masses. They mean by this phrase the revolutionary exertion of the masses, the actual taking of history into their own hands. Marx expressed his faith in the historical initiative of the masses in the very first sentence of the General Rules of the International Working Men's Association, where he wrote, "The emancipation of the working classes must be conquered by the working classes themselves." 2. And this was no mere pious window dressing. At one point Marx and Engels threatened to disassociate themselves from the German Social Democratic Party if that party changed its perspective on this key question, as Bernstein and other revisionists urged. 3. And indeed, as Lenin remarked, the historical initiative of the masses was what Marx prized above everything else. 4. In setting the terms of struggle for the Cultural Revolution, Mao expressed the same point of view beautifully. In the great proletarian Cultural Revolution, the only method is for the masses to liberate themselves, and any method of doing things in their stead must not be used. Trust the masses, rely on them and respect their initiative. 5. But naturally it is not only in the overall historical sense that the masses take the initiative, many smaller steps toward revolution are also initiated by the masses. In fact, what is the historical initiative of the masses but an enormous conglomeration of particular revolutionary initiatives? What is a revolution but an enormous conglomeration of individual revolutionary actions carried out more or less in coordination with each other? It stands to reason that if the masses are actually capable of liberating themselves in the overall historical sense, they must also be capable of taking all the many small steps which together constitute this larger undertaking. In short, you cannot truly recognize the historical initiative of the masses if you fail to recognize the millions of individual revolutionary initiatives which inevitably arise from the masses in revolutionary times. Now it is obvious that there are also many non-revolutionary or reformist initiatives from the masses, which tend to predominate during non-revolutionary times. There are even some anti-revolutionary initiatives to contend with. Some people draw false conclusions from these facts, such as that the initiatives of the masses are always suspect and not to be trusted, that mass initiatives are inevitably reformist, that there is no use examining these initiatives in hopes of finding important ones, and so forth. It is also true that right opportunists seize upon the predominance of reformist initiatives from the masses during non-revolutionary times, or in lulls between revolutionary storms, as an argument against revolutionary activity either by the party or by a part of the masses. Lenin spoke to this when he said, "The slogan workers' independent activity is again being misused by people who worship the lower forms of activity and ignore the higher forms of really social democratic communist independent activity, the really revolutionary initiative of the proletariat itself." 6. The significance and usefulness of the initiatives of the masses can thus be distorted in either leftist or rightist ways, but there is nothing very remarkable about that. After all, what tenet of Marxism is not open to both kinds of opportunist distortions? The initiatives of the masses form one of the main sources of raw material for the mass line method. And here we must emphasize that it is not so much how the masses themselves initially view their own initiatives, or what significance, if any, they ascribe to their actions. What really counts is the objective importance these initiatives possess in advancing the revolutionary struggle, and the potential objective significance of future actions of the same sort. This is something that can be best determined by concrete analysis in the light of Marxist theory, i.e. by applying the mass line. In non-revolutionary times it is generally the case that particular and local initiatives by the masses are not conscious steps in an overall plan, revolutionary or otherwise. It may happen that a particular incident will spontaneously set off some mass activity, as when the attempted firing of a militant worker leads to an immediate walkout, or a police murder of an African American man leads to a ghetto explosion. The masses who initiate these responses to life under capitalism may view them in different ways as revolutionary actions, as demands for reform, or in many cases they may not have had a chance to think through the full significance of their initiatives at all. Often different people involved in the very same action will view the significance of that action in vastly different ways. And much of the time it is not until long after an action is over that the various final summations of its significance are made. But the main point for the mass line method is that it is vitally important to study all the initiatives of the masses in the class struggle, regardless of how the masses feel about them at the time, in order to discover the best ways to advance toward revolution. The ideas of the masses are the primary raw material for the mass line. The creativity of the masses in the class struggle is expressed in two main ways: 1, through their novel initiatives and actions, and 2, through their ideas for action. By no means all ideas can be immediately acted on. Usually one or more factors is missing: the proper objective conditions, the necessary preparations, the necessary leadership, the right stimulus, and so forth. But that does not mean that these ideas are unimportant. When all factors are in place, these ideas can be social dynamite, and conversely, even if all factors are in place, in the absence of the right idea nothing happens, or at least nothing positive. Thus an even bigger source of raw material for the mass line method than studying the initiatives of the masses lies in studying their ideas about how to wage the class struggle. There are a number of important reasons for revolutionaries to be among the masses and to listen attentively to their views, but the potential for applying the mass line method to these ideas and using some of them as the basis for revolutionary action is surely one of the most important of these reasons. One of the central themes of this essay is that revolutionaries absolutely must pay close attention to the ideas of the masses if they are to successfully lead the revolution. Unfortunately, many very sincere and dedicated revolutionaries simply do not understand this. They have come to view the ideas of the masses as not only different from their own but as antagonistic to their own, and recognize only the need to change the ideas of the masses to teach the masses and not the need to change their own ideas to learn from the masses. Closely connected with this failure is an undialectical view of the proletarian party and its political line, which will be discussed later on, see especially chapters 10 and 31. I have said that the two main sources of raw material for the mass line method are the ideas of the masses and the initiatives of the masses, and that of these the first is the primary source. But of course, even behind any initiative is an implicit idea, the idea that a certain definite sort of action is appropriate in that actual situation and that the action should be organized or executed in certain specific ways, etc. This implicit idea must be made explicit, raised to the level of conscious rational knowledge, before the lessons of that initiative can be generalized and applied in the future. Therefore it is correct to say that it is the ideas of the masses, both their conscious ideas and the ideas implicit in their spontaneous initiatives and actions, which form the raw material for the mass line method of revolutionary leadership. Some people seem to think that it is some kind of idealism to give such emphasis to people's ideas instead of, say, to their experiences or social situation. It is perfectly true that ideas are generated precisely through people's experience and situation, but this in no way changes the fact that it is ideas we are looking for as raw material for the mass line. It is important to know people's experience and socio-economic situation in detail as two of the central parts of knowing the overall objective situation, and the objective situation must be known in order to properly evaluate the ideas of the masses. But still it must be insisted that the raw material of the mass line method is the explicit and implicit ideas of the masses and nothing else. Some revolutionaries do not want to view things this way, however, because they wish to downplay the importance of the ideas of the masses and to overemphasize the significance of the ideas already enshrined in the party line and the role the party in relation to the role of the masses. There is thus a tendency in some quarters to reinterpret the raw material of the mass line as not ideas, but rather the masses' experience, mood, level of political maturity, and the like. Again, it is not that these things are unimportant, but just that the mass line is also important and the mass line has no place to begin without the raw material of the masses' ideas. Can the masses develop communist ideas? This brings us to another point, about just what sort of ideas the masses can be expected to spontaneously develop. In What is to be Done? Lenin said the masses under capitalism are spontaneously capable of only trade union consciousness. 7. But if this is true, doesn't it mean that basing our actions on the ideas of the masses will inevitably restrict us to mere trade union activity and not revolutionary activity? No, it does not. This criticism of the mass line was raised by some Soviet revisionists, and will be discussed again briefly when we consider their views. See chapter 36. But it is especially worth discussing this criticism since not only revisionists but also some members of genuine communist organizations seem to think along these same lines. Lenin did say that the masses were spontaneously capable of only trade union, or low-level economic, consciousness, and in this Lenin was completely correct, as history has shown over and over again. There is an interesting discussion by the sinologist Edward Hammond of what is termed Lenin's Koskayan formulations in What is to be Done. 8. Hammond relates this issue to a fundamental epistemological view of Marxism, that the educator must also be educated, and that it is wrong to set up part of society as superior to the whole from the point of view of changing society. See chapter 30 for more on this. Hammond says that Lenin reflects the strong, old-style materialist dualism of Koskay, but that the young revolutionary may be excused for appealing to the then world-famous defender of Marxist orthodoxy. I will only go along with this analysis as far as to admit that Lenin's, and perhaps Koskai's, formulations have been misinterpreted and misused by some Marxists. I believe that my resolution, which follows below, of the apparent contradiction between Lenin's views in what is to be done, and Marxist epistemology championed by not only Marx and Engels, but also by Lenin and Mao, and which forms the theoretical basis for the mass line, is more dialectical, and quite adequate. If Lenin had disagreed with the point of view in Marx's third thesis on Feuerbach, he would have been wrong. But I don't believe Lenin did disagree with it. He was too much of a dialectician himself. It is worth noting that in 1939 Trotsky also criticized Lenin's What is to be Done, on this score, arguing against the biased nature, and therefore the erroneousness of the notion that socialist consciousness must be brought to the proletariat from the outside. 9. It is not too surprising that Trotsky, who never mastered dialectics, would take this position. As I said, Lenin did argue that the masses were spontaneously capable only of trade union, or low-level economic, consciousness. But if the masses are only capable of such limited conceptions, and if all really useful, higher, revolutionary, and communist ideas must come from outside the masses originally, and specifically from the party, then how in the world can we possibly apply the mass line to this limited mass consciousness and learn anything new and useful and revolutionary from the masses? It is truly fascinating to see how these sorts of puzzles completely perplex those who lack dialectics. Well, let's proceed directly to the solution of this terrible enigma. In speaking of the limited spontaneous ideological capabilities of the masses under capitalism, Lenin was obviously speaking of the masses considered as a whole, or in general, or on the average, and in normal, non-revolutionary, times. The mass line, however, does not seek out the average or general consciousness of the masses, but rather the advanced ideas on any given question which are held by various individuals among the masses, or, at most, sections of the masses. As we have seen, if the masses as a whole already completely understood a given situation and knew exactly what to do to advance the revolutionary struggle in that situation, then leadership by the party, either with or without the mass line, would be unnecessary. It is only because the masses as a whole generally do not immediately understand what needs to be done in each new situation, while some among the masses do understand, that the mass line is possible and necessary. Neither Lenin nor any genuine Marxist ever thought that nobody among the masses ever spontaneously develops any higher idea than that of satisfying immediate economic necessity, or that nobody among the masses ever comes up with good ideas about how to advance the revolution. Quite the contrary. Lenin talks, for example, of advanced workers who even elaborate independent socialist theories. 10. It is true that Lenin says we have said that there could not have been social democratic consciousness among the workers. It would have to be brought to them from without. 11. But as the context makes clear, Lenin is here speaking not only of significant sections of the workers, but also of Marxism as an elaborated social theory. Lenin would have been extremely angry if anyone had interpreted his remarks to mean that individual workers were never capable of coming up with individual revolutionary and communist ideas. The main point is that it is not at all inconsistent to say that the masses are capable of tremendous revolutionary creativity and that the masses under capitalism are generally incapable of spontaneously developing revolutionary or communist ideas. Both things are true. The apparent inconsistency results from not noticing that in the first case we are speaking of the generation of revolutionary ideas from among the masses, and in the second case we are speaking of the ideas of the masses in general. The masses do sometimes spontaneously, yes, all on their own, generate revolutionary and communist ideas, but under capitalism, with its bourgeois ideological tyranny, ordinarily these ideas cannot spontaneously spread to encompass the masses as a whole. There is no big mystery about this. Another point here, while it is in general true in capitalist society that the masses as a whole, or on average, are not capable of spontaneously generating much in the way of communist ideas, there are times when their general ability in this area is much heightened. When are those times? Precisely during revolutionary situations and upsurges. In fact, in 1905, in the midst of the first attempt at proletarian revolution in Russia, Lenin even wrote that the working class is instinctively, spontaneously social democratic, or what we would now call communist, and more than 10 years of work put in by social democracy has done a great deal to transform this spontaneity into consciousness. 12. The significance of this for the mass line is simply that when the time comes that we really need overtly revolutionary and communist ideas from the masses as input for the mass line method, that is precisely the time when we have the best chance of finding such ideas. Individual genius and the genius of the masses. Every idea that the masses originate is of course the idea of one or more individuals among the masses. How then can the ideas of the masses be praised in contrast to the ideas of mere individuals? This is another example of the little dialectical puzzles which abound in the theory of the mass line. The same puzzle may be raised with the question of the genius of the masses versus individual genius, and I propose to discuss it in these terms since I happen to have come across some nice quotations couched in this terminology. What is genius anyway? It is a concept that needs to be demystified and brought back down to earth. Genius is the exceptional natural capacity for creative and original conceptions. 13. William James remarked that genius means little more than the faculty of perceiving in an unhabitual way. 14. So in other words, to be a genius is to possess an ability which all normal human beings possess, but to possess it to an exceptional degree. George Christoph Lichtenberg, 1742–1799, expressed this in a striking way when he said that everyone is a genius at least once a year. A real genius has his original ideas closer together. 15. It is quite possible that a genius will have 10 or 100 times as many creative ideas as the average person among the masses, but when you add up all the creative ideas which come from the masses in their millions, you will far surpass even the most brilliant individual. Mao expressed this in his characteristically poetic way by quoting the Chinese saying that 3 cobblers with their wits combined equal Chike Liang the master mind. 16. Thus the genius of the masses far surpasses the genius of any individual or group of individuals, even the proletarian party. While it is true that the ideas of the masses are also ideas of many individuals, it is when all these individual ideas are considered together that they take on their phenomenal brilliance in contrast to the ideas of any single person, no matter how talented. The whole far outshines any of its parts. But the objection might be raised, all it took was one Einstein to outshine all your masses in their millions. Even a billion factory workers could not have come up with the general theory of relativity. To this objection a couple of things should be said in reply. First of all, in the bourgeois world of the present day the workers, with very few exceptions, do not have the time, nor training, nor inclination to consider questions of theoretical physics. Such specialized areas of inquiry will naturally be advanced primarily by the relatively small number of scientists and technical workers who are able to apply themselves to such subjects. However, when it comes to questions of revolutionary class struggle, the masses must necessarily play an active and conscious role and will inevitably give the whole matter considerable thought. This also goes for production and every other kind of endeavor which involves the masses. Second, bourgeois ideologists have greatly exaggerated how isolated and independent famous scientists are from their co-workers and from the ideas and theories being suggested and groped for all around them. Norbert Wiener expressed one aspect of what I am getting at here when he remarked that it may well be true that 95% of the really original scientific work is being done by less than 5% of the professional scientists, but the greater part of it would not be done at all if the other 95% were not there to help create a high level of scientific opinion. 17. Undoubtedly there have been individuals like Einstein who have leapfrogged over the prevailing confusion, but the same factors which gave rise to the theory of relativity in Einstein's brain would have sooner or later done so in the brains of other scientists, even those of lesser abilities, if there happened to be no geniuses around. It is indeed no inexplicable phenomenon that scientific discoveries are very often made simultaneously and independently by a number of people. Regarding correct revolutionary leadership, Mao summed it up best. To be a genius is to be a bit more intelligent. But genius does not depend on one person or a few people. It depends on a party, the party which is the vanguard of the proletariat. Genius is dependent on the mass line, on collective wisdom. 18. For Mao the issue was very clear, all wisdom comes from the masses. I have always said that it is intellectuals who are most ignorant. That is the heart of the matter. 19. 8. The masses too have shortcomings. 50 million Frenchmen can't be wrong. Old pop song, 1. If 50 million people say a foolish thing, it is still a foolish thing. Anatole France, 2. Man, says Marx, individually and in the mass, is imperfect by nature. 3. It is often argued that Marx opposed the whole idea that there is any such thing as human nature, though actually what he opposed was the idea that human nature remains always the same, that it is unaffected by the particular socio-economic form of society. For example, point 4. In any case, Marx's comment here is far deeper than a mere observation concerning human nature. The fact is that neither human beings nor anything like human beings, other intelligent beings somewhere in the universe, androids, etc., could conceivably be perfect or infallible. Philosophically, it would make no sense. To be the kind of entity which can draw correct conclusions under certain conditions is ipso facto to be the kind of entity which will draw false conclusions under other conditions. I am speaking here of conclusions about the way the world is and how to change it, but the remark remains true even for strictly logical deductions. Not even the finest computer in existence or imaginable is completely free from the possibility of error, although, as the mathematician John von Neumann showed, through multiplexing of components or channels, building in redundancy, the probability of error in formal logic can be made as small as you wish. The same is not true in the case of drawing analogies and other common types of intelligent reasoning, however, where there is always some inherent uncertainty and imprecision. As Nietzsche remarked, error is a condition of life. 5. The masses as a whole are also a fallible entity, and the same conclusion applies to them. The poet John Dryden put it very well. Nor is the people's judgment always true. The most may err as grossly as the few. 6. The nature of the masses' shortcomings. Both individually and in the mass, human beings are imperfect. The masses have shortcomings in two senses. First, among them there are the shortcomings of the separate individuals who compose the masses, and second, there are the shortcomings of the masses as a whole, that is, the shortcomings which are very widespread among individuals and therefore can be said to characterize the whole. Of course, the shortcomings of one individual may not be the shortcomings of another individual, and the fact that a person has a certain shortcoming generally does not prevent him or her from having a strength in another area. Moreover, even widespread shortcomings are often far from universal, and often all it takes is a single person with a particular strength or idea to spark the advance of the whole mass struggle, providing a mass line mechanism exists to transmit this individual strength to the whole. What are the shortcomings of the masses? Well, in general terms, they are just the opposite things from their strengths. The masses have the power to change society, but over long periods such powers can lay dormant. They have the potential for tremendous bursts of enthusiasm and activity, and for periods of false contentment and even fatigue and exhaustion. 7 Against their potential for recognizing their genuine, long-term, collective interests is the fact that at times the masses will only recognize partial, short-term, or individual interests. 8 Contrasting to the wisdom and creative ability that the masses are capable of is the frequent widespread acceptance among the masses of conservative or even reactionary views. From the point of view of the mass line, the thing to focus on here is the ideas of the masses. The strength of the masses lies in their creativity and their ability to come up with new ideas. But the major shortcoming of the masses is that they tend to uncritically accept the same old bourgeois ideas that the bourgeoisie has drummed into them since birth. Yes, the masses do have their shortcomings, and this explains to a large degree why the capitalist system has lasted as long as it has. As Lenin put it, we have always known and repeatedly pointed out that the bourgeoisie maintains itself in power not only by force but also by virtue of the lack of class consciousness and organization, the routinism and downtrodden state of the masses. 9. The source of the masses' shortcomings. They who have put out the people's eyes, reproach them for their blindness. John Milton, 10. What is the source of the masses' shortcomings, of their erroneous views and their moods of apathy, frustration, weariness, and despair? The primary source is the bourgeoisie and the capitalist system. Not only capitalism as such, but small-scale commodity production which continually gives rise to capitalism. This is especially pronounced in semi-feudal countries, but is also a significant phenomenon in advanced capitalist countries. Lenin remarked that small commodity producers surround the proletariat on every side with a petty bourgeois atmosphere, which permeates and corrupts the proletariat, and constantly causes among the proletariat relapses into petty bourgeois spinelessness, disunity, individualism, and alternating moods of exaltation and dejection. 11. It is of course true that even in communist society, where the bourgeoisie and other classes no longer exist, there will still be errors and shortcomings in people, both individually and en masse. The factors which will result in such errors and shortcomings at that time, such as subjective thinking based on experience which is too limited, also operate today. Nevertheless, the overwhelming majority of all mass error today, and especially that which is concerned with the class struggle, has its ultimate source in the bourgeoisie, and even a large part of present-day subjectivism in science and technology is due to them. Even if a minuscule proportion of the masses' shortcomings, maybe a few percent, cannot at present be reasonably ascribed to the bourgeois system, it is ridiculous to focus on anything else when that system is responsible for such a preponderance of it. Why is the bourgeoisie responsible for such an overwhelming proportion of the shortcomings of the masses? The answer is that to the bourgeoisie these things are not shortcomings but great virtues to be inculcated almost no matter what the cost. The bourgeoisie fears the masses and knows that it must constantly imbue the masses with distorted and false ideas and pessimistic moods if it is to retain its rule over them. If the masses are apathetic, cynical, frustrated or despairing, so much the better, because they will not then be challenging their rulers. Better yet, for the bourgeoisie, is when the masses themselves can be persuaded to adopt the basic bourgeois outlook that the ruling class domination and oppression of the masses is necessary and justified. The bourgeoisie controls the state machinery, practically all the organs of mass communication, newspapers, magazines, TV, radio, etc., the principal content of mass culture, art, literature, music, movies, etc., all the educational institutions from pre-kindergarten to postgraduate university studies, the churches and myriad reactionary organizations of all types, and a million lesser channels of indoctrination. From cradle to grave people are taught to think in bourgeois terms, and there is simply no way to escape their barrage of propaganda. All of this cannot fail to have a profound effect upon the thinking of the masses. The only remarkable thing about it all is that no amount of indoctrination will save the bourgeoisie when the masses' own bitter experience of depression and war, among other lovely features of the capitalist system, together with Marxist agitation, convinces them that their education was all one big lie. We say that the source of erroneous ideas and other shortcomings among the masses is not only the conscious bourgeois propaganda and indoctrination, however, but also other features of the capitalist system. The RCP noted this when they wrote that there are incorrect ideas which stem from the ideology and propaganda of the bourgeoisie, but which also find a basis in the workers' experience in capitalist society, which forces competition among the workers, maintains a division of labor, etc. 12. This is why it is most correct to say that the source of the masses' shortcomings is the bourgeoisie and the capitalist system. Tailing after the masses' shortcomings. Recognizing then that the masses do have shortcomings, what should we do about them? Join the masses in their errors. Turn a blind eye towards these shortcomings and hope they go away? Soft pedal our contrary views, while trying to subtly edge the masses away from their errors? Or stand on principle opposed to these shortcomings and seriously try to help the masses overcome them? Well, the last option, of course. Or should I say of course? Not everyone has thought so, even among communists. Sometimes revolutionaries are so afraid of alienating the masses that they do not want to oppose anything the majority believe. A particularly tough area to deal with is nationalism and patriotism, one of the spheres in which the bourgeoisie has been most successful in indoctrinating the masses in all countries. It often requires some real courage to take a stand against the nationalism of the masses, knowing that it will in fact tend to drive something of a wedge between you and them for a while. But as Lenin remarks in the following passage, it has got to be done, and as the experience of the Russian Revolution showed, in the long run it will help you unite with the masses. Comrade Kamina contraposes to a party of the masses a group of propagandists. But the masses have now succumbed to the craze of revolutionary defensism. Is it not more becoming for internationalists at this moment to show that they can resist mass intoxication rather than to wish to remain with the masses, i.e., to succumb to the general epidemic? Have we not seen how in all the belligerent countries of Europe the chauvinists tried to justify themselves on the grounds that they wished to remain with the masses? Must we not be able to remain for a time in the minority against the mass intoxication? Is it not the work of the propagandists at the present moment that forms the key point for disentangling the proletarian line from the defensist and petty bourgeois mass intoxication? It was this fusion of the masses, proletarian and non-proletarian, regardless of class differences within the masses, that formed one of the conditions for the defensist epidemic. To speak contemptuously of a group of propagandists advocating a proletarian line does not seem to be very becoming. Point 13. As Marxist revolutionaries we know we must unite with the masses to make revolution. This makes it doubly difficult to take a principled stand against beliefs and actions by the masses when they are wrong, knowing full well that it will make it more difficult for us to unite with the masses in the short run. But if we did not do so, if we refrained at any time in holding fast to what is in the real, long-term interests of the masses, and doing so regardless of what the masses may think of us at the time for doing so, then we would not be worthy leaders of the masses, and the masses would have no reason for ever turning to our leadership. The hard line I am taking here on this question does need to be slightly qualified. Lenin himself had to slightly modify his position, to recognize that the masses who adopted revolutionary defensist positions had to be criticized very gently, and distinguished from their misleaders who held hardened opportunist lines. See especially his comments at the Third Congress of the Communist International, in LCW 42:325. While the party must not be afraid of holding to the truth, it must not put the truth forward in a hostile, antagonistic fashion which leads to its alienation from the masses. More on this below. The shortcomings of the masses can be overcome. While every individual has shortcomings and faults, under the right conditions they can be overcome. The same is true of the masses as a whole. We must first believe that the shortcomings of the masses can be overcome. Again, this is not a matter of irrational faith, it is simply to recognize that forces exist which can lead the masses to change their mistaken views and pessimistic moods. We should firmly believe that with appropriate political work the working people can overcome their shortcomings and correct their mistakes. Mao, 14. How can the shortcomings of the masses be overcome? In exactly the same ways as shortcomings of individuals are overcome, namely, through education, and self-education, through criticism and self-criticism, and through the masses' own experience. Let us consider each of these a little further. One of the primary means in which the masses overcome their shortcomings is through the educational efforts of those who have a better understanding, the vanguard section of the masses, the proletarian party. In short, through Marxist political agitation and propaganda. Agitation and propaganda are of course loaded terms, at least in bourgeois society. For a discussion of how Marxists use these words, see chapter 11. As Mao said of the Chinese masses, the political awakening of the people is not easy. It requires much earnest effort on our part to rid their minds of wrong ideas. We should sweep backward ideas from the minds of the Chinese people, just as we sweep our rooms. Dust never vanishes of itself without sweeping. We must carry on extensive propaganda and education among the masses, so that they will understand the real situation and trend in China and have confidence in their own strength. Point 15. At times, The education of the masses should even extend to the point of comradely criticism and the encouragement of self-criticism. Mao said that the masses too have shortcomings, which should be overcome by criticism and self-criticism within the people's own ranks. 16 But of course criticism of the masses must be done with gentleness and care. To criticize the people's shortcomings is necessary, but in doing so we must truly take the stand of the people and speak out of wholehearted eagerness to protect and educate them. To treat comrades like enemies is to go over to the stand of the enemy. 17. On another occasion Mao put it this way. Don't rail at the masses. In no circumstances must you do so. You mustn't rail at the worker, peasant, and student masses and the majority of the members of the democratic parties and of the intellectuals. You mustn't set yourselves up against the masses, on the contrary you must always be with them. The masses may make mistakes. When they do, patiently reason things out with them, and if they refuse to listen, then wait for another chance to talk to them. But don't alienate yourselves from them, just as in swimming you don't leave the water. 18. And again. The shortcomings of the cadres and the masses as well as our own are to be criticized on the premise that their enthusiasm is protected, and in this way they will have plenty of push. When the masses want something done which is impossible for the time being, matters should be clearly explained to them, and this can certainly be done. 19. The party must never be afraid to disagree with the masses, and even to gently criticize the masses, but in its disagreements with them it must always stay close to the masses and strive not to alienate them or become divorced from them. In addition to the role of education and criticism in overcoming the shortcomings of the masses, there is one more great teacher: the masses' own experience. Lenin pointed out an example of this in the aftermath of the failed 1905 revolution. Despite its failure, said Lenin, there were also gains. The masses and the party both learned things and overcame certain shortcomings. Specifically with respect to the masses he said, there is one gain from the first years of the revolution and the first reverses in mass revolutionary struggle about which there can be no doubt. It is the mortal blow struck at the former softness and flabbiness of the masses. The lines of demarcation have become more distinct. The cleavage of classes and parties has taken place. Under the hammer blows of the lessons taught by Stolypin, and with undeviating and consistent agitation by the revolutionary Social Democrats, not only the socialist proletariat but also the democratic masses of the peasantry will inevitably advance from their midst more and more steeled fighters who will be less capable of falling into our historical sin of Tolstoyism. 20. One of the most fundamental points of view of Marxism, from the earliest days of its creation, is that the proletariat must not only change society, but also change itself, that, in fact, these are mutually dependent transformations. The proletariat and the masses, including the relatively more advanced sections such as those which make up the vanguard party, must be continually remolded, must remold themselves. Mao put it this way. In the building of a socialist society, everybody needs remolding: the exploiters and also the working people. Who says it isn't necessary for the working class? Of course, the remolding of the exploiters is essentially different from that of the working people, and the two must not be confused. The working class remolds the whole of society in class struggle and in the struggle against nature, and in the process it remolds itself. It must ceaselessly learn in the course of work, gradually overcome its shortcomings and never stop doing so. 21. I will close this section with a fine, balanced view of the situation which appeared in the Theoretical Journal of the Communist Party of China when Mao was alive. Naturally, some shortcomings and mistakes will exist among the workers and peasants. But on the whole, this is not their essential and main aspect. We must not take non-essential and minor aspects for essential and main ones. Otherwise, we will lose our bearings and not only overlook the revolutionary enthusiasm of the masses, but we may go so far as to complain about and blame the masses and thus impair their revolutionary enthusiasm. Certain shortcomings and mistakes temporarily found among some of the masses must be analyzed from a class viewpoint and in historical perspective. The basic causes of these shortcomings and mistakes are the shackles of the old forces of habit and corrosion by bourgeois ideas. Their immediate causes are the class enemies who engage in agitation and sabotage and sow dissension. Therefore, we must always point our spearhead of attack against the class enemies. As to certain erroneous ideas among the workers and peasants, they must be overcome through the method of persuasion and reasoning. Point 22. What the masses' shortcomings mean for the mass line. Bourgeois ideologists often speak of public opinion as if it were uniform, as if it were a single set of views which everyone shared. Actually, the views of the masses' public opinion are many and diverse. There is a welter of conflicting views, and the very fact that these views do conflict shows that some of them are erroneous, though of course others are correct and vital. Dialecticians recognize this and draw the conclusion that public opinion is subject to analysis and to weighing and sifting. Thus even Hegel, though the quintessential idealist, described public opinion as containing both truth and falsehood together and added that it was the task of the great man to distinguish the one from the other. 23. Although the Marxist mass line was not directly inspired by Hegel's views, they may still be considered among the philosophical roots of the mass line, since Marxist dialectics has its origin in Hegel's idealist dialectics. Regarding the concept of the uniformity of public opinion, Mao summed it up nicely. In any society and at any time, there are always two kinds of people and views, the advanced and the backward, that exist as opposites struggling with each other, with the advanced views invariably prevailing over the backward ones. Well, on this point it must be admitted that sometimes, in the short run, the advanced views do not win out over the backward ones. Mao is perhaps speaking here from a broader, historical point of view. JSH, it is neither possible nor right to have uniformity of public opinion. Society can progress only if what is advanced is given full play and prevails over what is backward. Point 24. It is in no way inconsistent to say both that the masses have shortcomings, individually and as a whole, and to say that they have great strengths. The whole task of the mass line is to bring the strength of the masses to bear, to help them use their strengths to overcome their, and our, shortcomings. If the masses didn't possess wisdom, the mass line would be impossible. On the other hand, if the masses didn't have shortcomings, the mass line would be unnecessary. Therefore, far from being a factor which precludes the use of the mass line, the existence of the shortcomings of the masses is what makes the use of the mass line essential. Populists do not seem to comprehend or fully admit that the masses may sometimes be very much in error, and that to tail after them when they are wrong is to join in with and compound their error. Formal logic has a name for an argument that assumes that the masses are always right, the argumentum ad populum fallacy. 25, or the fallacy of mob appeal as reactionaries like to characterize it. But it is our dialectical perspective that best shows both the wisdom of the masses and the shortcomings of the masses and the importance of disentangling the two. 9. The spontaneity of the masses. It is very easy to approach the topic of the spontaneity of the masses in a one-sided, undialectical way. Sometimes revolutionaries get the idea, perhaps from a superficial reading of Lenin's What is to be Done, that spontaneity is always a very bad thing which must be fought at all costs. And yet some of the greatest events in history, from slave uprisings in ancient times to proletarian upsurges like the Paris Commune of 1871, were spontaneous actions of the masses. What are we to make of this? Is spontaneity a good thing or a bad thing? Is spontaneity something to join up with or to oppose? Well, it just depends. When the spontaneous action of the masses is in their real interests, it must be supported and joined up with. When such spontaneous action is against their real interests, it must be opposed. And when it is only partially in their real interests, it must be supported to the extent it is in their interests, and opposed or redirected to the extent it is not in their real interests. What is spontaneity? What is spontaneity anyway? In the Marxist idiom, spontaneity is unguided mass activity, unguided, that is, by conscious proletarian line and leadership. Spontaneity is thus a relative concept, a characteristic which comes in various degrees. There is spontaneity and spontaneity, says Lenin. pointing out that compared to the early proletarian revolts which took the form of simply smashing machinery, modern economic strikes might even be viewed as conscious. Even the machine-smashing revolts themselves expressed an embryonic proletarian consciousness, says Lenin. 1. The implication in this last remark is made explicit by Antonio Gramsci when he says that pure spontaneity does not exist in history. 2. Even the most primitive and spontaneous movement has some kind of leadership and some level of consciousness behind it. Similarly, if we look at the other end of the spectrum, it must be understood that there is also no such thing as a proletarian movement which is entirely conscious, or which completely lacks any element of spontaneity. Even the wisest leaders and parties do not have every single detail of a revolutionary battle worked out ahead of time, let alone every aspect of the overall world proletarian revolution. The relative blend of spontaneity and consciousness is always an issue in any proletarian upsurge, and frequently a point for struggle, especially if the upsurge is suppressed by the enemy. In the following passage Gramsci discusses one such event, the proletarian revolutionary upsurge in Turin in 1919. The Turin movement was accused simultaneously of being spontaneist and voluntarist or Bergsonian. This contradictory accusation, if one analyses it, only testifies to the fact that the leadership given to the movement was both creative and correct. This leadership was not abstract, it neither consisted in mechanically repeating scientific or theoretical formulae, nor did it confuse politics, real action, with theoretical disquisition. It applied itself to real men, formed in specific historical relations, with specific feelings, outlooks, fragmentary conceptions of the world, etc., which were the result of spontaneous combinations of a given situation of material production with the fortuitous agglomeration within it of disparate social elements. This element of spontaneity was not neglected and even less despised. It was educated, directed, purged of extraneous contaminations. The aim was to bring it into line with modern theory Marxism, but in a living and historically effective manner. The leaders themselves spoke of the spontaneity of the movement, and rightly so. This assertion was a stimulus, a tonic, an element of unification in depth. Above all, it denied that the movement was arbitrary, a cooked-up venture, and stressed its historical necessity. It gave the masses a theoretical consciousness of being creators of historical and institutional values, of being founders of a state. This unity between spontaneity and conscious leadership or discipline is precisely the real political action of the subaltern classes, insofar as this is mass politics and not merely an adventure by groups claiming to represent the masses. 3. The richness and complexity of Gramsci's analysis here mirrors the corresponding richness and complexity of the dialectic between spontaneity and consciousness. There is, in short, neither pure spontaneity nor pure consciousness in any proletarian, or any other, movement. There is always a blend of the two. Nevertheless, sometimes the blend is relatively rich in consciousness, and sometimes there is only a dash of consciousness in a sea of spontaneity. Thus, in speaking of a spontaneous action of the masses, we have in mind an action near one end of a continuum, an action which is relatively spontaneous compared to what might have been, that is, an action which isn't guided by the most conscious proletarian ideology or leadership available, which could have conceivably guided the action. Since the advent of Marxism, any movement of the people which is not led by Marxist ideology is of necessity relatively spontaneous, regardless of how well organized it may be. A corollary of this is that any action or movement of the masses which is not consciously aimed toward proletarian revolution, directly or indirectly, is of necessity spontaneous, except of course to the extent it is a consciously bourgeois movement. It should be noted, however, that although mass struggle which is not consciously aimed at proletarian revolution is necessarily spontaneous to one degree or another, it does not follow that all spontaneous struggle necessarily lacks the aim of proletarian revolution. Moreover, even spontaneous mass struggle which is not consciously aimed at revolution can sometimes objectively lead in that direction. Spontaneous actions are generally reformist. But generally speaking, especially in ordinary, i.e. non-revolutionary, times, revolutionary spontaneity is the rare exception. Under the ordinary conditions of bourgeois society, the spontaneous struggles of the masses usually, though not always, take the form of reformist demands within the context of the capitalist system. And even during a revolutionary situation, where mass revolutionary spontaneity really comes to the fore, there will still be other spontaneous mass activity along reformist lines. Because the dominant form of spontaneous struggle, at least in normal times, is reformist, spontaneity tends to take on a generally negative connotation in the eyes of many revolutionaries. It's not that reformist struggle is a bad thing, except where it is built in opposition to revolutionary struggle, but that in itself it is of no lasting consequence. Even if reforms are won, even major reforms, they will eventually be lost again unless the capitalist system is overthrown. To mention only one historical illustration, all the decades of reforms and improvements won by the German Social Democrats were totally stripped away by the bourgeoisie during the Nazi period, including even the right to strike, to form unions, and to hold opinions contrary to that of the state. Reformist struggle only becomes completely good, and gains lasting importance, when revolutionary ideology is brought into it, when gains in the revolutionary struggle are made by linking up Marxism with the spontaneous movement, and in the process changing the spontaneous reformist movement into a conscious revolutionary movement. Therefore it is very wrong for would-be revolutionary leaders of the masses to simply tail behind the spontaneous mass movement, to simply try to organize it, and build it. Lenin even put it as strongly as this: the spontaneous development of the working class movement leads to its subordination to bourgeois ideology, for the spontaneous working class movement is trade unionism, and trade unionism means the ideological enslavement of the workers by the bourgeoisie. Hence, our task, the task of social democracy, i.e., communists, is to combat spontaneity, to divert the working class movement from this spontaneous, trade unionists striving to come under the wing of the bourgeoisie, and to bring it under the wing of revolutionary social democracy. 4. But what does it mean to say that we should combat spontaneity or divert the working class movement away from spontaneity and trade unionist activity? Does it mean that communists should oppose workers' economic strikes and other reformist efforts? Not at all. Opposing the workers' spontaneous struggles would simply isolate us from them. Moreover, communists should never oppose what is in the masses' interests, even if it is only their short-term interests, unless of course these short-term interests are themselves in opposition to their long-term interests. And it must be clearly recognized that only rarely is spontaneous, reformist, trade unionist struggle actually in opposition to the long-term interests of the workers. Or perhaps communists should just ignore such reformist struggles, since they are not revolutionary? No, again. You cannot divert something that you ignore. What it means to divert a spontaneous struggle will be gone into when this entire line of discussion is rejoined in Chapter 19. What is necessary is to join up with the struggles the workers are already waging. Yes, they're admittedly spontaneous, generally reformist struggles, and bring light into these struggles, to raise the workers' consciousness. We must make them understand, on the one hand, that while the day-to-day struggle is necessary, while such struggles can sometimes be successful, sooner or later whatever gains they make in these struggles will be lost, and on the other hand, that in the long run they must overthrow capitalism and take power themselves if they are ever to secure a good life for their class and the people as a whole. Lenin's attitude towards spontaneous reformist struggles. Because of the extreme importance of this issue, some further discussion is called for both in this chapter, and later in the book. In 1900 Lenin said that the task which the Russian social democracy is called upon to fulfill is to imbue the masses of the proletariat with the ideas of socialism and political consciousness, and to organize a revolutionary party inseparably connected with the spontaneous working class movement. 5. But wait just a minute. Didn't Lenin change his mind on this? Didn't he say in 1902, as I quoted a bit earlier, that far from going along with the workers' spontaneous movement and tendencies, we should recognize that these tendencies are trade unionist and bourgeois, that we should combat these tendencies, oppose them, and do our damnedest to divert them from bourgeois reformism towards proletarian revolution? Everybody who thinks these two passages from Lenin are opposed to each other, please raise their hands. In my mind's eye, I see an awful lot of hands raised. But remember first that I warned you at the beginning of this chapter that it is easy to approach the topic of spontaneity in a one-sided way, to confuse the good aspect of spontaneity with the bad aspect of it, to neglect to draw important distinctions that very much need to be drawn. The basic distinction that needs to be drawn here is between the spontaneous reformist struggles of the workers and the masses against the bourgeoisie, which are good, and the spontaneous reformist path along which a simple endless repetition of such struggles leads, which is bad. For the workers to fight the employers through strikes and by other means, for the masses to struggle for reforms economic and otherwise and to fight like hell for them, and for them to resist with all their might the attacks, negative reforms, that are always coming down on their heads from the ruling class, all these struggles are undoubtedly good things, and absolutely necessary things for the masses living under capitalism. But to only do this, to stay on this treadmill of only struggling for reforms and warding off an endless series of attacks, and never seeking to change the system itself, is undoubtedly a bad thing, an abysmally unenlightened thing. There is not the slightest contradiction here. If the working class did not constantly struggle for its immediate interests against the bourgeoisie, if it did not engage in the day-to-day struggle, do you think it could ever suddenly engage in massive revolutionary struggles to overthrow the capitalist system completely? No, it could not. No matter how the enemy suppresses the masses, they will always fight back, and fight back spontaneously, where there is no vanguard leadership. The masses are irrepressible, they can be pushed down, but they will not stay down. Their spontaneous tendency to fight back is one of their greatest characteristics, if not the very greatest of all. Without this characteristic there would be no hope for the workers, and no hope for humanity. To belittle this spontaneous struggle of the masses is unthinkable for a genuine Marxist. We should glory in it. It is a constant reminder to us that no matter how bad the situation may get, total fascism or whatever, ultimately the people will come back and win. There is not the slightest doubt that from the point of view of Marxism-Leninism the spontaneous struggle of the masses is, overall, a great thing, for us to applaud, encourage, join up with, help organize, and help lead to success where possible. But on the other hand, we do have to face up to the sad but understandable fact that due to the all-pervading influence of bourgeois ideology the masses tend to focus too exclusively on their short-term, immediate interests, and be ignorant or confused about their own long-term interests. Their spontaneous tendency is in fact only to fight for immediate reforms, to continue on the vicious treadmill that is mere resistance to capitalist exploitation and oppression. This spontaneous tendency must be opposed. We must divert the masses from the path of trade unionism and reformism and onto the path of revolution. There is not the slightest doubt about this point of Marxist-Leninist theory either. Thus both quotations from Lenin are completely correct, they are not opposed to each other. We must both join up with the workers' spontaneous movement, and build a revolutionary party inseparably connected with that movement, and we must divert that movement from the trade unionist path it spontaneously takes onto the path to proletarian revolution, divert it by bringing light into it about the real ultimate aims of the struggle, and preparing the masses to take the big leap off the treadmill. When you are on a treadmill, you cannot stop, you must keep running. But the only really intelligent course is to recognize that ultimately you must get off that treadmill, and that the best way to do that is to first, fully understand your predicament, and second, pick up your pace and make a great leap. Thus it is that the path to revolution involves, among other things, more reformist demands upon the bourgeoisie, and more reformist type struggles, not fewer. The day-to-day struggle must be intensified and made more conscious, not ignored and left to its spontaneous course. The spontaneous movement considered as the sum total of the admittedly reformist struggle of the workers is the school for revolutionary work, its starting place and a very good, indispensable thing. The spontaneous movement considered as a treadmill, as the path of trade unionist strivings, is a bad thing, a thing to be changed or diverted. The fact that we can use the phrase spontaneous movement in these two different senses explains the confusion here. The clarification of these two different senses should clear up the confusion. But I know it won't, that's why the discussion continues. In more than one place Lenin combines both aspects of his point of view into a single coherent passage. We must carefully study the conditions of the working class in all spheres of economic life, study the forms and conditions of the workers' awakening, and of the struggles now setting in order that we may unite the Russian working class movement and Marxist socialism, which has already begun to take root in Russian soil, into one integral whole, in order that we may combine the Russian revolutionary movement with the spontaneous upsurge of the masses of the people. Only when this contact has been established can a social democratic working class party be formed in Russia, for social democracy does not exist merely to serve the spontaneous working class movement, as some of our present-day practical workers are sometimes inclined to think, but to combine socialism with the working class movement. 6. Notice that Lenin speaks not of opposing the spontaneous day-to-day reformist struggle or abandoning it, but of uniting with it, of combining the revolutionary movement with it, and thus redirecting its ultimate goal away from a perpetual acceptance of capitalism, and towards revolution. It is the task of the Social Democrats, by organizing the workers, by conducting propaganda and agitation among them, to turn their spontaneous struggle against their oppressors into the struggle of the whole class, into the struggle of a definite political party for definite political and socialist ideals. Lenin, 7. A balanced appraisal of reformist spontaneity. So once again, is spontaneity a good thing or a bad thing? It just depends on the precise thing, or the precise aspect of the thing, you are referring to. The spontaneous struggles of the masses even around reformist issues are a good thing, they are the starting point for our work, the struggles we must join up with and bring light into. But by itself, without the addition of communist revolutionary ideas, the spontaneous struggle of the masses will go nowhere, will not lead to freedom, and must be seen as a dreary, hopeless, bourgeois treadmill. Spontaneity must be viewed dialectically. As in every other dialectical political process, the object is to enable the progressive aspect to win out over the reactionary aspect. In the case of spontaneous reformist struggles, this is done by combining the revolutionary movement with such struggles, and changing the ultimate aim. In Lenin's day it was taken for granted by everybody who called themselves a Marxist that we should of course participate in the spontaneous day-to-day struggles of the workers and broad masses, provide leadership in such struggles, help them towards victory, and help build the organization of the masses in the process. All Marxists agreed on that much, including Lenin. But what the economist, right opportunist trend within Marxism kept gravitating towards was the view that this was all there was to Marxist work, and all there should be. Lenin viewed such an approach as not only non-revolutionary, but actually anti-revolutionary. He lambasted the spontaneity of those workers who were carried away by the arguments that a kopeck added to a ruble was worth more than any socialism or politics, and that they must fight, knowing that they are fighting, not for the sake of some future generation, but for themselves and their children. Leader in Rabochaya MYSL, number 1. Phrases like these have always been a favorite weapon of the West European bourgeois, who, in their hatred for socialism, strove to transplant English trade unionism to their native soil and to preach to the workers that by engaging in the purely trade union struggle they would be fighting for themselves and for their children, and not for some future generations with some future socialism. 8. We Marxists truly do value the spontaneous fight of the masses, but we value it most of all because it can be turned into a successful revolutionary struggle which will get rid of capitalism and all its evils once and for all. The masses are always resisting the enemy, but the point is to turn their spontaneous resistance to specific enemy attacks into conscious full-scale opposition to the entire enemy system. The day-to-day struggle, viewed broadly, i.e., not as trade unionist economic struggle alone, is the only place from which general opposition by the masses to capitalism can arise. Any resistance by the masses to bourgeois predation is of course a fine thing, but to worship spontaneity to the point where one opposes the infusion of communist ideology into it is to miss the prime reason why Marxists applaud the spontaneous struggles of the masses in the first place. It is to fail to see that the spontaneous struggles of the masses are not in themselves the main thing of importance here. What is most important is where those struggles can lead once communist ideology is added to the equation. Thus Lenin vociferously objected to all worship or glorification of spontaneity in opposition to communist ideology. All worship of the spontaneity of the working class movement, all belittling of the role of the conscious element, of the role of social democracy, means, quite independently of whether he who belittles that role desires it or not, a strengthening of the influence of bourgeois ideology upon the workers. All those who talk about overrating the importance of ideology, about exaggerating the role of the conscious element, etc., imagine that the labor movement pure and simple can elaborate, and will elaborate, an independent ideology for itself, if only the workers wrest their fate from the hands of the leaders. But this is a profound mistake. 9. The thing that is wrong with spontaneous struggle by itself is not really that it is the wrong kind of struggle, usually reformist, not overtly revolutionary, or that it is not political, often it is political, or has a political aspect, but rather that it is in fact spontaneous, i.e. unconscious. Therefore what needs to be done is to change it, to make it conscious, to make it lead in the direction that conscious science tells us it must go to resolve the people's problems, i.e. toward revolution. There is politics and politics. Thus, we see that Rabochea MYSL Economist newspaper does not so much deny the political struggle as it bows to its spontaneity, to its unconsciousness. While fully recognizing the political struggle, better, the political desires and demands of the workers, which arises spontaneously from the working class movement itself, it absolutely refuses independently to work out a specifically social democratic politics corresponding to the general tasks of socialism and to present-day conditions in Russia. Lenin, 10. Finally, a note by Lenin on the question of why the spontaneous struggle of the masses tends to be trade unionist, tends spontaneously to come under the ideological domination of the bourgeoisie. But why, the reader will ask, does the spontaneous movement, the movement along the line of least resistance, lead to the domination of bourgeois ideology? For the simple reason that bourgeois ideology is far older in origin than socialist ideology, that it is more fully developed, and that it has at its disposal immeasurably more means of dissemination. 11. Revolutionary spontaneity. Not all spontaneous activity is reformist, sometimes it is very revolutionary indeed. There can even be spontaneous armed insurrections. But no matter how revolutionary it is, it would be better still if it were conscious. There is always need for consciousness to be brought into it. What does it mean to say that spontaneous activity may be revolutionary? Doesn't revolutionary activity represent the epitome of consciousness? Not necessarily. Isn't revolution the ultimate, conscious goal of revolutionary Marxism? Well, of course it is. But remember that neither spontaneity nor consciousness are absolutes, rather, they are relative poles on a continuum. Thus it is quite possible for individuals and groups of people to subjectively desire revolution, to engage in struggle whose conscious goal is revolution, but to do so in an unorganized, unsystematic manner, and sometimes in a downright foolish manner. Certainly the recognition that revolution is necessary, and that the people's struggle should be aimed ultimately at revolution, is the most central point of Marxist consciousness, but it is not the sum total of it. There is also the little question of appropriate revolutionary strategy and tactics. For example, lots of people, including anarchists, various revolutionary sects, individuals just awakening to revolutionary politics, and so forth, desire revolution. But such people are by no means fully conscious, since they are not conscious of the hard-won Marxist theory of how best to bring about revolution. On the other hand, Marxist theory is not complete and perfect either. One of the main themes of this book is that Marxists must continually learn more about how to make revolution from the masses, that Marxist theory itself must be continually advanced in this regard, and that the mass line is our major method of accomplishing this. Looking at the entire revolutionary movement including the Proletarian Party, we could say that it is necessary to raise the overall level of consciousness and lower the overall reliance on spontaneity. Viewed this way, there is also spontaneity in the activity of the party itself, and the goal is to transform our own spontaneity into consciousness as well as to transform the spontaneity of the masses into consciousness. But our sub-theme at present is the spontaneity of the masses in contrast to the relatively much greater consciousness of the Proletarian Party. The whole point of having a party is to allow the greater level of consciousness and understanding of a well-organized minority to act as a guide for the masses as a whole. That is what it means to be a vanguard. Spontaneity is often viewed as essentially a rightist phenomenon, but that is not correct. The rightist forms are certainly more common, and the overall rightist tendency of spontaneity is the main danger, but there are also leftist, revolutionary, forms of spontaneity. One example is brainless individual terrorism, which Lenin criticized along with trade unionist spontaneity. The economists and the present-day terrorists have one common root, namely, subservience to spontaneity. The economists and the terrorists merely bow to different poles of spontaneity. The economists bow to the spontaneity of the labor movement pure and simple, while the terrorists bow to the spontaneity of the passionate indignation of intellectuals, who lack the ability or opportunity to connect the revolutionary struggle and the working class movement into an integral whole. 12. What both types of spontaneity here lack is an appreciation of the need for, and a determination to actually bring about, the merger of the actual struggles of the working class with the revolutionary movement. This same blindness manifests itself in more subtle ways. It might be thought, for example, that the task of the mass line with respect to the spontaneous struggles of the masses is to pick out the few examples of revolutionary spontaneity from among the mass of spontaneous reformist struggles, to publicize and champion these good revolutionary examples, while rejecting or ignoring the many bad reformist examples. This is perhaps partly the case on the day of the seizure of power itself. But most of the time, things are not so simple. What Marxists are trying to do is not to find the best kind of spontaneity, but to transform all spontaneity into consciousness to the maximum degree possible. Even the most revolutionary spontaneity of the masses themselves can sometimes be more of a problem, more of an obstacle to revolution than it is a step towards it. An example was the spontaneous mass upsurge in Russia during the April days of 1917, which came close to pulling the Bolsheviks into a premature insurrection. As Lenin recounted the story several years later. The first crisis occurred on April 20. Milyukov's note on the Dardanelles showed the government up for what it was, an imperialist government. After this, the armed masses of the soldiery moved against the building of the government and overthrew Milyukov. They were led by a non-party man named Linda. This movement had not been organized by the party. We characterized that movement at the time as follows: something more than an armed demonstration, and something less than an armed uprising. At our conference on April 22, the left trend demanded the immediate overthrow of the government. The Central Committee, on the contrary, declared against the slogan of civil war, and we instructed all agitators in the provinces to deny the outrageous lie about the Bolsheviks wanting civil war. On April 22 I wrote that the slogan "Down with the provisional government" was incorrect, since if we did not have the majority of the people behind us, the slogan would be either an empty phrase or adventurism. 13. It is of course true that the role of revolutionary spontaneity in the Russian Revolution was overwhelmingly positive, and examples like the above were the exception. Furthermore, there were even positive aspects in cases like the above. It graphically showed the rapid trend of development in the mood of the masses toward revolution, for example, even if it also illustrated that things were not quite ripe yet. To some extent it is in fact necessary to tail after revolutionary spontaneity in the midst of an actual revolution. It is none other than Lenin who said that when there are objective conditions for a direct revolutionary onslaught by the masses, the party's supreme political task is to serve the spontaneous movement. 14. There is indeed spontaneity and spontaneity. Sometimes what are apparently rash acts by the masses may be needed to set the proletarian party itself in motion. But the goal is always to change spontaneity, revolutionary or otherwise, into consciousness, to transform positive experience into guiding theory, and to also learn from negative experience. So then, is revolutionary mass spontaneity good or bad? The answer is that, in general, like almost all mass spontaneity, it has both a good side and a bad side. The good side is that it is very serious opposition to the bourgeoisie, and more conscious in one very important respect than reformist spontaneity, namely, it is conscious of the need for revolution. But the bad side is that it is still generally unconscious in important respects of how to bring about revolution, it is still disorganized, still far more prone to defeat than conscious revolutionary struggle led by a genuine communist party. Just as with reformist spontaneity, revolutionary spontaneity has two opposite sides, and our goal must be to resolve the contradiction by helping the positive aspect overpower the negative aspect. In both cases the way to do that is to bring more consciousness to the spontaneously acting masses. Often that consciousness already exists in the ideology of the proletarian party. Sometimes it must be developed on the spot, new consciousness must be created then and there from the ideas and creations of the masses themselves. And it is here where the mass line really shines. The party must seriously study mass spontaneity, with the aid of the mass line, to discover new ideas and creations of the masses that can advance the revolution. Such discoveries will be found in both reformist and revolutionary mass spontaneity, as well as in spontaneous mass activity that is quite ambiguous as to whether it is reformist or revolutionary. Thus whether the masses involved in the creation of the Soviets in 1917 viewed their creation as a step towards socialist revolution or simply further reform was initially irrelevant. What was most important was that in fact the creation of the Soviets was a critically important step towards revolution. The Mensheviks who controlled the Soviets during most of 1917 certainly did not view them American Samoa a means to proletarian revolution, whatever they may have said at the time, but the Bolsheviks did view the Soviets as a revolutionary weapon, and proceeded to help the masses use them for just that purpose. Thus it is possible that spontaneous struggle by the masses can be turned into steps towards revolution, even if it is not originally so considered by the masses involved. The key thing is not really whether the spontaneous struggle is originally viewed as revolutionary by the masses, but whether it can be made to serve that purpose. Communists must attempt to turn all the spontaneous struggles of the masses in the direction of revolution, try to make all of them into stepping stones towards that great goal. Certainly in some cases we will be more successful than in other cases, but that should always be our conscious task. It is of course true that many reformist issues are paltry, and cannot really serve as direct stepping stones to anything revolutionary. But not all steps toward a goal are direct steps, and even small spontaneous reformist struggles can often help generate a climate of class struggle into which revolution can be added. However, as Lenin said, speaking of Marx and Engels, the giants of revolutionary thought, sought to raise, and did raise, the proletariat of the whole world above the level of petty, commonplace, and trivial tasks. 15. That must be our goal too. Spontaneity vs. passivity. While our goal is to transform spontaneity into consciousness, we must recognize that this requires an enthusiasm for mass spontaneity on our part so that we have something to start with, something which can be transformed. It is like finding a diamond. Of course the diamond must be transformed from a rough, raw stone that looks like a misshapen piece of glass. Of course its whole value lies in the fact that it can be transformed into a brilliant, sparkling, multifaceted wonder. But anyone who would conclude from this that a raw diamond is worthless would be crazy. The same holds for mass spontaneity. Gramsci, who thought a lot about the dialectic between spontaneity and consciousness, had this to say. There exists a scholastic and academic historico-political outlook which sees as real and worthwhile only such movements of revolt as are 100% conscious, i.e. movements that are governed by plans worked out in advance to the last detail or in line with abstract theory, which comes to the same thing. But reality produces a wealth of the most bizarre combinations. It is up to the theoretician to unravel these in order to discover fresh proof of his theory, to translate into theoretical language the elements of historical life. It is not reality which should be expected to conform to the abstract schema. This will never happen, and hence this conception is nothing but an expression of passivity. 16. Gramsci's point is a good one: the rejection of spontaneity is a form of passivity. This is true not only with respect to spontaneous revolutionary outbursts, but also for spontaneity in general. Even if agitation and propaganda are still engaged in, the rejection of spontaneity means passivity when it comes to the actual leadership of the masses in a revolutionary direction. Yes, there are dangers in mass spontaneity. But one of the biggest dangers is that revolutionaries will fail to recognize its importance and fail to join up with it. One excuse for taking this position is just that spontaneous outbursts do tend to be disorganized, do tend to be sporadic and unsustainable by themselves. Lenin responded to such criticisms as follows. The objection will probably be raised that the cited instances of struggles of Russian workers are more often spontaneous outbursts rather than political struggles. To which we answer, were not our strikes mere spontaneous outbursts until the revolutionary circles of socialists undertook extensive agitation and summoned the working masses to the class struggle, to the conscious struggle against their oppressors? Can one find in history a single case of a popular movement, of a class movement, that did not begin with spontaneous, unorganized outbursts, that would have assumed an organized form and created political parties without the conscious intervention of enlightened representatives of the given class? If the working class urge, spontaneous and indomitable, to engage in political struggle has so far taken mainly the form of unorganized outbursts, only Moskovsky Vedomosti and Grajdanin reactionary publications can draw from this the conclusion that the Russian workers have not yet, in the mass, attained the maturity for political agitation. A socialist, on the contrary, will draw from it the conclusion that the time has long been ripe for political agitation, for the broadest possible appeal to the working masses to engage in political action and political struggle. 17. It is amazing that some people completely stand this whole issue on its head and imagine that to join up with the masses in their spontaneous struggles, at least in their more lawless struggles, is to become a provocateur. Bob Avakian responded to this view as follows. Well, you see, when we get this charge of provocateur, it always comes down to the fact that it comes from middle-class elements who accuse us of this when we refuse to stand on the side and tremble at the power of the ruling class and instead unite with the people who themselves, with or without us, with or without any other force, were spontaneously going into the streets to rise up to fight back against the murderous tactics and the policies of the police. The question is, when the masses go into motion, when they go into the streets spontaneously, do you stand with them, do you go into their ranks, do you uphold what they're doing and point toward the solution which is revolution, or do you stand off to the side trembling and saying, oh, the poor pitiful helpless masses of people, if they try to do anything, if they try to fight back anyway, the state will just come down on them and crush them and wipe them out entirely, so we must stand to the side and call anyone a provocateur who dares to unite with them in fighting back. 18. The historical initiative of the masses was what Marx prized above everything else, said Lenin. 19. And the same could well be said of Lenin himself, and Mao too. In the initiative of the masses there is spontaneity, and as I have been saying, spontaneity has its negative aspects. But it also has its glorious, positive, revolutionary aspects. Preparing the ground for spontaneity and for overcoming it. To the undialectical this chapter no doubt seems strange so far, but I am about to say some even stranger things, so brace yourself. First, although our goal is definitely to transform spontaneous mass activity into conscious activity, it is also good at times to encourage the spontaneous activity of the masses in the first place, both directly and indirectly. Partly this is just to raise the level of mass struggle. Partly it is to encourage the initiative and creativity of the masses. And partly it is to give the party the spontaneous raw material to then begin to transform into revolutionary consciousness. Second, and I know this sounds crazy at first, spontaneity, and especially revolutionary spontaneity, is not simply the sort of thing that happens all by itself. The ground for it must be prepared. The logician Raymond Smullyan, who is a lover of paradoxes, expressed the point this way. I have been told by learned sources that when a truly great musician plays, and his playing sounds so free and spontaneous, that the listener has no idea of the amount of non-spontaneous work, study, scholarship, analysis, and planning required to achieve these spontaneous effects. I shall not argue the point. I only wish to say that if it is true, it leads me to the amazing realization that spontaneity does not come by itself. 20. The same is true in the political sphere. The spontaneity of the masses comes about because of all their prior experiences and attitudes, which to some degree can be influenced by the planned and conscious activity of the proletarian party. The party can and should help move the mass struggle forward, and one of the means of doing this is by encouraging and helping to develop the spontaneous struggles of the masses. Then as these spontaneous struggles arise and proceed, the party must strive to bring revolutionary consciousness into them. We must help bring the raw diamond into existence, as well as to help transform it into the brilliant gemstone of revolution. Spontaneity and demagoguery. If revolutionary proletarian ideology is not brought to the day-to-day struggles of the masses and combined with these struggles, then one or another form of bourgeois ideology will remain in control. There is even the serious possibility that fascist demagogues will combine their form of bourgeois ideology with the spontaneous mass movement, and lead the mass struggle in that woefully misguided direction. Neglecting, or worse still despising, so-called spontaneous movements, i.e. failing to give them a conscious leadership or to raise them to a higher plane by inserting them into politics, may often have extremely serious consequences. It is almost always the case that a spontaneous movement of the subaltern classes is accompanied by a reactionary movement of the right wing of the dominant class, for concomitant reasons. An economic crisis, for instance, engenders on the one hand discontent among the subaltern classes and spontaneous mass movements, and on the other conspiracies among the reactionary groups, who take advantage of the objective weakening of the government in order to attempt coups d'état. Among the effective causes of the coups must be included the failure of the responsible groups communists to give any conscious leadership to the spontaneous revolts or to make them into a positive political factor. The spontaneous movements of the broader popular strata make possible the coming to power of the most progressive subaltern class as a result of the objective weakening of the state. This is still a progressive example, but, in the modern world, the regressive examples are more frequent. Gramsci, 21. So both communists and fascists seek to start with the current struggles of the masses, combine their own ideologies with them, and turn them away from liberal bourgeois reformism and towards their own respective goals. Are these two tendencies therefore essentially the same? Of course not. The two goals are diametrically opposed, the class interests are diametrically opposed. Communists are fighting for the real ultimate interests of the masses, whereas fascists are attempting to trick the masses into struggling against their own ultimate interests. Moreover, most of the tactics employed by the two contending forces are different. The fact that two opposing armies happen to employ one similar tactic does not make them identical. But it is important to recognize that while there is a spontaneous tendency of the mass movement towards trade unionism, or in other words towards liberal bourgeois ideology, such a spontaneous tendency can in fact be diverted in various directions. If it is not diverted in the direction of the real ultimate interests of the masses, i.e., towards revolution, there is the all too real possibility that it will be diverted even more strongly against the real interests of the masses, example towards jingoism, war, and fascism. A hands-off approach to the spontaneous mass struggle on the part of revolutionaries plays into the hands of the most reactionary forces. Letting the reactionary elements have their way like this not only means directly harming the immediate interests of the masses, it also means allowing the enemy to build another important barrier to revolution. For more on the theme of reactionary leadership of the masses, see chapters 12 and 35. Spontaneity of the masses under socialism. The spontaneity of the masses continues to exist after the proletarian seizure of power, and continues to have both its positive and negative aspects. Revisionists see only the negative aspects, and oppose mass spontaneity. This is completely understandable, considering their class position. Since they are not working in the interests of the masses, sooner or later the masses will spontaneously turn on them and throw them out, as happened in Eastern Europe in 1989 to 1990. But couldn't it be argued that with the seizure of power and the establishment of the proletarian state, that there is a fundamental change in the dialectic between spontaneity and consciousness, or even that spontaneity is no longer important? This is the point of view espoused by the Soviet revisionist philosopher F.V. Konstantinov. Planned development not only of production but of society is one of the cardinal laws of socialism as a whole. In socialist society the balance between spontaneity and consciousness has changed fundamentally in favor of the latter. Under socialism not only economic but also social development is planned and directed, but elements of unenvisaged and unplanned development also continue to exist. However, the general direction of development is determined by the Marxist policy of the party and the government, a policy resting on the objective laws of social progress. 22. Even though the above passage recognizes that there remain elements of spontaneity in socialist society, it is still somewhat undialectical and not completely correct. It is true that in genuine socialist society there is much more economic planning, but it is wrong to concentrate mainly on this. It is also true, that in general, in a genuine socialist society, there must certainly be a qualitative increase in conscious action by the masses, which should constantly be organized by the proletarian party and state. But it must not be thought that even in a genuine socialist society that spontaneity is always subordinate to the conscious element, even with regard to just the big issues. It could well be argued that with the development of a genuine communist party which has won the respect and leadership of the masses and which correctly applies the mass line, that there has already been a fundamental change in the relationship between spontaneity and consciousness even before the establishment of a socialist society. But when such a party stops using the mass line even for a short period, when it loses the leadership of the masses, even temporarily, then the relationship is reversed again, whether we are speaking of the period before the proletarian seizure of power or after it. Probably such reversals are inevitable. Even the best of parties sometimes make serious mistakes and temporarily lose the way. The class struggle exists in the party too, after all, as well as subjectivism and narrowness. Even if the party adheres firmly to the revolutionary road at all times, it will not be able to initiate every social advance. No one questions the revolutionary fervor of Lenin and the Bolsheviks, but it was the masses themselves who initiated the communist subotniks. 23. Even in socialist society the party must struggle against spontaneous, rightist trends among the masses, on the one hand, and unite with other spontaneous activity of the masses which advances the revolutionary transformation of society, and bring consciousness into it, on the other hand. Mao, for instance, opposed the spontaneous trend among peasants toward capitalism. In no way can the spontaneous forces of the countryside be allowed full play. 24. But Mao also welcomed and utilized the spontaneous progressive creations and upsurges of the masses on many occasions, such as in the Great Leap Forward and the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution, GPCR. Some people, such as Charles Bettelheim, seem to argue that there was no progressive spontaneity in the Cultural Revolution, and that in fact spontaneity is all bad. The Cultural Revolution did not result from spontaneous mass action inspired by the illusory views of the ideology of spontaneity, but from mass action aided by the political guidelines of Mao Zedong's revolutionary line, and from the activities of the workers, peasants, cotters, etc., who adhered to this line. These guidelines and activities alone made it possible to concentrate the correct initiatives of the workers, and enabled the Chinese masses to unify their struggles and to define the objectives they had to attain before they could hope to overcome a bourgeois line and social relationships that obstruct China's progress along the road to socialism. 25. Bettelheim correctly criticizes Lin Biao old style for his stand on spontaneity. Lin Biao, as we know, also tried to extol spontaneism. For instance, he asserted, the revolutionary movement of the masses is naturally reasonable. Although there are among the masses certain groups and individuals who commit right or left deviations, the main current of the mass movement is always reasonable and always conducive to social progress. This is contrary to one of the conclusive lessons of history that there exist, and can exist, mass movements under bourgeois direction, as is unfortunately proven by the experience of fascism, Hitlerism, varieties of racism, and so on. 26. Lin Biao's position here amounts to nothing less than blatant bourgeois populism. But Bettelheim is using these obviously erroneous views of Lin Biao as a means to attack the whole idea that there is, or can be, anything positive about mass spontaneity. He says that the Cultural Revolution nevertheless became an effective force only because the masses had been summoned to action by the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party. 27. It is true that Mao and the Central Committee did initiate the Cultural Revolution, but it would have been a great proletarian advance even if it had been initiated by the masses in opposition to the Central Committee. The point is not to extol spontaneism in opposition to consciousness and leadership, but to recognize that the spontaneous activity of the masses can often play a positive role in the revolutionary struggle. Not everything the masses believe and do is correct, but they are nevertheless capable of making the greatest contributions to the revolution. The basic problem that the Cultural Revolution was intended by Mao and his revolutionary followers to resolve was the fact that a very large part of the Communist Party apparatus itself had been captured by the revisionists, the capitalist roaders. Liu Shaokai, Deng Xiaoping, and their cohorts were more or less in control of the party structure, at least in many regions. This meant that a mass movement to correct this problem, one which was directed against these capitalist roaders who had largely seized control of the party, could not possibly be organized and directed by that party, at least to begin with. What then to do? There was only one option available to Mao: appeal to the masses directly to criticize the capitalist roaders, to expose them, and when this had been sufficiently done, to reorganize the party with the revisionists no longer part of it. As we mentioned, the GPCR was indeed initiated by Mao, and this initiation itself represented the most advanced and conscious Marxist-Leninist revolutionary line that existed at that time. The initiation was not itself any sort of spontaneity. However, the direction and control of the GPCR as it then developed in its first few years, was of necessity rather weak. Mao and the small Central Cultural Revolution group at the very top of the party could provide only general leadership to the GPCR, as the party cadre structure which normally provided day-to-day direct guidance to mass movements being led by the party could not yet be used. In other words, at that point it was actually necessary to encourage and rely upon quite a lot of revolutionary spontaneity among the masses. Was this spontaneous movement entirely correct? No, it wasn't. There were certainly many errors made, especially by the young Red Guard students, errors and excesses, as well as many very appropriate demonstrations and actions. And overall the spontaneous revolutionary movement in the GPCR was both necessary and correct. It allowed proletarian power to continue for another entire decade, and for the Chinese Revolution to continue and reach new heights during that period. The Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution, and the necessity to rely in its early stage on a powerful, if rather chaotic, spontaneous mass movement of the youth especially, make this one of the most interesting and important revolutions in modern history. And it brings out very powerfully the truth that there can also be revolutionary spontaneity as well as rightist, trade unionist spontaneity. After the initiation of the Cultural Revolution by Mao, and until the party was able to be reconstituted, Circa 1968 to 1969, the GPCR was primarily a spontaneous upsurge by the masses against the capitalist roaders controlling a party structure that had become bourgeois. If, as Mao did, we consider the GPCR to have taken place in the period from mid-1966 to 1968, this spontaneous stage is the largest part of it. However, today the GPCR is most often viewed as lasting from 1966 until Mao's death in September 1976. Looked at this way, the spontaneous mass upsurge stage was only a small part of the Cultural Revolution. It is often said that the Cultural Revolution in China failed, because immediately after Mao's death there was a rightist coup d'état by the capitalist roaders, and socialism was soon replaced by a combination of state capitalism and monopoly capitalism. However, Mao understood very well that the one GPCR of 1966 to 1968 was by itself not going to be enough. There would inevitably have to be a whole series of such cultural revolutions over a period of several decades. In the early 1970s there were in fact two mass movements that might count as smaller cultural revolutions, the campaign against Lin Biao and Confucius, which then merged into a renewed campaign against Deng Xiaoping with hints of criticism of Zhou Enlai as well. Unfortunately, this last mass campaign was cut short by Mao's death. If any cultural revolution failed, it was this last one, because it was aborted by the reactionaries. Perhaps we should conclude from this that the continuing struggles after 1966 to 1968 should have been more intense and should have involved some further revolutionary spontaneity of the masses. We must keep in mind, however, that the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution, whether dated 1966 to 1968 or 1966 to 1976, was the very first of its type, and we will be better prepared next time. There will still inevitably be spontaneity, and that is by no means entirely bad. But next time there should also be more consciousness, more organization, and more success. That is what we are working for, the transformation of hit or miss spontaneity into conscious revolutionary theory and action. 10. The Proletarian Party and the Masses. The masses are the makers of history, including of course the proletarian revolution. What then is the role of the Proletarian Party? Its role is to 1. Educate the masses, i.e. raise their revolutionary understanding or consciousness, and 2. Lead the masses, i.e. lead them into action, especially revolutionary action. These two basic tasks of the party may seem obvious, their mutual interrelationship may even be rather obvious. But an investigation of the history of the proletarian revolutionary movement shows that in practice most would-be proletarian parties have had great difficulty in recognizing and carrying out both these tasks. The all too evident tendency has been to see these two tasks not as interconnected and mutually reinforcing, but rather as fundamentally at odds and incompatible with each other. The result has usually been that all but the best parties at their best periods have concentrated on one of the two tasks and pretty much forgotten about the other. Sometimes the deficiency is finally recognized and a change is made, but often the change is merely a flip into the opposite error. With young and inexperienced parties the tendency is often in the direction of all education, no leadership, in other words attention to Marxist propaganda and agitation but nothing else. The problem is that this form of education is like the preaching of outsiders and is far less effective than it could be if combined with leadership of the masses. But the more usual tendency, especially with older parties, is in the direction of all leadership, no education. Naturally, this kind of leadership is not truly revolutionary leadership, since that requires the conscious revolutionary activity of the masses, which cannot happen if the masses have not had their consciousness raised. The mass line is as indispensable as a genuine revolutionary orientation if both of these opposing errors are to be avoided. In Chapter 4 I noted that Lenin criticized certain people in his day for confounding politics with pedagogics, or in other words, confounding leadership and education tasks. Lenin's phrase comes from the title of an unfinished article, as well as from the article itself, that Lenin wrote in 1905 against the Mensheviks who wanted to abandon the revolutionary political struggle against the Tsar's autocracy and restrict the masses to economic struggle against the factory owners. 1. The mass struggle had recently received a setback as a result of government attacks on the May Day demonstrations. The Mensheviks attributed these post-May Day difficulties to a lack of influence of the party on the masses, a lack of contact with the masses, a failure to adequately educate the masses, etc. So they proposed abandoning the premature political struggle in order to concentrate on what they called strictly Marxist propaganda and agitation, focusing on economic struggle against the capitalists. No one argued stronger than Lenin that the proletarian party should constantly strive to tighten its contact with the masses. In fact, he said, on another occasion, that the party will not merit the name until it learns to weld the leaders into one indivisible whole with the class and the masses. 2. And no one argued stronger than Lenin that the party should educate the workers and the broad masses, and raise their consciousness to the maximum degree possible. But he drew the line at contractopposing such pedagogic efforts to mobilizing the masses in political struggle. What, indeed, is the whole purpose of raising the consciousness of the masses if it is not to lead them in political struggle against the enemy and make revolution? So, although Lenin gives some strong and very sincerely held arguments in this article in favor of constant educational work, as well as forever more closely connecting ourselves to the masses and increasing our influence on the masses, the point of the article is that this by itself is not enough, that communists must also lead the masses in political struggle. I have noticed that this point is often missed by even sophisticated people when they refer to this article by Lenin, and that the use of the phrase strictly Marxist work is not recognized as economist in the mouth of the economists, and ironic in the mouth of Lenin. The question flowing from all this that needs further exploration here is, why do would-be revolutionaries come to see education, agitation and propaganda, and leadership as being opposed? Clearly it must have something to do with their conceptions of what Marxist education and leadership are all about. Education is seen as preaching, but everybody knows that preaching tends to alienate you from people. Leadership on the other hand requires that you get close to people and win their trust and respect. Thus it seems that if you see revolutionary leadership as very important, you must tone down, or give up, preaching, Marxist education, while if you see Marxist education as very important, it seems you must give up any serious notion of leadership, at least until that day long in the future when large sections of the masses are ready to act and come to you to place their fate in your hands. It is hard not to parody these tendencies. Actually, an adherent of this second tendency would more likely say that real leadership is basically agitation and propaganda, at least in a non-revolutionary situation. That makes no sense, but that is what some people say. The solution to this dilemma is that real Marxist educational work is not preaching at all, nor trying to force opinions on reluctant listeners who don't want to be bothered. It is instead the answering of questions that people have on their minds, which have been forced on their minds not by revolutionaries but by events and the workings of the bourgeois system. See next chapter. When seen in this light, agitation and propaganda can no longer be viewed as being in contradiction with leadership, but instead become a strong reinforcement to leadership. The mass line enters the picture here both because it is the main method of Marxist leadership and because it is necessary to use mass line techniques in Marxist education as well if various errors such as preaching to the people are to be avoided. There are many relationships between the masses and the proletarian party, but they all follow from these two fundamental tasks of the party: Marxist education and leadership of the mass struggle. Is it wrong to single these two tasks out for special emphasis? For example, isn't it just as important for the party to learn from the masses as it is for the party to teach the masses? Well, yes it is. But the purpose of learning things from the masses is to be better able to lead and educate them. We shouldn't get too hung up on these little puzzles, but for the sake of illustration of how they can be resolved, it should be noted that 1. In one sense learning and teaching are equal, that is, they are of equal importance and both are indispensable if there is to be a successful revolution. 2. In another sense learning is above teaching, that is, learning must come first. Before you can teach the masses you must learn from them. I.e., learning is a logically prior process. 3. In a third sense, teaching is above learning, that is, the point of learning from the masses is to be better able to teach them. In this sense, learning from the masses is a logically subsidiary process. The party as the vanguard of the masses. Much could be said about the proletarian party and the masses, about their interrelationships and so forth. But the temptation to expand this essay into every aspect of Marxist theory must be resisted and the focus kept on the mass line and its relationships, which forms a big enough subject. So I will try to keep the remarks in this chapter brief and relate them to the mass line and having a mass perspective. It should be pointed out, first, that the party is the advanced detachment of the masses, a vanguard part of the whole which has organized and trained itself in order to educate and lead the whole. Thus, while there is a distinction between the party and the masses, they also form a unity. The relation between the party and the masses can only be understood dialectically. To forget their essential unity is as bad as to deny their essential distinction. Why must there be a party at all? Why must there be an organized vanguard of the masses? Some people, most anarchists for example, just can't imagine why. After all, it is the masses who are the makers of revolution, not the party, right? Well, yes and no. In an obvious way it is the masses, and not the party, that is the real force making the revolution. But on the other hand, the party is itself a part of the masses, in an overall sense, and thus an integral part of the overall revolutionary process carried out by the masses. There must be a party for many reasons. The most general and abstract reason, perhaps, is just that the masses are not homogeneous, not equally cognizant of their role, capabilities, and interests. Those among the masses who are more conscious, and more determined, will inevitably have to lead the rest. And their leadership power will be amplified 1,000 times when they organize themselves into a solid proletarian party. Lenin explained many times why there must be a staunch and steeled leadership corps. Marxism teaches, and this tenet has not only been formally endorsed by the whole of the Communist International in the decisions of the Second, 1920, Congress of the Comintern on the role of the political party of the proletariat, but has also been confirmed in practice by our revolution that only the political party of the working class, i.e., the Communist Party, is capable of uniting, training and organizing a vanguard of the proletariat and of the whole mass of the working people that alone will be capable of withstanding the inevitable petty bourgeois vacillations of this mass and the inevitable traditions and relapses of narrow craft unionism or craft prejudices among the proletariat, and of guiding all the united activities of the whole of the proletariat, i.e., of leading it politically, and through it, the whole mass of the working people. Without this the dictatorship of the proletariat is impossible. 3. It is for reasons like this that, as we saw in the last chapter, Lenin said that the spontaneous struggle of the proletariat will not become its genuine class struggle until this struggle is led by a strong organization of revolutionaries. 4. From one perspective, the party must exist for the simplest and most obvious reasons. Lenin remarked that our first step was to create a real communist party so as to know whom we were talking to and whom we could fully trust. The second stage, after organizing into a party, consists in learning to prepare for revolution. In many countries we have not even learned how to assume the leadership. 5. Something as simple as that, an organized group of people that can really trust each other. And the other point is pretty basic too, before the party can lead the revolution, it must learn how to do so. It must learn how to educate the masses by seeking to educate them, and it must learn how to lead the masses by seeking to lead them. Basic points indeed, but it is amazing how often the most basic points are lost sight of. Another, more profound, view of the relation of the party to the masses was also provided by Lenin. The Marxists have a fundamentally different view than the anarchists of the relation of the unorganized, and unorganizable for a lengthy period, sometimes decades, masses to the party, to organization. It is to enable the mass of a definite class to learn to understand its own interests and its position, to learn to conduct its own policy, that there must be an organization of the advanced elements of the class, immediately and at all costs, even though at first these elements constitute only a tiny fraction of the class. To do service to the masses and express their interests, having correctly conceived those interests, the advanced contingent, the organization, must carry on all its activity among the masses, drawing from the masses all the best forces without any exception, at every step verifying carefully and objectively whether contact with the masses is being maintained and whether it is a live contact. In this way, and only in this way, does the advanced contingent train and enlighten the masses, expressing their interests, teaching them organization and directing all the activities of the masses along the path of conscious class politics. 6. The Communist Manifesto presents the relation of communists to the proletariat and the broad masses as follows. The communists, therefore, are on the one hand, practically, the most advanced and resolute section of the working class parties of every country, that section which pushes forward all others. On the other hand, theoretically, they have over the great mass of the proletariat the advantage of clearly understanding the line of march, the conditions, and the ultimate general results of the proletarian movement. 7. And Lenin seconded this point of view when he wrote, "A vanguard performs its task as vanguard only when it is able to avoid being isolated from the mass of the people it leads and is able really to lead the whole mass forward." 8. Hostility towards the idea of a proletarian party. It is not just anarchists who are hostile to all political parties. The more sophisticated anarchists, in fact, are not opposed to the general idea of a proletarian party, although they are all opposed to a highly organized and centralized proletarian party, no matter how democratic it also is. But more typical even than the hostility of the anarchists towards the Marxist idea of a party is the hostility of the petty bourgeois independent. Lenin wrote that one of the most widespread and unhealthy symptoms of our public life is the contempt, if not open hostility, that is displayed towards adherence to a party. It is characteristic of political freelances, political adventurers and political manilofs to repudiate party affiliations and to talk pompously about party bigotry, dogmatism, intolerance, and so forth. As a matter of fact, the use of such expressions merely reflects the ridiculous and paltry conceit or self-justification of intellectuals who are shut off from the masses and feel compelled to cover up their feebleness. Serious politics can only be promoted by the masses. Non-party masses that do not follow the lead of a strong party are, however, disunited, ignorant masses, without staying power, prone to become a plaything in the hands of adroit politicians, who always emerge opportunely from the ranks of the ruling classes to take advantage of favorable circumstances. 9. From the point of view of the mass line, hostility towards the party amounts to a renunciation of not only party organization but also mass organization, which in part is a result of the efforts of the party through its use of the mass line. It is a renunciation of any effective leadership of the masses, because the mass line is impossible without a party to concentrate the ideas of the masses and lead on that basis. And it is even a renunciation of the role of the masses in history, since by chopping off the most conscious section of the masses, the section capable of organizing and summarizing the consciousness and thinking of the whole, it dooms the masses to perpetual stumbling and ineffectualness. The party's correct line. This section was written circa 1982, before the recent right-wing campaign against political correctness started. The discussion here, therefore, has nothing at all to do with that reactionary wind. It is true, however, that excessive claims of political correctness were one of the factors that gave rise to, and just a little bit of credence to, that reactionary counterattack. There is another important question which we must explore: the contradiction between the ideas of the proletarian party and the revolutionary ideas of the masses. Unfortunately, there are those who do not recognize the existence of this contradiction. As mentioned earlier, one of our central themes is that revolutionaries absolutely must pay close attention to the ideas of the masses if they are to successfully lead the revolution. It is distressing to discover that some of the most sincere revolutionaries just do not grasp this point. Marxist-Leninists have had to struggle mightily in order to organize ourselves into genuinely revolutionary parties. We have learned through tortuous historical experience the supreme importance of such parties, and the importance of their having a, basically, correct political line. In every country we must constantly defend the proletarian party and its revolutionary line against enemies from without and also errors from within. Under these circumstances we naturally develop a pride in our party and a fierce adherence to its revolutionary line. But unfortunately sometimes this quite justified pride and loyalty is pushed to the extreme of unchanging codification of doctrine, of unquestioning acceptance of every aspect of the party's thinking, and of rejection of all ideas that the party has not originated or at least sanctioned. The fact is that all too often we Marxist-Leninists have demonstrated something of a weakness in our ability to uphold both the party and the masses, and one key area where this contradiction manifests itself is in our attitude toward the party's political line. Everything is subject to analysis, and this includes the party's political line. By being subject to analysis we mean that there are contradictions in a thing, and specifically in this case we mean there is inevitably error as well as correctness. Marxist-Leninists often speak of the party's correct political line, and this phrase has its justifications. There are at least two situations in which it may be appropriate to speak of the correct line of the party. 1. In contrast to the overall incorrect lines of opportunist and reactionary parties and individuals, and 2. In contrast to formerly held but now changed incorrect lines by, or in, the proletarian party itself. But both these attributions of correctness are clearly meant in a relative sense, and it is wrong to view any party's political line, even that of the very best parties at their best periods, as absolutely correct and containing no error whatsoever. No person and no political party is omniscient nor infallible. In light of this reasoning I think it is better to avoid the phrase the party's correct line, or at least to use it very carefully so that misconceptions are not spread about what is being claimed for the party. The impression should never be given that the proletarian party already has all the answers about how to make the revolution, or that it has nothing to learn from the masses about this. Still less should the party members and leaders themselves come to believe such a foolish thing. If they do, they will never lead the revolution to victory. Of course we must have faith in the party. This means in part that we must have faith in its ability to forge a sufficiently correct line to lead the revolution successfully. This way of looking at things is better because it is more dynamic. Truly correct lines must constantly change as circumstances change, and the party must constantly learn from the masses, as well as from a study of objective conditions, what these changes must be. That is the mass line way. The party and the masses. The relationship between the party and the masses, that is something that we should always be thinking about deeply. Lenin said, "Victory over capitalism calls for proper relations between the leading, communist, party, the revolutionary class, the proletariat, and the masses, i.e., the entire body of the toilers and the exploited. Only the Communist Party, if it is really the vanguard of the revolutionary class, if it really comprises all the finest representatives of that class, if it consists of fully conscious and staunch communists who have been educated and steeled by the experience of a persistent revolutionary struggle, and if it has succeeded in linking itself inseparably with the whole life of its class and, through it, with the whole mass of the exploited, and in completely winning the confidence of this class. And this mass, only such a party is capable of leading the proletariat in a final, most ruthless and decisive struggle against all the forces of capitalism." 10. Yes, the party is distinct from the masses, but it must also be one with the masses. Its members must live the life of the masses, it must champion the interests of the masses, and only their interests, and it must participate with all its energy in the actual struggles of the masses. The party must educate the masses, and lead the masses, but not on the basis of being an alien body expressing different interests and purposes than the masses, that is the bourgeois way, and a way which must ultimately fail. A real proletarian party must educate the masses in their own interests, and most especially in their own long-term and ultimate interests. This is the relatively easy part to grasp. But it must educate them in a way which to the maximum degree possible does not compromise or neglect their legitimate and already recognized interests, which tend to be more clearly recognized and firmly adhered to when they are immediate or short-range interests. This is the part that some find hard to grasp. The party must educate the masses in their own interests, both immediate and ultimate, as it presently understands them. That is the easy part to see. But it must recognize that its own understanding of the interests of the masses may not be perfect. It must constantly work to improve its own understanding of the masses' real interests, both short and long term, and it must primarily refine its understanding here by learning from the masses themselves, by means of the mass line, etc. That is the harder part to understand, and actually put into practice. Similarly, the party must not only educate, but also lead the masses based on the masses' real interests, and most importantly of all, in light of the masses' ultimate interests, which in essence means social revolution. That is the relatively easy part for a real revolutionary to understand. But the party must also recognize that people can only be led in the mass based on their already recognized interests. This means first that there cannot be a massive revolutionary movement except in a revolutionary situation. But it also means that to build a party that is actually capable of leading the masses in any situation, initial leadership must be based primarily on the legitimate and already recognized immediate needs of the masses, which are typically, and even essentially, reformist in nature. To build its leadership of the masses in non-revolutionary situations, to learn how to lead in general, and to really be prepared to lead the masses in revolution when the time is ripe, the party must also lead reformist struggles in the interim without degenerating into a reformist organization. The RCP says this cannot be done. I refuse to believe it. We will return to the question several times from different angles. The key point here is that it is possible and necessary to lead reformist struggle from a revolutionary perspective, and in light of the revolutionary goal. All this is the hard part for some people to understand and put into practice. Some people say, well, if leadership today means essentially leadership of reformist struggles, we do not want any part of it, we are revolutionaries. The question is, will such purist revolutionaries ever lead a real revolution? Some people do not want to participate in the hard but necessary work of actually preparing the ground for revolution. They would rather pretend that the ground is already prepared, that we are already on the eve of revolution. They are willing to lead only overtly revolutionary struggle. Lenin said what we want is new and different parties. We want parties that will be in constant and real contact with the masses and will be able to lead those masses. 11. He even put it as strongly as this: if the minority is unable to lead the masses and establish close links with them, then it is not a party, and is worthless in general, even if it calls itself a party. 12. Purist-leftists renounce leadership of the masses today because, for the most part, it cannot be immediately and overtly revolutionary leadership directed at immediate and overtly revolutionary goals. They do not see that it is possible and necessary to participate in and lead reformist struggle and in the process bring revolutionary consciousness to the masses. They do not see that if they renounce leadership now, they will not be able to lead in a revolutionary situation. I admit the reasoning is just a bit subtle, but the reasoning and logic is there, and has been presented in detail by Marx, Lenin, and Mao. But as Lenin remarked, the lefts do not know how to reason. The tasks of the party, and the relationship between the party and the masses, revolve around just education and leadership, but these things are nevertheless complex, not simple. If it were simple, the world revolution would have been over long ago. Our tasks are indeed hard, and dangers abound not only from enemy bullets, but actually far more seriously from our own ideological confusions and errors. But I believe that the proletariat and its party can surmount all such dangers and be victorious. Whatever path is required for revolution is a path that true revolutionaries can firmly adhere to, without inevitably degenerating. If humanity is to have a future, there is really no alternative. A party which succeeds in consolidating itself for persistent work in contact with the masses, a party of the advanced class, which succeeds in organizing its vanguard, and which directs its forces in such a way as to influence in a social democratic i.e., communist spirit every sign of life of the proletariat. Such a party will win no matter what happens. Lenin, 1311. Agitation and propaganda. Those who make nationwide political agitation the cornerstone of their program, their tactics, and their organizational work, as Iskra does, stand the least risk of missing the revolution. Lenin, 1. The first thing that must always be made clear about agitation and propaganda is that in Marxist discourse these terms are used differently than they are in standard everyday English, which reflects in this instance, as in many other instances, the prejudices of the ruling bourgeoisie. The bourgeoisie tries to hide the fact that each class has its own interpretation of events based on its own material interests, and denounces all interpretations other than its own as mere agitation and propaganda. Since the overwhelmingly dominant ideology is that of the bourgeoisie, this has led to the terms agitation and propaganda, and especially the second of the two, becoming virtually synonymous with lies and distortions. The words are used quite differently by Marxists. In essence, agitation and propaganda have become technical terms within Marxist revolutionary theory. There is of course nothing wrong with this, every science needs its technical concepts and terminology. But it does mean that we must use such terms very circumspectly when our audience is the masses, since they are apt to misinterpret us. We must constantly explain what we mean by words when we use them in ways unfamiliar to the masses. And as part of the process of educating the masses in the science of revolution, we must be careful ourselves not to fall into the habit of sometimes using such expressions in the bourgeois sense even when we are condemning the bourgeoisie. Specifically, it is wrong to label bourgeois interpretations of events as mere propaganda, if we mean to condemn their interpretations as lies and distortions, which they invariably are, then we should call them that, not lambaste them as propaganda. Our technical use of these two terms derives from Plekhanov. He drew the distinction between agitation and propaganda as follows: a propagandist presents many ideas to one or a few persons, an agitator presents only one or a few ideas, but he presents them to a mass of people. 2. Lenin quoted this and defended it against an attempt by right opportunists to distort it under the guise of improving on it. It should be noted that the analytical concepts of agitation and propaganda as defined by Plekhanov and supported by Lenin are value-free. That is, they themselves are neutral as to which class's views are being referred to. We can therefore talk about proletarian propaganda just as we can talk about bourgeois propaganda. The bourgeoisie cannot do this with their loaded definitions. You will never hear them talk about bourgeois propaganda, for instance. Moreover, the question of truth or falsehood is not presupposed in the concepts themselves. In the Marxist sense, it is possible to conceive of truthful or untruthful propaganda by any class. Of course we know that bourgeois propaganda will inevitably be at least somewhat untruthful, and generally blatantly so, just because they must continually fool the people in order to maintain their rule. Similarly, the Marxist principle, at least, is that proletarian propaganda must always be truthful, that we must never lie to the masses. But while bourgeois propaganda will in fact be untruthful, and proletarian propaganda will, or should, in fact be truthful, the truth or falsity in each case is a matter of fact, it is not built in or assumed in the term propaganda itself. Lenin elaborated on what Marxists mean by propaganda and agitation in an earlier pamphlet. The socialist activities of Russian Social Democrats communists consist in spreading by propaganda the teachings of scientific socialism, in spreading among the workers a proper understanding of the present social and economic system, its basis and its development, an understanding of the various classes in Russian society, of their interrelations, of the struggle between these classes, of the role of the working class in this struggle, of its attitude towards the declining and the developing classes, towards the past and the future of capitalism, an understanding of the historical task of international social democracy and of the Russian working class. Inseparably connected with propaganda is agitation among the workers, which naturally comes to the forefront in the present political conditions of Russia and at the present level of development of the masses of workers. Agitation among the workers means that the Social Democrats take part in all the spontaneous manifestations of the working class struggle, in all the conflicts between the workers and the capitalists over the working day, wages, working conditions, etc., etc. Our task is to merge our activities with the practical, everyday questions of working class life, to help the workers understand these questions, to draw the workers' attention to the most important abuses, to help them formulate their demands to the employers more precisely and practically, to develop among the workers consciousness of their solidarity, consciousness of the common interests and common cause of all the Russian workers as a united working class that is part of the international army of the proletariat. To organize study circles among workers, to establish proper and secret connections between them and the central group of Social Democrats, to publish and distribute working class literature, to organize the receipt of correspondence from all centers of the working class movement, to publish agitational leaflets and manifestos and to distribute them, and to train a body of experienced agitators. Such, in broad outline, are the manifestations of the socialist activities of Russian social democracy. 3. This passage was written a few years before What is to be done, and before all the sins and distortions of the economists had become completely evident. Probably if Lenin had rewritten this passage later he would have removed the implication that agitation is concerned only with economic issues. Even here, Lenin does not actually say that, but those are the only examples he gives. But there is no evidence that Lenin ever changed his mind about the basic point that agitation must be closely connected with the actual questions and concerns of the masses, and their actual day-to-day struggles of whatever kind. In this book the distinction between the concepts agitation and propaganda is not very important. Most of what I have to say concerns them both. The bullet theory of propaganda. Bourgeois sociologists and psychologists have always been fascinated by the success that Adolf Hitler had in indoctrinating the German people. Hitler openly proclaimed the importance in propaganda of the big lie, the constant repetition of a few basic themes, and viewed the masses as mindless. The ideas that the masses did have on their own were to him an obstacle. He said that at a mass meeting thought is eliminated. And because this is the state of mind I require, because it secures to me the best sounding board for my speeches, I order everyone to attend the meetings, where they become a part of the mass whether they like it or not, intellectuals and bourgeois as well as workers. 4. No doubt there is some tendency for people to get caught up in the mass sentiment of the moment. And it is true that Hitler did have great success in indoctrinating the German people. But this success was not really due to his theories about propaganda, it was due primarily to his skill as a demagogue, as a person who appealed to people's short-term, selfish interests, who directed the people's anger at scapegoats, and the like. And to some extent it was also due to mistakes on the part of the Communist Party of Germany, which knew little of mass line techniques, and had plenty of other shortcomings too. But though Hitler's theories about propaganda had little to do with his success with it, his views colored bourgeois thought on the matter for a long time afterwards. In the 1950s bourgeois researchers set out to discover exactly how political agitation and propaganda worked, no doubt for the purpose of learning how to better control the masses for the imperialists. At that time the predominant bourgeois theory of propaganda, actually, it is more a theory of agitation, in the Marxist sense, was the bullet theory, which assumed that an audience was passive, waiting for the media to shoot a propaganda message into it, and would roll over in a state of docile surrender when hit, as long as the bullet was sufficiently powerful. 5. According to this view, it is entirely a question of how things are put which is important. You can get people to believe anything whatsoever if you say it right, if you say it long, if you say it loud. This is indeed a fascist outlook. While there is in fact some tendency for people believe statements which they hear over and over again, this is only one aspect of the whole situation. A bourgeois concept of effective propaganda. However, In their experiments in the 1950s, the bourgeois researchers were very surprised to discover that things really did not work this way. To their consternation, they found that their test audiences obstinately refused to adopt the ideas that were being pushed on them, no matter how insistently. And sometimes their efforts even backfired, causing their audiences to adopt the opposite view. Eventually, the social psychologists were able to demonstrate dramatically that the audience was far from passive, that it actually went out seeking what it wanted from the mass media, interpreted what it found there to fit its own needs and predispositions, and seldom changed its mind as a result of mass persuasion. This development from the bullet theory to the study of an obstinate audience to the concept of an active audience is one of the most interesting and important chapters in modern social science. 6. Science writer Jeremy Campbell connects up this new view of propaganda with the new enlightened, broader picture of how the mind works. In a wide range of activity, the brain chooses the information it needs. In visual perception, the nervous system attunes itself to certain aspects of a scene rather than to others, so that each act of perception is unique to the person and the moment. Seeing is not like holding a camera up to the world, merely registering an image, but a restless searching and scanning. Hearing is a complex process of disentangling sounds we need to hear from sounds we need to ignore. Memory is not a tape recorder, storing information at the flick of a switch. It, too, is selective. In part, memory is a way of reorganizing information so as to make it special to the individual who remembers. The rise of the doctrine of the selective brain spells trouble for any hypothesis based on the idea of mind as helpless victim. This doctrine is not at all compatible with the tenets of behaviorism, which assumes that mental processes are uniform, predictable, and easily controlled from without. 7. Another illustration of the selective brain is the following little experiment: have someone look around the room for 10 or 20 seconds and try to memorize all the red things that they see. Now have them close their eyes and tell you all the green things in the room. Chances are, they won't remember much of anything despite the fact that they have just been studying the room. Yet another illustration of the selective brain is what is known by psychologists as the cocktail party effect. At a crowded cocktail party there are many conversations going on simultaneously, and most of what people in other conversations say goes unheard by you. But if your own name is mentioned in a neighboring conversation, you are much more likely to pick it out than other words spoken in the same tone of voice. Why? Because people are socially primed to be alert when others speak their name. Your hearing system and brain are in effect searching through the background noise for the mention of your own name. In light of this broader and more sophisticated theory of the selective brain, the failure of political propaganda to coerce or win over large audiences to a particular point of view, even with the resources of the modern media behind it, should come as no surprise. And indeed, to genuine Marxists, it does not. People already have one or another worldview, though it may often be rather primitive and undeveloped. They already recognize some things as being in their own interests, and others as being alien to their interests, though they may also be mistaken about these things sometimes. They are thinking individuals who are looking to satisfy their interests and concerns, who are looking for answers to their perceived problems, and who are quick to reject any political idea or program which they do not recognize as in their own collective interests. This is as true of the proletariat and the masses as it is of any other class or strata. Because all this is true, there are really only two ways to win the masses to your political banner. First, the honest approach, the proletarian approach, the revolutionary approach, to actually adopt the already perceived interests and concerns of the masses as your own, and to demonstrate to the masses that you wish to help them struggle to satisfy their already recognized needs, and work on resolving their already recognized problems, while at the same time working to raise the masses' own understanding of what is in their ultimate interests and what their most basic problems are, and why. Only proletarian revolution can resolve those problems. Second, the dishonest approach, the opportunist or demagogic approach, the anti-revolutionary approach, to merely pretend to adopt the interests and concerns of the masses as your own, or to merely address a few of their more superficial and immediate needs, while secretly opposing their more important interests, and doing everything in your power to prevent the masses from deepening their understanding of their own interests, and especially doing everything possible to steer them away from the idea of revolution. These are the only two viable approaches to mass politics. The second way can be initially quite successful because it promises an easier path for the masses, but ultimately it must fail and be rejected by the masses, who will inevitably discover, sooner or later, that they have been tricked and misled. Only the first way can be fully, and permanently successful, as long as it is adhered to. Real Marxists have always said that the purpose of agitation and propaganda is not to shove something unwanted down people's throats, but to answer their real and pressing questions about why things are as they are, and about what can be done to change things. We have always viewed agitation and propaganda as relations between those who can teach and those who want to learn. We have always viewed the masses as active, thinking human beings, and not as passive subjects for manipulation. This at any rate is what our theory says. In practice it must be admitted that we do not always work according to our own doctrines, and that is why we must continually study our hard-won revolutionary theory of Marxism, Leninism, Maoism, and attempt to keep its many aspects firmly in mind. We must condemn the bullet theory and reaffirm the Marxist view that our agitation must always be in response to the problems and difficulties the masses face and the questions the masses have on their minds. 8. Let us summarize this point and a couple of its direct consequences. 1. The questions and concerns of the masses are the starting point for effective Marxist agitation and propaganda. 2. Effective agitation and propaganda are completely impossible if you are not close to the masses, if you are unaware of what problems they face and what their concerns are. 3. Effective agitation and propaganda are therefore next to impossible if you divorce yourself from the struggles of the masses. The sphere of agitation and propaganda. At this point an objection might be raised. Didn't Lenin also say some things that seem to conflict with the notion that it is the questions of the masses that we must address with our agitation? Didn't he say, for example, that agitation is essentially a matter of political exposure? 9. Doesn't this mean that we must bring things to the attention of the masses that they are not already aware of, let alone already questioning? It certainly means we must bring things to the attention of the masses that they are not aware of. But things that people are not aware of can in fact help to answer their existing questions and concerns. The point is to build on what people already know, to connect up what they do not know with what they do know and are concerned with, and to do it in a living, concrete way. That can only mean by presenting them with facts and explanations which truly answer the questions on their minds. When this is done correctly, they will form new questions and seek deeper explanations. This is the way that we all learn and develop. Our goal is to expand people's knowledge, to deepen their understanding, and to broaden their concerns. But this can only be done by starting from where people are at to begin with. In bringing some outrage of the bourgeois system to the attention of the masses, we must at the same time do our best to connect this outrage up with the life of the masses we are addressing. We must always seek to show how events and circumstances that the masses were not aware of are related to their own class interests and the cause of the problems which confront them. Well, okay, but didn't Lenin say that our agitation and propaganda should cover not only the life of the proletariat, but of other classes as well? 10. Shouldn't we expose all the outrages of the present system, even those which do not directly affect the life of the proletariat? Well, yes, we should. But why? Because, for one thing, these events indirectly affect the proletariat. The proletariat's real concerns are broader than the proletariat, they encompass the broad masses. They encompass the workings of the entire capitalist system. We are concerned in our educational work not simply with events affecting a few particular individuals among the proletariat, but with the life of the proletariat in general. We use what happens to individual people and sections of the proletariat to deepen people's class consciousness and knowledge of the system as a whole. Events which affect other classes and strata, especially classes and strata allied to the proletariat, and hence part of the masses, can and should be used in the same way. Our goal is always to broaden the range of concern of the people and their depth of understanding of the true nature of the present system and why we have no alternative but to replace it. Many issues cut across class lines, affect people in different classes. The oppression of women, and racial discrimination, for example, affect even some members of the ruling class, and certainly all classes and strata making up the masses. The masses are not as insular and self-centered as they are often portrayed. They do have concern for other people, even people in other classes. And they do see themselves as part of society, with its major problems and all the questions which these problems constantly raise. On the other hand, different people are more concerned about some particular issues than others. Some people have serious questions that others do not have. In general, people do tend to be most concerned with issues that most closely affect them personally. This is why agitation and propaganda must be tailored to its specific audience to be most effective. And it is why the tailoring process means more closely relating the agitation and propaganda to the specific interests, concerns, and questions of the people involved. Lenin also said that agitation and propaganda must concern itself not just with what is happening locally or nationally, but with international events as well. How can events in distant lands be of great concern to people? A naive question indeed. Events in other countries may be far removed physically, but very close socially and politically. Vietnam was far away, but the body bags kept returning to the hometowns. In today's world, many distant events illustrate very well the workings of the system that also rules and oppresses at home. There are in fact essential connections between distant events and the important concerns and questions of the people, but many of these connections are somewhat hidden and need to be brought to light. Of course, agitation and propaganda will sometimes range far afield, often discussing events far away and directly affecting people far removed from the local scene. But the goal is always to connect these events and ideas up to the life of the masses being addressed. That is the key to the success of proletarian education. The purpose of agitation and propaganda. One might think that for a revolutionary Marxist the purpose of agitation and propaganda would be completely obvious. However, I am beginning to believe that nothing at all in revolutionary theory can really be considered completely obvious. Somebody, somewhere, always manages to misconstrue it. I said above that Marxists believe that the purpose of agitation and propaganda is to answer the real and pressing questions on the minds of the masses, about why things are as they are, and about how they may be changed. Of course, our answer to these questions amounts to an exposure of capitalism, and an explanation of why revolution is necessary. Thus we may also say that the primary purpose of agitation and propaganda is to raise the revolutionary consciousness of the masses. There are, to be sure, secondary goals in our agitation and propaganda, the most important of which is to facilitate and advance the organization of the proletariat and the broad masses. Sometimes Lenin and Mao describe revolutionary consciousness and mass organization together as the primary goal of our educational work. Lenin said, for example, that our principal and fundamental task is to facilitate the political development and the political organization of the working class. 11. And there are also other secondary, or tertiary, goals in our educational work. The raising of the revolutionary consciousness of the masses will itself lead to other results, such as more unrest among the masses, more strikes and other economic struggles, more intensive mass struggles of all kinds, more combativity on the part of the masses, and so forth. These things are all generally good, and help prepare the masses for revolution through a kind of positive feedback. But we must be very clear that it is raising revolutionary consciousness, and mass organization, that are our main goals here. The true side effects, such as more, and more intensive, economic strikes, more mass struggle of all kinds, and even more combativity on the part of the masses in general, are well and good, but are not the main point. We should not lose our bearings and turn such secondary things into the focus of our political work. This has been done in the past, and the revolutionary movement has degenerated into a reformist movement, even if it was militant and or combative, at first. For more on the dangers of an obsession with combativity, see Chapter 23. There are many aspects to raising the revolutionary consciousness of the masses. One aspect I'll mention immediately lies in combating the spontaneous summation of events of interest and concern to the masses. Of course, such spontaneous summations are generally guided by the bourgeoisie, either directly or indirectly, and are in essence therefore usually bourgeois summations. The RCP addressed this issue in speaking of the Moody Park Rebellion in Houston on May 7, 1978. The party's summation of the rebellion was definitely not what spontaneously arose from the masses, even though many of those who had participated and others were very proud of the rebellion. It was up to the conscious forces to take this summation broadly among the masses and to fight for it. 12. The basic purpose of agitation and propaganda remains essentially the same even after the proletarian seizure of power, and during the entire period of socialist society. Mao, speaking specifically of the peasants here, makes a remark which is more broadly true under socialism: the basic requirement of political work is constantly to imbue the peasant masses with a socialist ideology and to criticize capitalist tendencies. 13. The central importance of agitation and propaganda. Just how important is agitation and propaganda? Lenin said that the basis and chief content of our work is to develop the political understanding of the masses. 14. And he also said, as I quoted in Chapter 4, that the principal content of the activity of our party should always be work of political agitation, connected throughout Russia, illuminating all aspects of life, and conducted among the broadest possible strata of the masses. 15. Lenin even said that, to a great extent, the purpose of our strict separation as a distinct and independent party of the proletariat consists in the fact that we always and undeviatingly conduct this Marxist work of raising the whole working class, as far as possible, to the level of social democratic, i.e., communist consciousness, allowing no political gales, still less political changes of scenery, to turn us away from this urgent task. Without this work, political activity would inevitably degenerate into a game, because this activity acquires real importance for the proletariat only when and insofar as it arouses the mass of a definite class, wins its interest, and mobilizes it to take an active, foremost part in events. This work, as we have said, is always necessary. 16. But note that while Lenin is saying here that politics, and political leadership, is a game if not accompanied by constant Marxist educational work, he is at the same time drawing a distinction between politics, or political leadership, and educational work. Lenin says that the core of agitational work is the political exposure of the enemy, and emphasized its importance as follows. A basic condition for the necessary expansion of political agitation is the organization of comprehensive political exposure. In no way except by means of such exposures can the masses be trained in political consciousness and revolutionary activity. 17. And later he summed this up by saying that, we have seen that the conduct of the broadest political agitation and, consequently, of all-sided political exposures is an absolutely necessary and a paramount task of our activity, if this activity is to be truly social democratic communist. 18. The party program is the basis for our agitation and propaganda. The world is complicated, and there are always many issues, many questions, many things which can be focused on in our agitational and propaganda work. Isn't there some guide for Marxists as to where our work of political education should be focused? Yes, there is. The party and its ideology provide several levels of such guidance. At the most abstract level there is the general theory of Marxism, Leninism, Maoism itself. At the next level is the guidance provided by the party program. And then there are the more specific points of guidance for our educational work that appear in the party press and in the form of directives from the party center. If, for example, the party newspaper devotes a great deal of attention to a certain issue, it is safe to assume that it should be a focus of agitational work for party members. But for the moment, I want to discuss the middle level of guidance here, the party program, and emphasize its importance. A party program is not something to be written and then filed away and forgotten, as with bourgeois parties. The program of a proletarian party is the product of an enormous amount of effort and thought, and is constructed for the purpose of guiding the work of the whole party. Of course that includes our work of political education, since that is our highest task. If the party is any good, it will have a really good program. And if the program is really good, it will be the result not only of the higher level guidance of the theory of Marxism-Leninism-Maoism, but also the extensive application of the mass line. Speaking of the Bolshevik Party program, Lenin said, "The special sections of our program dealing with the questions of government, finances, and labor legislation, and with the agrarian question, provide exact and definite material to guide the entire work of every propagandist and agitator, in all its many aspects. They should enable him to particularize on our election platform in speaking before any audience, on any occasion, and on any subject." 19. And in answer to the confusion about the purpose of the party program shown by some party members, Lenin said, "Lastly, Comrade Yegorov asked the authors of the program what the program signified. Is the program, he asked, a conclusion drawn from our basic conceptions of the economic evolution of Russia, a scientific anticipation of the possible and inevitable result of political changes, in which case Comrade Yegorov might agree with us? Or is our program a practical slogan for agitation? In that case we could not beat the record of the socialist revolutionaries, and the program must be regarded as incorrect. I must say that I do not understand the distinction Comrade Yegorov draws. If our program did not meet the first condition, it would be incorrect and we could not accept it. If, however, the program is correct, it cannot but furnish a slogan of practical value for purposes of agitation. The contradiction between Comrade Yegorov's two alternatives is only a seeming one, it cannot exist in fact, because a correct theoretical decision guarantees enduring success in agitation. And it is for enduring success that we are working, not in the least disconcerted by temporary reverses. 20. Lenin's stand could hardly be clearer. The party program must guide our agitational and propaganda work. But now I see a look of discomfort and consternation forming on the brows of some of my readers. On the one hand, our agitation must be guided by the questions and concerns on the minds of the masses, and on the other hand our agitation must be guided by our Marxist theory and program. Is there a contradiction here? Well, actually, yes there is. But what is its nature? According to many people this contradiction is unresolvable, in other words, both things cannot be true. Right opportunists see an unresolvable contradiction here, and therefore downplay any guidance from revolutionary Marxist theory in educational work, and at the same time modify what should be a revolutionary program into a bourgeois populist reformist program. Left sectarians also see an unresolvable contradiction here, focus entirely on the ultimate revolutionary goal, and therefore ignore the immediate questions on the minds of the masses that must be addressed if we are to raise their revolutionary consciousness and actually get to that revolutionary goal. The correct position here is that both our Marxist theory and program, and the questions and concerns on the minds of the masses must guide our agitation and propaganda work, and that these things complement each other and interpenetrate. As I already mentioned, the party program itself should be based not only on scientific revolutionary theory but also on a concrete analysis of the overall situation and the extensive application of the mass line to determine the general approach toward revolution for the broad masses and their mass struggles. The additional guidance from the party center which comes from further application of the mass line, and indeed the constant application of the mass line by the whole party, supplements the party program, adjusts it somewhat over the short term, and fleshes it out on a day-to-day basis. Only if the program is in fundamental error in its general guidance will the further application of the mass line provide political guidance in basic opposition to it. And in that case, it is time to construct a new party program. There are other important principles besides the constant application of the mass line which may sometimes seem to some people to be in opposition to the party program, but which cannot really be in opposition to it if the program is a sound, Marxist document. It is true, for example, as Mao said, that we should teach the masses to understand their own long-term interests. 21, and that in fact this is a cornerstone principle of our agitation and propaganda work. 22 But this is not in opposition to the principle that the party program must form the basis for our agitation and propaganda, because the party program itself, if the party is a real proletarian party, will reflect and focus on precisely the real long-term interests of the masses. Revolutionary agitation and the reformist struggles of the masses. The whole question of reforms, of reformism versus revolution, of the relation of the revolutionary struggle to spontaneous mass struggles for reforms, etc., is one of the most central questions in Marxism. It is so important that I often think, if we can just get completely clear on this basic question, everything else will come very easily. Because of the importance of this subject, I will return to it again and again throughout this book. With regard to the relation of agitation and propaganda to reforms, Lenin wrote that, in order to really defeat opportunism, which caused the shameful death of the Second International, in order to really assist the revolution, it is necessary, firstly, to conduct all propaganda and agitation from the viewpoint of revolution as opposed to reforms, systematically explaining to the masses, both theoretically and practically, at every step of parliamentary, trade union, cooperative, etc., activity, that they are diametrically opposed. Under no circumstances to refrain, save in special cases, by way of exception, from utilizing the parliamentary system and all the liberties of bourgeois democracy, not to reject reforms, but to regard them only as a byproduct of the revolutionary class struggle of the proletariat. 23. But a bit of clarification is called for here. We communists must regard reforms as only a byproduct of the revolutionary struggle, but we must also recognize that the masses in general will not look at things this way. If the masses in general were looking at reforms this way, they could and would immediately launch an insurrection instead of battling over these measly reforms. We must view our participation in the reformist struggles of the masses as being primarily for the purpose of raising their revolutionary consciousness, but we must also be clear that the masses, even many revolutionary-minded individuals among the masses, will for the most part view their own reformist struggles exclusively as ends in themselves. That is the whole problem, the whole reason why a revolutionary situation has not yet developed, and why we still have a tremendous amount of work to do to help it develop. Of course, in saying that we should regard reforms only as a byproduct of the revolutionary struggle, Lenin is in no way denying that the reformist struggles of the masses are important. On the contrary, he is saying that they are truly important precisely because they give us revolutionaries an opportunity to join up with the masses and raise their revolutionary consciousness. It is not opportunism to seize upon opportunities to advance the revolution. Lenin is in no way denying the importance of the reformist struggles of the masses for the revolutionary process, he is merely denying their importance as ends in themselves, from the revolutionary perspective. He is in no way saying that we as revolutionaries should not participate in the reformist struggles of the masses. On the contrary, he is saying explicitly that in the masses' parliamentary, trade union, cooperative and other day-to-day reformist activities and struggles, we must be there to systematically raise their revolutionary consciousness at every step. What is the revolutionary attitude toward reforms and the spontaneous struggle for reforms by the masses? In What is to be done? Lenin said, revolutionary social democracy has always included the struggle for reforms as part of its activities. But it utilizes economic agitation for the purpose of presenting to the government, not only demands for all sorts of measures, but also, and primarily, the demand that it cease to be an autocratic government. Moreover, it considers it its duty to present this demand to the government on the basis, not of the economic struggle alone, but of all manifestations in general of public and political life. In a word, it subordinates the struggle for reforms, as the part to the whole, to the revolutionary struggle for freedom and for socialism. 24. What is reformism? Is it simply the participation in the masses' struggles for reforms? No. It is the practice of working for reforms instead of revolution, of putting forward reformist demands instead of, and in opposition to, the necessity for revolution. Vivid examples from real life must be used continuously to demonstrate all the harmfulness of reformism, i.e., the tactics of putting demands for partial improvement to the fore instead of revolutionary slogans. Lenin, 25. I must emphasize again that the reformist struggles of the masses provide revolutionaries with a great opportunity to advance the revolutionary struggle by raising the revolutionary consciousness of the masses involved. This is the principal role of agitation and propaganda in Marxist political work. As revolutionaries, we prize the reformist struggle not for the reforms it consciously aims at and sometimes manages to achieve, but for the possibility it provides if we do our work right, and remain revolutionaries of advancing the mass struggle towards revolution, by steadily deepening the revolutionary consciousness of the masses. How do we get from where we are today in this country to a revolutionary situation? There is only one way: educating the masses on the absolute necessity of proletarian revolution in the course of participating with them in their day-to-day, reformist struggles. That may seem strange to some people, but it is the actual truth of the matter. The language of agitation. The questions we address are those of the masses. On the other hand, our agitation and propaganda must always be the truth, whether or not it is what the masses may want to hear. The questions are those of the masses, the answers we give are those that scientific Marxist theory tells us are correct. Nevertheless, it is not wrong to phrase our answers in terms the masses can understand, and insofar as we can, in terms they can readily accept. What we say must be the unvarnished truth, but how we say it must be in the way which will be most effective in convincing and winning over the masses. One point here I have already touched on: Marxist terminology. Marxism is a science and has numerous technical terms such as class, proletariat, bourgeoisie, exploitation, imperialism, contradiction, dictatorship of the proletariat, etc. Most of these terms are politically loaded, that is, they have different meanings or connotations for different classes. An important part of our educational work among the masses is getting them to understand and accept such scientific terminology. But where our audience does not yet understand and accept such terms, they should either be explained, paraphrased in the language of the people, or where these things cannot be done, sometimes avoided altogether. Much of the time this is simple, such as using working class instead of proletariat, or working class rule instead of the dictatorship of the proletariat. Other times this becomes very cumbersome, and the scientific term simply has to be introduced and briefly explained. It should not be underestimated what a tremendous obstacle such terms can be for the masses. I vividly remember my own experience with the word imperialism around 1964. Like the bourgeois indoctrinated population in general, I understood the term to just mean something like the conquering of one country by another. Thus when the anti-Vietnam War teach-ins began, I could sort of accept the charge that the US was being imperialistic in Vietnam. But when leftists talked about the imperialist system, or the imperialist ruling class, it sounded like wild rhetoric and irresponsible jargon to me. I don't think I really got over that until I read Lenin's pamphlet Imperialism, the Highest Stage of Capitalism several years later. In the meanwhile the leftists using the term imperialism were really not communicating with me, since none of them ever adequately explained what they meant or referred me to Lenin's pamphlet. I suppose it could be argued that the strange use of the term imperialism by Marxists was one of the things that finally did lead me to read Lenin's pamphlet, and that therefore using Marxist terminology even when it isn't adequately explained may serve some useful purpose. While there is a germ of truth to that, I think we can safely assume that quite enough unexplained jargon will slip into our speech without consciously trying to use it. For the most part, unexplained terminology is a serious obstacle to educating the masses, not a positive thing. It is one of the things that leads many to reject Marxism out of hand as an alien viewpoint, unconnected with their own concerns and problems. Except for a few red diaper babies, perhaps, We all had to struggle mightily to overcome the bourgeois indoctrination we grew up with, and we must not forget these difficulties when attempting to help other people do the same. It takes time, considerable exposure, and repeated explanation, for individuals let alone large sections of the masses to come to really understand and accept Marxist scientific terminology. One learns the terminology as one learns the science. This is something that we must constantly be aware of. Lenin discussed this point, together with several other important points about agitation when he wrote, and quoted with approval a passage from Karl Koski from the period before Koski himself became a renegade from Marxism. Agitation among the lower strata of the workers should, of course, provide the widest field for the personal qualities of the agitator and the peculiarities of the locality, the trade concerned, etc. Tactics and agitation must not be confused, says Koski in his book Against Bernstein. Agitational methods must be adapted to individual and local conditions. Every agitator must be allowed to select those methods of agitation that he has at his disposal. One agitator may create the greatest impression by his enthusiasm, another by his biting sarcasm, a third by his ability to adduce a large number of instances, etc. While being adapted to the agitator, agitation must also be adapted to the public. The agitator must speak so that he will be understood, he must take as a starting point something well known to his listeners. All this is self-evident and is not merely applicable to agitation conducted among the peasantry. One has to talk to cabmen differently than to sailors, and to sailors differently than to printers. Agitation must be individualized, but our tactics, our political activity must be uniform. These words from a leading representative of social democratic theory contain a superb assessment of agitation as part of the general activity of the party. 26. Amazingly enough, some people have thought that it is opportunistic to put things in a way the masses can understand. Sometimes people have used quotations from Lenin, such as the following, to back up such a stance. Attention must be devoted principally to raising the workers to the level of revolutionaries. It is not at all our task to descend to the level of the working masses as the economists wish to do, or to the level of the average worker, as Svoboda desires to do. 27. Of course, what Lenin is talking about here is not how things are expressed, but about what is said. The political content of our agitation and propaganda must not be lowered from Marxism to reformist populism. But the language which is used to bring revolutionary Marxist theory to the masses must be clear and understandable to the masses. In this sense, it is not wrong to descend to the average level of our audience, on the contrary, it is obligatory. Agitation must be concrete. Another thing to mention is that political education, and agitation especially, must be very concrete, that is, it must be related to concrete situations and events. Lenin addressed this point when he wrote, "The question arises, what should political education consist in? Can it be confined to the propaganda of working-class hostility to the autocracy? Or in our case, to bourgeois democracy? S.H. Of course not. It is not enough to explain to the workers that they are politically oppressed, any more than it is to explain to them that their interests are antagonistic to the interests of the employers. Agitation must be conducted with regard to every concrete example of this oppression, as we have begun to carry on agitation round concrete examples of economic oppression. 28. To say that agitation must be concrete is not exactly the same as to say that it must address the concerns and questions of the masses, but there is definitely a close relation here, the two sets largely overlap. Of course there is a place for abstract argument and abstract conclusions, but people in general learn not from abstract considerations, but from concrete instances. The general principles are abstracted out of concrete examples. And, connecting things up again, the concerns and questions people have will mostly derive from specific, concrete situations. There is another aspect to the idea that agitation must be concrete. Not only must agitation focus on specific events and situations, it must also be appropriate to specific circumstances and situations. Lenin, for example, warned against the tendency to keep the same old agitational slogans when circumstances have changed. It is one thing to preserve the traditions of the revolution, to know how to use them for constant propaganda and agitation and for acquainting the masses with the conditions of a direct and aggressive struggle against the old regime, but quite another thing to repeat a slogan divorced from the sum total of the conditions which gave rise to it and which ensured its success, and to apply it to essentially different conditions. 29. How do we ensure that our agitation is always appropriate to the circumstances? Obviously through our application of the mass line together with a careful analysis of the concrete situation. Agitation must be taken to the masses wherever they are. Because the point of agitation and propaganda is to educate and win over the masses to a revolutionary perspective, we must strive to engage in agitation and propaganda wherever the masses are. This means overcoming many difficulties. The bourgeoisie will try to prevent us from educating the masses, even if it means hypocritically violating their own bourgeois democratic principle of free speech. They will erect 1,000 obstacles in our path, in addition to the ones that already exist due to their near monopoly on the means of mass communication. We must continually fight to overcome these obstacles, and we can overcome them. For one thing, we must never let the bourgeoisie keep us from living with and politically working with the masses, or from maintaining the closest contact with them. Lenin said that revolutionaries must absolutely work wherever the masses are to be found. You must be capable of any sacrifice, of overcoming the greatest obstacles, in order to carry on agitation and propaganda systematically, perseveringly, persistently and patiently in those institutions, societies, and associations, even the most reactionary, in which proletarian or semi-proletarian masses are to be found. 30. And again, speaking of the tasks of party organizations, Lenin said, needless to say, the task of these cells and committees must be to utilize all the semi-legal and, as far as possible, legal organizations, to maintain close contact with the masses, and to direct the work in such a way that social democracy responds to all the needs of the masses. Every party cell and workers' committee must become a base for agitation, propaganda, and practical organizing work among the masses, i.e., they must go where the masses go, and try at every step to push the consciousness of the masses in the direction of socialism, to link up every specific question with the general tasks of the proletariat. 31. Ironically, in some cases it has been not the bourgeoisie, but our own mistaken ideas that have kept us from working with the masses in their existing organizations and their existing struggles, and seeking there to raise their revolutionary consciousness. All too frequently amateurish revolutionaries have felt that it was sufficient to send out an abstract, general call to the masses to come talk to us about revolution, rather than for us to really go talk to them about it persistently, and in concrete ways connected with their lives and struggles. It is true, of course, that we must use organizational means to help carry out our agitation and propaganda. Mao said that our objectives cannot be attained unless we use various organizational means to mobilize the masses and conduct propaganda among them. 32. We must help construct many mass organizations of all kinds, to facilitate this political education. But we must also recognize that, while the bourgeoisie still rules, whatever mass organizations we manage to build ourselves will usually remain adjuncts to those we find already existing. The forms of agitation and propaganda. What are the various forms which agitation and propaganda may take? They are myriad. Either may be oral or written, though of course propaganda will generally be written. They may also be presented in works of art, in music, in plays and skits, and in many other ways. Mao mentions even such humble forms as lantern slides, along with movies, forums, mass rallies, and many other forms. 33. Naturally, written forms of agitation and propaganda will be dominant, at least in a literate society. It is becoming somewhat questionable if this still includes the U.S., considering its mushrooming illiteracy rate. The most important written forms are of course newspapers, leaflets, magazines, pamphlets, and books. Talking about these, Lenin said, leaflets are the medium through which local factory exposures have always been and must continue to be made, but we must raise the level of the newspaper, not lower it to the level of a factory leaflet. What we ask of a newspaper is not so much petty exposures, as exposures of the major, typical evils of factory life, exposures based on especially striking facts and capable, therefore, of arousing the interest of all workers and all leaders of the movement, of really enriching their knowledge, broadening their outlook, and serving as a starting point for awakening new districts and workers from ever newer trade areas. 34. And of course, newspapers should not focus just on the typical evils of factory life but on the typical evils of the entire life of society, as Lenin made abundantly clear elsewhere. Agitation as a spur to action. It might be thought that agitation should always encourage, or even push, the masses to take immediate action. This, however, is not the case. As I have been saying, the purpose of agitation, and propaganda, is to raise the revolutionary consciousness of the masses. It is always appropriate to raise people's revolutionary consciousness, but it is not always appropriate to urge them to take immediate action. In fact, sometimes we should urge people to act with extreme caution, or to wait a bit until conditions are more favorable. This is no doubt more the exception than the rule, but it is something to be well aware of. Along these same lines, Mao pointed out that sometimes the method of reverse propaganda should be used. An editorial footnote in Mao's selected works explains what he means by this phrase. Here reverse propaganda means making clear to the masses the difficulties and adversities they may come across in forming cooperatives, in addition to publicizing the advantages and favorable conditions. This was done when the masses were fully aroused and applied in great numbers for cooperative membership, so that they could weigh the matter thoroughly and join of their own free will. 35. It is not that we want to talk people out of taking action, only that we want them to go into action with their eyes wide open, prepared in advance for the real difficulties they will confront. As Mao said, we must constantly carry on lively and effective political education among the masses and should always tell them the truth about the difficulties that crop up and discuss with them how to surmount these difficulties. 36. This is a valid point even in economic work. I remember our radical caucus of bus drivers in the mid-70s, which always pushed for a strike whenever the contract was up, without giving much attention to preparing the workers for the inevitable efforts and difficulties that a serious strike would entail. It always seemed to me that in addition to telling the drivers that they needed to fight, we should have also told them that they should not fight unless they were prepared to make the sacrifices necessary to fight and win. Of course, this point is incomparably more important when it comes to the revolutionary showdown with the enemy. Commandism in educational work. I have not so far said much about commandism in connection with agitation and propaganda for three reasons. First, commandism is primarily a problem in the area of leadership, not education. Second, even where commandism is a problem in work of political education, the party must first be in a position to command before the sin really is possible. In other words, the party must have first achieved state power, or at least widespread authority and respect. And third, even then, commandism in educational work is really its own negation. The point is to educate and enlighten people so they will take action in their own interests, and this cannot be done by issuing any kind of orders. 37. After the proletarian party has achieved power, or in other words during the entire period of socialism, the sin of commandism becomes possible and likely, and it will become a major task of the party and the masses to combat this sin, primarily in leadership methods, but also in educational methods. For now, as well as then, the parallels between the bullet theory of propaganda and commandism in agitation and propaganda should be noted. Trying to force things down people's throats may itself be considered a kind of commandism. Our comrades in propaganda work have the task of disseminating Marxism. This has to be done gradually and done well, so that people willingly accept it. We cannot force people to accept Marxism, we can only persuade them. Mao, 38. The relationship between the mass line and agitation and propaganda. In Chapter 4 I said that there were two main relationships between the mass line, on the one hand, and agitation and propaganda, on the other hand. The first was an internal relationship, where agitation is employed in step 3 of the mass line process to take the concentrated ideas of the masses back to the masses. The second was an external relationship, where the mass line is viewed as the main method of proletarian leadership, and agitation and propaganda are viewed as the two methods of proletarian political education. In the latter case, leadership and education stand more or less as peers, as the two main tasks of the proletarian party, though education is the principal, or leading, task of the two. Thus, in the internal relationship, agitation is subsidiary, while in the external relationship, the two tasks are more or less on a par, though, if anything, the education task is principal. There is another way of looking at propaganda, in particular, however. The whole of Marxist-Leninist-Maoist theory may be viewed as the great theoretical summation of the ideas and experiences of the masses over the past couple centuries. When looked at this way, Marxist education as a whole may be considered as the stage 3 of an immense, centuries-long, application of the mass line, in other words, as the taking back to the masses of this great revolutionary theory which we have learned from the masses. This grandiose view, however, is presented mostly for the purpose of showing the intimate connection between education and leadership even at the highest level. In our immediate work it would be just as wrong to consider that our entire task is the application of the mass line, as it would be to consider that our entire task is agitation and propaganda. We do not want to lean towards either the sin of all leadership, no education, or the opposite sin of all education, no leadership. The best way to keep a balanced position on the relationship between the mass line and agitation and propaganda is to view it the way that the RCP did back in 1976. The party must not only process the ideas of the masses and raise their experience to rational knowledge, but must continually arm the masses themselves with the science of revolution, to enable ever broader numbers to know and change the world, and develop the struggle of millions, more and more in conformity with the revolutionary outlook and interests of the working class. 39. In short, the view here is that agitation does have an important role to play within the mass line process, but that also there is an important and independent role for agitation and propaganda in bringing the science of revolution to the broad masses. It is extremely important to always keep in mind that the mass line in no way goes against the independent propagation of Marxism among the masses. In fact, in important respects, the failure to propagate the revolutionary science of Marxism among the masses should be considered as going against the Marxist mass perspective. The RCP brought out one aspect of this in a 1978 article in Revolution. By arming the masses with an understanding of the basis of events in society, and the party's actions, and by arming them with a scientific outlook, propaganda plays an important role. The party cannot adopt the view that revolution will be made by a conscious party leading the blind masses in struggle against their oppression. This is nothing but the heroes make history line. Through the work of the party, both learning and leading, and together with the development of the objective situation, larger and larger sections of the masses must become increasingly class-conscious and armed with revolutionary science. 40. On the other hand, it should also be pointed out here that the failure to propagate Marxism amongst the masses is by no means the only way of slipping into the heroes make history line. A more typical way would be to fully accept the importance of ongoing Marxist propaganda, to engage in ongoing educational work, but to abandon the mass line and Marxist leadership tasks in general, and thus substitute the activity of the party for the activity of the masses. The use of the mass line within agitation and propaganda. When Guatemalan guerrillas enter a village, they don't hand out tracts by Marx or Mao, instead they talk to the villagers about their own lives, about how they see themselves and how they came to be who they are, about their deepest longings and the things they've striven for and hoped for, about the way in which their deepest longings were frustrated by the society in which they lived. Then the guerrillas encourage the villagers to talk about their lives. And then a marvelous thing begins to happen. People who thought that their deepest problems and frustrations were their individual problems discover that their problems and longings are all the same, and, finally, that out of the discovery of their common humanity comes the decision that men must unite together in the struggle to destroy the conditions of their common oppression. That, it seems to me, is what we are about. Greg Calvert, National Secretary of SDS, in a 1967 speech. 41. The mass line is primarily a method of leadership. But, secondarily, it is also a method of education. As I have argued elsewhere in this book, education and leadership are dialectically related even though they are distinct processes. To say that two things are dialectically related is to say, in part, that aspects of each are contained in the other. To lead, you must also educate; to educate, you must also lead. Since the primary tool for leadership is the mass line, it is therefore not surprising that the mass line is also of value in work of political education. One way in which the mass line is of value in educational work is in determining what specific points to concentrate on in agitation and propaganda, and especially in agitation. To a considerable degree we must learn from the masses what we can and should teach the masses. We must of course discover what they do not understand, so we can focus on raising their understanding, rather than merely repeating to them what they already know. But within the sphere of what the masses do not yet understand, some things are more important than other things. In any situation there are a few key points to understand. It is our Marxist theory, and an analysis of the current situation, that tells us what is most important to explain to the masses at any given time and place. But the mass line also has a role in determining where we should focus our educational work. Most obviously, we must determine from the masses what they need to understand in order to take political action. But in addition to this, we must learn what ideas have initially been effective in gripping the masses, and thus where we can hope to make the ideological breakthroughs that each situation calls for. The mass line can and should be used to determine not only which specific points to concentrate on in agitation, but also how to present these points. This is the question of method, which Mao constantly emphasized. Education, to be effective, must include feedback mechanisms, so that the teacher may quickly discover what the students are grasping, and how they most easily grasp the material being presented. The mass line is one of the most effective and important of such feedback mechanisms. Speaking a bit more generally and broadly, education, to be effective, must be an interrelationship between teacher and student, in which the teacher learns from the student, as well as the student learns from the teacher. This, of course, is the whole point of the mass line, its theoretical essence. In 1978 the RCP published an important article entitled On the Role of Agitation and Propaganda, which I already referred to above. 42 Among the perceptive comments in the article was the following: by digging into a contradiction, by taking a clear-cut stand, agitation seeks to unite with the basic class feelings of the masses and raise them to a new and higher level. 43 That is worth thinking about for a bit. It implies that effective agitation must focus on the sharp contradictions facing the masses. Not the contradictions we may feel to be important, but the contradictions which the masses themselves feel. It also implies that you can't be effective in your agitational work if you are not very close to the masses, and intimately aware of their actual sophistication, or relative lack of it, in their basic class feelings. The article goes on to say, to really play this kind of role in concentrating the deep feelings of the masses and raising their class consciousness, agitation must be revolutionary and powerful. And the masses must feel it truly speaks for them. This kind of agitation is impossible without applying the mass line and without knowing the masses, their experiences, their feelings, their language. In short, it is necessary to learn from the masses in order to educate them. Without this constant process, agitation will become sterile and stereotyped, learned from a formula instead of concentrated from life. 44. There is no better way to put it: agitation must be concentrated from life. This means, among other things, that agitation must be concentrated by means of the mass line from the actual contradictions confronting the masses, and from the actual struggles that they are engaged in short, from the actual life of the masses. Sometimes revolutionary intellectuals lose sight of such things completely. Back when Lenin was struggling to set up the Third International on sound Marxist principles, he had to combat all kinds of silly views about agitation and organization and political work in general, which was completely divorced from the life of the masses. In those days, questions about trade unions were more important than they are in the US today, now that few among the basic proletariat are in unions, and union membership is so small and shrinking even among the better-off workers. Nevertheless, an old dispute about reactionary trade unions will illustrate the broader point. Lenin ridiculed the left communists in various countries who wanted to boycott reactionary trade unions and set up revolutionary ones where the only condition of membership would be recognition of the Soviet system and the dictatorship of the proletariat. It would be hard to imagine any greater ineptitude or greater harm to the revolution than that caused by the left revolutionaries. Why, if we in Russia today, after 2.5 years of unprecedented victories over the bourgeoisie of Russia and the Entente, were to make recognition of the dictatorship a condition of trade union membership, we would be doing a very foolish thing, damaging our influence among the masses, and helping the Mensheviks. The task devolving on communists is to convince the backward elements, to work among them, and not to fence themselves off from them with artificial and childishly left slogans. 45. The tendency of intellectuals in the communist movement, who are divorced from the life and actual struggles of the masses, to turn agitation into childishly left slogans was one of the most serious political problems in Lenin's day. It is also one of the most serious problems we face today. The basic problem is always the same: left intellectuals cannot imagine how the present ideas of the masses and their present struggles fit into the revolutionary equation. Thus there is no way their slogans and agitation can effectively connect up with the life of the masses. The limits of agitation and propaganda. Work of agitation and propaganda is always of extreme importance. Every Leninist knows this very well. It is difficult to overstress the importance of constant revolutionary agitation and propaganda. But even here it is possible to have exaggerated expectations, to imagine that agitation and propaganda may by themselves accomplish more than they really can. Lenin was of course the greatest champion of the importance of agitation and propaganda, but he also said, "Of course, there also exists mankind's far wider collective experience, which has left its impress upon the history of international democracy and of international social democracy, and has been systematized by the foremost representatives of revolutionary thought. Our party draws on that experience for material to be used in its everyday propaganda and agitation. But while society is based on the oppression and exploitation of millions of working people, only the few can learn directly from that experience. The masses have to learn mostly from their own experience, paying dearly for every lesson." 46. And in another place, Lenin said flatly that revolution is impossible without a change in the views of the majority of the working class, a change brought about by the political experience of the masses, never by propaganda alone. 47. The important topic of the experience of the masses will be further discussed in chapter 24. The point for now is just to recognize the real limits of what can be accomplished with agitation and propaganda alone. In another sense, there is a material limit as to what can be accomplished with agitation and propaganda. These are after all only ideas, and ideas alone cannot change the world. As Marx so nicely expressed it, at some point the weapons of criticism of the established order must turn into the criticism of weapons. But fortunately, when revolutionary ideas grip the masses, this transformation must inevitably occur. 12. Leadership of the masses, bourgeois and proletarian. Leadership is both an art and a science. At one time it was exclusively an art, but now some aspects of leadership have been summed up theoretically, and turned into science. The prime instance of this is the mass line, though even the use of the mass line remains an art and not a science, to some extent. The mass line is the primary method of Marxist leadership, but there are also other methods and techniques which should be mentioned. In addition, we must discuss the presumptions and outlook behind all Marxist leadership methods. But before we explore the Marxist conception of leadership, we have a rather disagreeable task to perform: the investigation of the bourgeois attitude toward leadership. Bourgeois concepts and methods of leadership. Every class and every tendency seeks to lead. In order to contrast proletarian methods of leadership with those of the bourgeoisie, it will be useful to start by outlining the bourgeois conception of leadership. There are a vast number of books and articles on leadership from the bourgeois point of view. In addition, a great many bourgeois notables have commented on leadership. Harry Truman, for example, remarked, "A leader is a man who has the ability to get other people to do what they don't want to do and like it." 1. This is one of the most common themes: how to get people to do what they don't want to do. Another common bourgeois leadership theme is how to take charge. There is currently a heavily marketed series of 8 audio cassettes entitled Leaders, The Strategies of Taking Charge 2, as if that was the essence of what leadership is all about. But rather than attempt to survey this vast, and repulsive, bourgeois literature on leadership, I have selected a representative item for close review. My text is the article Understanding Leadership by W.C.H. Prentice, which appeared in the Harvard Business Review, and which has also been reprinted as the lead article in a collection on leadership because it is so good. 3. The article defines leadership as the accomplishment of a goal through the direction of human assistance. So we see immediately that the bourgeois conception of leadership excludes the determination of goals. The goals, big or small, are already known, are already determined. The leader himself may have set the goals, or he may merely carry out the plans of others. In either case, it is clear that the goals are not the natural, collective goals of the people the leader is attempting to lead. It is not the interests or goals of the masses that are at issue, but those of the leader or the leader's superiors, which of course the leader is expected to make his own as well. Leadership, to the bourgeois mind, means how to get people to do what is necessary for them to do in order to achieve your goals. It is definitely not a question of the leadership and the led working together cooperatively in order to achieve pre-existing, common goals. Bourgeois leadership is thus inherently undemocratic, and even, to be blunt about it, inherently fascistic. Since bourgeois leadership is the attempt to get people to do what is fundamentally in the leader's interests, not theirs, the key problem is how to involve their interests as well, or at least how to make it seem to be in their interests. For this can only be done through trickery which has severe limits, or, more importantly, through the exercise of some kind of power over those the bourgeois leader seeks to lead, either the power to reward or the power to punish, or both. Or, as the Godfather would have expressed it, the key problem of bourgeois leadership is how to make them an offer they can't refuse. 5. When the bourgeois leader wants to lead an army, for example, he must start by either hiring the jobless with a part of the wealth he and his class have extorted from the working class, or else he must draft his conscripts through threats of prison or other punishment if they refuse. The accompanying trickery of patriotic propaganda is also important, but only an adjunct to the basic methods. Similarly, at the workplace, bourgeois leadership is achieved through rewards such as wages, and threats of punishment such as demotion or dismissal. Our bourgeois expert, Mr. Prentice, is concerned, however, to caution bosses not to be too crude about all this, and of course he generally puts things far more delicately than I have. The usual method of leadership is to provide adequate recognition of each worker's function so that he can foresee the satisfaction of some major interest or motive of his in the carrying out of the group enterprise. Crude forms of leadership rely solely on single sources of satisfaction, i.e., monetary rewards, or the alleviation of fears about various kinds of insecurity. The task is adhered to because following orders will lead to a paycheck, and deviation will lead to unemployment. No one can doubt that such forms of motivation are effective within limits. In a mechanical way, they do attach the worker's self-interest to the interest of the employer or the group. The bulk of Prentice's article is about ways of fine-tuning this basic model. One point he emphasizes is that the good bourgeois leader must find ways to take advantage of, his words, the special needs and interests of particular workers. If someone enjoys solving chess problems and mathematical puzzles, for example, the leader should put such a person to work on intellectual problems on the job. If a person has a special need for personal recognition and appreciation for a job well done, the good leader will provide this. No point wasting bonus money or a raise on a worker when a slap on the back will do just as well. Prentice recognizes that the basic, crude model is sometimes unavoidable, such as in the military. It is ironic that our basic image of the leader is so often that of a military commander, because most of the time, at least military organizations are the purest example of the unimaginative application of simple reward and punishment as motivating devices. This has the result that, in no other human endeavor is morale typically so poor, or gold bricking and waste so much in evidence. In defense of the military, two observations are relevant. 1. The military undeniably has special problems. Because men get killed and have to be replaced, there are important reasons for treating them uniformly and mechanically. JSH. 2. Clarity about duties and responsibilities, as maximized by the autocratic chain of command, is not only essential to warfare but has undoubted importance for most group enterprises. In fact, any departure from an essentially military type of leadership is still considered in some circles a form of anarchy. But in the workplace, at least, leaders, says Prentice, must recognize that human beings are not machines with a single set of push buttons. No, indeed, the wise bourgeois leader must view people as having many sets of push buttons, with particular buttons being more important with some individuals than with others. And he must be capable of pushing the appropriate buttons as needed. Any means is fair. Human beings respond not only to the traditional carrot and stick used by the driver of a donkey but also ambition, patriotism, love of the good and the beautiful, boredom, self-doubt, and many more dimensions and patterns of thought and feeling that make them men. Thus the fundamental moral of this masterful bourgeois summary of leadership principles is that the traditional carrot and the stick used by the driver of a donkey must be supplemented by more subtle rewards and punishments, to the point where we may say that the ideal form of low-pressure bourgeois leadership is leadership by manipulation. Prentice denies that he favors manipulating people, he opposes hoodwinking workers or using cheap psychological tricks. But to the bourgeoisie every human relationship is at bottom a business transaction, and this is just the way Prentice views leadership. And a business transaction, he says, should benefit both buyer and seller. Since the leadership deal between the leader and the person led involves giving the person led something to, wages, the right to continue working, personal recognition, the right not to be sent to prison, or whatever, Prentice does not see this as manipulation. But to anybody whose perspective is not poisoned by the glories of the bourgeois contract, it is clear that when someone has power over you and uses that power to get you to do as he wishes, he is manipulating and controlling you. Someone like Prentice talks blithely about pushing people's buttons, taking advantage of their needs, and using them, but does not even recognize any of this as manipulation. In fact, get this bourgeois analyst views his conception of leadership not as the autocratic, manipulative thing that it really is, but rather as something democratic. You see, the leadership transaction is giving the worker something he wants or needs. Leadership is democratic if it provides each worker the maximum opportunity for growth without creating anarchy. Of course, it can never be the worker who determines what that maximum opportunity for growth is. That would be anarchy. It must always be the leader who sets the terms of the leadership transaction. Nor does Prentice see anything undemocratic in the necessity of the bourgeois leader to maintain a relation of superiority towards his underlings. He agrees it is not wise for a leader to let his workers think that he considers them inferiors, but he must nevertheless maintain a kind of psychological distance from them that permits them to accept his authority without resentment. The reason for this is that it is harder to take orders from one whom I do not consider in some sense superior. In order to be able to know just what buttons to push for each individual under his authority, the bourgeois leader must not have too many people directly under him, says Prentice. It follows from this that any bourgeois organization must have multiple leadership layers, an extensive officer corps, i.e., a bureaucracy. General Motors has 17 levels of management. 6. The job of each individual in the bureaucracy is to manipulate and control those beneath him, and the job of the bottom rank of the bureaucracy is to manipulate and control the workers or the rank and file. In summary, then, bourgeois leadership is always a form of coercion, manipulation, and control based on the leader's authority and power over the people being led. It is always an attempt to get the people led to do things which are fundamentally not in their interests, by fooling them or by forcibly involving some of their personal interests. It is inherently commandist, authoritarian, deceitful and undemocratic. It is despicable, and everything we are against. The Marxist conception of leadership. We Marxists agree with other classes on really only one significant point here, that leadership of the masses is necessary. It is true that a few people, some of the anarchists, have disputed even this point, but it is impossible to take them seriously. As Lenin expressed it, not a single class in history has achieved power without producing its political leaders, its prominent representatives able to organize a movement and lead it. 7. But in contrast to the sickening bourgeois conception of leadership, the Marxist concept is that leadership is a joint enterprise of the leadership and the led, a joint effort based on common, collective interests, with not only the means being determined by all involved, but also the ultimate ends. Now certainly the leaders lead, and the led are led. But this is a relative situation, a dialectical relation. In the Marxist conception, the led also lead the leaders to some extent, and the leaders are also the led to some extent. A mutual interpenetration of opposites. No doubt the heads of those who do not habitually view things in a dialectical fashion are already swimming. So let us go slowly here. We say that the leaders are also led because they learn how to lead and where to lead, in large part, from the masses they lead. And since the masses thus show the leaders how and where to lead, we may say that the masses also, to some extent, lead their leaders. There is a clear distinction between the leaders and the led, of course. And where there is a distinction there is also contradiction. There is always a contradiction between the leaders and the led. This contradiction will be discussed further in chapter 31. But any contradiction may also be considered as a whole, as a unity, and the nature of the contradiction and the unity of its contradictory aspects is completely different when the leaders and the led are engaged in a common enterprise around mutual interests than when they have irreconcilable interests. This, at the deepest level, is why genuine, proletarian leadership of the masses is fundamentally different, and morally and politically superior to bourgeois leadership. In the Marxist conception of leadership, those who are led participate in determining not only the means to achieving ends, but also the ends themselves. I imagine that this claim may have some sectarian dogmatists howling, so once again it is necessary to carefully state my position here. It is of course true, as Marx and Engels said in the Communist Manifesto, that communists have the advantage over the mass of the proletariat in being able to see further or more clearly the ultimate goal, the ultimate ends of the mass struggle. 8. But the communists have themselves determined those ultimate ends from a scientific study of the masses and their struggles. Furthermore, at no time during the proletarian class struggle are those ends completely and finally determined for all time. The party must continually refine its picture of the ultimate ends of the movement, at least in their details, as the struggle proceeds. And once again, it can only proceed to flesh out this picture of the ultimate goal by continually learning from the masses and their struggles. And all this is even more true with respect to the myriad of intermediate goals in the proletarian revolutionary process. Some dogmatists may not wish to be reminded of the fact, but even communists are not all-knowing gods, standing above the masses like the Pantheon on Mount Olympus. Instead, we are the vanguard of the proletariat, a part of the proletariat, which at any given time is only relatively more conscious of the ultimate interests and goals of the proletariat than are the average workers. This relative advantage is of course important, and indeed critical from a leadership perspective, but it should not be made into a godlike absolute. We are part of the masses, a creation of the masses, a tool of the masses. That is the first thing to remember. In many respects the party is like a brand new school teacher, who must struggle to stay a chapter or two ahead of the students, the masses, in the textbook. Our knowledge of the final chapters is only a tad better than that of our best students. It really can be no other way, since the textbook itself is being written as the struggle proceeds. It is we who have decided to join up with the masses' struggle, in the fullest sense of the phrase, and not the other way around. It is the masses' struggle to liberate themselves that we are really talking about, and not our struggle to liberate them. The party is only a part of the masses' struggle, though certainly an indispensable part. Lao Tzu, in the 6th century BC, remarked that when a leader's work is done, the people all say we did this ourselves. 9. If the Marxist method of leadership is adhered to, not only will the people say this, it will be completely true. What, in summary, are the essential differences between proletarian leadership and bourgeois leadership of the masses? Bob Avakian expressed them well. As to the question of the essential differences between bourgeois leadership and revolutionary leadership, the difference is rooted in what interests they represent, what program they're seeking to carry out and, to put it that way, what kind of world they're trying to bring into being or to maintain, in the case of the one and the other. 10. The analogy between leaders/followers and teachers/students. In my younger days I was a member of a commune in Virginia, consisting of 10 to 25 people whose original goal was to set up a society similar to that outlined by B.F. Skinner in his novel Walden 2. All I can say by way of excuse is that I was young and ignorant, although I realized that all previous utopian socialist experiments had failed. I had no knowledge then of the theoretical summation by Marx and Engels 125 years earlier, which explains why utopian socialism cannot possibly change society. Even with so few people, the political and leadership struggles in the commune were intense. One of the big issues was whether the commune should somehow seek to involve itself in the revolutionary struggle of the late 60s, or just devote itself to building a comfortable life for the few people who happened to have joined the commune. Years later Kat, the primary champion of the latter view, who was also a person with a very strong personal desire to be the leader of the group, wrote me a letter in which she remarked, "My point was, that you and I should not get ourselves into a tizzy wanting to be the great leader. Yes, I remember your wanting to be a Mao, though I can't conjure up the scene when you said it." She attributes to me, and by implication to revolutionaries in general, the same leadership temptations she recognized in herself. But the question here is one of motivation. A desire to personally lead, let alone to be the great leader, is a bourgeois motivation. But this does not mean that all leaders are bourgeois egoists. All bourgeois leaders may safely be assumed to be individuals who glory in power and authority, who succumb to the temptations of leadership for their own psychological benefit. But not all leaders are bourgeois leaders. My response to Kat follows. Wanting to be a leader can be right or wrong depending upon the reasons, and the degree or extent of leadership aspired to. Moreover, being a leader should be likened to being a teacher. So let me shift the question temporarily to should one want to be the teacher? The answer, it seems to me, is that when you know important things that others do not, you should try to be a teacher. When you realize that others know things you do not, you should try to be their student. It cannot possibly be right to want to always be the teacher. In just the same way, if you know what should be done, i.e., what should be done to further the interests of the people, you should try to lead. If you do not know what should be done, you should by no means try to lead. Instead, you should either follow, or if there is no one trustworthy to follow, you should try to learn, by studying the views of others, by studying the relevant existing scientific theory, or by trying to further develop the theory governing the situation. Of these three situations, leading, following, studying, the one that makes sense most of the time is following. This is because most situations which we encounter have been encountered before, and there are other people, experts or authorities, who have become qualified leaders in dealing with those situations. If there is an outbreak of hepatitis, rational people follow the leadership of the medical professionals in dealing with the problem. If some workers are trying to build a house, the rest of the workers should follow the leadership of the most skilled carpenter. In politics, the same principles apply. Groups of people with common interests, classes or subgroups within classes, have their own political parties. If these parties are any good, the most authoritative and skilled members of the party will be elevated into leadership roles appropriate to the various situations the party and the people face. As long as those whose interests the party represents trust the party and its leadership, they should follow it. To the extent they do not, they should try to change the party and its leaders, or else abandon that party, and look for, or start, another party. This at least describes the situation for the relationship between the working class and the proletarian party, i.e.s. An important element of the mass line method of leadership, whose theory Mao developed, is the step of learning from the masses. Before you can lead the masses, teach them, you must first learn from them, and also from the scientific theory governing how to advance the people's interests, i.e., Marxism. Of course, even the best parties do not always adhere to such admirable methods. But when they do, they can accomplish miracles. To want to be a leader, even in some limited sphere, for any other reason than because you think your leadership will help to advance the interests of the people, is wrong. It is wrong if it is done just to be boss, or lord it over people. It is wrong if it is done for the sake of increasing one's personal standing or prestige. It is wrong if it is done for careerist motives, or because one gets enjoyment out of it. Even if a person's leadership is genuinely in the interests of the people, there is something suspicious about his or her getting a personal thrill out of it. And anytime or anywhere, to want to be an absolute leader is absolutely wrong. I think there is something incorrect about your conception of leadership that comes out when you accused the both of us of yearning to be the leader. To my mind, to have such a yearning seems to imply that the person wants to be a leader for the wrong reasons, personal psychological reasons. While I very much yearn for the world to be changed, I do not yearn to be the one to lead the masses in changing the world. On the other hand, I do yearn to somehow be able to make a personal contribution to the effort of changing this rotten world. In those small areas and spheres of influence where I feel I can provide some leadership, I feel the obligation to do so. I don't think a doctor tends to feel anything like the temptation of leadership when he or she takes charge in a medical emergency. Merely the obligation. I see this as a good indicator on the question of whether leadership is desired for good or bad reasons. Just as everyone has the obligation to be both a student and a teacher, everyone also has the obligation to be both a leader and a follower. It all depends on the sphere in question and the people involved. Very few people who have achieved high political leadership measure up to the standards I have argued for here. Marx, Engels, and Lenin immediately come to mind as three models. Especially Lenin, who even in the situation of becoming head of Soviet Russia, continued to prove himself the model of how to be a selfless leader. Many others, despite important contributions they have made to the people, have not fully measured up in the way they handled the temptations of leadership. Even Mao deserves some criticism in this area, such as for allowing an undue personality cult to be built up around him. As for me wanting to be a Mao, I don't recall ever saying or imagining such a thing. But I would say that it is by no means wrong to try to emulate the great individuals of history, to try to follow in their footsteps. In fact, I think it is one of the very best techniques of moral education to instill in people a recognition of the true heroes in history and a determination to follow their examples. The bourgeoisie recognizes this too, hence the stories of George Washington and the cherry tree. But the problem for the bourgeoisie is that most of their heroes have feet of clay. George Washington did lie, own slaves, etc. In the emulation sense, we should all want to be a Mao. But in the sense of wanting to be Mao the top leader, that is clearly wrong. That is definitely a bourgeois attitude. 11. Collective leadership, individual responsibility. Because no one individual can always lead, in an overall sense leadership must be collective. In the very broadest sense, as we have seen, even the masses contribute to and participate in their own leadership. But with the establishment of the most advanced and conscious section of the masses as a vanguard party, there is a qualitative change in that the party becomes the focus of leadership of the masses. The masses bring forth their primary leadership organ in the form of the party. Relative to the broad masses, the proletariat is the primary source of leadership. Relative to the proletariat and the broad masses together, the proletarian party is the primary source of leadership. Relative to the rank and file of the party, the central party bodies are the primary source of leadership. And within the central bodies there are individuals who can and must play leadership roles. But though there are individual leaders in every party, in the case of a properly functioning proletarian party at least, these individuals as individuals are only leaders in a relative sense, to a degree, and never absolutely. This is why leadership at all levels within the party is in the form of committees. It is of course true that within any committee, some members will have more experience and or a better grasp of Marxism than other members, and they will be appropriately looked to for leadership within the committee. But all the members of each committee are responsible for its work and decisions, and all have an obligation to put forward their views and exercise varying degrees of leadership. Naturally, in the real world, as opposed to theory, there will sometimes be aberrations, and where there are aberrations there will need to be corrections. In 1948, Mao drafted a document for the Central Committee of the CPC, for a party-wide rectification along these lines. The party committee system is an important party institution for ensuring collective leadership and preventing any individual from monopolizing the conduct of affairs. It has recently been found that in some, of course not all, leading bodies it is the habitual practice for one individual to monopolize the conduct of affairs and decide important problems. Solutions to important problems are decided not by party committee meetings but by one individual, and membership in the party committee has become nominal. Differences of opinion among committee members cannot be resolved and are left unresolved for a long time. Members of the party committee maintain only formal, not real, unity among themselves. This situation must be changed. From now on, a sound system of party committee meetings must be instituted in all leading bodies. All important problems, of course, not the unimportant, trivial problems, or problems whose solutions have already been decided after discussion at meetings and need only be carried out, must be submitted to the committee for discussion, and the committee members present should express their views fully and reach definite decisions which should then be carried out by the members concerned. 12. In an overall sense, the proletarian party both leads the masses collectively and is collectively responsible to the masses. But at the end of the just cited document, Mao mentions another central principle of Marxist leadership. Furthermore, we must take care that neither collective leadership nor personal responsibility is overemphasized to the neglect of the other. 13. There are two aspects to individual responsibility. First, in a collective, a committee, or voluntary group, all decisions, lines, and policies are, or should be, determined collectively, but each member of the committee voluntarily commits him or herself to implement these decisions to the best of their ability. Each takes some individual responsibility for their implementation. Second, to some extent at least, each member of the committee must take public responsibility for the decisions of the group, even in cases where they have been in the minority and may still privately disagree. A member of a committee is always to some extent responsible for the decisions of the committee. If an individual is unable to voluntarily agree to represent the committee or group in both respects, on some important matter, then they have an obligation to resign from the committee or group. For more on this see Chapter 29 on Democratic Centralism. No one should ever be able to hide or excuse their own shortcomings by blaming the group as a whole, when by continuing to voluntarily belong to the group they have thereby taken on part of the responsibility for the decisions of the group, and for the implementation of these decisions. It is worthwhile to contrast the Marxist principle of collective leadership/individual responsibility with the exact opposite which is exalted by fascists. According to the Nazi Führerprinzip, Leader principle: there must always be individual leadership, with a single individual, der Führer himself, at the very top of the pyramid, ein Reich, ein Volk, ein Führer. One nation, one people, one leader. Rudolf Hess explained why everyone should always follow Hitler without question. One man remains beyond all criticism, and that is the Führer. This is because everyone senses and knows, he is always right, and will always be right. The National Socialism of all of us is anchored in uncritical loyalty, in a surrender to the Führer. 14. Hitler defined the Führer principle as unrestricted authority downwards, unrestricted responsibility upwards. 15. On the other hand, after World War II, when it came time to assess responsibility and blame for all the Nazi atrocities, every Nazi except Hitler, who was dead, claimed no responsibility whatsoever and said that they were merely following orders. We constantly see the same tendency in the US, with its imperial presidency and the minions who do the dirty work, like Ollie North, claiming that they are just following orders. The Führer principle may have been raised to the level of conscious theory by Adolf Hitler, but all bourgeois gravitate toward it. Personality cults within the proletarian party. We come now to the unpleasant subject of personality cults, or cults of the individual. The term personality cult derives from Marx, who wrote in a letter that neither of us Marx or Engels cares a straw for popularity. A proof of this is, for example, that, because of aversion to any personality cult, I have never permitted the numerous expressions of appreciation from various countries, with which I was pestered during the existence of the International, to reach the realm of publicity, and have never answered them, except occasionally by a rebuke. When Engels and I first joined the secret communist society, we made it a condition that everything tending to encourage superstitious belief in authority was to be removed from the rules. 16. Lenin, too, followed this fine example. As even bourgeois biographers acknowledge, Lenin strongly disapproved of anything that smacked of what later became known as the personality cult. 17. Another bourgeois historian, Sheila Fitzpatrick, says, while Lenin lived, the Bolsheviks acknowledged him as the party's leader. Nevertheless, the party did not formally have a leader, and it offended Bolsheviks to think that it necessarily required one. In moments of political turbulence, it was not unheard of for party comrades to rebuke Lenin for trading too much on his personal authority, and, while Lenin usually insisted on having his way, he did not require flattery or any particular show of respect. The Bolsheviks had nothing but contempt for Mussolini and his Italian fascists, regarding them as political primitives for dressing up in comic opera uniforms and swearing loyalty to Il Duce. Furthermore, they had learned the lessons of history, and had no intention of letting the Russian Revolution degenerate as the French Revolution had done when Napoleon Bonaparte declared himself emperor. Bonapartism, the transformation of a revolutionary war leader into a dictator, was a danger that was often discussed in the Bolshevik Party, usually with implicit reference to Trotsky, the creator of the Red Army and hero of communist youth during the Civil War. 18. There is indeed a tremendous difference between having a leader and having a leader. I am sorry to see the RCP making Bob Avakian into a leader, which can only harm the party, and perhaps even bring contempt down upon Avakian in the long run. In 1920, Maxim Gorky published a series on Lenin in one of his journals which praised him extravagantly, remarking for example that in a religious era, Lenin would have been considered a saint. A stern realist, a shrewd politician, Lenin is gradually becoming a legendary figure. This is good. 19. These articles were reprinted together with an editorial by Gorky, without Lenin's knowledge or approval, in the magazine Communist International. In response, Lenin drafted the following resolution and circulated it for approval by the Politburo. The Politburo of the CC considers the publication in number 12 of Komunisticheski International of Gorky's articles extremely inappropriate, especially the editorial, since there is not only nothing communist about these articles, but a great deal that is anti-communist in them. In the future such articles must on no account be published in Kommunisticheski International. 20. Lenin actually seemed so concerned to prevent a cult of personality around himself that he occasionally went a bit overboard. In April 1920 he initially opposed the publication of his collected works, for instance. But with Stalin, things went to hell. The glorification of the authority of Stalin went to wildly extravagant extremes, and collective leadership eventually became a totally empty phrase, especially at the top level. As has often been remarked, the party became synonymous with the Central Committee, the Central Committee became synonymous with the Politburo, and the Politburo became synonymous with Stalin. Whatever Stalin said was law, and even beyond mere law, practically the word of God. Nothing that Stalin said or did could be criticized, or even questioned, whether within or outside of the party. Such an approach to leadership is not scientific, and it is not Marxist. This is not the place for an extensive critique of Stalin, and his role in history. But I will hazard a capsule summary. On the one hand, socialism considered as a socio-economic system advanced considerably and was consolidated in the Soviet Union while he was in charge, and the overt enemies of socialism were warded off internally and externally. These were no small accomplishments. But on the other hand, it is clear that as the years went by he more and more failed to rely on the masses and to lead the masses in the revolutionary transformation of society. He often confused broad sections of the masses with the enemy, and was responsible for the murder of massive numbers of innocent people including large numbers of honest workers and revolutionaries, and while socialism advanced for a while under his leadership, the transformation of social relations was then halted, and the development of socialism came more and more to be seen as mere increase in production, what we might call socialist economism. Stalin thus committed many crimes against the people and the revolution. Socialism, properly understood, is a period of transition from capitalism to communism, and not any specific economic structure. Apparently only we Maoists look at it this way. Thus when the phony socialism in the revisionist Soviet Union and Eastern Europe collapsed in the late 1980s, we were delighted. We found the hand-wringing distress of Western socialists, such as those connected with Monthly Review, over this collapse to be both comical and pathetic. But many Maoists themselves seem to forget this basic point about socialism when it comes to evaluating Stalin. In the 20s and 30s Stalin did promote and lead transformations of Soviet society, especially in the cooperativization of agriculture, transformations which were indeed generally in the direction of communism despite the crudity and even brutality of the methods used. But then Stalin stopped the progress towards communism. If the essence of socialism truly lies in its being a continuing transformation of bourgeois social relationships, then Stalin himself must be charged with aborting socialism. Furthermore, the methods used in the socialist transformations which did occur while Stalin was running things tended to undercut the possibility of further transformations towards communism. Instead of leading the masses in a struggle to prevent the growth of a privileged bureaucracy, he actually promoted its growth. Instead of using the mass line to allow the masses themselves to change things, and to learn how they could change more things later on, he in effect disarmed the masses by ordering changes from above. The more you appreciate the mass line and its indispensability in genuine socialist society, the less you should appreciate Stalin. If we have to set a sharp line between the socialist period in the Soviet Union, and the revisionist period, that line can only be Khrushchev's coup d'état not long after Stalin's death. Nevertheless, in many respects the Stalin epoch must be considered not so much as a period of socialist transition, but rather as a period of transition from Lenin's fully revolutionary Marxism to Khrushchev's totally anti-revolutionary revisionism. Specifically, with respect to questions of leadership of the masses, Stalin must be severely criticized. At least after the early years, if then, he did not use the mass line at all. See chapter 36 for more on this. And he set a terrible precedent with his personality cult. Since his time, it has almost become the norm for personality cults to be built up around both real and phony Marxist leaders to varying degrees. I am not concerned with the personality cults which have been erected around phony communists, such as the now justly dead Ceausescu in Romania. One expects such things with bourgeois dictators, whether or not they wear the false mantle of Marxism. It is the growth of such cults around real Marxist leaders that concerns me. The personality cult built up around Mao, for example, was in some ways even more extreme than that around Stalin. In Mao's case though, it was concentrated more in the area of public adoration, and he did not flout the principles of democratic centralism to anywhere near the degree that Stalin did. Moreover, Mao, unlike Stalin, constantly employed the mass line, continued to learn from the people, and always endeavored to lead the masses in the transformation of society towards communism. Unfortunately, the personality cults of Stalin and Mao continue to be emulated. It has gotten to the point where it is common for personality cults to be erected around leaders of communist parties which have not even achieved political power. The Communist Party of Peru now speaks of its application of Marxism-Leninism-Maoism to Peru as Gonzalo thought, after the top leader of the party, Chairman Gonzalo, Abimael Guzman. 21 According to the Wall Street Journal, they also refer to Presidente Gonzalo, the fourth sword of Marxism. 22 Presumably the first three swords are Marx, Lenin, and Mao. The following oath of loyalty, which prefaced a letter from an unidentified party member to the Central Committee of the Communist Party of Peru, gives the flavor of the extremes to which things have gone. Central Committee of the Communist Party of Peru. Dear comrades, I give you my greeting and my full and unconditional submission to the greatest living Marxist-Leninist Maoist on earth, our beloved and respected President Gonzalo, chief and guide of the Peruvian Revolution and the world proletarian revolution, teacher of communists and party unifier. I give you my greeting and full and unconditional submission to the scientific ideology of the proletariat, Marxist-Leninist Maoist and Gonzalo thought, especially Gonzalo thought, all-powerful and infallible ideology that illuminates our path and arms our minds. I give you my greeting and full and unconditional subjection to the great, glorious, correct, and victorious Communist Party of Peru, the great instrument of the armed revolution, having magisterially directed the popular war in our country for 8 years. I give you my greeting and full and unconditional submission to the Permanent Committee, Political Bureau, Central Committee, and the entire system of party leadership. I give you my greeting and full and unconditional submission to the First Marxist Congress of the Communist Party of Peru and the decisions and tasks that grow from it, a Marxist-Leninist Maoist and Gonzalo thought Congress, a brilliant historical achievement, an achievement of the victory that Gonzalo thought has given us and the foundation of party unification. After giving you my greeting, dear comrades, let me turn to the business of this letter. As the party leadership knows, I traveled to Bolivia on February 14 of this year, on the orders of the local committee of the party in Puno in order to 23. There have also been signs of the beginnings of a personality cult around Bob Avakian, chairman of the Central Committee of the RCP. This started when Avakian was indicted on a whole series of trumped-up charges after he led a demonstration in Washington, D.C. in 1979, against visiting revisionist Deng Xiaoping. In this situation there was an obvious need to build support for Avakian and the other Mao defendants. In recent years this fledgling mini-cult seems to have been toned down. Nevertheless, the RCP's May Day declarations in recent years have ended with the following three slogans. Our ideology is Marxism-Leninism-Maoism. Our vanguard is the Revolutionary Communist Party. Our leader is Chairman Avakian 24. While the last slogan does serve to unduly build up the prestige and authority of Bob Avakian as an individual, it also truthfully expresses a basic fact about the RCP so far in its history. Not only RCP members, but many outside the party including me have tremendous respect for Bob Avakian and his role in the development of the American revolutionary movement. I think the world can forgive us if we individuals publicly show some of that respect as long as we keep our appreciation within reasonable limits. But it is one thing for individuals to be moved to express such feelings, and another thing for the party itself to do so, or to actively encourage it. I have great respect for both Chairman Gonzalo and Bob Avakian, and for both their parties, and have learned a great deal from them. But I disagree with these personality cults, even when they are restrained. I think such cults detract from the stature of these leaders, rather than increase their stature. A French writer once remarked, "Do you want to injure someone's reputation? Don't speak ill of him, speak too well." 25. However, I don't want to simply attack personality cults out of hand, without considering the arguments which have been raised in favor of them, at least in a limited form. Yes, there are such arguments, and on the surface they are not total nonsense either. First, in response to Soviet revisionist criticism of the personality cult around Stalin, and by implication, at least, the one around Mao also, the Communist Party of China responded that to raise the question of combating the cult of the individual is actually to counterpose the leaders to the masses, undermine the party's unified leadership which is based on democratic centralism, dissipate its fighting strength and disintegrate its ranks. While loudly combating the so-called cult of the individual, certain persons are in reality doing their best to defame the proletarian party and the dictatorship of the proletariat. At the same time, they are enormously exaggerating the role of certain individuals, shifting all errors onto others and claiming all credit for themselves. What is more serious is that, under the pretext of combating the cult of the individual, certain persons are crudely interfering in the internal affairs of other fraternal parties and fraternal countries and forcing other fraternal parties to change their leadership in order to impose their own wrong line on these parties. What is all this if not great power chauvinism, sectarianism, and splitism? What is all this if not subversion? 26. Elsewhere, the Chinese also pointed out that Soviet revisionist criticism of Stalin's personality cult served primarily as a useful bludgeon against socialism itself. There is considerable truth to all of these charges. In the hands of the revisionists, the criticism of personality cults was in fact insidious, on top of being hypocritical, since they built up their own personality cults around Khrushchev and the others. The fact is, any mistakes that we revolutionaries make will inevitably be used by the enemy to argue against Marxism and revolution more than to argue against the mistakes themselves. But this should not lead us to deny our mistakes, or enshrine our actual misdeeds as good things. If we do that, we continue to play into the hands of the enemy. We give them the means to continue their attack. Instead, we should correct our mistakes, and deprive the bourgeoisie of whatever valid criticisms they can direct at us. Then they will have only bald-faced lies and blatant distortions to work with, along with their alien class perspective. While attacking personality cults can obviously serve the enemy's purposes, personality cults are still wrong. Contrary to what the CPC implied above, all criticism of personality cults is not criticism of proletarian leadership, the party, and democratic centralism. In fact, just the opposite, criticism of personality cults from the Marxist perspective is a defense of the proper forms of proletarian leadership, of the proper relations between the party and the masses, and of the proper understanding of democratic centralism. It is a defense, for example, of the principle of collective leadership, and a criticism of the superstitious belief in authority which Marx decried. But while we should definitely oppose the superstitious belief in authority, we do not deny the existence of authorities, nor deny their importance. As Lenin remarked, the working class, which all over the world is waging a hard and persistent struggle for complete emancipation, needs authorities. 27. Authorities are needed in all fields of endeavor, and generally serve as welcomed guides for the rest of us. Human authorities have produced references and guidebooks in every field. These are not sacred books, by any means, but they are in many cases very important and generally trustworthy. Dictionaries, for example, serve as authorities, which are themselves produced by many human authorities, on the actual meaning and use of words. To refuse to use dictionaries would be foolish in the extreme. But, on the other hand, to believe that whatever a dictionary says must inevitably be correct is also foolish. It is to hold the dictionary, and dictionary makers, in superstitious reverence. There are in fact lots of errors in dictionaries. As Samuel Johnson remarked, dictionaries are like watches, the worst is better than none, and the best cannot be expected to go quite true. 28. And as Alfred North Whitehead said, learning preserves the errors of the past, as well as its wisdom. For this reason, dictionaries are public dangers, although they are necessities. 29. Despite their occasional errors, we still need dictionaries. We need authorities, but we should not hold them to be infallible. On the question of authorities, as on every other question, it is wise to adopt a dialectical viewpoint. Indeed, there is a lot to be said for the anarchist slogan, question authority. As long as it is not interpreted to mean oppose all authority, or deny all authority. This slogan has been improved upon, by the way. I saw a bumper sticker which proclaimed, question authority including your own. When Lenin was in exile in Zurich during World War I, he once had a discussion with a young Romanian by the name of Valeriu Marcu. At this time Marcu was a pacifist, though he soon changed his mind on a number of essential points and Lenin got him involved in revolutionary work. Here is Marcu's recounting of this conversation. Lenin said to me, "Do you know the real meaning of this war?" "What is it?" I asked. "It is obvious," he replied. One slaveholder, Germany, who owns 100 slaves, is fighting another slaveholder, England, who owns 200 slaves, for a fairer distribution of the slaves. How can you expect to foster hatred of this war, I asked at this point, if you are not in principle against all wars? I thought that as a Bolshevik you were really a radical thinker and refused to make any compromise with the idea of war. But by recognizing the validity of some wars, you open the doors for every opportunity. Each group can find some justification of the particular war of which it approves. I see that we young people can only count on ourselves. Your determination to rely on yourselves, Lenin finally replied, is very important. Every man must rely on himself. Yet he should also listen to what informed people have to say. I don't know how radical you are, or how radical I am. I am certainly not radical enough. One can never be radical enough, that is, one must always try to be as radical as reality itself. 30. There is certainly a great deal of wisdom in all of the comments by Lenin reported here. But I want to especially emphasize his dialectical view in relation to relying on yourself versus relying on authorities. Keeping one's proletarian political balance is a matter of both relying on the appropriate political authorities, while reserving some personal judgment and not becoming brainless yourself. It is a dialectical balance between relying on others, and especially the party and its leadership, and the writings of the great revolutionary leaders of the past, and relying on yourself and your own investigations. It is even true to say that relying on authorities is principal here, while questioning the authorities is secondary. But there is the secondary aspect. Moreover, it is just on the occasional problematic issue that it is wise to be somewhat skeptical, to consult more than one authority, and to give the matter extra thought and investigation yourself. In no field of endeavor, and certainly not in politics, is there ever only one authority, though one, or a few, may stand out from the rest. We Marxists, for example, have not only our proletarian parties with their leaders, but also such outstanding figures of proven merit and reliability as Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Mao, whose writings we should all continuously study. Physically, they are dead; as revolutionary authorities, they are alive and well. And it is not for the leaders of the party to be the exclusive interpreters of Marx and Lenin like the revisionists in the Soviet Union claim to be, or like the Pope with the Bible. The Communist Party of Peru defends the description of Marxism-Leninism-Maoism applied to Peru as Gonzalo thought with two main arguments. Every revolution, in the course of its development, due to the struggle of the proletariat as the leading class and, above all, of the Communist Party which unwaveringly upholds the proletariat's class interests, brings forth a group of leaders and principally one who comes to represent and lead it, a leader of recognized authority and influence. In our situation, because of historical necessity and for historical reasons, this has meant concretely Chairman Gonzalo, leader of the party and of the revolution. But, further, and this is the basis of all leadership, revolutions bring forth a thought that guides them, a product of the application of the universal truth of the ideology of the international proletariat to the concrete conditions of each revolution, a guiding thought indispensable to achieve victory and seize power, and further, to continue the revolution and always advance towards the only truly great goal, communism. This guiding thought, having made a qualitative leap of crucial importance for the revolutionary process, becomes identified with the name of the person who forged it in theory and in practice. In our situation this phenomenon took specific form first as guiding thought, then as the guiding thought of Chairman Gonzalo, and finally as Gonzalo thought, for it is the chairman who, creatively applying Marxism-Leninism-Maoism to the concrete conditions of Peruvian reality, has developed it, thus providing the party and the revolution with an indispensable weapon which is the guarantee of victory. 31. There is one obvious thing that is wrong with these two arguments: the Peruvian revolution is by no means over. Proletarian power has not even been seized, let alone has society been transformed into communism. The arguments in effect assume that the theory of the Peruvian revolution has now been entirely worked out, at least in its essentials. It is, in other words, a static analysis of Peruvian revolutionary theory. But all revolutions require dynamic theory, theory which gets extended and modified as the revolution proceeds. I know that Chairman Gonzalo has made many important contributions to the struggle, and has led the CPP in getting the revolution off to a tremendously encouraging start. But the Peruvian revolution still has a long way to go, and no one can be completely sure of the exact course it will have to take. Many, probably most, of the future ideas necessary for the continued success of the Peruvian revolution will come ultimately from the masses. Perhaps they will continue to be summed up and implemented under the direction of Chairman Gonzalo, perhaps not. It is for history to say, not for anyone to proclaim before it is accomplished. The above lines were written before the arrest of Chairman Gonzalo by the Peruvian fascist government in 1992. I fully support the worldwide campaign to win his release, and recognize that it is necessary in the course of this campaign to focus a great deal of attention on his personal contributions to the revolution. But at the same time, his arrest and possible eventual murder at the hands of the enemy does add further emphasis to one of the great dangers of portraying the revolution as depending on one single person. It invites a real setback if that person is captured or killed. It is true that historically there tends to be, at any given time and place, one proletarian leader who stands out above the others, who makes greater contributions to revolutionary theory and leadership, and who consequently achieves greater authority than the others. The party quite appropriately recognizes such an individual in a variety of ways, promoting such a person to the top leadership position in the party, promoting the study of the individual's writings, by both party members and others, and so forth. But it is one thing to recognize that individual leaders, and often a single preeminent leader will emerge, and another to build up such an individual or small group as the only source of correct leadership, let alone as an infallible source. It is to succumb to the superstitious worship of authority. I cannot resist telling a story here about the occasion when even Buddha is said to have been amused by the absurdly exaggerated extreme to which his own wisdom and authority were viewed by others. A philosopher asked Buddha, without words, without the wordless, "Will you tell me truth?" The Buddha kept silence. The philosopher bowed and thanked the Buddha, saying, "With your loving kindness I have cleared away my delusions and entered the true path." After the philosopher had gone, Ananda asked the Buddha what he had attained. The Buddha replied, "A good horse runs even at the shadow of the whip." 32. One might better say, a cowed dog runs even at the shadow of the whip. It seems clear that the philosopher imagined that he was getting some piece of wisdom from Buddha that was in fact not there at all. Similarly, when political leaders speak we must think about what they say, or don't say, and weigh it carefully ourselves. We must not accept something as necessarily true and profound simply because even the most authoritative and respected person says it. Returning again to the discussion of the CPP's defense of the personality cult around Chairman Gonzalo, it is also true that during the course of any revolution, a body of revolutionary theory appropriate to that specific revolution must inevitably be developed. But the mass line point of view is that this body of revolutionary knowledge comes from the masses and not any individual or small group of people. It is true that a small group, perhaps led by a single individual, may well be the ones to sum up this mass wisdom by employing the mass line, but even so it is unseemly to give the impression that the revolutionary wisdom comes from one genius, or that only one genius could possibly sum up the wider wisdom of the masses. If history eventually wants to proclaim the contributions of Chairman Gonzalo as Gonzalo thought, or even as Marxism-Leninism, Maoism, Gonzaloism, it is fine with me. But it is not appropriate for Chairman Gonzalo and his chief lieutenants to do so at this time. We must avoid the kind of thinking that Lin Biao fell into, the genius theory of history. There is tremendous danger to the proletariat in coming to believe that it is a savior they need. What the masses need is not a single hero, but a party which grows out of their ranks, and which is led by the ideas which the party concentrates from the masses. Individual heroes must inevitably perish, and even while they live their contributions have their limits. It is wrong to look at things any other way, or to say and do things that seems to reverse the real situation, that the masses are the real heroes. It is, ironically, Stalin, of all people, who provided one of the most important arguments against personality cults when he complained of leaders becoming unapproachable for the masses. Lastly, there is yet another circumstance that impels us to self-criticism. I am referring to the question of the masses and the leaders. A peculiar sort of relation has lately begun to arise between the leaders and the masses. On the one hand there came into being historically, a group of leaders among us whose prestige is rising, and who are becoming almost unapproachable for the masses. On the other hand, the working class masses in the first place, and the mass of the working people in general are rising extremely slowly, are beginning to look up at the leaders from below with blinking eyes, and not infrequently are afraid to criticize them. The fact that as these leaders rise they get further away from the masses, and the masses begin to look up at them, cannot but give rise to a certain danger of the leaders losing contact with the masses and the masses getting out of touch with the leaders. This danger may result in the leaders becoming conceited and regarding themselves as infallible. And what good can be expected when the top leaders become self-conceited and begin to look down on the masses? Clearly, nothing can come of this but the ruin of the party, and precisely in order that we may move forward and improve the relations between the masses and the leaders, we must keep the valve of self-criticism open all the time. We must make it possible for Soviet people to go for their leaders, to criticize their mistakes, so that the leaders may not grow conceited, and the masses may not get out of touch with the leaders. This is a question of organizing, along the lines of self-criticism and criticism of our shortcomings, the broad public opinion of the party, the broad public opinion of the working class, as an instrument of keen and vigilant moral control, to which the most authoritative leaders must lend an attentive ear if they want to retain the confidence of the party and the confidence of the working class. 33. But even here Stalin does not fully appreciate the worst danger in the leaders becoming unapproachable for the masses, and perhaps unapproachable for most party members as well, the danger that the ability of the leaders to apply the mass line itself will become seriously impaired. As I admitted before, a case can be made in favor of building at least modest cults of personality. Such cults, if handled properly, can in fact aid the party in its work of winning the support of the masses by giving them a hero to follow. This is just why cults of personality are so sinister and pernicious. In the short run they can help advance the revolution, but in the long run they are fatal to the cause of the masses, fatal to the revolution. Such cults lead eventually to the debilitation of the masses, moving them once again away from being a class for itself. More and more they rely on their leaders instead of themselves, they show less and less initiative and creativity themselves, they take on less and less responsibility themselves for making revolution and reforming society. They stand in awe of their great leader, and become capable only of meekly following orders. If the leader becomes bourgeois, or if new bourgeois leaders emerge after the great hero dies, the masses are unused to even questioning their leadership, let alone rebelling against it. And thus they are lost. This is one of the reasons that the great proletarian cultural revolution in China was unable to prevent a bourgeois restoration after Mao's death. It is the duty of sincere proletarian leaders to think about this issue extremely carefully, and come to recognize that the short-term advantages of personality cults are limited, and not essential to making revolution, while the long-term results are inevitably disastrous. The temptations must be resisted. In the final analysis, a cult of personality is a bourgeois tool, and must be completely rejected by the proletarian party if the revolution is to last. Although personality cults are an extremely important issue, deserving of much fuller discussion, it would distort the focus of the present work to deal with them exhaustively here. I will only add that Marx, Engels, and Lenin, perhaps the three greatest individuals in human history, had no use for personality cults, whether around themselves or others, and prevented their development while they were alive. If great individuals like that had no use for personality cults, I see no reason why anyone else should. The truly great leader is a person who becomes one with the masses, who learns from the masses, and who strives to lead the masses in struggling for their own real interests. People like this are great, not because statues are built in their honor or because they are adored by the masses, but because they have incorporated the interests and the wisdom of the masses within themselves. Walt Whitman put it this way: I am large. I contain multitudes. 13 Methods of Leadership and the Mass Line. We turn now to a discussion of the various techniques of mass leadership from the Marxist perspective, with particular attention to the mass line. Methods and techniques of leadership of the masses. Since leadership is necessary, and important, methods of leadership are necessary and important. Mao said this explicitly: methods of leadership are very important. To avoid mistakes, one must pay attention to these methods and strengthen leadership. 1. He explained that to lead means not only to decide general and specific policies but also to devise correct methods of work. 2. And indeed the importance of methods of leadership was a constant theme for Mao. Years earlier he wrote, "It is not enough to set tasks, we must also solve the problem of the methods for carrying them out. If our task is to cross a river, we cannot cross it without a bridge or a boat. Unless the bridge or boat problem is solved, it is idle to speak of crossing the river. Unless the problem of method is solved, talk about the task is useless." 3. There are lots of methods and techniques of leadership, many of which are appropriately used by the proletarian party. The mass line is just one such method, albeit the most important single method of leadership for Marxists. Not only is the mass line the most important single method of leadership, it is the overall method. Other methods are subsidiary to it. Many of the other methods find employment directly within the mass line. But even if they do not, they are still subsidiary in the sense that they are secondary to this primary leadership method. Only a few of the great many leadership methods and techniques will be discussed here. Implicit in Marxism are many more. And, indeed, there is no set number of leadership methods, more can always be discovered. This is simply a corollary of the more general observation: there is no set number of ways of achieving your goals, more can always be discovered. So let us then begin a survey of some of the many methods of proletarian leadership. These methods may be divided into various groups based on their specific focus or immediate goal. The mass line itself is a method relevant to most or all of these goals, so I will not mention it explicitly each time. First are the leadership methods and techniques focusing on how to bring the masses into motion. These include such techniques as 1. The single spark method, to be discussed below. 2. Direct encouragement of mass initiative. 3. Suppression of those who attempt to hold the masses back. 4. uniting with the relatively small number of advanced and active elements among the masses in order to win over the intermediate and backward. Second, leadership techniques focusing on achieving victory in a struggle. These include such techniques as 1. Concentrating one's forces, especially when on the offensive. 2. Dispersing one's forces, especially when on the defensive. 3. Preparing for battle thoroughly. Third, leadership techniques focusing on coming up with new ideas. These include 1. Encouraging democracy within the ranks of the people and the proletarian party. Letting 100 schools of thought contend. 2. Social experimentation. To be discussed in Chapter 21. Fourth, leadership techniques focusing on appraising existing lines and policies. Included here are 1. Seeking truth from facts. 2. Experimentation, again. Fifth, leadership techniques focusing on clearing up confusions. These include 1. Combining the general with the particular, and the use of models and examples. To be discussed below. 2. Emphasizing close investigations. Dismounting to look at the flowers. Sixth, leadership techniques focusing on ordering priorities. These include 1. Working according to a plan. 2. The use of directives from the center. 3. Learning to handle more than one task at a time. Learning to play the piano. 7th, leadership techniques focusing on questions of timing. Such principles as 1. Seize the time. Do not miss opportunities when they are ripe. 2. Bide your time. Do not act rashly, wait until conditions are ripe. 8th, leadership techniques focusing on making the most out of every situation. For example, the principle of advancing through each battle. More such techniques and principles could be enumerated, but I think the basic point is clear. There are many leadership techniques and principles based on a wide variety of specific leadership tasks. The single spark method. From a little spark bursts a mighty flame. Dante Alighieri. There is one method of leadership which, while still subordinate to the mass line, is especially important, the single spark method. Sometimes this method, or something very similar, is called the method of combining the general with the particular. The following 3 excerpts all come from the same important essay in which Mao outlined the mass line in detail for the first time. In any task, if no general and widespread call is issued, the broad masses cannot be mobilized for action. But if persons in leading positions confine themselves to a general call, if they do not personally, in some of the organizations, go deeply and concretely into the work called for, make a breakthrough at some single point, gain experience, and use this experience for guiding other units, then they will have no way of testing the correctness or of enriching the content of their general call, and there is the danger that nothing may come of it. 4. No one in a leading position is competent to give general guidance to all the units unless he derives concrete experience from particular individuals and events in particular subordinate units. This method must be promoted everywhere so that leading cadres at all levels learn to apply it. 5. The concept of a correct relationship between the leading group and the masses in an organization or in a struggle, the concept that correct ideas on the part of the leadership can only be from the masses, to the masses, and the concept that the general call must be combined with particular guidance when the leadership's ideas are being put into practice. These concepts must be propagated everywhere during the present rectification movement in order to correct the mistaken viewpoints among our cadres on these questions. 6. I think these 3 small quotes explain quite adequately what Mao meant by the method of combining the general with the particular. A single spark can start a prairie fire is an old Chinese saying that Mao appropriated for a famous 1930 essay. 7. The single spark corresponds to the particular, the breakthrough at a single point, and the prairie fire corresponds to the general call and its result. The single spark method is really the same thing as the method of combining the general with the particular, but it focuses more on the aspect of breaking through at a single point, and does not explicitly mention the need to issue a general call, which is also important. The single spark method, however, is definitely a more evocative name. Unfortunately, the comparative one-sidedness of the name has especially appealed to those, like the Prairie Fire Organizing Committee, the legal wing and social democratic successor of the Weather Underground terrorist group, who like to downplay the necessity for revolutionary action by the broad masses. Implicit in the single spark method is the idea that people often learn best through the example of others. Or, looking at it the other way around, it is often more difficult to convince a section of the masses to initiate action than it is to convince broader sections to follow the first group to move. But it is important to note here that the single spark method is designed to educate and enlighten not only the masses about how to proceed in general, based on an example held up for them to emulate, but perhaps even more importantly to educate the leaders about how to lead in general, about how to issue a general call, and how to guide the wider movement based on their specific knowledge and experience locally. And it is in this respect that the single spark method is most intimately a part of the mass line method of leadership. The mass line as a method of leadership. A small mind is obstinate. A great mind can lead and be led. 8. Occasionally, in reading the more superficial comments of revisionists or openly bourgeois writers about the mass line, you will find that some of them are not even aware that the mass line is not really a line, but a method, and specifically a method of leadership. This sort of thing is especially jarring from the Chinese revisionists, who one would think would at least know that elementary fact about the mass line even if they can't truly understand or accept the theory. See Chapter 37 for more on this. Mao explained very clearly that the mass line is a method of leadership, right from the very beginning of his explication of it. In passages I already quoted in Chapter 2, he says that in all the practical work of our party, all correct leadership is necessarily from the masses, to the masses. 9. And described the mass line as the basic method of leadership. 10. But while all real Maoists, at least, know that the mass line is a method of leadership, some of them may nevertheless fail to understand how profound a method it is. It is important to understand, for example, that the mass line is not simply a method of leading the masses, it is also a method of leading the leaders in their leadership of the masses. The mass line, properly understood, is not just a method employed by the leaders to lead the masses, it is also a method employed by the masses to lead the leaders. The mass line is a method not only for changing the masses and society, but also a method of first changing the leaders so that they can change the masses and society. The mass line is not only a method of teaching the masses, but also a method of first teaching the leaders so that they know how and what to teach the masses. If someone were to view the mass line as simply a means of changing society, but not the masses, or as simply a means of changing the masses, but not the leadership, they would be wrong. The mass line is a tool for changing society, revolutionizing society through the process of first changing the leadership and then changing the masses. If the leadership does not recognize that the goal of the mass line is to first change itself, its own ideas, then it does not understand the mass line, and will be completely unable to use it successfully. Thus, while it is the leadership which formally uses the mass line tool, in a deeper sense the tool is wielded jointly by the leadership and the masses in order to change each other. It is both the leadership itself and the masses which are the target of the tool. It is wrong, undialectical, and bourgeois, to view the leaders as standing above and outside the process of learning, or to view them as standing above and outside the process of change. How the party achieves leadership of the masses. There are a number of important principles which stand behind the party's leadership of the masses, and explain how it is possible for the party to achieve such leadership. The first principle is that the art of leadership must be learned, and that the party must understand this and be aware that it is possible to learn how to lead the masses. Political parties often simply assume that they know how to lead the masses. Whenever the masses inexplicably fail to follow their leadership, the tendency is always to come up with excuses, such as the objective situation. When have you ever heard a party frankly admit that it does not know how to lead? And yet, to outsiders, it is often glaringly obvious. Looking at the new communist parties formed after the Bolshevik Revolution, Lenin said, in many countries we have not even learned how to assume the leadership. 11. The first thing here is to recognize that at the beginning we do not know how to lead the masses very well, if at all. The second thing is to recognize that we must learn how, through study and through revolutionary mass practice. And the third thing is to have confidence that we will be able to learn, and will be able to lead. As Mao said, in the Chinese context, we must have faith, that the party is capable of leading the peasants. 12. This is part of what it means to be a revolutionary optimist. It is part of what it means to have faith in the masses, and faith in the party. The second basic principle is that leadership must be real, not in name only. The party must truly seek to lead the masses, must actually provide leadership. It must promulgate lines, policies, instructions, recommendations, advice, information, and the like. One might think that all this would be obvious, but amazingly enough there are many political groups, of all stripes, that subjectively want to lead the masses, but do not really attempt to do so. I vividly remember how difficult it was to get any leadership, any suggestions and guidance about what I should do personally to help advance the revolution, from the primitive organizations active around 1970. I wanted to follow, they wanted to lead, but they couldn't and didn't lead very much. It was very frustrating all around. In those days, and I am afraid it may still be true today, if you wanted to become a serious revolutionary, you had to be very determined, in many cases you almost had to force your way in on the action. It all too frequently happens that revolutionaries want the masses to come forward, but don't know what to do when they do step forward looking for leadership. The party itself is often unprepared to lead the masses. In 1902 Lenin remarked that anyone who really carries on his revolutionary work in conjunction with the class struggle of the proletariat very well knows, sees, and feels what vast numbers of immediate and direct demands of the proletariat, and of the sections of the people capable of supporting the latter, remain unsatisfied. He knows that in very many places, throughout vast areas, the working people are literally straining to go into action, and that their ardor runs to waste because of the scarcity of literature and leadership, the lack of forces and means in the revolutionary organizations. 13. Stalin addresses many of these same issues. The masses cannot respect the party if it gives up leadership, if it ceases to lead. The masses themselves want to be led, and they are looking for firm leadership. But the masses want leadership to be not formal, not on paper, but effective and comprehensible to them. Precisely for that reason it is necessary patiently to explain the aims and objects, the directives and instructions of the party and the Soviet government. Leadership must not be given up, neither must it be relaxed. On the contrary, it must be strengthened. But if it is to be strengthened, it must be made more flexible, and the party must arm itself with the utmost sensitiveness to the requirements of the masses. 14. The third principle, a corollary of the second, is that the party must not lag behind the masses. In the real world the parody, "Wait for me, I'm your leader," is all too often essentially true. Lenin talked a lot about the lag of the leaders, behind the spontaneous upsurge of the masses. 15 And Mao also frequently campaigned against this tendency. In short, the leadership should never lag behind the mass movement. Yet, as things stand now, it is the mass movement which is running ahead, while the leadership cannot keep pace with it. This state of affairs must change. 16. If the party is not to lag behind the masses, it must be proactive, rather than reactive. It must not only formulate lines and policies, it must take these lines and policies to the masses. Mao frequently complained that some people in the party seem to think that it is enough for the leaders alone to know the party's policies and that there is no need for the masses to know them. 17. And he added, to be good at translating the party's policy into action of the masses, to be good at getting not only the leading cadres but also the broad masses to understand and master every movement and every struggle we launch, this is an art of Marxist-Leninist leadership. It is also the dividing line that determines whether or not we make mistakes in our work. 18. But if the party should not lag behind the masses, neither should it get too far out ahead of them. This is our fourth basic principle. Stalin, who as the years went by was more and more guilty of the sin himself, nevertheless forcefully attacked this tendency in his writings. The opposition is right when it says that the party must go forward. That is an ordinary Marxist precept, and there cannot be any real communist party if it is not adhered to. But that is only part of the truth. The whole truth is that the party must not only go forward, but must also secure the following of the vast masses. To go forward without securing the following of the vast masses means in fact to break away from the movement. To go forward, breaking away from the rear guard, without being able to secure the following of the rear guard, means to make a leap ahead that can prevent the advance of the masses for some time. The essence of Leninist leadership is precisely that the vanguard should be able to secure the following of the rear guard, that the vanguard should go forward without breaking away from the masses. But in order that the vanguard should not break away from the masses, in order that the vanguard should really secure the following of the vast masses, a decisive condition is needed, namely, that the masses themselves should be convinced through their own experience that the instructions, directives, and slogans issued by the vanguard are correct. The misfortune of the opposition is that it does not accept this simple Leninist rule for leading the vast masses, that it does not understand that the party alone, an advanced group alone, without the support of the vast masses, cannot make a revolution, that, in the final analysis, a revolution is made by the vast masses of the working people. 19. Not only is it possible to break away from the masses, and get out too far ahead of them, it is possible for a young party to start out too far ahead of them, if it refuses to connect up its revolutionary work with the existing struggles of the masses. The fifth principle of proletarian leadership is that leadership cannot be imposed on the masses. It must be voluntarily accepted and, better yet, actively sought out and welcomed by the masses. As Mao expressed it, leadership is neither a slogan to be shouted from morning till night nor an arrogant demand for obedience, it consists rather in using the party's correct policies and the example we set by our own work to convince and educate people outside the party so that they willingly accept our proposals. 20. Our sixth principle, closely related to the fifth, is that proletarian leadership should not be bureaucratic. Again, Mao expressed it well. We must not be bureaucratic in our methods of mobilizing the masses. Bureaucratic leadership cannot be tolerated in economic construction any more than in any other branch of our revolutionary work. The ugly evil of bureaucracy, which no comrade likes, must be thrown into the cesspit. The methods which all comrades should prefer are those that appeal to the masses, i.e., those which are welcomed by all workers and peasants. 21. The next principle of proletarian leadership is that it must actually benefit the masses. Mao put it this way. The leading class and the leading party must fulfill two conditions in order to exercise their leadership of the classes, strata, political parties, and people's organizations which are being led. A. Lead those who are led, allies, to wage resolute struggles against the common enemy and achieve victories. B. Bring material benefits to those who are led or at least not damage their interests and at the same time give them political education. Without both these conditions, or with only one, leadership cannot be realized. 22. Of course it is true that sometimes we must lead the masses along a course which, while in their long-term interests, will create difficulties for them in the short run. But whenever this is the case we must make sure the masses understand this from the beginning, and prepare themselves for the temporary sacrifices. Our leadership will fail if we try to lead the masses along a path which calls for excessive, even if temporary, sacrifices on their part, or sacrifices which they are unprepared for or unwilling to make. The next principle is that leadership must be based on the experience of the masses. As Stalin put it, what does leadership mean when the policy of the party is correct and the correct relations between the vanguard and the class are not upset? Leadership under these circumstances means the ability to convince the masses of the correctness of the party's policy, the ability to put forward and to carry out such slogans as bring the masses to the party's positions and help them to realize through their own experience the correctness of the party's policy, the ability to raise the masses to the party's level of political consciousness, and thus secure the support of the masses and their readiness for the decisive struggle. 23. The issue of the masses' own experience will be explored in depth in Chapter 24. The next principle is that mass leadership is closely connected with the question of mass organization. To lead effectively there must be an organizational apparatus. Of course the leaders, the proletarian party, must be organized, but beyond that, the masses cannot be effectively led unless they themselves, and not just their vanguard, are organized. Lenin remarked that the Soviets constituted an apparatus by means of which the vanguard of the oppressed classes can elevate, train, educate, and lead the entire vast mass of these classes. 24. On the other hand, one of the chief goals of proletarian leadership is to advance proletarian organization. The Social Democratic Communist Party, as the conscious exponent of the working class movement, aims at the complete liberation of the toiling masses from every form of oppression and exploitation. The achievement of this objective, the abolition of private property in the means of production and the creation of the socialist society, calls for a very high development of the productive forces of capitalism and a high degree of organization of the working class. Lenin, 25. Thus organization and leadership are dialectically related. Leadership is necessary to advance mass organization, and mass organization is necessary for truly effective leadership. The pessimist sees this as a catch-22 situation, the optimist as a recognition of the possibilities for positive feedback and accelerating advances in both proletarian leadership and organization. The last principle I'll mention here, one that sums up several of the principles just mentioned, is that leadership must be knowledgeable. Marx emphasized the importance of knowledgeable leadership when he said, "To conquer political power has therefore become the great duty of the working classes. One element of success they possess numbers, but numbers weigh only in the balance, if united by combination and led by knowledge." 26. If leadership is not knowledgeable in all these areas, then it must learn. Which brings us full circle to the first principle of proletarian leadership mentioned above. ******. In his fine essay on the myth of nonviolence, Bob Avakian remarks that there is the objective basis and need for the leadership of the revolutionary proletariat and its party, because this does represent the only force that stands for an all-the-way revolution. 27. But in the same place he states, leadership cannot just be declared, it must be one you can't just say follow us, you must show in a living way why people should follow you. So the question to consider now, and of course it is an extremely crucial and very basic question, is just how do you show in a living way why people should follow you? We could say many things here in answer to this question, but the best, brief answer is, by joining up with the existing class struggles of the masses, and by using the mass line to, 1. Help achieve the immediate reformist objectives of those struggles, and 2. In the course of these day-to-day struggles, raise the revolutionary consciousness of the masses and gradually, but steadily and definitely, prepare the masses for a qualitative and decisive redirection of their struggles away from mere reform and toward revolution. This whole book may be viewed as an elaboration of this answer to this question. Another equally valid answer, which expresses the same thing in different words, is that we can show in a living way why people should follow us by combining the masses' struggle for their immediate interests with a determined and serious struggle for their long-range, ultimate interests, which can only mean proletarian revolution. Only if the masses can see for themselves that our leadership is in their overall interests will they follow us, and only then should they follow us. But I suspect that many people including Bob Avakian and the RCP these days would give a substantially different answer to this basic question. I suspect their answer to the question how do you show in a living way why people should follow you might be something along the lines of, by supporting every outbreak of the masses against the system. Of course there is a lot to be said for that answer too, but it is more of a partial answer, a less all-encompassing answer, and actually a less satisfactory answer despite its more revolutionary sound. The trouble with this answer is that it does not directly address the fundamental contradiction that currently prevents the masses from following the leadership of the proletarian party, namely the contradiction between the masses' need for revolution, and their present failure to recognize that need. To win the revolutionary leadership of the masses, this contradiction must gradually be resolved. As part of resolving it, the party must constantly seek to educate the masses in the need for revolution, and must constantly present itself as the party that stands ready to lead such a revolution. But as indispensable as that is, it is not enough. What more can we do? We can join with the masses in their actual struggles even if those struggles are not revolutionary, and not initially aimed against the system as a whole, and attempt to merge the revolutionary movement with the current struggles of the masses. That is the answer of Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Mao. We will rejoin this discussion later, see especially Chapter 19. The evil of commandism. Commandism is simply the technique of getting people to do things by just ordering them to do it, rather than by explaining why they should do it, and convincing them to do it of their own free will. It should be apparent from all that has gone before that commandism is antithetical to genuinely Marxist leadership, and is a bourgeois technique of leadership if anything is. But is issuing commands always wrong? Don't there need to be commands and directives from the party center down to each branch and each comrade? How can we work efficiently if we have to explain everything at length and argue over every little directive? Or consider the Red Army, how on earth can we go into battle if there are no commanders authorized to issue commands to the rank and file soldiers, whether they are party members or not? Well, let's not go crazy here. I think even most anarchists would agree that revolutionary armies need to have commanders, and in battle, at least, these commanders have the right and duty to issue commands to the troops. Issuing commands, and even enforcing them through various forms of discipline, is not necessarily commandism. What then are the circumstances when it does become commandism? This is mostly a matter of common sense, but we might list a few central principles here. 1. With few exceptions, commands are only appropriate and justified within voluntary organizations. In other words, when you voluntarily join a party, a mass organization, a revolutionary army, or voluntarily apply for a job at a factory, at least in socialist or communist society, you thereby commit yourself to work cooperatively and follow reasonable orders from the leaders. 2. Even within voluntary organizations, however, commands are only appropriate where circumstances warrant. In general, this means two kinds of situations. A. Small or routine matters. Even in socialist society, it would normally be ridiculous to yell commandism. If the foreman at your factory tells you to help unload a truck, it is the job of the foreman to direct the work. B. Emergency or desperate situations, or in the midst of battle. 3. In general, the bigger, more serious, and more important the issue, the less justified it is to simply issue commands rather than use democratic persuasion, provided there is time for this. The overall principle in voluntary organizations is just that the method of democratic persuasion should be used as much as is reasonably possible, especially where important issues are at stake, and where emergencies or battle conditions do not dictate otherwise. Since commands are normally only appropriate within voluntary organizations, the party and its members are seldom, if ever, justified in ordering the masses in general to do things, even if, as should always be the case, these things are actually in the real interests of the masses. Party members have voluntarily joined the party, but the broad masses have not, and are not subject to its discipline. Mao constantly campaigned against commandism, and in the strongest terms, Marxists have always held that the cause of the proletariat must depend on the masses of the people, and that communists must use the democratic method of persuasion and education when working among the laboring people, and must on no account resort to commandism or coercion. 28. However, in the very next sentence Mao added that the Chinese Communist Party faithfully adheres to this Marxist-Leninist principle. Here, regretfully, I must somewhat disagree. Many party members and cadres, both in the period before the 1949 seizure of power and more often in the socialist period afterwards, did sometimes resort to commandism in their relationships with the masses. The official line of the CPC was certainly opposed to this, and Mao for his part, did everything he could to oppose commandism. But it certainly existed to some extent anyway. Fortunately, parties do not need to be totally perfect in order to advance the revolution, and overall the CPC used the correct methods during the Maoist period. The fact of the matter is that commandism is a constant danger, and a constant temptation to any party that seeks to lead the masses. Not to see this, not to arm the party against it, and not to campaign against the bourgeois evil of commandism when it does arise, is to facilitate its cancerous growth and destructiveness. Moreover, you must also constantly promote the democratic, mass-line method of leadership, if there is to be any alternative available to commandism. Commandism, of course, is most easily fallen into, and becomes one of the greatest dangers for the revolution, after the seizure of power when the party is the ruling party. But even before the revolutionary seizure of power, commandism is possible. As soon as a party gains any respect and authority among the masses, it also unfortunately gains the possibility of abusing that authority and losing that respect through commandism. This is something to think about very seriously indeed. Willing followers are not enough. We totally reject commandism and insist that the masses must follow the party of their own free will. But that is not enough. Certain methods which can sometimes create willing followers, in the short run anyway, are bourgeois and must on no account be used. One such method is trickery. Here's a little item from the logician Raymond Smullyan showing how trickery can force people to do things voluntarily. This reminds me of a cute joke or trick which someone once played on me. He said, "I bet I can make you open your fist." I said okay, and I made a fist. He said, "No, thumb inside." I naively opened my fist, put my thumb inside and reclosed my fist. He said, "There, you have opened it." This trick really works. I have tried it on dozens and have not failed yet. Try it sometime. 29. Well, that's just a silly example, of course, but it is true that people are constantly being tricked by the ruling class. Back in 1964, when I was an ignorant liberal, I was tricked into voting for Lyndon Johnson for president because the Democrats portrayed themselves as the party of peace, as opposed to Goldwater and the Republicans. Naturally, the first thing Johnson did was escalate the small Vietnam conflict into a major war. Recall also Wilson's campaign slogan in 1916, "He kept us out of war." Once re-elected, his administration plunged the country into the First Imperialist World War. Virtually every bourgeois election is some sort of trick on the masses. Using trickery or lies to get people to do things willingly is really no better than ordering them to do things unwillingly. Both are despicable and bourgeois techniques. But even this recognition is not enough. Smullyan, who is a Taoist of sorts, says the Taoist way is to force people to voluntarily obey. And he adds that the whole idea of Taoistic politics is that the sage ruler influences the people to voluntarily do that which is good for them. 30. But as you can see, this is an arrogant, elitist stance, which assumes that the sage ruler is above the people, and always knows what is best for them. Furthermore, it suggests that manipulating people, or even outright tricking them, is okay as long as it is for the people's own good. In the, nominally, Marxist milieu, the revisionists hold similar opinions. The Maoist view, which is really quite different than this, is that there is only one legitimate way to get the people to do things, by patiently and honestly explaining to them what is in their own interests. We must not command them to do things, but neither must we lie to them or trick them in order to get them to voluntarily do things. Only when people have the real truth of the situation available to them will their choice of action be voluntary in the full sense of the term. Our goal is not to get people to obey the party whether voluntarily or otherwise, but, instead, to get them to make up their own minds what to do on the basis of sufficient and truthful information. The party does seek to lead the masses, and the masses themselves seek this kind of leadership. But leading people is not a matter of getting them to obey you. Only hopelessly bourgeois minds think so. Furthermore, no group is fit to lead a larger mass if it is not itself a part of that larger mass, sharing the same fundamental interests. No group is fit to lead if it is incapable of continually learning from the larger mass its goals, desires, moods, and its ideas about how to proceed. Although it may sound a bit extreme to say so, I really believe that all leadership without the mass line is ultimately illegitimate, and we must reject it no matter how willing the followers might be. Where do individual leaders come from? According to many people, there are born leaders, or natural leaders. Against this view is the old aphorism, leaders are made, not born. So what is the Marxist view here? While we of course recognize that human beings have a biological component, in part genetic, to their makeup, we deny that it is dominant in their social behavior, let alone all-controlling. We say there are no natural leaders or born leaders. This is especially the case in proletarian politics. Somebody with a domineering kind of personality, for example, is not in our view a natural leader. In 1946 Mao was asked by a reporter, "Do you consider Chiang Kai-shek the natural leader of the Chinese people?" He responded, "There is no such thing in the world as a natural leader." 31. And you can indeed see from this example how the notion of natural leaders is employed by reactionaries for their own sinister purposes. Individual revolutionary leaders are not born, they are in truth made. It is primarily the experience of mass struggle which makes such leaders, both individually and as a group. A leading group that is genuinely united and is linked with the masses can gradually be formed only in the process of mass struggle, and not in isolation from it. Mao, 32. But while revolutionary leaders are molded primarily through the experience of mass struggle, there is also an element of Marxist education and training involved. First, you cannot become an effective revolutionary leader without being educated in the science of Marxism-Leninism-Maoism, both generally, and with regard to specific leadership techniques such as the mass line. And second, you must have opportunities to gather leadership experience. When learning how to do anything you will at first be awkward and inept, but with time, and the help and criticism of comrades and the masses, you will learn how it is done. The party can, and must, expedite the training of more leaders of the masses, especially, but not exclusively, from the ranks of the proletariat itself. Lenin said that the masses will never learn to conduct the political struggle until we help to train leaders for this struggle, both from among the enlightened workers and from among the intellectuals. 33. There is always a shortage of good leaders, certainly during the early stages of a revolutionary process. In 1902 Lenin wrote that the critical, transitional state of our movement in this respect may be formulated as follows: there are no people yet there is a mass of people. There is a mass of people, because the working class and increasingly varied social strata, year after year, produce from their ranks an increasing number of discontented people who desire to protest, who are ready to render all the assistance they can in the struggle against absolutism, the intolerableness of which, though not yet recognized by all, is more and more acutely sensed by increasing masses of the people. At the same time, we have no people, because we have no leaders, no political leaders, no talented organizers capable of arranging extensive and at the same time uniform and harmonious work that would employ all forces, even the most inconsiderable. 34. There is a mass of people, but a shortage of people. In such a situation, the shortage can only be made up from the mass. Not only must leaders come from the masses themselves, it is primarily the masses who create their leaders, even their greatest leaders, as Bob Avakian has pointed out. In a fundamental way it is the masses who make great revolutionary leaders. It is the revolutionary struggle of the masses which brings forward its leaders. Leaders do, in turn, play a very significant role in the revolutionary struggle of the masses. But they can only play a positive role, and in the final analysis can only be of any real significance, if they continue to stand with, and in a fundamental sense in the midst of, the struggle of the masses and on that basis lead it forward. In this era, in the most thoroughgoing and radical revolution in history, the proletarian revolution, that means they play their role by applying the science of Marxism-Leninism to both learn from and guide the struggle. In this way they can and do exert a tremendous influence on the movement of the masses and can actually accelerate the inevitable revolutionary process, just as they can retard it through errors and deviations from Marxism-Leninism. 35. I sometimes think that Bob Avakian himself has forgotten these words, but to me they ring true as ever, and sound quintessentially Maoist. That one sentence especially bears repeating and re-emphasis today: leaders can only play a positive role, and in the final analysis can only be of any real significance, if they continue to stand with, and in a fundamental sense in the midst of, the struggle of the masses and on that basis lead it forward. There is nothing that can be said about revolutionary leadership that is more important than that. In a similar vein, I would like to quote a brief passage from the 1976 RCP pamphlet on the mass line that exactly expresses my point of view. The party must pay special attention to uniting with and raising the level of advanced workers not yet party members, who continually come forward in these struggles as leaders. These workers are potentially a key link, a lever, to join the party with the life and struggles of the class as a whole. In order for the party to learn and grow, and in order for the movement of the masses to advance, the party must train the advanced workers in the science of revolution, including the application of the mass line. And it must train them not apart from, but in the course of actually leading the struggle of the broad masses. 36. Given the crying need for more leaders, for a whole party of leaders, it is sad to note the existence of certain bourgeois careerist types within revolutionary organizations, who try to keep the necessary leadership training and experience away from others in order to exalt their own status. No genuine Marxist party or organization should tolerate people like that. The masses must evaluate their would-be leaders. There are lots of people who seek to lead the masses. They range all the way from the most sincere and capable individuals who truly have the interests of the masses at heart, and who truly can help lead the masses to victory, to all sorts of charlatans and phonies, to completely bourgeois individuals who are downright enemies of the people but who hide the fact and portray themselves as the masses' best friends and saviors. And there are all sorts of would-be leaders in between these extremes. Since it cannot be immediately obvious to everyone, and certainly not immediately obvious to the broad masses, who their real friends are, and who their best leaders are, all the contenders for leadership, both parties and individuals, must be thoroughly and continuously evaluated. Each party and individual can help evaluate all the rest. But in the end, the decisions are up to the masses. The masses themselves must evaluate and select their leaders. Since it is up to the masses to choose, those who have the real interests of the masses at heart must constantly help to educate them about how to make the appropriate choice. Bob Avakian provides a fine example in the following. In evaluating different leadership and different people who put themselves forward as leaders and the different programs that they put forward as the thing that masses of people should take up as their own, people should evaluate what interests do these programs and these leaders really represent, serve, and fight for. What kind of world do they present as necessary and desirable? And very specifically, do they say that the present system can and must be overthrown and that the present world must be radically transformed, and will their line and program really lead to this? It's necessary for people to dig down and evaluate what people who put themselves forward as leaders are actually saying about these very fundamental questions, and what the programs they put forward for people to follow will actually lead to in terms of these very basic questions. 37. There is one danger for the proletarian party to be aware of here, and to learn to avoid like the plague, since the party knows it must be evaluated by the masses, since it wants to secure the following of the masses, and since it therefore appropriately seeks to present the party to the masses in a good light. There is a tendency to exaggerate to the masses and even openly lie to them about just how good the party is. There is a tendency to hide the weaknesses of the party, its small size at the beginning of the struggle, for example, or its inexperience. There is a tendency to hide mistakes, instead of owning up to them. There is a tendency to proclaim the party as infallible, like the Pope, to pretend it already has all the answers, and to go on tiresomely about how correct it is. The funny thing about such boastful exaggerations and misrepresentations is that they almost always backfire. The Pope gets nothing but derision and sneers among non-Catholics for his claims of infallibility. In the long run, it is always better to level with the masses, rather than to foster a suspicion and mistrust of the party in their minds. Just as with individuals, the masses will respect a party all the more if it levels with them, owns up to its mistakes and shows it is genuinely trying to correct them. They will respect the party all the more if they see the party seriously trying to learn more about how to lead the masses and advance their interests, i.e., seriously promoting the mass line. All these tendencies to misrepresent things or lie to the masses are bourgeois to the core. It is the philosophy of the bourgeois newspaper which remarks cynically, "Leader, one who never permits his followers to discover that he is as dumb as they are." 38. Real revolutionary leaders, intent on using the mass line, should rather bend over backwards to make it clear to the rest of the party and the masses that the masses know many things which the leaders need to learn from them. That is the Maoist way. The role of leadership must not be exaggerated. This whole book is about proletarian leadership, in one way or another, so of course I think leadership is important. It is in fact critical and indispensable for revolution. But it is time now for a bit of counterpoint. There are some respects in which the role of leadership can be exaggerated. It is wrong, for example, to stress the importance of leadership in opposition to the role of the masses. Mao put it this way: "Our cause depends on the many for its success, and the few play only a limited role. While the few, that is, the leaders and cadres, play a role that should be recognized, it is not a role of signal importance. The role of signal importance is played by the masses. The correct relationship between the cadres and the masses is such that, necessary as the cadres are, it is the masses who do the actual work, with the cadres giving leadership, a role which should not be exaggerated." 39. It is also wrong to stress the importance of leadership in opposition to the mass line. Mao speaks in many places of the severe limitations of leaders who do not employ the mass line. Politics must follow the mass line. It will not do to rely on leaders alone. How can the leaders do so much? The leaders can cope with only a fraction of everything, good and bad. Consequently, everybody must be mobilized to share the responsibility, to speak up, to encourage other people, and to criticize other people. Everyone has a pair of eyes and a mouth, and he must be allowed to see and speak up. Democracy means allowing the masses to manage their own affairs. Here are two ways: one is to depend on a few individuals and the other is to mobilize the masses to manage affairs. Our politics is mass politics. An active leader followed by inactive masses will not do. 40. A vivid illustration of this, which is at the same time an excellent illustration of the application of the mass line, was provided by Mao on an earlier occasion. After 3 years we have won a great victory in the war to resist US aggression and aid Korea. It has now come to a halt. To what was this victory due? Just now fellow members of the Central People's Government Council put it down to correct leadership. Leadership is one factor, nothing can succeed without correct leadership. But we won mainly because ours was a people's war, the whole nation gave it support and the people of China and Korea fought shoulder to shoulder. Just now you all mentioned the factor of leadership. In my view, leadership is one factor, the most important factor is the contribution of ideas by the masses. Our cadres and soldiers thought up all sorts of ways to fight the enemy. Let me give one example. In the first month of the war our losses in trucks were tremendous. What was to be done? While the leadership devised countermeasures, we relied mainly on the masses to come up with ideas. Over 10,000 people were posted on both sides of the highway to fire signal shots to warn of approaching enemy planes. On hearing these signals, our drivers would dodge or find places in which to hide their trucks. In the meantime, the roads were widened and many new ones built so that trucks could run in both directions unimpeded. Thus the losses in trucks dropped from 40% at the beginning to less than 1%. Later on, underground storehouses and even underground auditoriums were built. While enemy bombs fell from overhead, we went on with our meetings underground. When they picture the Korean battlefield, people living in Peking feel it must have been very dangerous. True, there was danger, but it was not so terrible as long as everyone contributed ideas. Our experience is that reliance on the people together with a fairly correct leadership enables us to defeat a better equipped enemy with our inferior equipment. 41. Leadership, like everything else in the world, must not be considered an absolute. It must be viewed dialectically. No better dialectical summation of leadership exists than this. However active the leading group may be, its activity will amount to fruitless effort by a handful of people unless combined with the activity of the masses. On the other hand, if the masses alone are active without a strong leading group to organize their activity properly, such activity cannot be sustained for long, or carried forward in the right direction, or raised to a high level. Mao, 42. 14. The three component parts of the mass line. We have described the technique of the mass line as consisting of three parts: 1. Gathering the ideas of the masses, 2. Processing the ideas of the masses, and 3. Taking the processed ideas back to the masses. Why just these three parts? Couldn't we have split one of the above steps in two and thereby analyzed the mass line as consisting of 4 parts? Or maybe 5 or 6 or 7 parts? Or could we have possibly combined 2 of our 3 steps together and talked of the mass line as a 2-part process? The answer to all these questions is yes, we could have. When you analyze something, what you are doing is conceptually cutting it up into pieces, and how many pieces you decide to cut it into is up to you. Fewer pieces correspond to a grosser, but easier to grasp, analysis. More pieces correspond to a finer, but more complicated analysis. For some purposes a gross analysis is appropriate, for some purposes finer analyses are appropriate. On the other hand, a correct analysis on any level, one that accurately describes the thing or process, is not arbitrary. If you separate out one aspect of a thing, it is usually reasonable to also separate out other aspects which are on the same level, for comparison and contrast. Thus it is somewhat strange and misleading when analyzing a thing as a whole to give a detailed analysis of certain of its aspects and a gross analysis of other of its aspects, or even to omit mention of some aspects completely. Such an unbalanced assessment tends to distort reality. Of course, if certain aspects of the thing are already assumed or well recognized, it is appropriate to concentrate your attention on the aspects which have not so far received sufficient attention. Thus what might seem to be an unbalanced analysis may actually serve the purpose of rectifying a previous analysis which was unbalanced in the opposite way. A 2-part analysis of the mass line. What would an accurate 2-part analysis of the mass line look like? It would look like this: from the masses, to the masses. That's right, Mao's original description/name of the method. The strength of this analysis is that it is easy to understand and fix in your mind. It focuses on the masses, and reminds you that the masses are the primary source of wisdom, and the primary agency of change. Since there is a history of revolutionaries, e.g. Stalin, forgetting such things, any analysis which serves to focus on these 2 important aspects is clearly of considerable value. But on the other side, it is easy to see that the 2-part analysis of the mass line also has an important weakness. Since it does not mention the processing of the ideas of the masses, it is prone to misinterpretation as bourgeois populism. As a name for the method, it is not bad, but the level of analysis is too gross for general purposes. A 3-part analysis of the mass line. The standard three-part analysis of the mass line which we have adopted as our primary overall level of analysis is most appropriate for general purposes because, first, it is still simple enough to clearly understand and keep firmly in mind. Second, it corresponds to the most common level of analysis of the Marxist theory of knowledge, namely, 1. The stage of perception, 2. The stage of synthesizing the data of perception, the rational stage, and 3. The stage of applying and testing the knowledge in practice. This will be explored in more detail in Chapter 30. Third, it explicitly includes the processing step, which experience has shown is apt to be overlooked or downplayed by right opportunists. Does the three-part analysis of the mass line still have weaknesses? Does it still leave aspects of the theory unmentioned? Of course it does. That's why there is the need for further elaboration of the theory. That's why it may sometimes be appropriate to analyze the mass line into more than 3 steps. A 4-part analysis of the mass line. There is in the bourgeois literature on the mass line at least one attempt at a 4-part analysis, by John Wilson Lewis. From the conceptual viewpoint, Mao's method of the mass line has 4 progressive stages: perception, summarization, authorization, and implementation. That these stages exactly parallel the epistemological process of perception, conception, and verification reinforces the assertion in the previous chapter that the communist state of mind has important practical significance. 1. This is kind of screwy. Where the so-called authorization stage comes from is hard to say. Despite Lewis's comment, I don't see any corresponding aspect to this in Marxist epistemology. Of course it would be possible to come up with a 4-part analysis of the mass line which makes more sense. What aspect of the mass line not already explicitly mentioned in the 3-part analysis could we select out as a 4th part? There are a number of possibilities, such as the need to first have a definite leadership goal in mind, or the need to appraise the results of the line after it is returned to the masses. If you add both of these as distinct parts of the mass line process, you have a 5-part analysis. A 5-part analysis of the mass line. The most complicated, multi-part bourgeois analysis of the mass line which I have seen is that of Harry Harding of the Rand Corporation. Harding thinks that all policy-making processes by homogeneous groups can be analyzed in terms of 5 tasks: 1. Problem selection, 2. Proposal formulation, 3. Policy selection, decision, 4. Policy implementation, and 5. Policy appraisal. He presents a 5-part analysis of the mass line in these terms, which sort of corresponds to the 5 aspects I have mentioned above. 1. Problem selection. The policymaker, hereafter, cadre, gathers information on social, political, and economic conditions in the system. According to Mao's theory of contradictions, each social problem is the manifestation of one of the unresolved contradictions inherent in all social situations. One of these unresolved contradictions is necessarily the principal contradiction whose existence and development determine and influence the existence and development of the other contradictions. Mao, on contradiction therefore, the cadre's research should analyze the principal unresolved contradiction in the social situation under study. In so doing, he is identifying the problem whose solution is most urgent. 2. Proposal formulation. The cadre takes the ideas of the masses on how to solve the problem. 3. Policy selection, decision. The cadre concentrates. Mao also uses the phrase sums up these ideas, and authorizes the result as party policy. What these 2 expressions mean in practice is not at all clear. In fact, their ambiguity provides a crucial component of a major dispute between Mao and his opponents over policy-making procedure. 4. Policy implementation. The cadre is to go to the masses and, preferably by persuasion, enlist them in implementing the policy. The masses are to hold fast to the policy and translate it into action. 5. Policy appraisal. The correctness of the policy is determined in the course of implementation. 2. For a bourgeois analysis, this is not too bad. Harding's analysis will be discussed further in Chapter 34. Its worst weaknesses, of course, are, 1. It doesn't correctly explicate what it means to concentrate the ideas of the masses, and 2. As expected from a bourgeois commentator, it doesn't view the mass line as in essence a method of revolutionary leadership. Many other things are left vague or are somewhat askew. But the main point is that even this five-part analysis is still inadequate, primarily because the role of Marxist theory, an analysis of the objective situation, and an analysis of the long-term interests of the masses, is not presented as the basis for policy selection. So should we bring these additional aspects of the mass line out in explicit further steps, bumping up the analysis up to 7 or 8 parts? We could. But even this would not exhaust every aspect of the mass line. No matter how many parts we specify, there will be aspects of the mass line that are still left out. This book before you may be viewed as a work which brings out dozens, or perhaps more, aspects of the mass line, but even hundreds of pages cannot say everything about it which can possibly be said. I only hope that I have covered the main points well, and mentioned a number of the relatively more important secondary aspects and connections with other topics. A rich theory like the mass line cannot be exhaustively represented by even a 10 or 20-part analysis. Moreover, the more points of secondary, or tertiary importance which are explicitly stated or brought out, the greater the danger that the main themes will be lost. My solution to this dilemma is to analyze the mass line in terms of a few main points, and then to further analyze each of these main points. Thus in general, Mao's three-part analysis is best. Point 14. The three component parts of the mass line. We have described the technique of the mass line as consisting of 3 parts: 1. Gathering the ideas of the masses, 2. Processing the ideas of the masses, and 3. Taking the processed ideas back to the masses. Why just these 3 parts? Couldn't we have split one of the above steps in 2 and thereby analyzed the mass line as consisting of 4 parts? Or maybe 5 or 6 or 7 parts? Or could we have possibly combined 2 of our 3 steps together and talked of the mass line as a 2-part process? The answer to all these questions is yes, we could have. When you analyze something, what you are doing is conceptually cutting it up into pieces, and how many pieces you decide to cut it into is up to you. Fewer pieces correspond to a grosser, but easier to grasp, analysis. More pieces correspond to a finer, but more complicated analysis. For some purposes a gross analysis is appropriate, for some purposes finer analyses are appropriate. On the other hand, a correct analysis on any level, one that accurately describes the thing or process, is not arbitrary. If you separate out one aspect of a thing, it is usually reasonable to also separate out other aspects which are on the same level, for comparison and contrast. Thus it is somewhat strange and misleading when analyzing a thing as a whole to give a detailed analysis of certain of its aspects and a gross analysis of other of its aspects, or even to omit mention of some aspects completely. Such an unbalanced assessment tends to distort reality. Of course, if certain aspects of the thing are already assumed or well recognized, it is appropriate to concentrate your attention on the aspects which have not so far received sufficient attention. Thus what might seem to be an unbalanced analysis may actually serve the purpose of rectifying a previous analysis which was unbalanced in the opposite way. A 2-part analysis of the mass line. What would an accurate 2-part analysis of the mass line look like? It would look like this: from the masses, to the masses. That's right, Mao's original description/name of the method. The strength of this analysis is that it is easy to understand and fix in your mind. It focuses on the masses, and reminds you that the masses are the primary source of wisdom, and the primary agency of change. Since there is a history of revolutionaries, e.g. Stalin, forgetting such things, any analysis which serves to focus on these 2 important aspects is clearly of considerable value. But on the other side, it is easy to see that the 2-part analysis of the mass line also has an important weakness. Since it does not mention the processing of the ideas of the masses, it is prone to misinterpretation as bourgeois populism. As a name for the method, it is not bad, but the level of analysis is too gross for general purposes. A three-part analysis of the mass line. The standard three-part analysis of the mass line which we have adopted as our primary overall level of analysis is most appropriate for general purposes because, first, it is still simple enough to clearly understand and keep firmly in mind. Second, it corresponds to the most common level of analysis of the Marxist theory of knowledge, namely, 1. The stage of perception, 2. The stage of synthesizing the data of perception, the rational stage, and 3. The stage of applying and testing the knowledge in practice. This will be explored in more detail in Chapter 30. Third, it explicitly includes the processing step, which experience has shown is apt to be overlooked or downplayed by right opportunists. Does the three-part analysis of the mass line still have weaknesses? Does it still leave aspects of the theory unmentioned? Of course it does. That's why there is the need for further elaboration of the theory. That's why it may sometimes be appropriate to analyze the mass line into more than 3 steps. A 4-part analysis of the mass line. There is in the bourgeois literature on the mass line at least one attempt at a 4-part analysis, by John Wilson Lewis. From the conceptual viewpoint, Mao's method of the mass line has 4 progressive stages: perception, summarization, authorization, and implementation. That these stages exactly parallel the epistemological process of perception, conception, and verification reinforces the assertion in the previous chapter that the communist state of mind has important practical significance. 1. This is kind of screwy. Where the so-called authorization stage comes from is hard to say. Despite Lewis's comment, I don't see any corresponding aspect to this in Marxist epistemology. Of course it would be possible to come up with a 4-part analysis of the mass line which makes more sense. What aspect of the mass line not already explicitly mentioned in the 3-part analysis could we select out as a 4th part? There are a number of possibilities, such as the need to first have a definite leadership goal in mind, or the need to appraise the results of the line after it is returned to the masses. If you add both of these as distinct parts of the mass line process, you have a 5-part analysis. A 5-part analysis of the mass line. The most complicated, multi-part bourgeois analysis of the mass line which I have seen is that of Harry Harding of the Rand Corporation. Harding thinks that all policy-making processes by homogeneous groups can be analyzed in terms of 5 tasks: 1. Problem selection, 2. Proposal formulation, 3. Policy selection, decision, 4. Policy implementation, and 5. Policy appraisal. He presents a 5-part analysis of the mass line in these terms, which sort of corresponds to the 5 aspects I have mentioned above. 1. Problem selection. The policymaker, hereafter, cadre, gathers information on social, political, and economic conditions in the system. According to Mao's theory of contradictions, each social problem is the manifestation of one of the unresolved contradictions inherent in all social situations. One of these unresolved contradictions is necessarily the principal contradiction whose existence and development determine and influence the existence and development of the other contradictions. Mao, on contradiction therefore, the cadre's research should analyze the principal unresolved contradiction in the social situation under study. In so doing, he is identifying the problem whose solution is most urgent. 2. Proposal formulation. The cadre takes the ideas of the masses on how to solve the problem. 3. Policy selection, decision. The cadre concentrates. Mao also uses the phrase sums up these ideas, and authorizes the result as party policy. What these 2 expressions mean in practice is not at all clear. In fact, their ambiguity provides a crucial component of a major dispute between Mao and his opponents over policy-making procedure. 4. Policy implementation. The cadre is to go to the masses and, preferably by persuasion, enlist them in implementing the policy. The masses are to hold fast to the policy and translate it into action. 5. Policy appraisal. The correctness of the policy is determined in the course of implementation. 2. For a bourgeois analysis, this is not too bad. Harding's analysis will be discussed further in Chapter 34. Its worst weaknesses, of course, are, 1. It doesn't correctly explicate what it means to concentrate the ideas of the masses, and 2. As expected from a bourgeois commentator, it doesn't view the mass line as in essence a method of revolutionary leadership. Many other things are left vague or are somewhat askew. But the main point is that even this five-part analysis is still inadequate, primarily because the role of Marxist theory, an analysis of the objective situation, and an analysis of the long-term interests of the masses, is not presented as the basis for policy selection. So should we bring these additional aspects of the mass line out in explicit further steps, bumping up the analysis up to 7 or 8 parts? We could. But even this would not exhaust every aspect of the mass line. No matter how many parts we specify, there will be aspects of the mass line that are still left out. This book before you may be viewed as a work which brings out dozens, or perhaps more, aspects of the mass line, but even hundreds of pages cannot say everything about it which can possibly be said. I only hope that I have covered the main points well, and mentioned a number of the relatively more important secondary aspects and connections with other topics. A rich theory like the mass line cannot be exhaustively represented by even a 10 or 20-part analysis. Moreover, the more points of secondary, or tertiary importance which are explicitly stated or brought out, the greater the danger that the main themes will be lost. My solution to this dilemma is to analyze the mass line in terms of a few main points, and then to further analyze each of these main points. Thus in general, Mao's three-part analysis is best. 15. The mass line method: gathering the ideas of the masses. The masses are the real heroes, while we ourselves are often childish and ignorant, and without this understanding it is impossible to acquire even the most rudimentary knowledge. Mao. 1. The first step in the mass line method is gathering the ideas of the masses. In this chapter we will consider that gathering process in more detail. How do we know what to gather? How is the gathering done? What are the factors that facilitate that gathering? Let's remind ourselves in very general terms of what we are setting out to gather, namely, the ideas of the masses, explicit and implicit, and specifically any of their ideas relevant to the question of what needs to be done in the given situation. We also need to appraise the mood of the masses, their level of experience, other elements of the objective situation, etc. But the starting place for the mass line is the ideas the masses have about how to advance the situation. Since this is so, we must first be clear on what the current situation is, what the actual problem is that needs to be resolved, and how the masses themselves view that situation or problem. In other words, we must first be clear on the specific goal. First, be clear on the goal. In order to use the mass line, you must have a specific problem to solve, a social goal which you want to help lead the masses in achieving. Often the specific goal to be achieved is very clear, is a given. In that case, we can move directly to the gathering process itself. Sometimes, however, there may be difficulties even in ascertaining what the next goal should be. In that case the mass line may be used in connection with a more general goal in order to help determine the next step or subsidiary goal. This leads to the question, what if anything is the very most general goal, the most central goal which serves to guide all our activity? For a genuine Marxist, the answer to this can never be in doubt. The whole reason for the existence of the proletarian party is to lead the masses in making revolution, and transforming the present abysmal capitalist society into communist society. Thus the overall goal of the mass line is communist revolution. In a sense, even this overall goal can be viewed as having been determined by an unconscious use of the mass line on the basis of still more general goals and principles. The need for revolution was summed up by Marx and Engels in the 1840s by considering the various conflicting needs, desires, and goals of the masses, their long-range interests, their capabilities, the nature of the system that was oppressing them, and so forth. In a sense even communist revolution may be viewed as a means to more general goals, namely, the serving of the real needs and interests of the masses. There is nothing more basic than that in Marxist morality or politics. But since, As a matter of established fact, communist revolution is the only means to truly meet the needs and interests of the masses in the long run. In practical Marxist-Leninist politics, it is communist revolution which must be our most general goal, our unshakable basic target. Revolution encapsulates the interests of the masses, and is the only means of fully satisfying those interests. This, as Mao noted in the following comment, is the most central truth of Marxism, and one which no one can possibly forget and still be a Marxist. Marxism consists of thousands of truths, but they all boil down to the one sentence: it is right to rebel. Thus, in an overall sense, our goal is always revolution, all other goals are subsidiary to that great end. To really use the Marxist mass line, our overall conscious goal must be proletarian revolution, and any specific goal we are addressing must be subsidiary to revolution. But we must develop many such subsidiary goals, since revolution is far too complex a goal to be accomplished in one simple act. By now the science of revolution, Marxism-Leninism, Maoism, has advanced to the point where a great many of the basic subsidiary goals involved in communist revolution are already known, and within many of these subsidiary goals, we are already well aware of sub-goals, sometimes many levels deep. We know, for example, that to make revolution we must educate the masses by means of agitation and propaganda. We know that in order to do that we need a revolutionary newspaper as one of our primary tools. We know that to build such a newspaper we must involve the masses not only as readers, but as contributors, distributors, and supporters. And we are aware of many of the sub-goals involved in accomplishing each of these tasks. Thus we have already determined a very large number of specific goals to which the mass line can and must be applied. Of course, specific new goals are always arising, as the struggle and the world in general develop. It is completely ridiculous to imagine that all the specific goals which we and the masses must accomplish in order to make revolution have been identified, or even that all the really major ones necessarily have been. We are faced with myriad tasks and sub-tasks, many old and familiar, many new and unforeseeable in advance. That is the nature of life. The mass line is the primary tool for leading the masses in achieving their goals. But it is also the primary tool for prioritizing goals where we are unsure of priorities, and discovering new subsidiary goals where we are unsure as to how to proceed. It is our primary, all-round, leadership tool. The most important goal in any situation is the one that should be focused on, never lost sight of. Putting this in dialectical terms, in any situation there is a primary contradiction which must be resolved before there can be any fundamental change in the situation. On the other hand, in order to resolve the primary contradiction, it will probably be necessary to proceed step by step. And each of these steps may also pose subsidiary problems, present subsidiary goals, and constitute subsidiary contradictions. Not only that, the resolution of each of these subsidiary contradictions may also require that we proceed step by step, and each of these steps may pose sub-problems, present sub-goals, and constitute sub-contradictions. If the original primary contradiction is a big one, such as the basic contradiction between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat which necessitates proletarian revolution, there will be many layers of subordinate contradictions to resolve as part of resolving the primary contradiction. On the other hand, there will also be distractions, other problems, and contradictions around which, though they may be related in various ways to the primary contradiction, are not key contradictions which must first be resolved in order to resolve the primary contradiction. The trick in resolving the primary contradiction most expeditiously is to constantly keep it in mind and only work on other tasks, other contradictions, if they are truly part of the process of resolving the primary contradiction. See Chapter 31 for more on this, and the general topic of the contradictions which the mass line addresses. Focusing on irrelevant or tangential distractions is merely another way of giving up the effort to resolve the primary contradiction. Of course, to say that everything that even the most revolutionary individual does must be directly or immediately revolutionary is also ridiculous. One must eat. One must sleep. Similarly for the party. To be sure, Essentially everything the party does should advance the revolution either directly or indirectly. But some tasks are going to have to be quite indirect, such as the job of someone assigned the task of proofreading a revolutionary newspaper or putting a new light bulb in the fixture in the newspaper office. More to the political point, there will also be reformist struggles to engage in which will only indirectly advance the revolutionary struggle. While some such reformist struggle must be engaged in by the party, the trick is to engage in it primarily for the purpose of, indirectly, advancing the revolutionary struggle, and never to engage in it if it moves things away from the revolutionary path, if it is in opposition to revolution. Admittedly, this is often difficult to determine. Of course, some mistakes will be made. We don't have to be perfect, we need only get it more or less right. We may say, therefore, that while the overall goal is proletarian revolution, and the primary role of the mass line is to enable the party to lead the masses in making revolution, there are subsidiary goals along the way which the mass line must also be used to achieve, which may not be directly revolutionary, and there are other possible goals, distractions, which must be ignored because they are neither directly or indirectly revolutionary. Which masses, exactly? Which masses, exactly, should we gather ideas from? On the one hand, we must be ready to learn from anybody, no matter who. Even the enemy, on occasion. We must keep our ears open no matter where we are. But on the other hand, we must recognize that the primary source of ideas will be the masses that are connected with, have an interest in, or are in any way concerned with, the specific situation or goal we are working on. Especially important in this connection are any of the masses who have actually been engaged in practice or struggle around the issue. There is nothing like the experience of struggle to set a person thinking. And of course the mass line really comes into its own in the midst of widespread revolutionary struggle by the broad masses. Lenin said that history as a whole, and the history of revolutions in particular, is always richer in content, more varied, more multiform, more lively and ingenious than is imagined by even the best parties, the most class-conscious vanguards of the most advanced classes. This can readily be understood, because even the finest of vanguards express the class consciousness, will, passion and imagination of tens of thousands, whereas at moments of great upsurge and the exertion of all human capacities, revolutions are made by the class consciousness, will, passion and imagination of tens of millions, spurred on by a most acute struggle of classes. 2. Here we see an excellent example of Lenin's almost subconscious grasp of the basic principle of the mass line, for he clearly recognizes that it is incumbent upon the party to learn from the ideas, will, passion and imagination of these tens of millions in the midst of their acute revolutionary struggle. It is always important to gather the ideas of the masses, but never more so than from the broad masses during their revolutionary upsurges. The mass line is always important, but it is never more important than in the midst of mass upheaval. But most of the time when we gather the ideas of the masses, we are talking about gathering them from lots of particular individuals, and not ideas which are suddenly in the air all around us. And in a sense it is easier to gather suddenly ascendant ideas, suddenly very popular ideas that thousands or millions gravitate towards, than it is ideas held only by isolated individuals among the masses. But to really provide sustained leadership it is usually necessary to get in on the ground floor, to find good ideas while they are still unpopular, and to participate in the process of making them popular via the medium of the mass line. To be capable of gathering only already popular ideas is to succumb to populism. Of course it should be kept in mind that the particular ideas of individuals among the masses on any topic may be good or bad. Even people with immediate knowledge about a situation, or deeply engaged in practice in connection with the problem under investigation, may have incorrect ideas. Sometimes, for example, narrow specialization of particular individuals among the masses results in blindness and one-track thinking. Sometimes the co-workers of somebody doing a specific job might have more ideas about how to go about doing it better than the person actually doing it. Even bourgeois management research, such as that done at MIT for the past couple decades by Thomas Allen, demonstrates that innovative project solutions are more likely to occur when there is contact and communication among people of varying backgrounds, experience, and education, people who see the world in different ways. 3. Thus, in attempting to use the mass line to improve the editing work of a revolutionary newspaper, for example, we should focus on the ideas of the editors and writers, but we should also consult with everyone else concerned, certainly including the newspaper's readers, and even including some readers who may be barely literate. As Mark Twain wrote in A Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's Court, the true statesman does not despise any wisdom, however lowly may be its origin. 4. Moreover, we are not just canvassing the ideas of those who basically agree with our politics. We want the ideas not only of revolutionary-minded workers, but of all the masses. Communists must listen attentively to the views of people outside the party and let them have their say. If what they say is right, we ought to welcome it, and we should learn from their strong points. If it is wrong, we should let them finish what they are saying and then patiently explain things to them. Mao. 5. Which ideas should we gather? Once we are clear on the situation, on the problem, on the goal, we have our primary guidelines as to what sort of ideas and experiences of the masses to gather. Obviously, we want to gather the ideas of the masses, expressed or implied, which are in any way relevant to achieving the goal being aimed at. In other words, not just explicit proposals for action, but any or all comments relevant to the situation. Even negative comments, such as a reason why someone believes a certain plan of action would not work, may prove invaluable. Maybe it is something important to consider, even if there are ways of getting around a difficulty. Of course, there will also be many irrelevant ideas you will come across, irrelevant to the problem at hand. They may be interesting, or important for other purposes, but keep in mind the necessity of focusing on the primary contradiction. The danger in the gathering step of the mass line process is seldom that too many ideas will be gathered. The usual problem is that too few ideas are gathered, or too narrow a range of views. To minimize this danger, every effort should be made to be systematic and thorough in gathering the ideas of the masses. In order to work out a complete set of specific principles, policies, and measures under the guidance of the general line, we must employ the methods of drawing on the masses and of making systematic, thorough investigation and study. Mao. 6. And again. Some of our comrades are not very resourceful and unable to make decisions. Resourcefulness involves willingness to listen to assorted opinions from subordinates, secretaries, plant managers, workers, and peasants, and in particular divergent opinions. Collect and analyze all opinions and then make a judgment. Mao. 7. Being systematic and thorough means somewhat different things in different circumstances. But it includes such obvious points as talking to a lot of the masses, not just a few, and talking to a variety of different kinds of people. This includes not only various nationalities, both sexes, and people of all ages, but also different categories of people based on employment, experiences, and so forth. Being systematic and thorough in gathering the ideas of the masses also means drawing them out, and not just waiting for people to come to you with their ideas. We don't get to know people when they come to us, we must go to them to find out what they are like. Goethe. 8. And also to find out what they think and what they know. Avoid premature or peremptory analysis. You must recognize that many of the ideas of the sort you are seeking, will be undeveloped, perhaps poorly expressed, perhaps even half-baked. Most such ideas will be verbal, rather than written. Don't expect the masses to bombard you with polished theses on the current situation, though once in a while a revolutionary-minded intellectual may come up with something like that. There may well be aspects of incorrectness or even overt nonsense associated with ideas which also contain important aspects of truth. So you must train yourself to not dismiss the ideas of the masses out of hand, even if initially they may sound foolish to you. In the gathering process, you must of course not forget everything you know, must not forget your own Marxist ideology. but neither should you dismiss all ideas which conflict in any way with those you already have. After all, the point of the exercise is to gather new ideas. To gather ideas is already to make a selection, but the point in the gathering process of the mass line is to work very hard not to make the selection too narrow to begin with. The best way to have a good idea is to have a lot of ideas. Linus Pauling, 9. In gathering the ideas of the masses, it is important to remember that all the analysis of these ideas cannot and should not be done at the moment you first hear them. Many ideas will require further consideration. Moreover, you as an individual are not the only person who should reflect on and analyze the ideas of the masses which you come across. Many of these ideas, even a good selection of the ideas which you yourself consider to be valueless, should be passed upward through the ranks of the party, so that the party leadership may really be in a position to examine the ideas of the masses themselves, and not only your ideas. Preconditions for gathering the ideas of the masses. An important point to stress here is that to gather the ideas of the masses one must be close to the masses. This means being physically close to the masses, but more important than that, it means being psychologically close. To be psychologically close to the masses means to be able to understand them, and to know what they are thinking. The reason for being physically close, and putting oneself in the same situation and circumstances as the masses, is so that you can be psychologically close to them so that they can understand, influence and educate you, and so that you can understand, influence and educate them. Mao said, "Our comrades must associate with the masses, truly understand their feelings, and impress our mind with their thinking and emotions. If our mind is not deeply impressed with the feelings of the masses, it becomes easy to waver. If our mind is thus deeply impressed, even if we should run into problems in our work, we will be able to handle them. We have accumulated decades of experience. We well know that, whenever we encounter a difficult problem, we can solve it by consulting with the masses, sleeping on it, and holding a meeting." 10. Not only must you be close to the masses physically and psychologically, you must respect them. You must really believe that they know things that you do not, that you can learn from them. If you don't believe this, then you will most likely miss the good ideas all around you. Another vitally important principle here is that you must not only be close to the masses, and must not only respect the masses, but you must also actively interact with them. There are a number of ways of doing this. One very important method is through active agitational work. The RCP emphasized this when they wrote, "But learning from the masses, knowing them and knowing them well, as Mao puts it, is not a question of individual self-cultivation, rubbing elbows with the masses. Learning, too, involves agitation." 11. By becoming a teacher you put yourself in an excellent position to learn. Of course this assumes you are determined to learn, as well as to teach. As was noted in Chapter 11, while the view that learning involves agitation, or teaching, is correct, it is also true that teaching involves learning. There is a dialectical interpenetration of opposites here. Moreover, while both principles are true, the second, teaching involves learning, is overall the primary aspect. Another extremely important method of actively interacting with the masses in order to gather their ideas is by participating with them in their struggles. The best ideas come from practice, and the best ideas about how to change things come from the practice of trying to change things, from struggle. Of course, the experience in struggle of any individual is limited, but the overall experience of the masses in struggle is enormous, even in reactionary periods. We gather the ideas which come from an individual's experience in struggle as one small step in gathering the ideas of the masses as a whole in struggle. Yet another important precondition is that you must take on the process of gathering the ideas of the masses with a spirit of strong determination. You must be determined enough so that you are willing to go out of your way to talk to people, willing to attentively listen to their views, and willing to consult and learn from people who may in some respects be more backward than yourself, because you know that in other respects they are most likely more advanced than you. Despite all your political sophistication, all your Marxism, the masses still know things you do not. You must strive to be as willing and as determined as Mao Zedong was to learn from the masses. Formerly, I was principal of a primary school, and a teacher in a middle school. I am also a member of the Central Committee, and was once a department chief for the Kuomintang. But when I went to the rural areas and spent some time with the peasants, I was deeply struck by how many things they knew. I realized their knowledge was wide, and I was no match for them, but should learn from them. 12. Moreover, you must be persistent. Mao explains that while he learned many things from the masses, it wasn't always easy. Often it took repeated investigations, and lots of time. When one investigation failed to yield the right answer, he made another. When a short investigation did not suffice, he kept at it for a much longer time. Here he explains how he came to a correct class analysis of Chinese peasant society, which allowed him to formulate a successful program of land reform, that in turn played such a crucial role in the revolution. I spent 10 years before and after the land reform program, documents of 1933. I could not have done it without the 10 years. During the Great Revolution I held 2 lecture and study sessions on the peasant movement, one in Canton and one in Wuhan, and did some investigation and study, but still did not have a solution. Only later, when I carried out 8 investigations in Xinkuo and other regions and investigated Chenkang Township and Tizaichi Township, could I solve the problem. The masses taught it to me, they told me how to do it. 13. Forward the ideas of the masses to the leadership. Although an individual can apply the mass line, it is primarily a tool to be applied by an organization of people working in concert, that is to say, by the proletarian party. As such, all the steps of the mass line method are collective steps, carried out by numerous individuals working according to a plan, hopefully. The gathering of the masses' ideas is thus normally done by many party members. Ideally, every party member working on a given problem participates to some degree in all the steps of the mass line process, including the gathering of ideas from the masses. But nothing in the world is entirely uniform, and no 2 party members are equally situated and equally skilled. The individual party members that are best situated to gather the ideas of the masses are those in closest contact with the masses. It is therefore important for the party to especially rely on these members when applying the mass line. This is certainly true for the first and third steps of the method, the gathering of ideas and the returning of the processed ideas to the masses, though it is also true to a degree in the second, processing step as well. The rank and file members who are close to the masses participate in the second step of the mass line method primarily by making the first cut in selecting the ideas of the masses to forward up to higher bodies. But if the party leadership is wise, it will also consult with many of these valuable members in the course of processing the ideas of the masses which have been passed upward to it. The leadership of the party should also play a role in all 3 steps in the mass line method, to the maximum degree possible. This means that they also should participate in gathering the ideas of the masses and returning the processed ideas to the masses. But the leadership has its greatest responsibility when it comes to the second step of the method, the processing of the ideas of the masses which the entire party has gathered. Obviously, the step must be done centrally so that a unified line is arrived at that the whole party may put into effect, or at least all those concerned with the specific problem being worked on. Otherwise, party members would be working at cross purposes and much of the potential strength of the party would be vitiated. In order that the party leaders may accomplish this processing step, they must receive the appropriate input from the rest of the party. Even if the party leaders seriously participate in the gathering of the masses' ideas, this will be a small part of the entire gathering process. If the party leadership does not have a good selection of the ideas of the masses to work with, its determination of the appropriate line to return to the masses will be hampered, and tend towards subjectivity. In other words, there will be more mistakes, and perhaps some very serious mistakes. Thus the responsibility of the rank and file party members to pass upward the ideas they have gathered from the masses must be strongly and constantly stressed. there is a tendency on the part of those who know something to think that other people also know it, at least within their group, their party. Unfortunately, this is often false. In reality, everyone should be impressed with two things: how much other people know, and how much they don't know. There is especially apt to be a problem here in parties that have excellent and authoritative leaders who have won wide respect and admiration among their membership. There is the tendency on the part of many rank-and-file members to imagine that they themselves could not possibly instruct such good leaders. Actually, all leaders, even the very best, even Lenin and Mao, need instruction and information from others. If they stop getting it, they will make serious mistakes. This is one of the reasons I am against the tendency of many Maoist parties to develop personality cults around their top leaders. Mere mortals may feel it is presumptuous to instruct the gods. This is downright dangerous for the party's ability to correctly apply the mass line. The better that leaders really are, the more they will stress the collective work of the party, and the more they will be modest about their own contributions. Good leaders should be open about their need to learn from the masses and the party as a whole, and should constantly remind the other party members of their obligation to pass on knowledge and information. As part of this, rank-and-file members should even be instructed to pass upward the views and attitudes of the masses which may seem to them completely obvious. The party leaders should frankly admit that they are ignorant of many things which are commonplace and obvious to the masses and the party rank and file that is in close contact with those masses. The party should develop the skills of its rank and file in summarizing the ideas of the masses. Many rank and file members may not be used to writing reports and summaries of their discussions with the masses, but this is something which can be learned. Of course, many things will be communicated verbally, and the party should not become an organization of paper pushers. But the tendency is always to fail to write adequate summaries and pass them upward, and this tendency must be struggled against. It is partly because it takes constant struggle within a proletarian party to correctly apply the mass line, and to correctly apply each of the three main steps in the method, that you will find parties that take the mass line seriously constantly talking about it. Forever going on about it, as the bourgeoisie complains. See Chapter 34. One of the aspects of the mass line that needs to be constantly talked about is the importance of summarizing the ideas of the masses and passing them upward to the party center. Special problems for the party leadership in gathering the ideas of the masses. I mentioned above that not only the party rank and file, but also its leadership at all levels should participate in gathering the ideas of the masses. A few more words must be said about this. The main thing to emphasize is that no matter how effective the party rank and file becomes in gathering the ideas of the masses and passing them upward, there will inevitably be some distortions in the centralization process. At each level a further trimming of the ideas occurs, and a reinterpretation based on preconceived ideas. In other words, there is inevitably a tendency for more and more subjectivity to be introduced as the ideas are passed upward to the center. These distortions will be negligible under optimum conditions, but will be fatal under the worst conditions. When I worked as a programmer for a huge bank, there was an all too true parody of the bank management that was passed around, the gist of which went as follows. Programmer to supervisor: this proposed computer program plan by management is ridiculous, it really stinks. Supervisor to senior manager: the plan is not very good, it is malodorous. Senior manager to vice president: the plan has some weak points, if it is approved as is it will be hard to come out smelling good. Vice president to senior vice president: it's a pretty good plan, but it will take some work for us to come out smelling good. Senior vice president to president: it's a very good plan, and we should come out smelling good. President to chairman of the board: we've got this great new plan, that will make us come out smelling like roses. Of course, no genuine proletarian party could ever be as bureaucratic as a large capitalist corporation. But even within a proletarian party there are bourgeois influences and bureaucratic tendencies. Consequently, there need to be checks on the transmission process of ideas from lower to higher levels. The prime check is the direct contact with the masses and their ideas by the party's leaders themselves. It is not just that the words tend to get revised as they are passed upward, even if the words themselves are unchanged, the real significance of the words will be different for those without close contact with the originators of the ideas. These sorts of problems are of course much worse in large parties with multiple layers of authority, and the situation will tend to be far more serious, vastly more dangerous, once such parties come to power. Mao is well known for his constant criticism of the CPC in this regard. Here is one of many examples. Go down to the grassroots and study the problems there. I hope that the comrades on the Central Committee and the leading comrades in charge of the provinces, municipalities, and autonomous regions and of the central departments will all do this. I have heard that many leading comrades no longer do so, which is not good. The central organs are miserable places where you can get no knowledge at all. If you are seeking knowledge, you won't find any by staying put in your office. The factories, the cooperatives, and the shops are the real sources of knowledge. If you stay in your office, you will never get a clear idea of how factories, cooperatives, and shops are run. The higher the office, the less the knowledge. To tackle problems, you must go down personally or invite people to come up. 14. Since the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution in China, all Maoists have recognized that it is the possible embourgeoisement of the proletarian party in socialist society that constitutes the main danger to the revolution at that stage. But even before coming to power there are serious dangers of creeping embourgeoisement that threaten the success of our work, and especially threaten our successful application of the mass line. This is one of the reasons that Mao remarked in 1945 that our Congress should call upon the whole party to be vigilant and to see that no comrade at any post is divorced from the masses. 1515. The mass line method gathering the ideas of the masses. The masses are the real heroes, while we ourselves are often childish and ignorant, and without this understanding it is impossible to acquire even the most rudimentary knowledge. Mao, 1. The first step in the mass line method is gathering the ideas of the masses. In this chapter we will consider that gathering process in more detail. How do we know what to gather? How is the gathering done? What are the factors that facilitate that gathering? Let's remind ourselves in very general terms of what we are setting out to gather, namely, the ideas of the masses, explicit and implicit, and specifically any of their ideas relevant to the question of what needs to be done in the given situation. We also need to appraise the mood of the masses, their level of experience, other elements of the objective situation, etc. But the starting place for the mass line is the ideas the masses have about how to advance the situation. Since this is so, we must first be clear on what the current situation is, what the actual problem is that needs to be resolved, and how the masses themselves view that situation or problem. In other words, we must first be clear on the specific goal. First be clear on the goal. In order to use the mass line, you must have a specific problem to solve, a social goal which you want to help lead the masses in achieving. Often the specific goal to be achieved is very clear, is a given. In that case, we can move directly to the gathering process itself. Sometimes, however, there may be difficulties even in ascertaining what the next goal should be. In that case the mass line may be used in connection with a more general goal in order to help determine the next step or subsidiary goal. This leads to the question, what if anything is the very most general goal, the most central goal which serves to guide all our activity? For a genuine Marxist, the answer to this can never be in doubt. The whole reason for the existence of the proletarian party is to lead the masses in making revolution, and transforming the present abysmal capitalist society into communist society. Thus the overall goal of the mass line is communist revolution. In a sense, even this overall goal can be viewed as having been determined by an unconscious use of the mass line on the basis of still more general goals and principles. The need for revolution was summed up by Marx and Engels in the 1840s by considering the various conflicting needs, desires, and goals of the masses, their long-range interests, their capabilities, the nature of the system that was oppressing them, and so forth. In a sense, even communist revolution may be viewed as a means to more general goals, namely, the serving of the real needs and interests of the masses. There is nothing more basic than that in Marxist morality or politics. But since, as a matter of established fact, communist revolution is the only means to truly meet the needs and interests of the masses in the long run, in practical Marxist-Leninist politics it is communist revolution which must be our most general goal, our unshakable basic target. Revolution encapsulates the interests of the masses, and is the only means of fully satisfying those interests. This, as Mao noted in the following comment, is the most central truth of Marxism, and one which no one can possibly forget and still be a Marxist. Marxism consists of thousands of truths, but they all boil down to the one sentence: it is right to rebel. Thus, in an overall sense, our goal is always revolution, all other goals are subsidiary to that great end. To really use the Marxist mass line, our overall conscious goal must be proletarian revolution, and any specific goal we are addressing must be subsidiary to revolution. But we must develop many such subsidiary goals, since revolution is far too complex a goal to be accomplished in one simple act. By now the science of revolution, Marxism, Leninism, Maoism, has advanced to the point where a great many of the basic subsidiary goals involved in communist revolution are already known, and within many of these subsidiary goals, we are already well aware of sub-goals, sometimes many levels deep. We know, for example, that to make revolution we must educate the masses by means of agitation and propaganda. We know that in order to do that we need a revolutionary newspaper as one of our primary tools. We know that to build such a newspaper we must involve the masses not only as readers, but as contributors, distributors, and supporters. And we are aware of many of the sub-goals involved in accomplishing each of these tasks. Thus we have already determined a very large number of specific goals to which the mass line can and must be applied. Of course, specific new goals are always arising, as the struggle and the world in general develop. It is completely ridiculous to imagine that all the specific goals which we and the masses must accomplish in order to make revolution have been identified, or even that all the really major ones necessarily have been. We are faced with myriad tasks and sub-tasks, many old and familiar, many new and unforeseeable in advance. That is the nature of life. The mass line is the primary tool for leading the masses in achieving their goals. But it is also the primary tool for prioritizing goals where we are unsure of priorities, and discovering new subsidiary goals where we are unsure as to how to proceed. It is our primary, all-round, leadership tool. The most important goal in any situation is the one that should be focused on, never lost sight of. Putting this in dialectical terms, in any situation there is a primary contradiction which must be resolved before there can be any fundamental change in the situation. On the other hand, in order to resolve the primary contradiction, it will probably be necessary to proceed step by step. And each of these steps may also pose subsidiary problems, present subsidiary goals, and constitute subsidiary contradictions. Not only that, the resolution of each of these subsidiary contradictions may also require that we proceed step by step, and each of these steps may pose sub-problems, present sub-goals, and constitute sub-contradictions. If the original primary contradiction is a big one, such as the basic contradiction between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat which necessitates proletarian revolution, there will be many layers of subordinate contradictions to resolve as part of resolving the primary contradiction. On the other hand, there will also be distractions, other problems, and contradictions around which, though they may be related in various ways to the primary contradiction, are not key contradictions which must first be resolved in order to resolve the primary contradiction. The trick in resolving the primary contradiction most expeditiously is to constantly keep it in mind and only work on other tasks, other contradictions, if they are truly part of the process of resolving the primary contradiction. See Chapter 31 for more on this, and the general topic of the contradictions which the mass line addresses. Focusing on irrelevant or tangential distractions is merely another way of giving up the effort to resolve the primary contradiction. Of course, to say that everything that even the most revolutionary individual does must be directly or immediately revolutionary is also ridiculous. One must eat. One must sleep. Similarly for the party. To be sure, essentially everything the party does should advance the revolution either directly or indirectly. But some tasks are going to have to be quite indirect, such as the job of someone assigned the task of proofreading a revolutionary newspaper or putting a new light bulb in the fixture in the newspaper office. More to the political point, there will also be reformist struggles to engage in which will only indirectly advance the revolutionary struggle. While some such reformist struggle must be engaged in by the party, the trick is to engage in it primarily for the purpose of, indirectly, advancing the revolutionary struggle, and never to engage in it if it moves things away from the revolutionary path, if it is in opposition to revolution. Admittedly, this is often difficult to determine. Of course, some mistakes will be made. We don't have to be perfect, we need only get it more or less right. We may say, therefore, that while the overall goal is proletarian revolution, and the primary role of the mass line is to enable the party to lead the masses in making revolution, there are subsidiary goals along the way which the mass line must also be used to achieve, which may not be directly revolutionary, and there are other possible goals, distractions, which must be ignored because they are neither directly or indirectly revolutionary. Which masses, exactly? Which masses, exactly, should we gather ideas from? On the one hand, we must be ready to learn from anybody, no matter who. Even the enemy, on occasion. We must keep our ears open no matter where we are. But on the other hand, we must recognize that the primary source of ideas will be the masses that are connected with, have an interest in, or are in any way concerned with, the specific situation or goal we are working on. Especially important in this connection are any of the masses who have actually been engaged in practice or struggle around the issue. There is nothing like the experience of struggle to set a person thinking. And of course the mass line really comes into its own in the midst of widespread revolutionary struggle by the broad masses. Lenin said that history as a whole, and the history of revolutions in particular, is always richer in content, more varied, more multiform, more lively and ingenious than is imagined by even the best parties, the most class-conscious vanguards of the most advanced classes. This can readily be understood, because even the finest of vanguards express the class consciousness, will, passion and imagination of tens of thousands, whereas at moments of great upsurge and the exertion of all human capacities, revolutions are made by the class consciousness, will, passion and imagination of tens of millions, spurred on by a most acute struggle of classes. 2. Here we see an excellent example of Lenin's almost subconscious grasp of the basic principle of the mass line, for he clearly recognizes that it is incumbent upon the party to learn from the ideas, will, passion and imagination of these tens of millions in the midst of their acute revolutionary struggle. It is always important to gather the ideas of the masses, but never more so than from the broad masses during their revolutionary upsurges. The mass line is always important, but it is never more important than in the midst of mass upheaval. But most of the time when we gather the ideas of the masses, we are talking about gathering them from lots of particular individuals, and not ideas which are suddenly in the air all around us. And in a sense it is easier to gather suddenly ascendant ideas, suddenly very popular ideas that thousands or millions gravitate towards, than it is ideas held only by isolated individuals among the masses. But to really provide sustained leadership it is usually necessary to get in on the ground floor, to find good ideas while they are still unpopular, and to participate in the process of making them popular via the medium of the mass line. To be capable of gathering only already popular ideas is to succumb to populism. Of course it should be kept in mind that the particular ideas of individuals among the masses on any topic may be good or bad. Even people with immediate knowledge about a situation, or deeply engaged in practice in connection with the problem under investigation, may have incorrect ideas. Sometimes, for example, narrow specialization of particular individuals among the masses results in blindness and one-track thinking. Sometimes the co-workers of somebody doing a specific job might have more ideas about how to go about doing it better than the person actually doing it. Even bourgeois management research, such as that done at MIT for the past couple decades by Thomas Allen, demonstrates that innovative project solutions are more likely to occur when there is contact and communication among people of varying backgrounds, experience, and education, people who see the world in different ways. 3. Thus, in attempting to use the mass line to improve the editing work of a revolutionary newspaper, for example, we should focus on the ideas of the editors and writers, but we should also consult with everyone else concerned, certainly including the newspaper's readers, and even including some readers who may be barely literate. As Mark Twain wrote in A Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's Court, the true statesman does not despise any wisdom, however lowly may be its origin. 4. Moreover, we are not just canvassing the ideas of those who basically agree with our politics. We want the ideas not only of revolutionary-minded workers, but of all the masses. Communists must listen attentively to the views of people outside the party and let them have their say. If what they say is right, we ought to welcome it, and we should learn from their strong points. If it is wrong, we should let them finish what they are saying and then patiently explain things to them. 5. Which ideas should we gather? Once we are clear on the situation, on the problem, on the goal, we have our primary guidelines as to what sort of ideas and experiences of the masses to gather. Obviously, we want to gather the ideas of the masses, expressed or implied, which are in any way relevant to achieving the goal being aimed at. In other words, not just explicit proposals for action, but any or all comments relevant to the situation. Even negative comments, such as a reason why someone believes a certain plan of action would not work, may prove invaluable. Maybe it is something important to consider, even if there are ways of getting around the difficulty. Of course, there will also be many irrelevant ideas you will come across, irrelevant to the problem at hand. They may be interesting, or important for other purposes, but keep in mind the necessity of focusing on the primary contradiction. The danger in the gathering step of the mass line process is seldom that too many ideas will be gathered. The usual problem is that too few ideas are gathered, or too narrow a range of views. To minimize this danger, every effort should be made to be systematic and thorough in gathering the ideas of the masses. In order to work out a complete set of specific principles, policies, and measures under the guidance of the general line, we must employ the methods of drawing on the masses and of making systematic, thorough investigation and study. 6. And again, some of our comrades are not very resourceful and unable to make decisions. Resourcefulness involves willingness to listen to assorted opinions from subordinates, secretaries, plant managers, workers, and peasants, and in particular divergent opinions. Collect and analyze all opinions and then make a judgment. 7. Being systematic and thorough means somewhat different things in different circumstances. But it includes such obvious points as talking to a lot of the masses, not just a few, and talking to a variety of different kinds of people. This includes not only various nationalities, both sexes, and people of all ages, but also different categories of people based on employment, experiences, and so forth. Being systematic and thorough in gathering the ideas of the masses also means drawing them out, and not just waiting for people to come to you with their ideas. We don't get to know people when they come to us, we must go to them to find out what they are like. Goethe, 8. And also to find out what they think and what they know. Avoid premature or peremptory analysis. You must recognize that many of the ideas of the sort you are seeking, will be undeveloped, perhaps poorly expressed, perhaps even half-baked. Most such ideas will be verbal, rather than written. Don't expect the masses to bombard you with polished theses on the current situation, though once in a while a revolutionary-minded intellectual may come up with something like that. There may well be aspects of incorrectness or even overt nonsense associated with ideas which also contain important aspects of truth. So you must train yourself to not dismiss the ideas of the masses out of hand, even if initially they may sound foolish to you. In the gathering process, you must of course not forget everything you know, must not forget your own Marxist ideology. But neither should you dismiss all ideas which conflict in any way with those you already have. After all, the point of the exercise is to gather new ideas. To gather ideas is already to make a selection, but the point in the gathering process of the mass line is to work very hard not to make the selection too narrow to begin with. The best way to have a good idea is to have a lot of ideas. Linus Pauling, 9. In gathering the ideas of the masses, it is important to remember that all the analysis of these ideas cannot and should not be done at the moment you first hear them. Many ideas will require further consideration. Moreover, you as an individual are not the only person who should reflect on and analyze the ideas of the masses which you come across. Many of these ideas, even a good selection of the ideas which you yourself consider to be valueless, should be passed upward through the ranks of the party, so that the party leadership may really be in a position to examine the ideas of the masses themselves, and not only your ideas. Preconditions for gathering the ideas of the masses. An important point to stress here is that to gather the ideas of the masses one must be close to the masses. This means being physically close to the masses, but more important than that, it means being psychologically close. To be psychologically close to the masses means to be able to understand them, and to know what they are thinking. The reason for being physically close, and putting oneself in the same situation and circumstances as the masses, is so that you can be psychologically close to them so that they can understand, influence and educate you, and so that you can understand, influence and educate them. Mao said, "Our comrades must associate with the masses, truly understand their feelings, and impress our mind with their thinking and emotions. If our mind is not deeply impressed with the feelings of the masses, it becomes easy to waver. If our mind is thus deeply impressed, even if we should run into problems in our work, we will be able to handle them. We have accumulated decades of experience. We well know that, whenever we encounter a difficult problem, we can solve it by consulting with the masses, sleeping on it, and holding a meeting." 10. Not only must you be close to the masses physically and psychologically, you must respect them. You must really believe that they know things that you do not, that you can learn from them. If you don't believe this, then you will most likely miss the good ideas all around you. Another vitally important principle here is that you must not only be close to the masses, and must not only respect the masses, but you must also actively interact with them. There are a number of ways of doing this. One very important method is through active agitational work. The RCP emphasized this when they wrote, "But learning from the masses, knowing them and knowing them well, as Mao puts it, is not a question of individual self-cultivation, rubbing elbows with the masses. Learning, too, involves agitation." 11. By becoming a teacher you put yourself in an excellent position to learn. Of course this assumes you are determined to learn, as well as to teach. As was noted in Chapter 11, while the view that learning involves agitation, or teaching, is correct, it is also true that teaching involves learning. There is a dialectical interpenetration of opposites here. Moreover, while both principles are true, the second, teaching involves learning, is overall the primary aspect. Another extremely important method of actively interacting with the masses in order to gather their ideas is by participating with them in their struggles. The best ideas come from practice, and the best ideas about how to change things come from the practice of trying to change things, from struggle. Of course, the experience in struggle of any individual is limited, but the overall experience of the masses in struggle is enormous, even in reactionary periods. We gather the ideas which come from an individual's experience in struggle as one small step in gathering the ideas of the masses as a whole in struggle. Yet another important precondition is that you must take on the process of gathering the ideas of the masses with a spirit of strong determination. You must be determined enough so that you are willing to go out of your way to talk to people, willing to attentively listen to their views, and willing to consult and learn from people who may in some respects be more backward than yourself, because you know that in other respects they are most likely more advanced than you. Despite all your political sophistication, all your Marxism, the masses still know things you do not. You must strive to be as willing and as determined as Mao Zedong was to learn from the masses. Formerly, I was principal of a primary school, and a teacher in a middle school. I am also a member of the Central Committee, and was once a department chief for the Kuomintang. But when I went to the rural areas and spent some time with the peasants, I was deeply struck by how many things they knew. I realized their knowledge was wide, and I was no match for them, but should learn from them. 12. Moreover, you must be persistent. Mao explains that while he learned many things from the masses, it wasn't always easy. Often it took repeated investigations, and lots of time. When one investigation failed to yield the right answer, he made another. When a short investigation did not suffice, he kept at it for a much longer time. Here he explains how he came to a correct class analysis of Chinese peasant society, which allowed him to formulate a successful program of land reform, that in turn played such a crucial role in the revolution. I spent 10 years before and after the land reform program, documents of 1933. I could not have done it without the 10 years. During the Great Revolution I held 2 lecture and study sessions on the peasant movement, one in Canton and one in Wuhan, and did some investigation and study, but still did not have a solution. Only later, when I carried out 8 investigations in Xinkuo and other regions and investigated Changkong Township and Tizaichi Township, could I solve the problem. The masses taught it to me, they told me how to do it. 13. Forward the ideas of the masses to the leadership. Although an individual can apply the mass line, it is primarily a tool to be applied by an organization of people working in concert, that is to say, by the proletarian party. As such, all the steps of the mass line method are collective steps, carried out by numerous individuals working according to a plan, hopefully. The gathering of the masses' ideas is thus normally done by many party members. Ideally, every party member working on a given problem participates to some degree in all the steps of the mass line process, including the gathering of ideas from the masses. But nothing in the world is entirely uniform, and no 2 party members are equally situated and equally skilled. The individual party members that are best situated to gather the ideas of the masses are those in closest contact with the masses. It is therefore important for the party to especially rely on these members when applying the mass line. This is certainly true for the first and third steps of the method, the gathering of ideas and the returning of the processed ideas to the masses, though it is also true to a degree in the second, processing step as well. The rank and file members who are close to the masses participate in the second step of the mass line method primarily by making the first cut in selecting the ideas of the masses to forward up to higher bodies. But if the party leadership is wise, it will also consult with many of these valuable members in the course of processing the ideas of the masses which have been passed upward to it. The leadership of the party should also play a role in all 3 steps in the mass line method, to the maximum degree possible. This means that they also should participate in gathering the ideas of the masses and returning the processed ideas to the masses. But the leadership has its greatest responsibility when it comes to the second step of the method, the processing of the ideas of the masses which the entire party has gathered. Obviously, the step must be done centrally so that a unified line is arrived at that the whole party may put into effect, or at least all those concerned with the specific problem being worked on. Otherwise, party members would be working at cross purposes and much of the potential strength of the party would be vitiated. In order that the party leaders may accomplish this processing step, they must receive the appropriate input from the rest of the party. Even if the party leaders seriously participate in the gathering of the masses' ideas, this will be a small part of the entire gathering process. If the party leadership does not have a good selection of the ideas of the masses to work with, its determination of the appropriate line to return to the masses will be hampered, and tend towards subjectivity. In other words, there will be more mistakes, and perhaps some very serious mistakes. Thus the responsibility of the rank-and-file party members to pass upward the ideas they have gathered from the masses must be strongly and constantly stressed. There is a tendency on the part of those who know something to think that other people also know it, at least within their group, their party. Unfortunately, this is often false. In reality, everyone should be impressed with two things: how much other people know, and how much they don't know. There is especially apt to be a problem here in parties that have excellent and authoritative leaders who have won wide respect and admiration among their membership. There is the tendency on the part of many rank-and-file members to imagine that they themselves could not possibly instruct such good leaders. Actually, all leaders, even the very best, even Lenin and Mao, need instruction and information from others. If they stop getting it, they will make serious mistakes. This is one of the reasons I am against the tendency of many Maoist parties to develop personality cults around their top leaders. Mere mortals may feel it is presumptuous to instruct the gods. This is downright dangerous for the party's ability to correctly apply the mass line. The better that leaders really are, the more they will stress the collective work of the party, and the more they will be modest about their own contributions. Good leaders should be open about their need to learn from the masses and the party as a whole, and should constantly remind the other party members of their obligation to pass on knowledge and information. As part of this, rank-and-file members should even be instructed to pass upward the views and attitudes of the masses which may seem to them completely obvious. The party leaders should frankly admit that they are ignorant of many things which are commonplace and obvious to the masses and the party rank-and-file that is in close contact with those masses. The party should develop the skills of its rank-and-file in summarizing the ideas of the masses. Many rank-and-file members may not be used to writing reports and summaries of their discussions with the masses, but this is something which can be learned. Of course, many things will be communicated verbally, and the party should not become an organization of paper pushers. But the tendency is always to fail to write adequate summaries and pass them upward, and this tendency must be struggled against. It is partly because it takes constant struggle within a proletarian party to correctly apply the mass line, and to correctly apply each of the three main steps in the method, that you will find parties that take the mass line seriously constantly talking about it. Forever going on about it, as the bourgeoisie complains. See Chapter 34. One of the aspects of the mass line that needs to be constantly talked about is the importance of summarizing the ideas of the masses and passing them upward to the party center. Special problems for the party leadership in gathering the ideas of the masses. I mentioned above that not only the party rank and file, but also its leadership at all levels should participate in gathering the ideas of the masses. A few more words must be said about this. The main thing to emphasize is that no matter how effective the party rank and file becomes in gathering the ideas of the masses and passing them upward, there will inevitably be some distortions in the centralization process. At each level a further trimming of the ideas occurs, and a reinterpretation based on preconceived ideas. In other words, there is inevitably a tendency for more and more subjectivity to be introduced as the ideas are passed upward to the center. These distortions will be negligible under optimum conditions, but will be fatal under the worst conditions. When I worked as a programmer for a huge bank, there was an all too true parody of the bank management that was passed around, the gist of which went as follows. Programmer to supervisor: this proposed computer program plan by management is ridiculous, it really stinks. Supervisor to senior manager: the plan is not very good, it is malodorous. Senior manager to vice president: the plan has some weak points, if it is approved as is it will be hard to come out smelling good. Vice president to senior vice president: it's a pretty good plan, but it will take some work for us to come out smelling good. Senior vice president to president: it's a very good plan, and we should come out smelling good. President to chairman of the board: we've got this great new plan, that will make us come out smelling like roses. Of course, no genuine proletarian party could ever be as bureaucratic as a large capitalist corporation. But even within a proletarian party there are bourgeois influences and bureaucratic tendencies. Consequently, there need to be checks on the transmission process of ideas from lower to higher levels. The prime check is the direct contact with the masses and their ideas by the party's leaders themselves. It is not just that the words tend to get revised as they are passed upward, even if the words themselves are unchanged, the real significance of the words will be different for those without close contact with the originators of the ideas. These sorts of problems are of course much worse in large parties with multiple layers of authority, and the situation will tend to be far more serious, vastly more dangerous, once such parties come to power. Mao is well known for his constant criticism of the CPC in this regard. Here is one of many examples. Go down to the grassroots and study the problems there. I hope that the comrades on the Central Committee and the leading comrades in charge of the provinces, municipalities, and autonomous regions and of the central departments will all do this. I have heard that many leading comrades no longer do so, which is not good. The central organs are miserable places where you can get no knowledge at all. If you are seeking knowledge, you won't find any by staying put in your office. The factories, the cooperatives, and the shops are the real sources of knowledge. If you stay in your office, you will never get a clear idea of how factories, cooperatives, and shops are run. The higher the office, the less the knowledge. To tackle problems, you must go down personally or invite people to come up. 14. Since the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution in China, all Maoists have recognized that it is the possible embourgeoisement of the proletarian party in socialist society that constitutes the main danger to the revolution at that stage. But even before coming to power there are serious dangers of creeping embourgeoisement that threaten the success of our work, and especially threaten our successful application of the mass line. This is one of the reasons that Mao remarked in 1945 that our Congress should call upon the whole party to be vigilant and to see that no comrade at any post is divorced from the masses. 1516. The mass line method processing the ideas of the masses. In its famous polemic with the Soviet Union, a proposal concerning the general line of the international communist movement, the Communist Party of China states that correct leadership must know how to concentrate the views of the masses. 1. And, indeed, the concentration of the views of the masses, the processing of these diverse views in order to come up with a correct line capable of moving the mass struggle forward, is the heart and soul of the mass line method of revolutionary leadership. What does it mean to concentrate the ideas of the masses? Does it just mean summarizing them without any processing or culling? The bourgeois populist Huey Long was once accused in the U.S. Senate of being an ignorant man. He responded, "It is true. I am an ignorant man. I know the hearts of my people because I have not colored my own." 2. He thus saw ignorance as a virtue, and viewed himself as a perfect mirror for the ideas of the people of Louisiana. Of course in reality Huey Long did have a point of view, a very bourgeois point of view. A fundamental tenet of historical materialism is that everyone has a basic point of view, a worldview, though in some cases it is more developed and coherent than in other cases. Furthermore, it is quite well established that people, whether they know it or not, must inevitably evaluate new ideas in light of their existing ones. And for ourselves, we Marxists do not try to hide this universal fact. We openly state that we have a worldview which we use in evaluating all the new ideas and events we come across, the worldview of revolutionary Marxism. Thus for us, concentrating or processing the ideas of the masses means carefully examining them, choosing those among them which are correct and appropriate for the given situation, and discarding those which are incorrect or inappropriate. It means sifting and weighing the ideas of the masses from a definite point of view, and in light of a definite goal, revolution. Bourgeois ideologists tend to view public opinion as uniform, or at least as covering only a narrow range of alternatives, all more or less within the same, bourgeois, framework. Bourgeois populists are attracted to this uniform public opinion, and seek to join up with it, and give leadership to it. A more reactionary bourgeois pole is repelled by this uniform public opinion, and seeks simply to suppress the masses. But the dialectical view is that in public opinion there is both truth and falsehood, good things and bad things, and the goal should be to separate the two. But how is this to be done? On what basis, exactly, is the distinction between truth and falsehood to be made? It is the purpose of this chapter to explore these questions. The party center as a processing factory. One of Mao's most famous metaphors for the mass line is that of a factory which processes raw materials, the diverse ideas of the masses, and produces finished goods, a political line. Mao invoked this image on many occasions. I quoted one such passage in Chapter 3, here are a couple more. The Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party can be likened to a processing factory, which uses raw material to turn out products. The finished products must be good, or otherwise mistakes are made. Knowledge comes from the masses. 3. We the party leadership produce neither food grains nor machinery, but what we produce are lines and policies. Line and policy are not produced from within a vacuum. For instance, we did not invent the 4 clean UPS or the 5 antis, but it was the common people who told us about them. Our brain is a processing factory. 4. The 4 clean UPS refers, I believe, to the 4 pests campaign launched in 1958 against rats, sparrows, flies and mosquitoes. In 1960 bedbugs were substituted for sparrows after it was realized that sparrows did more good than harm because they ate insects as well as grain. The 5 antis, Wuhan, campaign was a struggle in 1952 primarily against businessmen and businesses which had not yet been nationalized, focusing on bribery, tax evasion, stealing of state property, cheating on government contracts, and stealing state economic intelligence. While it is the central leadership bodies of the proletarian party that are most called upon to use the mass line, and thus act as a processing factory for the ideas of the masses, the same metaphor holds for local party bodies or any group or individual who uses the mass line. In 1953 Mao said that, "Recently I made a trip to Wuhan and Nanking and learned a lot, which was very helpful. Practically nothing comes to my ear in Peking, and therefore I shall go on tour from time to time." The central leading organ is a factory which turns out ideas as its products. If it does not know what is going on at the lower levels, gets no raw material or has no semi-processed products to work on, how can it turn out any products? Sometimes finished products are turned out by the localities, and the central leading organ need only popularize them throughout the country. For instance, take the movements against the old and new 3 evils. Both were initiated in the localities. The departments under the central authorities issue directives arbitrarily. The products from these departments ought to be top grade, but actually they are inferior in quality and there are large numbers of completely worthless rejects. Leading organs in the greater administrative areas and the provinces and municipalities are local factories for turning out ideas, and their products should be top grade, too. 5. The movement against the old 3 evils, also known as the 3 antis or Sanfan campaign, was the struggle launched in 1951 against corruption, waste, and bureaucracy. The movement against the new 3 evils was the struggle launched in 1953 against bureaucracy, commandism, and violations of the law and discipline. Thus, the main difference between the party center and lower party bodies and individuals in this regard, is that in addition to processing raw materials directly, the party center also has as input many semi-processed products produced by lower or regional bodies and individual party members. Or at least it should have such semi-processed input if the party as a whole is trained to use the mass line. But the party leadership must not rely entirely on such semi-processed products either. The party center receives reports from its lower bodies and rank-and-file members about the ideas and opinions of the masses, and this will no doubt constitute its primary source of material for the application of the mass line. But this by itself is not enough. Second-hand reports are never as good as first-hand investigation. Of course it is impossible for the top leadership to talk to everybody among the masses, and this is why reports from other party members are so important. But the top leaders must strive to supplement these second-hand reports with as much direct investigation among the masses as they can arrange, given their limited numbers and time. They should view this as one of their central tasks. One possible technique here is to read all the secondary reports and summations carefully and then make direct personal investigations among the masses to test the accuracy of all the secondary reports. If things don't seem to jibe, then additional investigations may be in order. The basic interests of the masses are our evaluation criteria. A thing is good only when it brings real benefit to the masses of the people. Mao, 6. The fundamental starting place for all Marxist politics is of course the basic interests of the proletariat and the masses. Marxism, and the Proletarian Party, exist in order to serve these basic interests, and for no other reason. Our duty is to hold ourselves responsible to the people. Every word, every act, and every policy must conform to the people's interests, and if mistakes occur, they must be corrected. That is what being responsible to the people means. Mao, 7. Our most fundamental principle for evaluating anything is whether or not it advances the real interests of the masses. If it does, it is good. If it doesn't, it is not good. Within the context of Marxist-Leninist ethical theory, that is what the word good means. In general, and beyond moral contexts, the word good means answering to, or meeting, certain interests. This meaning becomes narrower and more specific in language expressing moral views. The question of whose interests are at stake, for example, is no longer a matter to be decided by the context, but instead is always the collective interests of the people. However, even that is not the complete story, because in class society the people has a class dimension. That is, morality is at bottom simply a matter of collective class interests in class society. I will be elaborating on all this in another work. But this fundamental principle has a corollary which is just as important. Only through proletarian revolution can the fundamental interests of the masses be satisfied. This is a matter of fact about bourgeois society. I make no attempt to prove it here, I just take it for granted as irrefutably established and completely obvious, at least to genuine Marxists. Thus, within bourgeois class society, to say that something advances the proletarian revolution is, or should be, the same as saying that it advances the most basic interests of the masses, and vice versa. These two things amount to the same thing. There is however a point in constantly insisting on this connection. It helps expose revisionist attempts to distort the meaning and purpose of the revolution, for example. Consequently, we may say either that our primary principle for evaluating the ideas of the masses is whether such ideas advance the real, fundamental interests of the masses, or, whether such ideas advance the revolutionary process. Whichever way it is formulated, this is the basic principle we use in the processing step of the mass line. It is true that besides their fundamental, ultimate interests, which can only be addressed by revolution, the masses also have immediate, day-to-day interests. We will discuss these subsidiary interests, and their relation to revolution and the mass line, in Chapter 19. How do we determine whether or not something is in the fundamental interests of the masses? By checking to see if it advances the proletarian revolution. How do we determine whether or not something advances the proletarian revolution? By mastering the theory of revolution, Marxism, Leninism, Maoism, by studying history, by studying the objective situation, and through revolutionary practice. Where our mastery of Marxism and other knowledge is insufficient, we will make mistakes. But through both successes and failures we become wiser, and our revolutionary theory develops. On the one hand, we must face many new and unfamiliar situations as we proceed along the path of revolution. But on the other hand, our guiding revolutionary theory is always getting more sophisticated, more profound, and better able to handle new situations. I have already said a number of times that it is revolution which encompasses the basic needs of the masses. In other words, it is a plain and simple fact that only through proletarian revolution can these fundamental interests be addressed. But the point is just as valid when looked at from the other side. Genuine social revolution is only possible if it actually seeks to, and does, satisfy the fundamental needs and interests of the masses. Otherwise the process will inevitably abort somewhere along the line. As Marx wrote, revolutions require a passive element, a material basis. Theory can be realized in a people only insofar as it is the realization of the needs of that people. 8. Those who do not focus on the genuine interests of the people will inevitably lead the revolutionary struggle into a dead end sooner or later, if they can even get it started at all. The role of Marxist theory in processing the ideas of the masses. In order to process the ideas of the masses, one must have not only the raw material to process, but also the machinery and techniques to process it with. In the case of the mass line, our machinery consists of 1. Our already existing knowledge and theory. This means primarily our already existing theory of Marxism, Leninism, Maoism as it has been developed to date. But it also includes a knowledge of history and of similar past situations, as interpreted from the Marxist perspective. And it includes a rational, scientific perspective in general. 2. An investigation and analysis of the objective conditions and situation facing the masses and the party. This aspect of the mass line will be discussed in Chapter 20. The basic idea is to carefully consider the ideas of the masses as the basis for mass action, to consider the probable results of following each possible line, based on our Marxist theory, our investigation and analysis of the objective situation, and any other relevant knowledge we may possess. To process the ideas of the masses is thus to evaluate the likely results of basing political line and action on these various ideas. We calculate what the results of each line would be in terms of the basic interests of the people. The result which most promises to advance these basic interests of the masses, we judge to be the best. Since it is proletarian revolution which encompasses the ultimate interests of the masses, this is the same as saying that we seek to identify which political line, deriving from the various ideas of the masses, will actually best advance the revolutionary process. There are many ways of expressing this point of view. Because of its multitudinous aspects, the emphasis is sometimes placed here, and sometimes there. Sometimes Marxists emphasize that correct political line comes from the masses, sometimes they emphasize that correct political line must be in the interests of the masses, sometimes they emphasize that correct political line must be in accord with Marxist ideology, sometimes they emphasize that correct political line must be revolutionary, and sometimes they emphasize that correct political line must be based on objective conditions. All of these things are true, and none conflicts with any of the others. Mao, for example, while constantly talking about the importance of learning from the masses in order to construct a correct political line, also said that the correctness or incorrectness of a political, military, or organizational line fundamentally depends on whether it starts ideologically from the Marxist-Leninist theory of dialectical and historical materialism and from the objective realities of the Chinese Revolution and the objective needs of the Chinese people. 9. Contrary to the views of dogmatists, there is no inherent conflict whatsoever between basing a political line on Marxist ideology and basing the line on the views of the masses. Nor is there any conflict between either of these and basing political line on objective conditions, or on the interests of the masses, or on the need for revolution. The mass line is precisely the mechanism that allows us to do all these things simultaneously. This is the elemental truth that dogmatists and left sectarians simply don't comprehend. The question also arises here of how the mass line can be used to advance Marxist theory itself, if Marxist theory must be employed in the mass line process. You can't come up with Marxist theory unless you already have Marxist theory. To the undialectical, this sounds like a catch-22 situation, but it is not. It is simply a statement to the effect that we are in no position to learn more if we throw out everything we already know. To develop and extend and, yes, even sometimes modify, revise, and discard parts of existing Marxist-Leninist Maoist theory, we must employ that existing theory as our primary tool. Not only Marxism, but human knowledge and wisdom as a whole advances in this way. We are constantly refining, extending, and modifying our knowledge and theories on the basis not only of our interactions with the world, our practice, but also on the basis of our existing knowledge and theories. We never throw out all we know and start from scratch. Progress is completely impossible that way. See chapter 30 for more on this. The what-if aspect of processing. I said above that the basic idea in processing the ideas of the masses is to try to determine what the results would be if we were to base our political line and action on these various ideas. Using our existing political theory, we try to envisage what would really happen if a particular idea of the masses was used as the basis for the mass struggle. Thus both imagination and level-headedness are called for. We need to extrapolate, without getting carried away. What we are talking about here is the mental manipulation of a model of reality. The better the model, and the more sensible our manipulation of it, the more likely we are to learn something useful and applicable to our revolutionary practice in the real world. This is a lot like doing a thought experiment in physics. Those who are unfamiliar with science may not be aware of how important thought experiments are. Galileo, Newton, and Einstein used them extensively, and found them indispensable. Einstein, in particular, was a master of the art. To give just one illustration, Galileo convinced himself that bodies of unequal weight fall at the same speed, disregarding air resistance, not by dropping them off the Tower of Pisa, as is often falsely stated, but simply by considering that tying two weights together with a string, and thus making them into a single system, would not make them fall faster. 10. Now to be sure, thought experiments are subordinate to physical experiments, both in physics and the mass line. In physics, thought experiments are used to suggest theories, while physical experiments are used to verify them. The same is true with the mass line. We process the ideas of the masses mentally to come up with a political line we think will advance the revolutionary struggle, then we test it in practice. In the future, in socialist society, it may be possible in some spheres to make this modeling aspect of the mass line somewhat more rigorous and less of a subjective art. It is conceivable, for example, that certain computer simulations of social changes in the relations of production might be of value in deciding what ideas of the masses to try in socialist economics. The whole point of a computer simulation is to work out what would happen if changes were made to a model of reality. But there are at present some pretty severe limitations with what may be modeled this way. Perhaps such mass line simulations would only be worthwhile in considering certain of the more complex possibilities posed by the masses' ideas on technical matters. Undoubtedly, a revolutionary stance and grasp of Marxism must remain the most important thing in our mental models, and this means that computers will probably be of only limited help in this area. The ideas of the masses develop apace with the situation. My text for this section is the following excerpt from the RCP's 1976 pamphlet on the mass line. The experience of the masses is governed by the internal contradictions of capitalism and the laws of development of nature and society. The understanding of the masses of the need to overthrow capitalism grows together with the sharpening of the contradictions of capitalism and the development toward a revolutionary situation, a situation in which the capitalist system is in deep economic and/or political crisis, the robbery of the workers is more intensified, and the criminal absurdity of capitalism, with its want and starvation amidst plenty, are laid even more bare than in normal times, when the ruling class is forced into ever more cutthroat competition in its own ranks, and the masses of people feel the urgency and see the possibility of destroying the chains that enslave them to capital. In such a situation, however, the bourgeoisie, while fighting more bitterly within its own ranks, will increase 1,000 times its exploitation of the workers and its brutal suppression of the masses' resistance. And as part of this, it will increase 1,000 times its ideological offensive to confuse, split and paralyze the growing upsurge. Only through the role of the party of the working class, its application of the mass line to sum up and lead this mass struggle forward, can the working class unite its own ranks and rally behind it the great mass of the people to strike the decisive blows and bring down the capitalist system. 11. Whether or not the RCP intended to imply it, and I think they did, the first paragraph above suggests to me the view that the ideas of the masses which serve as our raw material for the mass line tend to develop appropriately as the revolutionary situation develops. Or, as the Germans say, kommt Zeit, kommt Rat, at the right time the right ideas will arise. This is a very important observation, with important ramifications. 1. First, it is one of the reasons why we must not despair if the masses do not seem to be as revolutionary as we would wish during the early stages of the revolutionary process. We must really understand that the ideas and mood of the masses can and will change in a revolutionary direction as the development of the situation warrants. Of course, this assumes that the proletarian party is engaging in the necessary revolutionary agitation and mass line leadership. 2. Second, it helps to explain why we will be able to learn how to make revolution from the masses who at first do not seem all that concerned to make revolution. It is this second point I wish to focus on here for a moment. The mass line is a tool which is primarily of importance in advancing the current situation. We know at some point a revolutionary insurrection will be necessary, for example, but it is ridiculous to use the mass line in the early stages of the development of the mass struggle, i.e., in a non-revolutionary situation, to try to learn much from the masses about how to organize the insurrection. That will be possible, and necessary, at some point, but only in the appropriate situation. In processing the ideas of the masses, we must not forget that it is the ideas of the masses with respect to advancing the current situation, whatever it is, that primarily concerns us. And, in order to explicitly rule out any revisionist interpretation here, we must of necessity repeat that, by advancing the current situation, we are always talking about advancing it in the direction of revolution. Marx said that humanity only seriously tackles the questions it is capable of resolving, and only when it is capable of resolving them. The proletariat, specifically, must resolve the difficulties facing it step by step. The revolutionary process must develop in a step-by-step manner. One of the worst failings of left adventurists is that they cannot get this fact through their heads. Consider, for example, an extreme case, the anarchists. They know the state must be abolished, but they just cannot accept that it can only be abolished at the appropriate time, when the conditions for its abolition are satisfied. Because of this, they actually oppose the very measures that in the long run will lead to the abolition of the state. In their simple-mindedness, they actually stand in the way of the very thing they most desire. The truly revolutionary tasks of the day always correspond to the current situation, to the actual development of society. Those who can only think about what we must do on the eve of the insurrection are of no help in getting us to that wonderful eve. I am not denying in any way that communists must have a long-term perspective, and must have at least in general outline a basic, overall plan for revolution. Indeed, long-term planning is as essential in making revolution as it is anywhere, probably more so. But the plain fact is we can't get anywhere unless we can determine how to take the very next step. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with but a single step. Naturally, that step must be in the right direction, but of all the steps in the entire journey, it is the one you had best know how to accomplish right now. The mass line is primarily a tool for helping the party leadership determine the next step in the overall revolutionary process, and how exactly this next step can best be accomplished. Lao Tse is said to have remarked, "When the student is ready, the teacher will appear." With the mass line, the teacher, the appropriate line from the party, can only appear when the student is ready, because the teacher must first learn from the student, the masses, what that line should be. I hope the reader reads the deep dialectics of the mass line into Lao Tse's remark. Suppose then, that in our processing of the ideas of the masses we are unable to find any good ideas for advancing the struggle. What would such a circumstance mean? It would mean one of two things: 1, either we have not investigated the ideas of the masses sufficiently, or 2, we are looking for ideas among the masses which are not really appropriate to advancing the current situation. Left sectarians do not see much use for the mass line in non-revolutionary times because they are only looking for overtly revolutionary ideas among the masses, and can't find many. They are not even looking for the ideas which can in fact advance the current situation toward revolution, and since they are not looking, they never find such ideas. If they try to keep to such a stance, they will end up despising the masses, and forsaking revolution themselves. It is also true, as the RCP notes in the above passage, that as the masses confront new and immediate problems, they come up with lots of false ideas for dealing with them, as well as correct ideas. All kinds of ideas develop among the masses as they confront difficult problems, and develop all the more richly as the immediacy of the problem increases. But that should come as no surprise. It is just why we need the processing step in the mass line to sort out the good and the bad ideas. The discarded views of the masses. In processing the ideas of the masses we adopt some, and we discard others. But what do we mean exactly when we say we discard some of the ideas of the masses? We discard them, but we also keep them in mind. We discard them only in the sense that we do not adopt them as the basis for political line and mass action. We must keep these discarded ideas in mind in our agitational work. For example, we must know what the masses are thinking if we are to effectively approach the task of changing their views. Both our agitational work in step 3 of the mass line process, and our more general agitation and propaganda must be informed and guided by all we know about the masses and their initial viewpoints. We must keep the discarded ideas of the masses in mind in our efforts to lead the masses, as well as to educate them. To lead, you must know the mood and ideas of those you are trying to lead. Moreover, we must keep the discarded views of the masses in the back of our minds for another reason. There may well be further applications of the mass line required in order to achieve our goals. Some of these discarded ideas, or variations on them, may eventually need to be adopted as the basis for mass action after all. Of course, we value most the correct ideas of the masses. But we must also pay some attention to their ideas that we think are wrong, and even those that are clearly and definitely wrong. First of all, we may find that some of these ideas are right after all. But even the ideas that cannot possibly be right are still important in that they reflect aspects of the current mood and thinking of the masses, which is important for us to know in our political work. Moreover, we must not view incorrect ideas among the masses in the same way we view those same ideas when consolidated in a political line of an opportunist party. This is a point that was well stressed in the main political report to the First Party Congress of the RCP, 1975. 12. Many wildly incorrect ideas exist among the masses due to their bourgeois indoctrination. But many of these erroneous ideas are rather superficially held, and in any case can be overcome through the repeated application of the mass line and through struggle. It is entirely appropriate to hate the enemy and their viewpoint. But we must never hate the masses for their backward views, even though we understand full well that most of these views are really those of the imperialists in the mouths of the masses. With the masses we must show patience, and we must remember that we ourselves once accepted many of these very same backward views. We must always oppose backward views, but we must do so in an entirely different way with the masses than we do when confronting the enemy directly. Misconceptions about processing and concentration. It seems to me that the processing or concentration step in the mass line process is really quite conceptually straightforward. But not everyone thinks so. According to the bourgeois sinologist John Bryan Starr, the second stage of the mass line process, that of concentrating or centralizing the ideas of the masses, is a crucial, yet ambiguous one. 13. In reality there is nothing at all ambiguous about it, though we must briefly explore why bourgeois authors suppose that there is. Basically, Starr and other sinologists get confused by Mao's supposedly conflicting statements about how the ideas of the masses are to be processed. Mao says in various places that correct lines must come from the masses, and in other places that they must be in accordance with Marxist-Leninist theory. Sometimes he stresses the interests of the masses. Sometimes objective conditions. Mao says that you must have a broad perspective and take the whole situation into account, and yet that you must lead in light of the existing circumstances of each locality. 14. All these multitudinous aspects of what is involved in processing the ideas of the masses seem to conflict to bourgeois thinkers. They are unable to integrate all this into a coherent whole. And thus for them this step of the mass line is ambiguous. Of course we couldn't care less if bourgeois scholars are unable to understand the mass line. but it is a serious matter when communists misunderstand its essential steps. The major misconception for those making rightist errors, with respect to the processing step of the mass line, is that they fail to see that Marxist ideology needs to be employed in the selection process. The major misconception for those making leftist errors here is to suppose that the selection process amounts simply to looking among the ideas of the masses for those which we already agree with, ones that are in accord with what we communists already know to be the road forward. In Chapter 3 I already criticized these erroneous misconceptions, and quoted the RCP to the effect that the mass line is not a gimmick. Processing the ideas of the masses does not mean replacing the ideas of the masses with the ideas of the party. It is not simply a matter of selecting ideas we have already long championed, and getting rid of all other ideas from the masses. Instead it means seriously considering the new ideas the masses have, ideas which in general are new to us as well, ones we did not already know. Of course we consider these ideas in light of the interests of the masses, in light of Marxist theory, the objective situation, and so forth. But we do consider them, and we do learn from the masses in the process. Mao once remarked in a conversation with André Malraux that we must teach to the masses clearly what we have received from them confusedly. Some people have interpreted such comments in an incredibly narrow way as if all we were doing was straightening out the syntax in what we hear from the masses. Actually, a tremendous amount of consideration and work takes place in the processing step of the mass line. The mass line is indeed the theory of from the masses, to the masses. It is indeed based first of all on the ideas of the masses themselves which we do not generally already know, but a lot lies between the from the masses and the to the masses. ******. The third step in the mass line process is returning the line to the masses, which will be taken up in detail in Chapter 21. But before doing that, I will explore several aspects of the second step, the concentrating step, in more detail over the next several chapters. 17. The scope of the mass line. What is the scope of the mass line? In what areas of our work can we employ the mass line, and in what areas can it help us move forward? And at what times is the mass line appropriate? My answer is in all areas, and at all times. Not everybody believes this, however. Right opportunists believe that the mass line is useful primarily in the day-to-day struggle, and that when it comes to determining revolutionary tactics and strategy, for example, the mass line is out of place, if, indeed, they are willing to admit that revolutionary struggle itself has a place. Other people take the opposite position, that the mass line is useful and appropriate only when it comes to determining revolutionary tactics, and that it is a form of revisionism to employ it in reformist day-to-day struggles, or indeed to participate in reformist struggles at all. Sectarian dogmatists seem to agree with the bourgeois populists on one thing though, that the mass line is out of place when it comes to questions of our basic orientation, such as questions of revolutionary strategy. Because the American revolutionary movement has a history of looking at the question of strategy in a rather limited and peculiar fashion, it will take some space to sort out this whole issue. Consequently, the whole next chapter will be devoted to it. Similarly, the issue of revolutionaries engaging in reformist work, and attempting to bring leadership and organization to it, is a major question which will be explored in depth in Chapter 19. Consequently, this chapter will be brief and introductory, and will be couched in general terms. Mao, for one, thought that the mass line should be used in all our work, in every area, on big questions and small ones. He illustrated the point with the humble issue of preventing typos in revolutionary newspapers. You comrades are newspapermen. Your job is to educate the masses, to enable the masses to know their own interests, their own tasks and the party's general and specific policies. Running a newspaper is like all other work, it must be done conscientiously if it is to be done well, if it is to be lively. With our newspapers, too, we must rely on everybody, on the masses of the people, on the whole party to run them, not merely on a few persons working behind closed doors. Our papers talk about the mass line every day, yet frequently the mass line is not carried out in the work of the newspaper office itself. For instance, misprints often crop up in the papers simply because their elimination has not been tackled as a serious job. If we apply the method of the mass line, then when misprints appear, we should assemble the entire staff of the paper to discuss nothing but this matter, tell them clearly what the mistakes are, explain why they occur and how they can be got rid of, and ask everyone to give the matter serious attention. After this has been done 3 times, or 5 times, such mistakes can certainly be overcome. This is true of small matters, and of big matters, too. 1. Mao viewed not only questions of general and specific political lines as subject to the mass line, but also methods of work. 2. Even such a seemingly small thing as coming up with a political slogan can and should involve the mass line. At one point in their polemics against the revolutionaries, the opportunists who split off from the RCP in 1978 made a grudging admission that the chairman of the party, Bob Avakian, had coined some rather good revolutionary slogans, and made some good speeches. Since they were splitting with Avakian, they tried to minimize the value of these, however. In response, the revolutionaries said, "It should be noted that thinking up slogans and making speeches is not just some clever knack, but one important indication of line. Specifically, it is exactly an example of correctly combining the general and the particular, returning the ideas of the masses to them in a concentrated form so they can grasp and take them as their own." 3. The last sentence quoted here seems to imply that returning the ideas of the masses to them in a concentrated form so they can grasp and take them as their own is part of, or the same thing as, combining the general and the particular. This is not precisely correct. It would have been more appropriate here if they had used the phrase the mass line rather than combining the general and the particular, though combining the general and the particular can also be involved in thinking up slogans. Just because the mass line is used in a small way, it does not follow that it must necessarily be used in a reformist or non-revolutionary way. In fact, since the ultimate goal is revolution, all our use of the mass line should either directly or indirectly be aimed at bringing about the revolution. True, when the mass line is used in some particular reformist battles, such as a particular fight for abortion rights, let us say, it may not involve explicit revolutionary struggle or even necessarily explicit revolutionary slogans, though every effort should be made to connect such things up, of course. But the revolutionary goal must color and imbue all of our work, and all of our work must be done with the revolutionary goal firmly in mind. Bob Avakian gave a nice, balanced view of the situation here in 1976. Marxism is a guide to action in the broadest sense, in the sense of transforming the whole world through overthrowing capitalism and eliminating classes. Of course, Marxism also provides the basis for developing tactics for advancing immediate struggles short of the revolutionary goal, but if it is reduced to that, a guide to tactics in the day-to-day struggles, and if those day-to-day struggles are separated from the revolutionary goal which revolutionary theory reveals to us as necessary and inevitable, then things will turn into their opposite, and instead of advancing we will be set back. 4. Not only does the scope of the mass line cover all the kinds of work we do, it also covers all periods and stages of each type of work. Again, the RCP put it well. The application by the party of the mass line is not only a vital question with the development of a revolutionary situation under capitalism. At all stages of the struggle, both in building toward the overthrow of capitalism and in continuing the revolutionary struggle to eliminate capitalism and all its vestiges once the bourgeoisie is overthrown, the party must consistently apply the mass line. It must do so, both to advance the struggle and to raise ever broader numbers of the masses to the ranks of conscious revolutionaries. Only when the historic goal of communism has been achieved, will there no longer be a need for the party to apply the mass line. Then, in fact, there will no longer be a need for the party, because, as the program of the RCP states, classes and class struggle will have been eliminated and all of society will consciously apply the principles of communism. 5. I would only add to this the comment that while it will no longer be necessary for the party to apply the mass line in communist society, since there will be no party, there will still need to be leadership, and that leadership will need to use something very much like the mass line method. The only differences will be in step 2, processing the ideas of the masses. It will no longer be necessary to process the ideas of the masses from the perspective of making proletarian revolution, since the revolution will be complete. But it will still be necessary to process the ideas of the masses from the point of view of distilling those ideas which best serve the interests of the entire people. In other words, the mass line will still be needed, but it will be a mass line stripped of its obsolete class content. Why should the mass line be employed in all areas of our work, and at all times? Well, think about what the mass line is. It is the primary method of Marxist leadership of the masses. Everything we do is done ultimately for the purpose of leading the masses in making revolution, so it is obvious that the mass line is important in everything we do, either directly or indirectly. At an even higher level of abstraction it can be put this way: as Mao did, communist politicians handle the mutual relations among men, they promote the mass line. 6. I would like to close, though, with a quotation from Bob Avakian that expresses the central theme of this chapter, and perhaps the book as a whole: the mass line must be the underlying method in all our work. 18. Strategy, tactics, and the mass line. I mentioned above that the mass line applies to both questions of tactics and strategy. Few would likely dispute that using the mass line is important in formulating tactics, but I suspect that there may be those who would deny it has any applicability in the formulation of strategy. There has been a tendency in the American revolutionary movement to greatly restrict the concept of strategy, even to reduce it to a single principle. The origin of this tendency seems to lie in Stalin's use of the terms strategy and tactics in his pamphlet The Foundations of Leninism. He says, for example, that strategy deals with the main forces of the revolution and their reserves. 1. It is true that a couple pages earlier he says that strategy is the determination of the direction of the main blow of the proletariat at a given stage of the revolution, the elaboration of a corresponding plan for the disposition of the revolutionary forces, main and secondary reserves, the fight to carry out this plan throughout the given stage of the revolution. 2. This implies that the question of the main and reserve forces of the revolution is only part of the strategy. But overall his emphasis here is definitely on the question of class analysis and class relationships. This narrow point of view became standard within the international communist movement, or at least that part of it which depended exclusively on the Soviet Union to do its thinking for it. For instance, we find the following comment in a little book widely distributed by the PUSA, An Introduction to Marxism, by Emil Burns. The problem of strategy for a working class party of the new type was the problem of winning not only the working class but also other sections of the people for the joint struggle against what in each country, at a particular time, was the main enemy of social advance. 3. In other words, the problem of strategy amounts to little more than building a united front. And you wondered where that idea came from. I might add that many anti-revisionist 60s radicals also started their Marxist education with Burns' little book or similar things. In the late 1960s, the newly reborn American revolutionary movement began to consider the question of the correct strategy for proletarian revolution in this country. As with so many other key questions of the day, it was the Revolutionary Union, main predecessor to the RCP, which led the way, especially with the important paper The United Front Against U.S. Imperialism, Strategy for Proletarian Revolution, published in Red Papers 2. 4. There were certain people at that time, including some who went on to found the short-lived revisionist outfit, the Communist Party, Marxist-Leninist, who denied the RU thesis that the United Front Against Imperialism was the strategy for proletarian revolution in the U.S. As they put it, it must be emphasized that the United Front Against Imperialism can only be a tactical orientation of the proletariat, not a strategy, since strategy means a plan for the basic realignment of class forces, which in the U.S. as a whole can only mean the undivided power of the proletariat acting in the interests of the overwhelming masses of the world's people. 5. The RU's United Front article showed how this interpretation amounted to trying to sucker in or trick the potential allies of the proletariat, how it would lead to isolation and defeat, and so forth. It also answered a number of confusions in the minds of its critics concerning such things as the supposed equivalence of the United Front strategy with a two-stage revolution, first a democratic revolution and only later a proletarian revolution. In all this the RU paper was quite correct and played a very important and progressive role at the time. However, there were also some weaknesses and shortcomings in the RU paper. It said, for example, that we agree with the definition of strategy given, a plan for the basic realignment of class forces, if it is understood to mean a plan for proletarian revolution and proletarian dictatorship. Our plan or strategy for the proletarian revolution in this country is precisely the United Front. 6. Here the RU article seems to say that the definition of strategy as a plan for the basic realignment of class forces is only correct if viewed as being the same thing as, meaning, a plan for proletarian revolution and proletarian dictatorship. Thus both sides in the debate at that time more or less adopted Stalin's use of the terms strategy and tactics in the foundations of Leninism. There is, however, a more standard use of these terms which derives from the theory of warfare, but which has also been applied by Marxists to more general discussions of revolutionary theory. Stalin himself, on other occasions, used the terms strategy and tactics more closely to this standard usage. The most important function of strategy is to determine the main direction which ought to be taken by the working class movement, and along which the proletariat can most advantageously deliver the main blow at its enemy in order to achieve the aims formulated in the program. A strategic plan is a plan of the organization of the decisive blow in the direction in which the blow is most likely to achieve the maximum results. 7. Tactics are a part of strategy, subordinated to and serving it. Tactics are not concerned with the war as a whole, but with its individual episodes, with battles and engagements. Strategy strives to win the war, or to carry through the struggle, against Tsarism, let us say, to the end. Tactics, on the contrary, strive to win particular engagements and battles, to conduct particular campaigns successfully, or particular operations, that are more or less appropriate to the concrete situation of the struggle at each given moment. 8. Since tactics exist to serve strategy, they are typically far less stable than strategy, and speaking loosely, less principled. Indeed, it is hard to think of any policy that is never appropriate tactically. As Abbie Hoffman put it, there is a time to run, a time to fight, a time to be silent, a time for every tactic the imagination can dream up, I suppose. 9. Strategy and tactics together form a plan to achieve victory in a given struggle. Strategy is the overall plan for accomplishing this. Tactics are subsidiary plans and methods appropriate to varying circumstances which arise in the course of the overall struggle. Sometimes these distinctions are not drawn, or are drawn differently. Nothing requires that they be drawn, or that they be drawn in just this way. Thus Lenin often seems to ignore the strategy/tactics dichotomy and to speak solely in terms of tactics when he is discussing revolutionary plans. 10. Mao, following traditional Chinese thinking on military theory in this regard, sometimes draws a tripartite distinction here, recognizing not only strategy and tactics but also an intermediary category, the science of campaigns. 11. Generally, however, the strategy/tactics distinction is made, and made in the way I have indicated, both in Marxist writings and in non-Marxist writings on military theory. The Encyclopaedia Britannica has an interesting discussion of military strategy and tactics which, however, lacks dialectics. In the theory of warfare, strategy and tactics have generally been put into separate categories. The two fields have traditionally been defined in terms of different dimensions, strategy dealing with wide spaces, long periods of time, and large movements of forces, tactics dealing with the opposite. Strategy is usually understood to be the prelude to the battlefield, and tactics the action on the battlefield itself. 12. The discussion in the Britannica recognizes that there is no sharp line, no firm demarcation between strategy and tactics. But in addition to this there is another more dialectical interrelationship: what is tactics in one context can be strategy in another. Wide spaces, long periods and large amounts are all relative terms. Wide, long, and large all vary with the context. Is a decade a long period? Not if you are considering the whole of human history. If we consider the strategy, the overall plan, of the world proletarian revolutionary process, a process that has been underway for a century and a half and is probably not even half over, then particular revolutions, and the methods used in them, say the Chinese Revolution up through 1949, might almost be considered as tactics within the framework of the overall world revolution. If instead we focus on a single revolution, then the strategy is the overall plan for that revolution, and particular battles and campaigns and the methods used in them count as tactics. And again, if we focus on a particular campaign, say the 52-day Liaoshenyang military campaign in September-November 1948, there was a strategy, an overall plan for this campaign, just as there were various tactics employed in the course of it. Similarly, each battle in this campaign, and even each skirmish in each battle, could be viewed as having a strategy, overall plan, as well as subsidiary tactics. The strategy/tactics dichotomy is inextricably related to the particular process being discussed, to the particular goal being aimed at. Whatever the goal, be it large or small, strategy is the overall plan for achieving that goal, while tactics are subsidiary plans and methods. Mao, an exquisite dialectician, views things in a way very similar to this. Wherever there is war, there is a war situation as a whole. The war situation as a whole may cover the entire world, may cover an entire country, or may cover an independent guerrilla zone or an independent major operational front. Any war situation of such a character as to require comprehensive consideration of its various aspects and stages forms a war situation as a whole. The task of the science of strategy is to study those laws for directing a war situation as a whole. The task of the science of campaigns and the science of tactics is to study those laws for directing a war that govern a partial situation. 13. What kinds of questions come up under the heading of strategy? Well, to a degree it depends on the type of struggle being discussed, of course. But with respect to revolutionary war, Mao lists a number of strategic considerations in the same article just quoted from. These include such points as the relation between the people and the enemy, between various campaigns, between various operational stages, between the specific campaigns and the overall struggle, identifying the decisive battles, considering the special features contained in the general situation, considering what reserves are available, and many other things. Of course, a key part of the strategy for any kind of revolutionary struggle is the appraisal of one's forces and those of the enemy, which, since it is a question of class struggle, means making an analysis of the various classes, who are our friends, and who are our enemies. Mao lists this point first, and for a Marxist this is always the starting point. 14. We cannot, however, stop there. It is really wrong to reduce revolutionary strategy to just this single point. If this is not already clear enough, consider this: isn't mass-armed insurrection and revolutionary civil war part of the strategy for proletarian revolution in this country, and a very central part at that? Of course, mass insurrection should come only when conditions are ripe, and other forms of struggle must be used until that point. But mass-armed insurrection is nevertheless a key point in the strategy for proletarian revolution in advanced capitalist countries like the US, and not simply a question of tactics which may or may not prove necessary. One of the problems with the early RU position that the United Front Against Imperialism is the strategy for proletarian revolution in the US was that it led to a de-emphasis on strategic revolutionary thinking. It seemed to say that the basic plan for revolution was already complete, at least in its essentials. Because of this, both right and left opportunist lines were able to do more damage than they might otherwise have been capable of. It could have been argued, for example, that mass insurrection was of course assumed to be part of the proletarian revolutionary strategy in the US. But this was not assumed by at least one-third of the very RU which put out red papers too, a fact which became evident later on when the followers of Bruce Franklin split off to attempt their own foolhardy and ill-fated strategy for proletarian revolution in the US, namely urban guerrilla warfare by the lumpen proletariat. A corollary to the view that the United Front against imperialism is the entire strategy for revolution is the view that any further development of a revolutionary plan amounts to fleshing out the theory of the United Front, developing methods of building the United Front, and so forth. Right in the RU's United Front paper itself we find a development of this kind, the 5 spearheads of anti-imperialist struggle. These were the struggle against 1. National oppression of minorities in the US, 2. Imperialist aggression against other countries, 3. Fascism, 4. The oppression of women, and 5. The attack on the living standards of the working class. It is of course by no means incorrect to wage struggle on all these fronts, and others as well. But the United Front paper seems to present these 5 spearheads as the full content of revolutionary work, at least for that period. It says that a genuine communist party must be built, but evidently the 5 spearheads were even the means toward accomplishing that. The paper also seems to suggest that an ideology of anti-imperialist consciousness can be built around these 5 spearheads, implying that communists should push this watered-down intermediate ideology to the masses and not communist ideology. It is very possible that this reformist view in the United Front paper was the furthest thing from the minds of the RU leadership, but in point of fact rightist interpretations of this sort were widely adopted in the organization. Because the paper does not put forward the importance of revolutionary, communist, agitation and propaganda, among other revolutionary tasks, it does lean toward a reformist program of struggle around the issues encompassed by the 5 spearheads. As far as I am aware, the RCP has not fully summed up the rightist dangers involved in the view that the United Front against imperialism is the sole strategy for proletarian revolution in the US. In the August 1978 issue of Revolution, for example, they say, the Menshevik splitters from the RCP point out that the RU was insisting on the need to go to the workers, at a time when others were carrying on about how the workers had all sold out, were hopelessly backward, etc., and it was the youth/lumpen proletariat or whatever who were going to make revolution in this country. But these Mensheviks completely leave out what line the RU was taking to the working class. They completely leave out the fact that, from the first, the RU upheld as the strategy for revolution in this country the United Front against imperialism under proletarian leadership, and that it was this strategic orientation that guided its work. 15. And as of this writing, the class analysis section of the current RCP party program is still entitled A United Front under its leadership is the proletariat's strategy for revolution. 16. Moreover, the outline for an RCP study group on the line of the RCP organized in April 1991 in the SF Bay Area had one of the 6 sessions listed as the United Front as the strategy for revolution in the USA. And, in a November 1996 article in the party newspaper, Bob Avakian talks again about uniting all who can be united into a united front under the leadership of the proletariat as the strategy for revolution, never hinting that there may be additional elements to revolutionary strategy as well. 17. So there is no doubt that this view is still the official line of the party. On the other hand, in issue number 5 of the old RCP theoretical journal, The Communist, it says, while overall the early revolutionary programs formulated by the RU, in its theoretical journal Red Papers, beginning with issues 1 and 2, were an advance in pointing the way toward proletarian revolution, they were relatively primitive and they did contain some tendencies toward economism. This stemmed from several things: an overreaction to these dogmatists who viewed activity among the masses as a diversion from revolutionary tasks, primitiveness, the pull of spontaneity, and some influence from the good period of the PUSA. In rediscovering Marxism, there was the inevitable rediscovery of this good period of the PUSA, in addition to Marx, Engels, Lenin, Stalin, and Mao. This tendency is evidenced in the 5 spearheads of struggle put forward in Red Papers 2, The spearhead formulation itself reflected the primitiveness of the period, where the fifth spearhead, unite the proletariat to resist the monopoly capitalists' attack on living standards, is described as the fulcrum for communists and the proletariat as a whole. 18. It seems to me that the RCP has strongly repudiated the reformist and economist tendencies involved here, but has not yet fully realized that the view of the United Front as the strategy for revolution helped foster this rightist deviation, at least to a degree. Theoretical weaknesses of this sort are never the sole explanation for opportunist deviations, but they can play a role in them. The five spearheads formulation did serve to push the RU in the direction of economism, and it was probably inevitable that any revolutionary strategy based solely on the United Front concept, at least as far as it was formally spelled out, would lead in a rightist direction. At the time this was not understood. I know I certainly did not understand this 2 decades ago, even though I questioned the notion that the United Front was the sum total of revolutionary strategy. Unfortunately, not everyone has repudiated the economist and reformist errors of that period. Some groups which call themselves communists have enshrined these tendencies and deviations into full-fledged, and hardened opportunist lines. 25 years ago there was some kind of excuse for our errors in that we were all beginners and no one in this country was putting forward a fully revolutionary line on these questions. Today there is no longer any excuse save opportunism, if that is an excuse, for continuing to hold to these old rightist errors. For more on the American revolutionary movement, see chapters 40 to 42 especially. Is our revolutionary strategy already completely known? We have established that there is much more to revolutionary strategy than a single principle, or even 2 or 3. But even if there are a large number of principles involved in strategy, isn't it possible that they have all been discovered already? After all, there have been a number of successful proletarian revolutions over the years, which unfortunately have now been temporarily reversed, but that is beside the point. It is conceivable, I suppose, that one revolution could parallel another so closely that identical strategies could be used in them, though not of course identical tactics. But so far history has shown a much larger difference between revolutions than can be considered mere tactical variations. The strategy of the Russian Revolution was to seize the large cities first and only afterwards the countryside. But Mao showed that in China this fundamental strategic principle had to be reversed. The strategy for proletarian revolution in the US differs from both the Russian and Chinese models in being a single-stage revolution not preceded by a new democratic revolution. And so forth. Moreover, it is by no means clear that even in a single revolution the correct strategy will be known right from the very beginning, at least in its entirety. And even if the strategy is entirely correct at first, the conditions may change so fundamentally that the strategy, and not just the tactics, will also have to change. These points are not always recognized. Stalin, for instance, says that strategy changes with the passing of the revolution from one stage to another, but remains basically unchanged through a given stage. 19 Now of course it all depends on what is meant by stages here. If a new stage means a part of the overall revolution governed by a fixed strategy, then Stalin's comment would amount to a tautology. But this is not what he means. For him, stages are determined by the various objectives in different periods. In Russia, for example, the first stage of the revolution had the goal of overthrowing the Tsarist autocracy, and was therefore successfully completed in March 1917, with the February Revolution. As we saw above, however, it is possible to consider the strategy of the overall Russian Revolution just as it is possible to consider the strategies of each of its stages, and of each of the battles in each of its stages, etc. And looking at it from this overall point of view, it is obvious that the strategy did change, did develop, in the course of the revolution. Therefore, despite Stalin's comment, and as a general rule at least, strategy may well need to change and develop in the course of a revolution. Furthermore, even within a single stage, in Stalin's sense, it is quite possible that strategy may need to change and develop. Let us suppose that when it gets down to this level, any fundamental change in objective conditions sufficient to require a change in strategy would automatically determine a new stage, and that therefore a single strategy corresponds with a given stage. Even so, this single strategy is not necessarily known at first, in its entirety, and therefore what is viewed as the correct strategy may still need to develop, to change. Strategy may need to change in the sense that it needs to become fully correct and appropriate for the given revolutionary stage if it didn't start out that way. Now, to be sure, dogmatists and formula Marxists will always assume that their revolutionary strategy is fully correct right from the start. They are the worst kind of know-it-alls, the kind that really doesn't know. The actual history of revolutions shows that it is necessary to keep an open mind about strategic questions as well as tactical ones, to constantly study the objective conditions and to consider new ideas, and to make even strategic adjustments if they prove necessary. Has the strategy for world revolution remained static since the time of the Communist Manifesto? Merely to ask the question is to see the absurdity of the idea. Not only tactics, but strategy as well has changed as the proletariat has accumulated experience in revolutionary struggle. It is wrong to see strategy as something fixed for all time, unchanging and unchangeable. All the strategic principles of the world revolution were not known right from the very beginning of the world proletarian struggle. Some have been learned since Marx's day, some since Lenin's day. Others no doubt still remain to be discovered, and if so will be summed up from revolutionary practice just as new tactics are. Even in a single revolution not everything is known from the beginning, not even the basic plan in many cases. Neither Mao nor anyone else had the fundamental strategy of the Chinese Revolution worked out from the beginning. Don't just take my word for this, Mao points this out himself. It was not until the period of the War of Resistance against Japan that we formulated a general line for the party and a whole set of specific policies that suited the prevailing conditions. It was only then that we came to understand the Chinese Democratic Revolution, this realm of necessity, and that we gained freedom. By that time, we had already been making revolution for some 20 years. Through all those years there was a considerable degree of blindness in our revolutionary work. If anyone claims that any comrade, for instance, any comrade of the Central Committee, or for that matter I myself, completely understood the laws governing the Chinese Revolution right from the start, then he is a braggart and you must on no account believe him. It just wasn't so. In the past, and especially in the early years, all we had was a passion for revolution, but when it came to how to make revolution, what the targets were, which targets should come first and which later, and which had to wait until the next stage, we didn't have clear or at least wholly clear ideas for a fairly long time. 20. Mao repeated this on other occasions as well. 21. And he summed this all up from a philosophical standpoint in On Practice. Generally speaking, whether in the practice of changing nature or of changing society, men's original ideas, theories, plans or programs are seldom realized without any alteration. This is because people engaged in changing reality are usually subject to numerous limitations. They are limited not only by existing scientific and technological conditions but also by the development of the objective process itself and the degree to which this process has become manifest. The aspects and the essence of the objective process have not yet been fully revealed. In such a situation, ideas, theories, plans or programs are usually altered partially and sometimes even wholly, because of the discovery of unforeseen circumstances in the course of practice. 22. Is the mass line relevant to strategy as well as to tactics? We are at last finally ready to raise the basic question for this chapter, given that it is necessary, sometimes, anyway, to correct or further develop revolutionary strategy. Have we anything to learn from the masses in doing this? In other words, is the mass line relevant to the question of strategy? History answers an emphatic yes. Consider first the Russian Revolution. Part of the successful Bolshevik overall plan for proletarian revolution was all power to the Soviets. But this was not part of their strategy in the early years. It could hardly have been part of their strategy before the Soviets were first created by the masses in 1905. On many occasions Lenin emphasized the crucial importance of the Soviets in the revolution, and praised the creative role of the masses in building them. He said, for example, that had not the popular creative spirit of the Russian Revolution, which had gone through the great experience of the year 1905, given rise to the Soviets again as early as February 1917, they could not under any circumstances have assumed power in October, because success depended entirely upon the existence of available organizational forms of a movement embracing millions. The task of creating the political power of the proletariat was an extremely easy one because the masses had created the skeleton, the basis for this power. 23. The initiative of the masses in creating the Soviets was indispensable to the success of the revolution, said Lenin. But more than that, also indispensable was the recognition of the importance of the Soviets on the part of Lenin and the Bolsheviks. It was in fact a fine example of the application of the mass line on the part of Lenin that he was able to recognize this important innovation for what it was: a means to revolution, a new component in an overall strategy for proletarian revolution. This is in fact one of my favorite examples of the successful application of the mass line. And it is also my prime counter-example to the claim that Lenin did not use the mass line. See Chapter 34. Other examples of change in strategy in the Russian Revolution could also be given. For example, a new stage in the revolution began with the seizure of power in October 1917. At first the strategic perspective was just to hold on until proletarian revolution in Germany and other countries could come to their aid. But Lenin and Stalin, if not Trotsky, were able to recognize, as conditions changed and a temporary capitalist consolidation set in, that this strategy had to be replaced by one of socialism in one country. Of course, it was primarily the failure of other revolutions which led to this strategic change, a recognition of changed objective conditions, but it also involved learning from the Russian masses that despite their fatigue and suffering they were determined to continue the revolution no matter what the difficulties. In other words, the mass line was also involved here, informally. Consider next the Chinese Revolution. I quoted Mao above saying that neither he nor anyone else had a basic plan for revolution worked out right from the beginning. Some people such as the 28.5 Bolsheviks, dogmatists returned from study in the Soviet Union, thought they had it all figured out. Of course, Mao and the other Chinese communist leaders had to learn as they went along. Who and what did they learn from? As I have said before, we have done nothing marvelous, only things we have learned from ordinary people. Of course, we have learned a little Marxism-Leninism, but Marxism-Leninism alone won't do. We must study Chinese problems, starting from the characteristics and facts of China. 24. In short, a study of objective conditions and the experiences and ideas of the masses. Even when it comes to the very first question of strategy, that of class analysis, Mao says it was the peasants who taught him how to draw the appropriate distinctions. My 1933 investigation at Kutiin, which resulted in Mao's essay How to Differentiate the Classes in the Rural Areas, SW1:137, reflected the opinions of the peasants, and was the opinions of the peasants issuing from my lips. 25. And the same thing is true with many other important questions, both strategic and tactical ones. It seems like Mao is always talking about the importance of learning from the masses in his writings, and for a very good reason indeed. He himself learned how to lead the great Chinese Revolution from the masses. He even goes so far as to say, "The selected works of Mao, how much of it is mine? It is a work of blood." The struggle in the Soviets' old Chinese base areas JSH was very acute. Because of the errors of the Wangming line, we had to embark on the 25,000 li 8,000-mile-long march. These things in the selected works of Mao were taught to us by the masses and paid for with blood sacrifices. 26. All revolutionary strategy and tactics comes ultimately from the experience of the masses in struggle. Many of the main strategic principles to be learned have already been summed up in Marxist-Leninist Maoist theory. But other things undoubtedly remain to be learned and to be summed up in the future. Therefore, even with respect to such basic questions as revolutionary strategy, we need, along with the conscientious study of Marxism, an equally conscientious study of objective conditions and the ideas of the masses. The mass line is the primary and absolutely indispensable tool for accomplishing this. 19. The mass line, reformist struggle, and the revolutionary goal. The communists fight for the attainment of the immediate aims, for the enforcement of the momentary interests of the working class, but in the movement of the present, they also represent and take care of the future of that movement. Marx and Engels, Communist Manifesto 1. I start from the position of the Communist Manifesto that genuine communists represent the interests of the proletariat and the broad masses, all their interests, and only their interests. As communists we have no interests whatsoever of our own, separate from those of the proletariat as a whole. Specifically, communists must represent, champion, both the masses' short-term interests and their long-term interests, their relatively minor interests and their major interests, their temporary or immediate interests and their ultimate interests. Now of course we must immediately qualify this in one respect, where the interests of the masses conflict with each other, as they sometimes do, we must pick and choose. And in these cases we must always choose the masses' major interests over their minor interests, their long-term interests over their short-term interests, their ultimate interests over their temporary interests, and the interests of the whole over those of any part. But I also take the position that in general, most of the time, the short-term immediate interests of the masses are not opposed to their long-term ultimate interests. The need to eat today is not opposed to the need for revolution. In fact, there is a somewhat hidden dialectical unity here which is often obscured by right opportunist practice. The only way you can really effectively work to secure the long-term ultimate interests of the proletariat is if you also pay some real attention to their short-term immediate interests. A second qualification to the above must also be made. While we must represent or champion all the real interests of the workers and the masses, we must naturally put the bulk of our efforts in on working for their major, long-term, ultimate interests, rather than for their lesser, short-range, immediate interests. This is why our central focus must always be on revolution, since only proletarian revolution encapsulates the major, long-term, ultimate interests of the masses. But, then again, some of our most important tasks in preparing for revolution can only be realized by participating with the masses in their struggles around their temporary, immediate, or short-range interests. Since the bulk of the class struggle of the masses in ordinary times consists of struggle over immediate, or short-range, or temporary interests, if we are to really link up with the masses, help build their organization and class consciousness, and win their trust and leadership which are required in revolutionary times, we must participate with them in these immediate struggles. Thus both because we must champion all the interests of the workers and the masses, and more importantly, because we must especially champion their ultimate interests, we must also participate actively in the day-to-day class struggle of the masses. And we must do this while recognizing full well, and in fact never forgetting, that the day-to-day class struggle is almost exclusively over reformist issues, whether economic, or more political. I take the traditional Marxist-Leninist position that revolutionary struggle and reformist struggle are dialectically related, and that revolutionary struggle, at least in an advanced capitalist country, cannot develop and be successful unless revolutionary ideas are brought to the masses in the course of their day-to-day struggles, which at the same time must foster the beginnings of independent mass organization and some mass recognition of the sincerity and trustworthiness of the proletarian party. But I recognize that, amazingly, this is a very controversial position in some quarters, that it may be viewed as a form of right opportunism, and that consequently it requires a good deal of discussion and defense. The RCP on the day-to-day struggles of the masses. Should communists help build the day-to-day class struggles of the masses? Ever since the Communist Manifesto, an affirmative answer to this question has been pretty much taken for granted in the communist movement. But in its current program, adopted in 1981, the Revolutionary Communist Party, USA takes a contrary position. For many decades there has been a standard conception about how to make revolution in an imperialist country like the US. The old Communist Party, USA, held it even in its better days, before it sank totally into the sinkhole of revisionism. Further, it has been the prevailing conception, with some variations, in the international communist movement since the 1920s and after the years of Lenin's influence. This concept is fundamentally wrong and has prevented serious preparation for revolution. Its basic starting point is getting into the struggles of the people, particularly around their daily needs. The party then relates to these struggles principally by giving tactical and organizational leadership, and thereby seeks to gain influence and leadership among the people so as to be able to lead a revolution. Sometimes this has taken left forms: everyone follow the communists now and let's march straight ahead from militant economic struggle to socialism. More often it has taken openly rightist forms of tailing reformist leaders and spontaneity in general. In any case, it is invariably a recipe for adapting communist work down to the present level of mass struggle and consciousness, and for ultimately capitulating to the bourgeoisie, especially in the form of promoting the national interests instead of the revolutionary interests of the international proletariat in time of war. 2. To this old view the RCP then contrasts its new approach. The plan and central task of our party is quite different. Its starting point is the necessity for the proletarian revolution. The main way that the party influences the masses and the mass movements, the main way it works to build the leadership of the proletariat and prepare the working class and broad masses and the party itself for revolution, is to systematically carry out revolutionary agitation and propaganda. This, with agitation the cutting edge and the party's newspaper the main weapon now, means that, close upon major events throughout society and the world, the party and party members expose the bourgeoisie and the imperialist system in a penetrating way, reveal the different and conflicting class forces and class interests involved in all such events, giving thereby a clear and all-around picture of the class structure and class struggle in society and the world as a whole, and train the masses, especially the advanced section of the proletariat, in the application of the scientific method of Marxism. As far as relating to the present-day struggle, our difference with the economists and reformists is not basically whether to do so, but how and with what aim. First off, the very workings of this oppressive system, here and internationally, bring people into motion against it far more than all the organizational work of the revolutionaries. The question is whether to tail this, or to utilize all its diverse currents and tributaries for a single revolutionary purpose. This is what it means for the party and those under its leadership to support every major outbreak of protest and rebellion among the masses of all classes and strata, here and internationally, and assist the struggling masses to both unite more broadly and fight more powerfully, and to more consciously aim their fire against the bourgeoisie and the imperialist system and link themselves with the class-conscious proletariat and its revolutionary aims. In all of this a newspaper is essential and central. In fact, one important function of exposure is that it does impel the masses into struggle, and to fighting more consciously against the enemy. But the main point is not to become infatuated in peaceful times with leading a non-revolutionary mass movement. The point is to make clear that the whole political system is worthless. The masses must be won to see that the most decisive thing is not just national oppression, or police terror, or rape, or nukes, or the draft, or imperialist acts of aggression, or even world war, but that every outrage is a manifestation of the capitalist system and the rule of the capitalist class, and there is only one solution to all this mass-armed proletarian revolution. 3. Now there are quite a few different propositions mashed together in the above excerpts, and in the nearby text which I have not quoted more of because of its length, most of which are correct, but some of which are not, and I suspect that to a degree these various propositions are deliberately mashed together so that you are expected to either reject it all or to accept it all as a package. But I can't do either. The only thing to do here is to disentangle the package into its separate propositions and accept or reject each in turn, based on its own merits. Furthermore, because of the way the section of the RCP program is written, it is difficult to be sure precisely what the party position is on some of the separate propositions, In some cases a position seems to be stated, but then somewhat retracted or vaguely qualified. Anyway, this is my interpretation. First, should communists participate in helping the workers and broad masses build their day-to-day struggles? Help them, that is, by providing leadership and helping to build their organization? Traditionally Marxist-Leninists, including Marx, Engels, and Lenin see below, have always said yes. I say yes. The RCP now says no. But it is wrong to interpret the traditional point of view of Marx, Engels, and Lenin here too narrowly, as revisionists constantly do, and as the RCP also seems inclined to do. By building the organization of the workers, for example, we do not mean only, or even principally, building the trade unions, for example especially today when, as the RCP says, overwhelmingly the trade unions in the US have become a reactionary political machine. For any real proletarian organization these days must at the very least be independent of the existing trade union structures. This means both independent revolutionary caucuses within unions, and, probably much more important, also organizations completely unrelated to unions and union activity. Second, should communists make the main thrust of their work among the masses agitation and propaganda against the capitalist system and in favor of revolution, rather than simply building the day-to-day struggle? Lenin said yes. Revisionists in the old, and current, PUSA and elsewhere say no, or at least their practice says this. I say yes. The RCP says yes, although with the RCP it seems not to be just the main thrust, but almost the entire content. Third, should communists have any relation at all to the workers' day-to-day struggles? Everybody says yes. But I interpret the above passages, as well as much of the recent practice of the party, to mean that the RCP thinks communists should not relate to the day-to-day struggles of the masses by being part of them, by participating in them, helping to lead them to success, etc., but rather by standing at the side, distributing their newspaper, and otherwise attempting to interject agitation and propaganda into the consciousness of those who actually are involved. I really am not trying to parody their position here, and if I have grossly misinterpreted it, then all I can say is, folks, your stand cries out for more clarification. Relating to struggles by refusing to join up with them, by refusing to participate and help lead them to success, is at best a very external relationship, and is bound to be seen as such by the masses. The whole issue is, can you really be successful in bringing light into struggles, via agitation and propaganda, if you stand outside them, if the masses who are involved in these struggles see you as standing aloof and as not really interested in joining up in the battles they themselves see as important? I say the answer is clearly no. Under these circumstances your agitation and propaganda will for the most part fall on deaf ears. Fourth, is revolutionary agitation and propaganda opposed to, or incompatible with, active participation in the day-to-day class struggle around primarily reformist issues? Lenin said not necessarily, it is actually most effective when combined with the current struggles of the masses. I agree with Lenin. Revisionists in effect say yes, and therefore drop revolutionary agitation and propaganda. The RCP says yes, and therefore drops active participation in much of the day-to-day struggle. Fifth, are there dangers in participating in reformist work, in getting swept up in it, of forgetting revolutionary agitation and propaganda, and indeed forgetting revolution completely? Lenin said yes. Revisionists sometimes admit to such dangers themselves, but always deny they have succumbed to them. I say yes. The RCP says yes. He who goes all out, who fights for complete victory, must alert himself to the danger of having his hands tied by minor gains, of being led astray and made to forget that which is still comparatively remote, but without which all minor gains are hollow vanities. Lenin, 5. But a point to stress here is that there are all sorts of dangers in communist work, not only physical dangers but also ideological dangers which are really far more serious. We must do what needs to be done despite all temptations and dangers. The RCP seems to be saying that if you get trapped into participating with the workers in their day-to-day struggles, you will inevitably end up as a revisionist. I don't believe it. It didn't happen to Lenin's Bolsheviks. See the discussion of the October Road in Chapter 42. Sixth, is the whole capitalist political system worthless? All except ex-revolutionaries say yes. It is worthless in the sense that it is fundamentally and essentially opposed to the real interests of the masses. It is worthless in the sense that it cannot be reformed into a system which does represent the interests of the people. The only thing to be done with it is to get rid of it. Seventh, does that mean that it is impossible to win any reformist victories under the system? That it is impossible to stave off any attacks on the people? That anything won is totally worthless? That there is really no point in resisting the enemy at all in day-to-day struggle? No one who has any concern for the welfare of the people can say these things, and they should not imply them either. The fact is, the day-to-day struggle of the masses is important. The conditions of life of the masses depend to a large degree upon such struggle. To come straight to the point, their immediate interest in surviving, even if it means surviving as a slave, a wage slave or otherwise, though definitely subordinate in a clear way to their interest in ending such slavery, and building a new, free life, is nevertheless unequivocally important. I am in no way denying that it will be necessary for many among the masses to be willing to lay down their lives and to actually do so in order to get rid of capitalism and its horrors. I am only pointing out the obvious, that while capitalism continues to exist, it is necessary to constantly struggle against it even in order to exist as a wage slave. True, this means struggling over the terms and conditions of one's slavery and exploitation, but slaves have no choice but to constantly struggle over such conditions while slavery still exists. As perhaps bears repeating, communists should participate in the day-to-day struggle, which means helping to build it and lead it and organize it, for two main reasons. Firstly, because it is important to the masses in the short run. And secondly, and more important than the first reason, because it is a necessary school of experience for the masses, of learning who they are, the proletariat as a class for itself, who the enemy is, who really stands up for their interests, and who can provide trustworthy leadership, and what the true ultimate goal of their struggles must be, and because it is a laboratory for experimenting with and building various forms of organization and struggle, all of which are essential prerequisites for a successful revolutionary struggle of the masses. Eighth, does this, the possibility of winning reforms or of staving off attacks, in turn mean that the masses can continually improve their lives through reformist struggle? That despite occasional setbacks the system can gradually be reformed into something qualitatively different and better? That advances one in the day-to-day struggle are cumulative and secure? No, not in the least. No genuine Marxist-Leninist can go along with such nonsense. Sooner or later every reformist victory will be reversed by the ruling class. If the rulers do not succeed in an attack on the masses at one point, they will try again later, and eventually perhaps during some crisis they will succeed. No reform won under capitalism is really secure. No victory against bourgeois predation is permanent as long as their system continues to exist. This is why, as undeniably important as the day-to-day class struggle is to the lives of the masses, ultimately it means nothing. Ultimately the only thing that means anything is proletarian revolution. Ninth, is the experience of the masses in the day-to-day struggle of any real importance? Marxist-Leninists have always said yes. The RCP also still says yes, but they certainly have toned down the emphasis they give this from their 1975 program. I won't say anything more about the experience of the masses here. See Chapter 24. 10th, should the party of the proletariat attempt to divert the day-to-day struggle for reforms and turn it into a revolutionary struggle? Lenin said yes. I agree. Revisionists say no, and most of them have little or no conception of what it might mean to do so. The RCP, of course, says yes. The question, once again, is whether you can really divert something which you stand aloof from. 11th, Does attempting to divert the day-to-day struggle mean opposing it? Does it mean refusing to join up with it? Does it mean refusing to give leadership to it, or refusing to help organize it? Not for Lenin, and not for me. As for the RCP, I don't know what to say. They surely don't oppose the reformist struggles of the masses, but in their 1981 program they seem to be saying that they have no interest whatsoever in aiding such struggles. But let us face this issue head on. How can you really be said to be trying to divert something if you are simultaneously attempting to lead it and organize it and generally make it successful? Another dialectical puzzle. I love these things, but I also hate them because they seem to cause so many people so much confusion. When Marxist-Leninists join up with the day-to-day or reformist struggles of the masses, they of course seek to lead these struggles to victory, i.e., to win the reforms being aimed at, or to ward off the specific attacks by the enemy, as the case may be. When we speak of diverting the day-to-day struggle, what we mean is expanding it, broadening its aims, and specifically adding revolutionary goals to the existing reformist goals. We are trying to divert it in the sense that we are trying to change its ultimate aim, but not in the sense that we are trying to oppose its initial, limited aim. We are trying to change its focus from reformist struggle to revolutionary struggle. So, you see, diverting does not mean, or at least should not mean, opposing in such a context. Anybody who imagines that it is part of his or her duty to oppose the reformist struggles of the masses on revolutionary grounds is very confused indeed, and is no friend of the masses. This clearly cannot include the RCP, but you do have to wonder about their evident refusal to participate in much of the masses' day-to-day struggles. Some very confused types of people have gone so far as to hope that reformist struggles will fail so that the masses will sooner learn the need for revolution. This leads to the old anarchist/Trotskyite theory, the worse the better. And certain people, such as some petty bourgeois terrorists, have even gone so far with this as to work for the defeat of reformist struggles of the masses on revolutionary grounds. Such people have of course objectively gone over to the enemy camp, no matter what their conscious motivation might be. 12th, is it really important to try to build the organization of the masses through their day-to-day struggles? Lenin said yes. But the RCP, with its facile remark that the very workings of this oppressive system, here and internationally, bring people into motion against it far more than all the organizational work of the revolutionaries, seems to be disagreeing, and to be purposely missing the main point of why we are striving to build the masses organization. Our primary purpose in using the day-to-day struggles to build the organization of the masses is so that they will be in a position to make revolution. Of course, the ugly nature of the capitalist system is the main force bringing the masses into motion, a force far more important than anything we say or do, or any organization we build. But this obvious fact is irrelevant to the point here. It is nevertheless important for the party to say and do things that help bring the masses into motion, and to help them build their consciousness and organization in the process. 13th, can the most important form of organization of the masses for the purpose of making revolution possibly be an organization built around the distribution of a party newspaper? The RCP says yes. The party works both in times of ebb and in times of upsurge to build revolutionary organization. Besides the party itself, the principal and ongoing forms of organization built are networks of distribution of the newspaper, which are at the same time hubs of all-around revolutionary activity. In fact, in addition to its main role in creating broad public opinion, a very important role of the newspaper is to be the collective organizer of the party and the revolutionary movement. But, while basic, this does not exhaust the organizational tasks of the party among the masses. 6. The RCP is saying here that while there are also other organizations which the party must build among the masses, the basic, most important revolutionary mass organization to be built is that of the party newspaper distribution network. Lenin said that such a newspaper could serve as a focus for building a party, but he never imagined that its undeniably important distribution network, which of course should involve as many of the masses as possible, could be the primary revolutionary organization for the broad masses. In fact, Once they developed, Lenin clearly viewed the Soviets as the primary revolutionary organization of the Russian masses, the primary mass organization for all aspects of revolutionary education and activity. He said the Soviets constituted an apparatus by means of which the vanguard of the oppressed classes can elevate, train, educate, and lead the entire vast mass of these classes. 7. I agree with Lenin, and with the possibility of organizing other extremely important units from the masses based on a variety of principles, the nucleus of the future Red Army, to give just one example. But as for the truly fundamental, widespread, and effective organization of the broad masses in forms which are essential to making a successful revolution, I don't see how this is possible except on the basis where the masses are, i.e., where they work and live. This has always been the basic Marxist principle of mass organization. The RCP program says later that it is a basic principle that the party must carry out political work wherever the masses are found in significant numbers. p. 45, but it does not connect this up with the need to build mass organization wherever the masses are, in order to bring about revolution. I suspect that those who pooh-pooh this principle are showing their impatience or impetuosity. If people must be organized where they work and where they live, then clearly there is a hell of a lot of organizational work that is needed, most of which will of course have to be accomplished by the masses themselves, but which will also require a good deal of help from the party. But if all we need to do is get a relatively few people organized around the distribution of a newspaper, it may seem we are much closer to the possibility of revolution. At this point, someone sympathetic to the current RCP standpoint might say, aha! What you are advancing is merely left opportunism, or the view, as the RCP program says, that everyone should follow the communists now and let's march straight ahead from militant economic struggle to socialism. But this is not my point of view at all. I am not saying let's engage in reformist struggle, economic or otherwise, now, with a reformist perspective, and then when the time comes let's engage in revolutionary struggle, with a revolutionary perspective. Instead, I am saying let's participate in whatever existing mass struggles there are today, most of which are indeed reformist, and many of which are economic, with the perspective of helping prepare the masses for revolution. There is a subtle distinction here, but a real and crucial distinction, though clearly some people cannot see it. What this all comes down to is the following extremely basic question: can communists use reformist day-to-day struggles to build the revolutionary consciousness of the masses, and help prepare them ideologically and organizationally for revolution? The answer is yes, they can and they must. I admit that this possibility may seem strange, or contradictory, or even completely absurd at first. It is a major task of not just this chapter, but the entire book, to attempt to explain just how this can really be possible. Lenin on the day-to-day reformist struggle of the masses. Since the RCP claims that the viewpoint which they are attacking only came to dominate the Marxist-Leninist movement after the years of Lenin's influence, they are obviously implying that they are returning to Lenin, that they agree with Lenin, and that Lenin would agree completely with their position. I have denied this above, and have already given some of the evidence here and in earlier chapters, especially chapter 9. Now it is time to provide just a bit more of the overwhelming mass of evidence available to back up my claim. In his version of a party program, Lenin explicitly states that the party should participate in the workers' existing struggle, to bring light into it, via agitation and propaganda, of course, but also to help them build it. The party's activity must consist in promoting the workers' class struggle. The party's task is not to concoct some fashionable means of helping the workers, but to join up with the workers' movement, to bring light into it, to assist the workers in the struggle they themselves have already begun to wage. The party's task is to uphold the interests of the workers and to represent those of the entire working class movement. 8. Lenin, like all real communists up until 1981, took it for granted that we should of course participate in the workers' day-to-day struggles, economic and otherwise. All social democrats communists are agreed that it is necessary to organize the economic struggle of the working class, that it is necessary to carry on agitation among the workers on this basis, i.e., to help the workers in their day-to-day struggle against the employers, to draw their attention to every form and every case of oppression, and in this way to make clear to them the necessity for combination. 9. I don't know how Lenin could have been any clearer on the issue than that. He would have been flabbergasted if any Marxist in his day had denied this elementary point. But we must stress that the overall thrust of Lenin's argument was expressed in the lines immediately preceding the above quotation, that the economic struggle of the workers is not their most important struggle, let alone their only struggle, but rather that the revolutionary political struggle of the workers and the masses is of central importance. Nevertheless, Lenin said it was a calumny, i.e., a false, malicious, and slanderous statement, to claim that the founders of Russian social democracy only want to use the workers to overthrow the autocracy and have no concern at all about the workers' livelihood and day-to-day struggles. 10. Nor can anyone claim that these points of view were only from Lenin's early writings and program drafts. These views became enshrined in the formal party program of the RSDLP and remained there for the whole period until after the October Revolution. And as we saw in Chapter 9, and as we will see further below, Lenin held firmly to these views both before and after he wrote What is to be Done, and both before and after the October Revolution. In the following, Lenin states the principle that Marxism makes use of all forms of struggle, but that the party does not concoct these forms of struggle all on its own, rather it joins up with the forms of struggle the masses are already engaged in. What are the fundamental demands which every Marxist should make of an examination of the question of forms of struggle? In the first place, Marxism differs from all primitive forms of socialism by not binding the movement to any one particular form of struggle. It recognizes the most varied forms of struggle, and it does not concoct them, but only generalizes, organizes, gives conscious expression to those forms of struggle of the revolutionary classes which arise of themselves in the course of the movement. Absolutely hostile to all abstract formulas and to all doctrinaire recipes, Marxism demands an attentive attitude to the mass struggle in progress, which, as the movement develops, as the class consciousness of the masses grows, as economic and political crises become acute, continually gives rise to new and more varied methods of defense and attack. Marxism, therefore, positively does not reject any form of struggle. Under no circumstances does Marxism confine itself to the forms of struggle possible and in existence at the given moment only, recognizing as it does that new forms of struggle, unknown to the participants of the given period, inevitably arise as the given social situation changes. In this respect Marxism learns, if we may so express it, from mass practice, and makes no claim whatever to teach the masses forms of struggle invented by systematizers in the seclusion of their studies. 11. As an aside, I might mention that this is exactly the sort of passage in Lenin that I would like to rub in the noses of those bourgeois scholars who claim that Lenin did not use the mass line. See Chapter 34. In the next passage Lenin says, among other things, that 1. The party should express the real interests of the masses, and specifically those which the masses themselves sense, 2. That the party should teach the masses organization, and 3. That the party should guide all the struggles of the masses. To serve the mass and express its properly sensed interests, the advanced detachment, the organization must conduct all its activities in the mass, drawing from it all without exception the best forces, checking at each step, thoroughly and objectively, whether the ties with the mass are maintained, whether they are alive. In such, and only in such a way, does the advanced detachment educate and enlighten the mass, expressing its interests, teaching it organization, guiding all the activity of the mass along the path of conscious class policy. 12. I opened this chapter with a quotation from the Communist Manifesto expressing the view of Marx and Engels about the relation of communists to the day-to-day struggle. Let me now show Lenin's attitude toward that very same quotation. The Communist Manifesto set forth the fundamental Marxist principle on the tactics of the political struggle. The Communists fight for the attainment of the immediate aims, for the enforcement of the momentary interests of the working class, but in the movement of the present, they also represent and take care of the future of that movement. 13. The fundamental Marxist principle on the tactics of the political struggle, Lenin says. 14. In light of this, and in light of all the foregoing quotations, and the other evidence adduced in Chapter 9 and elsewhere, I think we can safely say that Lenin agreed that communists must participate in the day-to-day reformist struggles of the masses, must seek to build and win such struggles, must bring organization and communist ideology to the masses in the course of such struggles, and must lead such struggles in a revolutionary direction. I frankly don't see how anybody can have the slightest doubt about this being Lenin's position, as well as that of Marx and Engels, or claim that somehow this position only came to dominate the Marxist-Leninist movement after the years of Lenin's influence. If the RCP wishes to oppose this point of view, they cannot claim the mantle of Lenin. Let them honestly admit that they are departing from the traditional view of Marx, Engels, and Lenin, as well as admitting, as they already do, that they are departing from the position of the entire communist movement since Lenin's day and even their own previous viewpoint. I am not saying that we must never depart from Marx, Engels, and Lenin. Sometimes we do find that even what these great leaders of the proletariat had to say is wrong or outmoded. But the great bulk of the theoretical stands they took are still completely valid, and if we are to abandon their point of view on some particular issue, especially a fundamental Marxist tactical principle, it had better be on the basis of exhaustive thought and discussion. Pretending to be in agreement with the founders of revolutionary communism when we are not is the technique of revisionists, not honest revolutionaries. Not only Marx, Engels, and Lenin stood behind this basic view of the day-to-day struggle, but so did Mao and his followers in China. In the famous proposal concerning the general line of the international communist movement, the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China declared, while actively leading immediate struggles, communists in the capitalist countries should link them with the struggle for long-range and general interests, educate the masses in a Marxist-Leninist revolutionary spirit, ceaselessly raise their political consciousness and undertake the historical task of the proletarian revolution. If they fail to do so, if they regard the immediate movement as everything, determine their conduct from case to case, adapt themselves to the events of the day and sacrifice the basic interests of the proletariat, that is out-and-out social democracy. 15. Back in 1976 the RCP itself expressed very well an important aspect of the point of view I am arguing for here. No party is fit to lead the masses, nor can it be in any position to determine what must be done and how to do it, unless it continually strengthens its ties with the masses and takes part, together with them, in the daily struggle against exploitation and oppression, and assists them in forging links between their struggles against the common enemy. 16. I think the RCP needs to reaffirm and return to this principle without, however, returning to some of the genuinely economist attitudes and policies that existed in the party at that time. The fear of following in revisionist footsteps. The attitude of the RCP about participating in the reformist day-to-day struggles of the masses is understandable, even though it is wrong. It is understandable because the party is clearly determined to remain a revolutionary party, and never succumb to the revisionist temptations that have destroyed so many once revolutionary parties around the world during the past 100 years. It is this very determination, this revolutionary staunchness, that attracts me to the RCP, and which makes me hope that eventually they will correct the errors which I think I see in their line toward the masses. It must also be noted that the RCP itself had a brush with right opportunism in its early years, which gave it quite a scare. I will discuss this struggle briefly in the last chapters of the book. Suffice it to say, for now, that the struggle with their own Mensheviks heightened the awareness of the genuine revolutionaries of the dangers on the right, and led to a rectification of the party line. But unfortunately, the victorious revolutionaries in that struggle seem to have associated aspects of a correct mass perspective with the erroneous right opportunistic line which they vanquished. This motive, the determination to remain on the revolutionary road, is indeed splendid. But the question arises as to whether it is possible to do so in the long run if you divorce yourself from the masses, even partially. There have been many communists and communist parties which started out being oh so revolutionary, ultra-revolutionary even, but which ended up flipping over into right opportunism when it finally became apparent that their line was leading to isolation from the masses. There is a real dialectical contradiction between holding firmly to a revolutionary line and uniting with the masses who are not yet revolutionary in order to actually make a revolution. This is probably the central contradiction that a Marxist-Leninist Maoist party faces and which it must constantly be concerned with. The final resolution of this contradiction occurs only with the completion of the world historical process of communist revolution. In the meanwhile, a fine balance is required, with constant adjustments. For more on this, and the general topic of the contradictions which lie behind the mass line, see chapter 31. It is like going down into the Grand Canyon on a mule. It may seem that there is only one way to make a fatal mistake, to go over the edge on the right, to give up revolution. But actually, it is possible to try to hug the left wall of the canyon too tightly, and thus to slip and bounce off the supposedly safe canyon wall, finally careening over the right edge into oblivion. The mules which carry people down the canyon trail seem to instinctively know this, and have the apparently perverse, but actually intelligent, habit of walking along not the canyon side of the trail, but the precipice side, much to the consternation of their passengers. They are true dialecticians. History has so far shown only two parties that have been able to balance the poles of this contradiction between revolutionary stance and mass perspective correctly for long enough to make a genuine socialist revolution, and then only as long as their primary leaders, both brilliant dialecticians, were alive, Lenin and Mao. It is evidently tough as hell to deal with this contradiction correctly. Even with the experience of the Russian and Chinese revolutions, it remains difficult for us today. It is a question that requires constant attention and thought by all communists and all revolutionaries. The simple determination to remain revolutionary, no matter how tenacious, is not enough. To make a revolution you must unite with the struggling masses as well as remain tenaciously revolutionary. You must have a mass perspective as well as a revolutionary perspective. Either one without the other is ultimately worthless. The fear of falling into right opportunism and economism is justified, and constant attention must be given to preventing this from ever happening to a revolutionary party. But if the fear goes so far as to prevent us from uniting with the masses in their actual struggles, it has become pathological. I see the RCP as having the left sectarian flu. Even after more than 25 years it is not yet clear what the final outcome of that disease might be, whether there will be a recovery or if it will eventually prove fatal. But I think it is certainly serious enough to require the medicine of extensive ideological struggle. Not all reformist struggle is the same. A while ago I was presenting my point of view to a friend of mine in the RCP, and gave an example of how in some cases the RCP seems to follow the prescription I am urging in general. The example was the struggle for abortion rights for women. I said that here is one place where the RCP seems to be not afraid to join up with the reformist struggle and strive to bring light into it. At that point my RCP friend said, "But that's not a reformist struggle." Well, of course the struggle to secure the right of women to have an abortion if they choose is indeed a struggle for a reform. It is certainly a reformist struggle. The whole system is not being directly challenged, just one little secondary aspect of it. The ruling class could give in on the issue without the resulting collapse of capitalism. But the fact that my friend, who is intelligent and well versed in the RCP point of view, did not see it that way is instructive, and in a way encouraging. Evidently what the RCP has primarily in mind by reformist struggle is economic struggle, or perhaps even more limited the sort of economic things that trade unions fight for, better wages, working conditions, etc. Participating in other kinds of reformist struggle, such as abortion rights, anti-Ku Klux Klan struggles, anti-nuclear struggles, struggles for housing by the homeless, and so forth, is less objectionable. It is a very legitimate question to ask if specifically trade unionist struggle should be viewed and treated the same as other reformist struggle. It is definitely wrong to imagine, as revisionists do, that trade union struggles are always central, or inherently more important than other reformist struggles, or that economic strikes are always the primary form of mass struggle, though this may be true during some periods. Any tendency towards such a view is a symptom of revisionism. The RCP correctly notes in its 1981 program that the communist movement historically has been infected with a single-minded infatuation with the trade unions, and in particular with the erroneous view that organizational leadership of the trade unions is a prerequisite for leading the proletarian revolution. 17. Engels criticized such an infatuation with trade unions way back in 1879. For a number of years past, the English working class movement has been hopelessly describing a narrow circle of strikes for higher wage and shorter hours, not, however, as an expedient or means of propaganda and organization but as the ultimate goal. The trades unions even bar all political action on principle and in their charters, thus excluding all participation in any general activity of the working class as a class. One can therefore speak of a labor movement only insofar as strikes take place here, which, whether they are won or not, do not get the movement one step further. To inflate such strikes in which the working class movement does not make the slightest headway into struggles of world importance, as is done, for instance, in the Freiheit published here, can, in my opinion, only do harm. 18. But note well that Engels is only arguing against viewing such reformist struggles as important in their own right. He is not arguing against using the opportunity provided by such trade union struggles for revolutionary propaganda and to build revolutionary mass organization. On the contrary, that is exactly what he is arguing for. The question we are considering here is, from a revolutionary perspective, that is, from the point of view of what gains can be made in the direction of revolution, are trade union type economic struggles typically less important than other reformist struggles? The answer to this depends on the time and place. At present, in the US, I think the answer to this is yes, they are less important. But both the question and the answer are excessively mystifying and contentious when left like this. What makes any struggle inherently, or immediately, important is whether or not it really affects the major interests of the masses involved, as well as, of course, the question of how many of the masses are involved. But what makes any struggle take on ultimate importance is not only whether it has an inherent importance itself, but also whether it helps prepare people for future struggles which are inherently important. Left to themselves, trade union struggles, like every other kind of reformist struggle, can rarely do this. But when communists and their allies among the advanced workers seize the opportunity to raise people's revolutionary consciousness, advance their independent proletarian organization, and so forth, then even struggles which are inherently unimportant can take on long-range significance. This point that some struggles which are inherently unimportant can nevertheless promote future struggles of inherent, and even ultimate, importance, is greatly underappreciated, even by people who consider themselves to be Marxists. Consequently, I was astounded to find the following excellent remark in a book by a liberal, Robert F. Murphy, in the course of talking about the struggles of disabled people against uncaring government authorities. The most lasting benefits of any struggle against perceived oppression are not the tangible gains but the transformations of consciousness of the combatants. 19. Of course, Murphy did not have in mind a transformation to a specifically revolutionary consciousness, because being a liberal he wouldn't understand the central importance of revolution to satisfying the interests and needs of the people. But it's a very nice comment anyway. Thus the primary issue is not really how inherently important one kind of reformist struggle is vis-a-vis another kind of reformist struggle, though of course they vary in importance, but rather what is the potential for one kind, rather than another, to be of long-term significance once communist ideology is brought into it. And here we come to the crux of the matter. The primary determinant of whether or not a reformist struggle has the potential to be of long-range significance is how important it is seen to be at the time by the masses involved. That, and once again, the number of people that are involved. The subjective feelings of the masses about the ultimate importance of a reformist struggle may often be greatly exaggerated, but it is nevertheless the intensity of this subjective feeling which primarily lends the struggle the potential for being of long-term significance. I don't deny that there are other, secondary, determinants of the real importance of a given struggle. One such is the degree to which the reformist struggle is under the firm ideological sway of the bourgeoisie. But while this does vary, it is possible to exaggerate the importance of this variation. After all, every reformist struggle is more or less under the ideological sway of the bourgeoisie, otherwise it would be a conscious revolutionary struggle, not a reformist struggle. But it still comes down to the basic fact that a reformist struggle can be used to raise people's revolutionary consciousness. The point, in short, is that if the masses really think it is important though not necessarily for the reasons the masses believe. The more important the masses view a struggle to be, the more willing they will be to become deeply involved personally, the more anxious they will be to discuss questions of tactics and strategy, the more interested they will be in discussing the deeper questions like how did we get into such a serious situation in the first place, the more ready they will be to cast off aspects of bourgeois ideology which they have absorbed, but which seem now in the heat of battle to be worth questioning. Thus, the kinds of reformist struggles with which revolutionaries should primarily concern themselves are those which the masses view as important, regardless of whether they are trade union struggles, other economic struggles, or non-economic issues. This is the fundamental principle here, and recognizing this principle is an important part of having a mass perspective. So we come down to the question of whether the masses really view trade unionist economic struggles as all that important. It is clear that some strikes and other trade union struggles are viewed as very important by the workers involved. But most strikes in recent decades have not been viewed as all that important even by the strikers themselves. It is not uncommon for strikers to view a strike as simply a short vacation, and many resent even the imposition of any token picketing duty which interrupts such a vacation. Partly this dispiritedness and lack of militancy can be blamed on the bourgeois union leaders, who like all bourgeois representatives, go to great lengths to keep the workers under control. But there is also a material basis for their lack of militancy. While almost all economic strikes do concern the interests of the workers, many of them are, in Lenin's words, about adding a kopeck to a ruble, or, more likely these days, about subtracting a kopeck from a ruble or, in American terms, subtracting a penny from a dollar. Although people's interests are involved, they are typically not immediate life or death interests. There are also a number of secondary factors which tend to reduce the significance of trade unionist economic struggles. Strikes, for example, in the advanced bourgeois democratic countries, can be originated relatively easily, and many of them these days are originated not by the workers at all but by the union leaders in order to make a pretense that they are fighting for the workers' interests. Many such strikes are merely called as a conscious prelude to a sell-out agreement, which might cause the workers to revolt against the union bosses if it were not for the token, discouraging strike, which thus becomes an integral part of the whole bourgeois bargaining process. Many non-trade unionist reformist struggles, by contrast, are the direct creation of the masses, around issues of heartfelt concern to the masses. These kinds of reformist struggles, such as over abortion rights, opposition to imperialist wars, or racism, or police murders, or around homelessness, environmental issues, and so forth, are also subject to varying degrees of bourgeois or petty bourgeois cooptation, but at present typically involve greater spontaneous participation by the masses, and considerably more mass enthusiasm, or outrage. Moreover, they tend to last far longer. One other factor which limits the importance of trade union-type struggles at the moment is the simple fact that these involve only a small section of the workers, and generally the most backward section at that, since it is the relatively well-off section. The percentage of the workforce that even belongs to unions is very low and continuing to shrink, and few workers have been involved in new unionization drives in recent decades. Union membership continues to decline precipitously. In 1991 less than 12% of the workers in private industry were unionized, the lowest level since 1929. The peak was 36% in 1953. As of 2003, union membership in private industry was down to 8.2%. The percentage in the labor force as a whole, including government workers, was 12.9% in 2003. But unions of government workers are notoriously weak and ineffective. 20. Only things the masses feel deeply about are relevant to the question of consciousness raising. Where there is deep concern, there is the potential for revolutionary enlightenment. There is not deep concern by the workers in the average economic strike in America today. Typically they are token exercises, totally controlled by the usual sellout leadership, but more to the point, viewed as routine exercises by the masses too. That might well change in the future, if in the midst of the next major economic depression the capitalists try to take away not a few kopecks from the ruble, not a few cents from the dollar, but a third of it, or half of it, then the issue becomes desperate. In a situation like that the attitudes of the workers involved are bound to become very intense, and not only will their level of militancy skyrocket, so will their openness to discussions about the nature of the whole system. Even today some economic strikes are like this, and where this is so it is criminal not to participate in them and take advantage of the opportunity to raise the consciousness of the workers involved. But it must be admitted that today, 1992, at least, most strikes and other trade unionist economic struggles in the U.S., and the other advanced capitalist, i.e. imperialist, countries, are not like this. Insofar as this is what the RCP is getting at in their program, they are absolutely correct. To get bogged down in inconsequential trade union struggles, which do not have the potential to be used by revolutionaries to raise people's consciousness, is in effect to say goodbye to the whole idea of revolution. That is out-and-out economism, out-and-out revisionism. But on the other hand it is important to be very clear on why such struggles have such limited significance for revolutionaries today. It is not because such struggles are trade unionist. It is not because they are economic struggles. It is not because they are reformist struggles. It is because these are not serious struggles, it is because they are routine struggles which the masses themselves view as routine. It is for these kinds of reasons that the potential for using present-day trade union struggles to raise people's revolutionary consciousness is so limited, and thus why such struggles are ultimately of little importance. If we don't understand the reasons why we can't make much headway in this area now, then we will certainly miss the opportunity to make headway when the situation changes and it actually becomes possible. Lenin, who can hardly be accused of economism, was not above remarking about how the economic struggle of the workers is often extremely important. In 1907 he even said that the whole history of the Russian Revolution shows that all the powerful upsurges of the revolutionary movement began only on the basis of such economic movements. 21 On the basis of this, he argued that the greatest possible number of party members must be concentrated on economic agitation among the masses, and this economic movement must be regarded as the main source and foundation of the entire revolutionary crisis that is developing in Russia. 22. Of course that was then, and this is now. As I said before, the relative importance of economic struggle varies according to time and place. I am not trying to enshrine any absolutes here. But at the very least it is true to say that economic struggle is sometimes very important, and in many situations successful revolutionary work must be connected up with important economic struggles. The use of the mass line in reformist day-to-day struggles. The mass line does have a role to play in advancing the day-to-day struggles of the masses. But this should be viewed as meaning two things. First, it means that the mass line can and should be used to help lead such day-to-day struggles to victory, to achieve their original reformist ends. And second, it means that the mass line should also be used in the diverting of day-to-day struggles from being simply reformist struggles, into their also being revolutionary struggles. The task of diverting the day-to-day reformist struggle in a revolutionary direction is not simply a question of employing agitation and propaganda in favor of revolution while engaging yourself in the day-to-day struggle. It is also a question of leadership, of leading the struggle in such a way that its ultimate focus is on the revolutionary goal. And as with all leadership, our basic tool is the mass line. To give a simple trade unionist example, suppose there is a strike by workers in some industry, and the police are brought in to protect scabs. Not only should communists agitate on the role of the police in the class struggle, and the class nature of the state, to the degree possible in the situation, the struggle itself should be refocused against the police and the government. Of course, the struggle must remain a struggle of the masses. We are not talking about replacing the reformist struggle of the masses with the revolutionary struggle of a small group of heroes or provocateurs. And I'm not saying that the limited reformist aims of the strike should be forgotten. But to the maximum degree possible, the larger aims of the workers' movement, revolution, should be made manifest.